In the world of medicine, where the line between life and death is fragile in an instant, only exceptional minds can survive. At the city's most prestigious hospital, among a host of talented doctors, there is a name spoken of like a legend, a genius who stands out among geniuses. When desperate emergency cases pour in relentlessly, the operating room descends into chaos. Only he has the skill to make time seem to stand still. People call him the hand of God. Yu Sung, we can still save him, a declaration full of certainty and resolve. But operating on someone who was just declared dead was utterly absurd. It could not be otherwise, for Yu Sung was the standard of medical technique. He was a man who could bring the dead back, just like the very hand of God. Once Yu Sung held the scalpel, every difficult case was handled with ease. Tonight's celebration party was the clearest proof of that. Though he was the biggest contributor, Yu Sung felt no joy at all, because he had long lost all his personal rest time. Every day was the same, repeating the familiar operating room routine. With the talent to save even the dead, Yu Sung was called the hand of God. At first, he found it good because saving one person brought joy to dozens of households. But gifted doctors like him were extremely rare, so patients flocked in increasing numbers, and he could not get a single second of rest. He was even treated like a mobile medical device for the VIP class. Was this nickname a blessing or a curse? Not only physically exhausted, his spirit and relationships were also slowly cracking. Yu Sung could not remember the last time he lived for himself. He earned a lot of money, but now he had no time to spend it. He reluctantly accepted that this life would go on forever. But life is unpredictable. Just as he was about to head home and crack open a beer to reward himself, the car's headlights suddenly flashed before him, hurtling straight toward him. The moment before death, Yu Sung's life flashed before his eyes. Yet all he saw was the scene of the operating room. Was this rare genius to end here? No, his story was still unfolding. The setting suddenly shifted from modern times to an ancient castle. In a small house, a gentle call rang out amid Yu Sung's countless questions. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw that his hands were now tiny and wrinkled. Before him were the joyful faces of a young couple. Yu Sung awkwardly let the mother embrace him. He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He only remembered being on his way home when a truck hit him. So this scene was puzzling. Why was he still alive? And these two people were so unfamiliar. The young couple adored the baby, nestled in the father's arms. He was stunned to realize his body was tiny. Yu Sung vaguely understood that he had been reborn as their child. A scratch on his hand caught the mother's attention. The father also thought of calling for a healer, but the mother suddenly insisted she could heal it herself. Yu Sung thought she was talking about conventional medicine, but what he could never have expected was this woman used healing magic. In just a few seconds, the scratch vanished without a trace. That meant Yu Sung had been reincarnated into a different world, one where magic existed. A peaceful night enveloped the small house with gentle breezes drifting by. Inside, the baby vaguely opened his eyes and looked around. He sat up and looked out the window, wondering why he had been sleeping so much. He had sat in contemplation for 3 months since being reborn into this world, and had also learned quite a few things. First, this world was completely different from the one he knew before. Just as you might be thinking, this was a typical fantasy world, a place where monsters and creatures similar to humanity coexisted. Because of that, humans were frequently attacked by monsters. As a result, they were forced to choose paths that required risking their lives to become stronger. Jay noticed something interesting. They seemed to focus more on developing magic than science, even when treating his wounds. It seemed they relied on magic instead of modern medical techniques, even for the most mundane things. The last thing he realized was that this was not a dream but a new reality. However, for some reason, Jay retained all the memories and knowledge of his past life. He had never thought he could feel this serene. Looking back, in his past life he never had the chance to love himself because of his busy work. If it had not been for that accident, he would have probably just died from overworking himself. He stretched out again to enjoy the comfortable feeling. Since he had been reborn, he should savor every present moment. He did not know when he would have a good sleep like this again. Dim light fell upon the small potted plant in the room. This was the rare peace he had gained after being reborn as a carefree little boy. Jay closed his eyes, preparing to sleep, when he suddenly noticed something. What was this? Something like a thin thread was flowing through his body. What was this strangely cool sensation? He felt so refreshed. Was this the mana that L and Sen had mentioned? But it did not seem as easy to control as they had said. If he tried to force it, it would scatter everywhere. He had to try to focus precisely on the starting and ending points of this mana thread. Mana should work similarly to the way blood circulates. He tried to visualize the flow of mana as a stream of blood. He tried to feel it gradually filling his body. Mana flow seemed endless. There was no need to rush. Just go slowly, gently. Time passed quietly, and autumn leaves gently fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the cold winter had arrived. The scene shifted to another place. Day was holding a small flame in his hand. He shouted with joy. Finally, he had done it. He kept his eyes on the burning flame in his hand, chuckling softly. Haha, he could not believe he could do this. This technique of controlling the mana flow to create a fireball had taken 3 whole years, even though he had understood the operation and memorized the paths mana could travel. But the problem was that he could not understand the way the book explained controlling mana. Day carefully read each line in the book. It said to store mana inside the body and control it when needed. Since mana was supposedly able to be drawn from the surrounding environment? Question arose in his mind. Why store mana in the first place? Moreover, storing seemed to limit the ability to use it. No matter how he looked at it, it was still inefficient. Day proposed a new hypothesis. What if they let mana move naturally without trying to hold it inside? Would it be easier to draw mana from the surrounding environment and use it directly? If so, they would not need to worry about mana quality or avoid complex mana circuits. Even though this was a dangerous method never recorded in books, it was still worth trying once. He smiled again, not expecting it to bring such unexpected results. He needed to experiment more. At that moment, Sen stood outside watching, softly whispering to her husband. Look at him. She could not hide her pride every time she saw Day reading books whenever he had the chance. She covered her mouth and giggled, then continued. She believed their son would surely become an outstanding mage. Elle immediately retorted, what are you saying? With his physique, he needed to train as a swordsman. Sen waved her hand. If that happened, her adorable Day would get squeezed into a lump of meat just like him. Elle sighed in frustration. At least he would be a handsome lump of meat. Day heard all those words and thought to himself, if they were going to talk that loudly, what was the point of hiding it from him? Sen had some worries again. Although she was very proud of Day, did he notice their child was a bit too focused on books? What do you mean? She continued, children his age were all out playing with their friends. She just worried that all Day wanted was to read books. Elle reassured her, come on, there is nothing to worry too much about. Most people worry their children do not like reading, right? You even said you wanted to raise him to be a talented mage. So what is wrong with this? Sen looked at her little child, unable to say another word. Back today, he still felt that was not enough. He needed to create the most perfect path possible for mana to flow through. Next morning at Day's house, Sen burst open the door, full of energy. Is my adorable Day here? Day, holding a book in his hand, looked up and answered, yes, I am here. She could not help but worry her son was reading again. Although she was very proud of him for reading diligently, she still wished her child could meet friends his age and have fun. Could it be that in his past life he never had the chance to play with a child? Seeing his mother stand still without saying anything, Day found it confusing. After a moment of silent thought, Sen approached him and asked, Day, do you want to play with your mother? He was surprised. Play with mother? A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that his mother intended to teach him magic? Yes, he was sure she was trying to play with him in order to teach him something. Day showed excitement and agreed immediately. Yes, let's play. But Sen paused for a moment, softly calling out to Day. She embraced him, thinking that her child was this excited just to play with his mother. She should have asked him earlier. A short while later, Day was taken to another place. A bewildered expression appeared on his face. Mother, where are my books? Why are we standing in front of the door? Sen answered, that's right. Today you do not need to look at books anymore. We are going out for a walk. Day turned back, reluctantly declining the offer. No, I think I need to learn more things. I cannot spend time playing when I should be practicing. Sen was proud of Day, fondly hugging him. I did not think you would be this eager to study. What am I going to do with you? He tried to persuade him again, but today will be fine. Don't you want to see the world outside? Go out and enjoy it. Only now did he realize that since his reincarnation, he had never stepped out of the house. He didn't even know what this world looked like. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Well, one day is fine. Let's go out and have fun. Sen was overjoyed. Wonderful. Let's go right now. As soon as he stepped out the door, his eyes seemed to light up, taking in all the scenery. He looked at the surroundings that were so close yet he had never paid attention to for 3 years. Back then he only stayed inside reading books. He had never even thought about going out to watch the falling leaves. Huge windmills stood tall against the sky. He had locked himself within 4 walls. A gentle breeze passing by soothed his parched soul. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Sen called out, Jay, what are you doing? Why don't you try exploring around? Jay looked up. He began to walk, his first steps out of the house, and he ran quickly across the vast green field. In this moment he felt completely one with nature. The scent of wildflowers and grass stirred his heart. He stopped before a tall rock formation, gazing out at the majestic scenery around him. The beautiful sight before him made him marvel in awe. Before reincarnating, he never had the chance to take care of himself. He lived under immense pressure. Surviving was the best thing he ever did. He had never felt as liberated as he did now. But he was grateful to have been born into this world. Jay called out to his mother. Hearing this, Sen spoke softly. Jay turned to look at her, a happy smile spreading across his face. He said with all his heart, thank you, mother, for bringing me out. In a certain hospital, there was an emergency case. Yu Sung and the nurses had to push the stretcher with all their might. His life was a constant repeat with patients all year round. He never rested even for a minute, and in every surgery there was always a voice urging him, doctor, the next case is in 5 minutes. After the surgery, Yu Sung collapsed from exhaustion. He had reached his limit, but the patient's nurse kept pulling him back. Save me, doctor. Just then, a soft voice called, Jay. Sen's voice woke him from the lingering nightmare. She gently smiled and stroked his head. Did you have a nightmare? Hearing his mother's voice, Jay calmed down, thinking it was just a dream, and yet he dreamed of that after such a beautiful time. Jay struggled to open one eye against the bright sunlight before him. The unfamiliar city he had traversed appeared clearly. This was not the place he had worked without rest. Thinking of that, his mood became relaxed. Now he was a carefree child. He had been reborn. He would definitely live differently from his past life. The scenery here seemed to be coated in a shimmering layer in his eyes. Even the house he was living in was vastly different from his previous life. Jay and Sen returned from their stroll. Hearing her call, the old man smiled at his wife and child and asked, "Welcome home, did you have fun?" Jay nodded happily. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. That's right. He reached out and gently tugged at Sen's clothes, calling softly, "Mother." Jay opened his eyes wide. "Please, Mother, teach me magic." Hearing her beloved son's request, she softened and exclaimed, "Oh my." Sen couldn't help but lean into her husband's arms. How could her child be so adorable? She said happily, "You want to start training? If you want, I'll teach you wholeheartedly." Seeing Sen's reaction, he could only smile awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed inside. Though he had seen it many times, he still wasn't used to it. A moment later, Sen began teaching Jay his first lesson because it was her child's request. "Let's begin." She began with the most basic element of humans. A small flame appeared from Sen's hand, burning brightly. "This is fire." Jay was extremely fascinated by this wonder he had never seen before. Seeing her child's delighted reaction, Sen couldn't help but be surprised. So she was determined to teach thoroughly. "Jay, this is fire. It's interesting, isn't it?" Jay forced a few laughs. Seeing this, Sen blushed and wondered if it wasn't impressive enough. He thought to himself it was because he had already used magic a few times. At this moment, Sen had a new idea. She called him over. "Let's sit down first." Jay obediently nodded. Once seated properly on the bed, she began to explain again. "The issue with magic is the energy from the center will absorb the surrounding power to create what the user wants. With magic, you turn it into mana. The formula for success consists of an activation word and active action. Easy, right?" Then she demonstrated with a flame. "Just concentrate mana, point your finger, and shout, 'Fire.'" After hearing the basic knowledge, Jay became more curious. "Mother, I have a question," Sen replied. "Okay, Jay, go ahead and ask." He began to ask a tricky question. "Can you convert mana in a different way?" Sen was a bit surprised by the question. After thinking for a moment, Jay gave his explanation. Take fire as an example. Suppose there are 3 red mana particles. You burn the mana, then it will turn into blue mana. Then you gather the amount of mana you want to burn. Finally, apply physics and massage to create the desired flame. Having said that, he continued asking, instead of converting up to 3 times, why not simplify it, even though mana will decay quickly? Sen finished listening, still wide-eyed at her son's bold idea. "My goodness, that's an advanced question." She thought for a moment and then replied, "That's right, and it's completely doable." He thought to himself if he could combine all 3 of those tasks and stabilize them, it might be feasible. Afterwards, the two of them looked at each other and laughed it off. But that was only in theory. However, a hint of unease still lingered in his heart. He rubbed his chin to calm himself. That meant, looking at his small hand, he clenched it into a determined fist. "I can add more attributes," he thought as he spread his hand open, and suddenly a powerful surge of mana shot straight up from his palm. It was so strong that it flew up to the ceiling, startling both Sen and himself. Seeing the successful result on the first smooth attempt, he thought to himself, "I did it." Elle, who was inside the house, heard the noise and ran out to ask what had happened, while Sen was still in shock, unaware of the situation. Seeing the innocent, joyful expression on her child's face, she thought to herself there was something unusual before he used the magic that she hadn't noticed. When her child used magic, the mana flow was always abnormally turbulent. A flicker of indescribable worry appeared in Sen's eyes. He looked up at the ceiling, questioning himself about a life spent repeating tasks beside patients, wondering if he had ever missed something. The train of thought separated him from reality, making him forget the presence of his parents in this world, and he muttered as if analyzing a complex item. Sen saw So Young's unusually mature demeanor for a child and thought to herself that this child held too many mysteries. Sen suddenly teared up looking at her child, telling herself she had been too lost in her thoughts. At that moment, he returned to an innocent demeanor and asked his mother what was wrong, and she quickly replied that she was just proud he could use magic. He scratched his head with self-satisfaction. "Really? Then I'm a genius?" And Sen chimed in, praising her son for being so talented. That night, the sky was left with only the moon and stars as companions. He was sleeping soundly in his room when he was startled awake by the sound of adults talking. Elle reassured Sen that they must do their best to prevent their son from being taken to the academy at this age. He overheard the conversation and thought to himself they were talking about him, while Elle sighed, knowing things wouldn't be easy. Sen said that he was a rare genius, one that might only appear once every 100 years, or even 1,000 years. If her child were to be noticed by the academy, Sen's voice unconsciously became trembling with fear. He in the room furrowed his brow slightly, beginning to grow curious about the academy, wondering what kind of place it was. Thinking about it, he clenched his hand tightly, making a resolution to himself. "I need the power to prevent that from happening. Initially, I only wanted to learn magic for fun, but now I've changed my mind. I need to achieve absolute power." And then he drifted off to sleep. Years passed, and after a peaceful night, the scenery gradually brightened, with diligent birds perching on the high branches. The morning sunlight from outside filtered through the window frame, illuminating the entire room. On the study desk, a candle had burned down more than halfway, and several half-read books were still left open. A young man with white hair stretched and woke up from a long sleep. Looking out the window, he muttered, "It's already morning." He hurriedly got out of bed, scratching his head and blaming himself. "I'm such a sleepyhead, I don't know how time passed by. So should I go explore now?" At this moment his handsome face with intelligent eyes was clearly visible. The young man was none other than he, now 15 years old. Remembering the time before, after gaining control over his mana, he began to work on his goals, and his magical experiments gradually increased in complexity. Not only that, he also threw himself into practicing meditation and magic every night, and his talent for comprehending mana proved his rapid development. Besides honing his skills, he also continuously cultivated his knowledge to enhance his future professional abilities. It was precisely because of absorbing a massive amount of mana over that period that his hair had turned pure white. Back to the present, he suddenly remembered something. Alright, I need to take this thing, and then he buried his head writing again, wondering how much medical knowledge he would need. Let's just try it. At this moment, the words he wrote on the board could be clearly seen. I can heal those who are sick. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself that before leaving, perhaps he should try one last time. First, a blazing red flame erupted from his palm. Second, swirling air gathered to form a powerful gust of wind. Finally, water vapor and moisture condensed to form ice. He raised his hand straight into the air, directly using mana to control all three elements simultaneously. Satisfied with the results, the silver-haired he rejoiced happily. Excellent, truly perfect. Then I should be on my way. Having said that, he strode forward towards the town. A small wooden sign was placed on the ground by he. It was the board he had prepared. Looking around once, he muttered, "This place seems like a reasonable spot. This is a bit embarrassing." Saying this, his face flushed red, and he cleared his throat a few times. Then, gathering all his courage, he shouted out, "I can heal anyone who feels unwell. Bring them here." Seeing the 15-year-old boy shout like that, the surrounding people only found it amusing. What a kind-hearted young man. People whispered to each other. It had been a long time since they'd seen anyone make them laugh like that. A kind man advised he to go play somewhere else. Seeing the people's reaction, he felt a bit disappointed. Who do these people think I am? After a few seconds of shock, he regained his composure. "No, I anticipated this. I just need to wait a little longer." Indeed, he waited a little, and that little while stretched from morning to dusk without anyone coming to find him. Ultimately, the first day of his venture was a failure, and he couldn't believe that no one had come. He stood up, intending to head home for the day, and in his moment of utter disappointment, someone stepped forward in front of him. That person asked, "Can you really cure others of their illness?" He was a bit surprised by the question. A young girl around his age, dressed like someone from a noble family, she asked again, "Any illness at all, right?" He thought to himself this would be his first patient. Before he could answer, the girl pressed on with a third question, "Can you really cure them?" He stepped back and replied, "I need to examine the patient first." The girl pursed her lips at this moment, her gaze scrutinizing directly at Day. Alicia did not hide her disdain. She said with an untrusting tone, "I knew it. It's absurd to think a fool like you could heal anyone." Her words were as sharp as arrows piercing straight into his heart. This made Day angry. "Really now?" he shouted. "Hey, you shorty!" Alicia was just turning to leave when she was yanked back. She looked at him with annoyance. "What? Shorty?" Day's face darkened, each word clear and distinct. "I may look like a useless 15-year-old off the street, but there is no patient in this world I cannot cure. Don't judge by appearances." His words and confident aura exuded trustworthiness. Seeing that demeanor, Alicia blushed slightly, thinking he was a strange boy. Few knew that within the form of a 15-year-old youth was a talented doctor, more attached to the hospital than to home. Alicia thought to herself, but what was this strange feeling of trust? Thinking about it, she changed her attitude. "Yes, you're right. I'm sorry." Alicia held her blue dress, gently curtsied and bowed her head. "Let me introduce myself. I am the only daughter of Viscount Gat Alicia." After the introduction, she frowned and emphasized, "Not a shorty." Day laughed awkwardly. "My name is Dai." He thought to himself that she was a noble, so her fancy attire made sense. Afterwards, the two chatted briefly before the sun set. "Why did you suddenly use such formal language? Just talk like before." "All right," Alicia said quietly. "Anyway, the patient I mentioned earlier is my father." His eyes widened in recollection. "Viscount Gat?" She recounted sadly. Earlier, the skin on his chest turned red, developed into a lump, then swelled up like a ball. Hearing the symptoms, he vaguely thought of a malignant tumor. He frowned in a doctorly manner. "We should go see right away if this is an emergency case. Every second is precious." Suddenly his gaze lowered, but if the tumor is already as big as a ball, then it might already be too late. Thinking that, he hurried after Alicia to her house. A moment later, Alicia's footsteps stopped. She led him to the front of a mansion with high walls and a closed gate, saying, "We're here, let's go inside." Day reassured himself, a noble's house is naturally big. She hadn't even stepped through the door when a middle-aged man ran out calling loudly, "The young lady is back." Alicia replied, "Butler." Alicia ran to hug the butler's arm, her voice trembling. "How is my father?" He stammered, "My lady, the thing is, the Viscount." Bad news struck Alicia. His condition suddenly worsened and he passed away. She didn't believe it. "You're lying." Immediately, Alicia ran into her father's room. The butler helplessly called after her, "My lady." She tried to run as fast as she could, telling herself no, no. The bedroom door was thrown open, tears streaming down her face. Alicia called out loudly, "Father!" Viscount lay motionless on the bed. The Viscountess sobbed and called, "Alicia." Elisa ran to the bedside, sobbing uncontrollably. "No, father, please." At this moment, Day appeared, observed the condition, then asked, "May I take a look?" A black aura surrounded the Viscount's chest. The tumor had severely necrotized. Day focused, listening to the faint heartbeat from the tumor. He noticed it was very weak but still had life. A glowing mana sphere suddenly appeared in his palm. He declared, "He's still alive." The Viscountess and the captain of the guard stared in astonishment at his words. Alicia gently grasped his sleeve, whispering, "Day, my father." He looked up at him with tearful eyes. "Please save him." Day smiled confidently, replying with 2 words, "Don't worry." Day's appearance made everyone in the mansion curious. A young man asked, "Who is that brat?" The lady replied, "Seems like he came with Alicia." He got agitated. How did an unknown commoner get into the Viscount's mansion? Hearing that Day could save the Viscount, a guard's eyes widened. "Wait, he just said he could save him." A maid timidly added, "Probably a scam. Maybe he wants to steal valuables." The Viscountess, worried for her husband, choked up, "This isn't important. I just want to cling to the last hope that the boy can work a miracle." She looked at his bright, trustworthy face, placing her full faith in the youth before her. To the case, Day looked at the lump on the Viscount's chest, unable to believe it had grown so large and necrotized to such a dark black. From his fingertip, a sharp blade formed. "First, I must focus mana to create a scalpel." The guard and the butler saw the strange action, both turning pale. He shouted loudly, What are you trying to do?" The scream was deafening to Day. Once his ears stopped ringing, Day turned to the guard. "What am I doing?" "I'm healing him." He shouted again, "Don't be foolish. How can you heal with that?" Seeing the family's distrust, he threatened, "If you don't believe me, I can stop right now." The man was struck speechless. Seeing the guard's overreaction, the lady spoke up, "Captain." She looked at him with a tired face. "For now, trust this boy." He reluctantly accepted. "I understand, my lady." Day waved his hand to dismiss the guard. "Yeah, shut up and go somewhere else, you're bothering me." The man gritted his teeth and endured. Returning to his work, he let out a breath. When poking the tumor, it drains pus instead of blood. Looking at the lump again, he judged. This is no longer a normal tumor. This is a necrotic area of skin due to toxins. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a stream of blue mana swirled around Day. He rolled up his sleeves, whispering, "Then let's begin." He channeled mana to form a sharp surgical blade. "First, I need to cut away all the necrotic tissue." He brought the tip of the blade to the base of the tumor. The onlookers all watched his technique with wide eyes. After removing the tumor, he continued by making an incision in the chest area to open the ribcage. Suddenly something caught his eye, making Day slightly frown. Behind the ribs, both lungs were dark red. He thought to himself, as expected, the lungs were also necrotized. He wondered how long it had been left like this. He continued the surgery, but from another perspective, the man was also quite lucky. The necrotic part was not too large, so even when completely excised, he could still recover thanks to the new surge of mana that made the Viscount's chest glow brightly. Shortly after treating the damaged area, he began using mana to create medical instruments, preparing to suture the incision. He meticulously stitched the wound with threads of mana, his intense focus entirely devoted to the task. Crowd outside watched as if turned to stone, no one daring to speak, not even to breathe heavily. The butler followed the young man's figure, murmuring to himself, "The boy the young lady brought here." He hesitated for a moment, then uttered an exclamation. "I truly have no words left to say." Looking at his bright face in absolute focus, he thought to himself that not only did the young man possess an extraordinary aura, but his skilled hands were also unmatched. At this moment, his hands, enveloped in mana, were still moving gracefully without pause. From the tips of his 5 fingers, each one emitted a thin thread. After a few basic stitches, he quietly planned the final step, which would end with a running stitch technique. Seeing that image, the butler couldn't help but think of a talented puppet master. No, more like a god controlling puppets. He, on the other hand, paid no attention to anyone's gaze, focusing solely on his craft. At that moment, the butler spoke softly. "Perhaps that lad truly can create a miracle." The maid beside him, hearing this, glanced at him, and her gaze shifted back to the young lady standing before her. Initially, she had viewed him as a fraud, but now she had changed her mind and silently agreed with that assessment. After a while, he stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "All right, almost done." Looking at the Viscount's chest, the dark, necrotic tissue had been completely removed, and the neat stitches were finished. Now all that remained was to help the heart beat again. Saying this, he began chest compressions to stimulate the heartbeat, while using mana to perform emergency resuscitation. Mana flow now seemed to transform into the electric current of a defibrillator. He thought to himself that he just needed to assist with cardiac massage for him. A strong force pressed down, and the electric current was immediately directed straight into the heart. The heart gave a strong thump, then gradually returned to a steady rhythm. Hearing the first heartbeat, his face lit up. It's done, he's alive. The surgery was a complete success. He quickly turned to share the good news with the family, but something made him stop. The Viscount's family was staring at him intently, their eyes scrutinizing him as if he were a talented but strange individual with bizarre healing methods. He blinked at them, wondering what that expression of theirs meant. Immediately after, he looked closely at the Viscount and noticed blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly understood the problem. The blood was now circulating in a body that had stopped, causing internal bleeding. To an outsider who didn't understand the situation, the captain of the guard gritted his teeth and roared, "You bastard." He pointed his finger at him and shouted, "See, I knew you were a quack all along." Seeing this agitated reaction, he raised both hands and smiled, trying to explain, "It's you again. Sorry. Let me speak first." But he didn't give him a chance. "You dare deny it." He looked at the Viscount's face and spoke, "But he's alive." The guard ignored the truth, still yelling, "You're still persisting." He grew more and more agitated. Who could have survived back then? "I only saw a blood-soaked body." Helpless against this stubborn man, he shrugged. "That's no longer a problem. He's truly alive." The guard grew even more furious. "Shut up. You dare to cut open a noble's body like that? Are you even human?" He sighed, trying to be patient. "Wait, calm down and listen to me." Well, as the situation was tense, a soft voice spoke up. "Dai, you once told me you were sure you would save him." Von Alicia scolded, her voice trembling. "I trusted you." He instinctively took a step back, trying again. "Wait, he is truly not dead." Looking at her father's motionless body, she whispered through tears, "But now he's like this." Her tears fell uncontrollably. "My father is dead, all because I brought you here." Seeing the girl's regret, he quickly reassured her, "He's really recovered. Just wait and see." He questioned life in his heart. Why does everyone react like this? Could it be that So Young has never seen someone perform real surgery before? Before he could even finish his thought, a sharp sword pointed directly at his chest. "You lowly commoner. You've not only killed the Viscount but also deceived the young lady." That was the voice of the guard captain. He ordered the soldiers present, piling the blame on him. "Haven't you disgraced the Viscount's body enough?" Faced with their reaction, he could only swallow his bitterness in silence. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "I spent so much effort to save him. Yet not only did I not receive a word of thanks, you dare to point a sword at my face." His voice was filled with utter disappointment. He looked the guard straight in the eye, questioning every word. "What did you just say?" "I am a fraud and a murderer." He frowned, a flash of anger in his eyes. "All of you, you've made a huge mistake." After being pushed so aggressively by the guard, he thought to himself, "I understand their reaction is infuriating, but..." He stood tall, alone against the crowd before him, knowing deep down, by the medical standards of this world, this is completely normal. At that moment, his face darkened, and he repeated word by word, "I will say it again. The treatment was successful. Just wait for him to recover. Now I'm leaving." As he spoke, he walked straight towards the main door. Before leaving, he glanced at the people who had pointed their swords at him, and coldly warned, "I advise you, don't you dare block my path." Knowing he was being addressed directly, the guard roared in anger, "You." Unable to contain his rage, he gripped his sword and struck. "You arrogant fool." He stopped, taking a deep breath. In an instant, he used magic to create mana chains that bound the guard captain tightly. He clenched his fist, muttering a single word, "Lock." The guard captain realized what was binding him and was somewhat surprised. This is a locking spell. How can he use this kind of magic? The accompanying soldiers were equally bewildered. Seeing them standing still, the guard captain roared, "What are you standing there for? Seize that man now." He added in a harsh tone, "He can't use many spells at once. Hurry." The subordinates hastily acknowledged, ready to rush forward to capture him. But once again his hand opened and the keyword was uttered again. A group of armored men who tried to arrest him were also bound tightly by the mana chains. Unable to believe his eyes, the guard stammered, "Dual magic." Seeing the amount of mana emanating from him, the guard couldn't help but be surprised. At his age, to use dual magic, just what kind of being was this kid? A moment later, the mana was drawn back into the chains. The bound men were also released. Before leaving, the chains left a final message. "This is the last warning, don't stand in my way." After performing the surgery and leaving the troublesome mansion, it was already dark. The chains rubbed his forehead, although the differences between medical systems were vast. But this was too much, he muttered as he walked. Soon he was back at his doorstep, silently blaming the guards for treating him like a fraud. But that was the first patient he had treated in this place. Opening the door, he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Stepping inside, he sighed, thinking his medical skills were useless here. Suddenly a voice reminded him, "Chains, you're home very late." Only then did he startle, realizing someone else was home. "Oh no, I was too lost in thought." One who spoke was his mother. Sen frowned in displeasure. Mother asked what time you were to come home, right? He stammered, "Yes, well, And what time is it now? Do you know how many bad people are out there? You're grounded for 2 days. Unfortunately for the chains, no matter the world, mothers are always the same. Come home late, get grounded. He had no words left, so he just folded his arms and listened to the scolding. He only thought, no matter where I go, I'm treated like a child. Then night fell, and the last light in the house went out. All the chains was in trouble, at the same time at the Baron's mansion. The Baron's room was in an uproar from an annoyed voice. What the hell just happened? Who is that kid? Alicia called out softly, father. He was now awake and feeling quite irritable. Von Alicia and the lady, seeing his reaction, were startled and turned to look. Guard's mouth hung open. The Baron is alive. How is that possible? The guard was still in the sword-holding stance, bound by the chain's mana. He paled. The Baron is truly alive. The lady could only sigh. Von Alicia's words of distrust flooded back into her memory. She cried out in agitation, "How do you expect me to trust you?" Or the guard pointing his sword directly at the chain's throat and saying with contempt, "You lowly merchant." Just thinking about it made the Baroness want to dig a deep hole and crawl in. He spoke up, "I couldn't even recognize my own savior. It's a grave mistake." The Baroness blamed herself and ordered a search for the chains. "Take responsibility and find that person right away. This damages our family's reputation." The guard shouted in confusion. Me? Suddenly he could move without being bound. He prostrated himself and then disappeared. With that, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The lady, helpless, turned and left, throwing back a statement, "Find him and apologize directly for your rudeness." The guard replied, "Yes, I understand." At that moment, the butler looked thoughtful. This is truly interesting. How could such a young man do such a miraculous thing? Suddenly, Sen's voice rang out. Perhaps he is a moon saint. This made everyone's eyes widen as they asked back, "A saint?" They continued their animated discussion. "But I've never heard of a saint who uses magic. As for that, I'm also waiting to see." While later, the Baron was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Someone exclaimed, "Look at the Baron's relaxed expression. He's definitely just sleeping. Everyone can see that, right?" Out of nowhere, the guard made another pale-faced remark. "If it isn't a saint capable of bringing the dead back to life, then how could this be?" So, to understand the saints, one must briefly review human history. Who are the saints? Ancient records say they are people chosen by the gods, possessing immensely powerful divine strength. They hear the gods' words, are loved by them, and are even their representatives and reincarnations. Hearing this, the lady was a bit doubtful. Is that so? That kid? Ever heard of any saint in the kingdom? Or perhaps an unknown saint? Von Alicia shared her mother's thoughts, right? Isn't this disease something even the archbishop couldn't cure? Another person chimed in, "The one who cured the Baron must be a saint." The butler looked at the guard and asked worriedly, "So how did you treat a saint, Captain?" He turned away in shame. "I'm very sorry. Because of my foolishness, I caused trouble for the Baron." The lady wasn't much better. She took responsibility. "No, weren't we all just standing by and watching? This is all our fault." Alicia beside her was also deeply regretful. "The chains, no, that saint. Let's go see him and apologize." Suddenly, a voice softly asked, "What are you all talking about?" This startled Von Alicia, "Father." The Baron was helped up by a maid. He clutched the stitches on his chest and asked with difficulty, "What did you just say? A saint? I'm asking you, what the hell happened while I was out cold?" Von Alicia lowered her head, her voice a mumble. "Well, a saint healed you, father." He clenched his fist upon hearing this. "So I'm awake thanks to that saint?" Realizing his benefactor had been insulted by the guard, even just waking up, he scolded them fiercely. "And you dare to be proud of your rudeness?" Suddenly, the Baron's body gave a sharp twinge. "What the hell?" Seeing this, the guard's face went pale as he yelled, "The Baron." He shouted angrily, "Stop yelling." Looking at his trembling hand from anger, the Baron commanded, "Use all the manpower in this mansion. Use every possible method to find him." The order echoed throughout the room. At the same time, the Chains was reading a book when his ears itched. Was someone just talking about me? On a beautiful morning on a path leading into a certain forest, Sen cheered him on enthusiastically. "Good luck." The Chains started the circle, focused mana, raised his hand and said, "Love." And it was indeed healing. He healed it into fruit. The broken branch snapped in two. This caused the Chains to freeze, his eyes wide in surprise. His mother, Sen, seeing this, teased, "Oh my, you failed, how adorable." Unwilling to accept it, he immediately tried again with fire. He shouted, "Fire!" It looked like, well, something. He then tried light. Sen next to him had put on 3D glasses and gotten popcorn from who knows when. Feeling that normal magic was still precise, he tried once more. Whoosh! Just like before, it still turned out to be fruit. Unacceptable, the thread started to vibrate. Why was this thing not working? Sen beside him saw his childishness and laughed. "Come now, let mother explain. Listen carefully." She began to explain that healing was a spell that used mana to boost the target's vitality. He listened to his mother's words and thought to himself, it was too simplified. Not one for empty theory. Zen prepared to demonstrate it for him. Try to imagine yourself using mana to create a layer enveloping the target. She focused her mana into the broken branch. A soft light emanated and the trunk suddenly pulled wood fibers to cover the wound. Like this heal, in an instant, the branch was restored to its original state. Without a trace, Sen smiled reassuringly. "It's not too difficult, try again, you understand now." The thread reluctantly agreed to try once more. "Yes." Suddenly something caught Sen's attention. Russo, what was that sound? In front of the mother and son appeared a wild beast. It was a deer. The most peculiar feature was the blood on its leg joints. It looked severely injured in the leg. What a misfortune. At that moment, Sen had an idea. She said gleefully to the thread, "Perfect, thread, why don't you try treating the deer?" He asked back, "The deer?" She explained further, "Think of it as practice." He found the idea appealing, stroked his chin and mused, since it needed help anyway. It was probably better than practicing on a branch. So Sen decisively concluded, "To save the deer you must first keep it still. Try approaching the deer without startling it." Seeing her attitude, the thread had a bad feeling. Why did it seem like his mother was enjoying this situation? After that, he began the task of catching the deer. As he got close, he stepped on a branch, making a loud noise. This startled the deer, and with animal instinct it bolted away in an instant. He yelled, "It's running." Sen looked at him encouragingly. "Go, thread, catch it." He had no idea what Sen was planning, so he chased after the deer, wondering to himself, "Why am I doing this?" He gritted his teeth and ran with all his might. Was this worth it? Must the hand of God put so much effort into learning healing? And then he gave himself the answer. Of course, he needed to make sure he did everything he could to save as many lives as possible. Casting magic to catch the deer, a hand swung out, along with an incantation. The binding spell was cast as he thought back to past events. The thread remembered Sen's strange attitude and gaze, and the wariness of the people in the Viscount's mansion. He had realized something. The people here, rather than understanding his modern medical knowledge, they feared it due to uncertainty. As the memory ended, the thread had bound the deer. He looked at it happily. "Got you." After carrying the deer back to Sen, he diagnosed it for a moment and concluded in surprise. It ran well despite the injured leg. He tried to pet it, but the deer seemed more frightened than calm. "Lie still. I will heal you," Sen cheered thread. "Good luck." Then, a massive source of mana was released by the thread. He thought that with the spell they usually used. The thread muttered to himself, "I will definitely make this a success." At this moment, Sen was slightly taken aback. The magic emanating from him astonished her many times over, this terrifying flow of mana. But how? The thread, meanwhile, was trying to push mana into the deer to heal it, on the honor of a doctor. "I will definitely reach the next step," he yelled. "Heal." A green light radiated from him throughout the forest. What could withstand a hit from him? The deer let out a painful cry. And then it was motionless. The thread and Sen stood frozen, his eyes looking at his lucky patient. It took about 3 seconds for the mother and son to realize the deer had been healed. Yes, it was healed straight into death, no longer lame. The two of them were confused. "Oh my, it died instantly. What happened? It was supposed to be healed." The thread sighed in frustration, thinking he would never be able to save a life like a doctor. He thought it over, using mana to place a membrane and boost vitality. Was that what his mother had said? Looking at Sen's smiling face, he wondered why he couldn't figure out how to heal when all other mages could. Thinking about it, the thread looked at his palm. Or was it because of the mana pathway he had? At this moment, the thread formulated a hypothesis. Suppose he used healing on an elderly patient. "Young doctor, could you please heal me?" Then he would apply the correct formula. Of course, wait a moment, heal. And the old man would smile and thank him. "Thank heavens, how can I ever repay you?" Then he would do his strawberry fountain spray move. Then his family would erect a tombstone for him. Just thinking about it sent a chill down the thread's spine. "I must stay away from healing magic from now on. I can't risk anyone getting hurt." After the mana surge that helped the deer law off, he returned peace to the forest. That night at the thread's house, today Sen had made a super delicious steak. Elle was both admiring and wondering if it was a special occasion. "What's with the steak?" Sen didn't answer him, only smiled knowingly. About that." She turned to pinch her son's cheek and boasted, "Deco, our genius child can't heal." "That's what I said, so cute." This made Elle laugh so hard he almost choked. The couple then burst out laughing to tease the thread. Damn it. From that moment on, he made a firm resolution. "I will never learn healing magic from now on." The scene shifts to a beautiful morning at the Holy Gaia Empire. A statue of a goddess carved exquisitely. "Era? My era?" A man knelt before the statue, whispering constantly, "My lord." His pupils contracted. "Are you calling me?" This man was the Pope of the Holy Empire. The statue then emitted a resounding voice, "Find him." The statue echoed again, "Find the new white-haired star. His hometown is definitely Vine Long." Somewhere on a trail in a deserted forest, a squad of soldiers led by a knight on horseback. They were chattering noisily. "Have you heard about the new saint?" "Of course I've heard of him. There was already a saintess. It's unbelievable another one has appeared." One spoke softly. "I heard this new saint is quite young. What does age matter? They were chosen by the gods." They couldn't stop wondering about the star the holy god mentioned. "Well, having another saintess is a good thing for us. Isn't this an unprecedented event in history?" To know the reason for this hot topic of gossip among the soldiers, we need to go back 10 hours before the Holy Empire's army was dispatched. In the royal palace of the Holy Jair Empire, a warm and deep voice arose, speaking to the goddess. The Pope knelt before the idol, choking with gratitude, saying that at last she had answered his prayers. His eyes widened upon hearing the voice, which instructed him to find the white-haired saint in the kingdom of Cilia. The Pope waited for further guidance, but only silence remained in the space. He asked in confusion. Was that all? The voice replied with a hint of mystery. What more could he expect? The exchange left him flustered, so he asked that since there were many white-haired people in Cilia, he begged for another clue. A flash of light emitted from the statue, conveying the message, the saint is merely 15 years old. Bring that person here. Pope was startled, quickly acknowledged the order, then turned to summon his subordinates, commanding an immediate search. A young man with golden hair named Eon stepped in. He respectfully asked what task His Holiness would bestow. The Pope ordered the preparation of a delegation to Cilia, and Eon solemnly accepted the command. In his heart, the Pope could not help but wonder, a saintly figure merely 15 years old. In the small house, Day was reading when El called to him, asking if he wanted to learn swordsmanship. He smiled, saying it would be better for him to know how to defend himself. Day mused, acknowledging the suggestion was quite sensible. He recalled his past life in Soyang, a place of utter poverty where life was difficult. There, even an apple had to be traded for with one's life. He closed his book and smiled in agreement, and El cheerfully began the lesson. Before going outside, the father asked in surprise about his son's glasses, but he just chuckled it off. Soon the sharp clatter of wooden swords colliding was heard. El praised him, saying, "So young, you don't seem like a beginner at all." Day paled, thinking to himself that he was glad he had learned kendo, but his old man hit hard. Seeing El launch a flurry of attacks, he wondered silently, was this instruction or a fierce battle? Dai's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had made a decision. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. His actions took El by surprise. He asked if he was giving up already. Dai just took a deep breath, channeling mana into his sword. He answered softly, there was no way he would give up. He was just changing tactics. He smiled, pointing his sword forward, and El was astonished. Sword wind. Two clashed in a duel. He unleashed a powerful strike, and El remarked with delight, well done indeed. But the joy did not last long, for the relentless onslaught of attacks made him think he was about to lose. He gritted his teeth, having no other choice, and reluctantly decided to use a stronger move. El gripped his sword hilt tightly, deciding to use sword wind. Dai's eyes widened in surprise as he saw his father's swordsmanship change. His sword suddenly blazed with roaring flames. He twisted the hilt of his sword, preparing to strike. A precise slash, and Dai fell to the ground. He slumped down, his body ached. Seeing his son fall, El felt a pang of distress. Just then, a loud call rang out. Dai. The scene shifted to a bustling, crowded marketplace. Townsfolk were murmuring about some strangers, suspected to be from the Intelligence Guild, searching for someone. A man with his face fully covered silently listened, then continued on his way. He paused for a moment, then merged back into the crowd. In a hidden corner, a few men were conversing, saying they still hadn't found anyone, knowing only the age and hair color made it too difficult. A young man in blue clothes looked annoyed, complaining about work pressure, saying finding the person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Imperial Guard removed his hood, recognized the newcomer, and spoke up in greeting. He asked, "Have you lot found anything yet?" The young man in blue answered irritably, "Trying to find a 15-year-old white-haired kid in. So young was harder than finding a needle in a haystack." The guard gritted his teeth in anger at his subordinate's attitude, cursing them for being useless. The memory of the Viscount's threats came back, the sight of a shattered monocle and the sound of a furious shouting. Guard bowed his head in apology. The Viscount was furious, emphasizing that he must not underestimate that boy. He repeated over and over that the boy was a saint, and if they were not careful, there would be a calamity of annihilation if people knew they had mistreated a saint. The Viscount warned of the risk of war, that the Allied forces might attack, forcing them to find the boy no matter what. The guard could only swallow his pride, humbly begging his subordinates, promising a generous reward to find that person at all costs. Suddenly, a young man spoke up, saying, "You'll pay anything, is that right?" He flashed a mischievous smile, "Leave this matter to me." He concluded with a sly wink, full of hidden meaning. Back at the training session, Dai's hand was bleeding and he groaned softly in pain. Seeing him like that, El couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Darn, he looks terrible. "Dad, sorry, let him worry less." He forced a smile and replied, "It's fine." Sen appeared at that moment, noticing a long gash on Dai's hand. "Dai, what happened to your hand?" After that, she fussed over Dai while scolding his father. "Looks like the bone is broken, dear." El let out a sigh. Dai, on the other hand, looked a bit awkward. "It's nothing, Mom, it can be healed with magic." Even though he said that, Sen was still quite worried. "Okay, Mom will help you right away." This time he refused again. "No, I want to try it myself." After that, a circle of energy appeared, enveloping Dai's injured arm. As soon as the incantation ended, the energy radiated even more powerfully than before. Sen couldn't hide the surprise on her face. At that moment, the wound on his arm was gone. It's completely healed, just like it was from the start. Sen's eyes grew distant, but how at that moment, she caught her husband's gaze. El asked to confirm, "Didn't you say last time the boy couldn't do it?" She fumbled for an explanation for El. "It's because the boy killed my dear with a single blow." At the mention of that, El's mind only recalled his wife's delicious steak, which was enough to know where it came from. On this side, Dai scratched his chin and muttered, "I guess I have to explain everything again." Dai took a deep breath to steady himself, then called out, "Mom, Dad, there are some things I need to tell you both." Then came the conversation of the small house of three. "What's the matter, Dai?" "Well, actually, He frankly confessed his secret in front of his parents, that he was different from ordinary people. Maybe in a past life Day scored 30-30 in the natural sciences block, but barely passed literature with around 125 points, a statement no one understood in the slightest. Sen spoke up to break the atmosphere. Even though you really do look the part, but at this moment Elle beside her whispered into her ear, darling, the more important thing is maybe. The two of them discussed something before offering words of encouragement to Day. Even though they didn't know what was going on, Day, no matter what you decide, Dad and Mom will always be by your side. Sen smiled. Even if you bring home an elf wife, if it makes you happy, your father and I will accept it too. It's good that you two have no prejudice, but that's going a bit too far. Back at the small house, Day had explained his secret so Sen and Elle wouldn't think he was going to marry an elf wife. So it's about your mana capacity, the parents thought. Instead of using magic circles to contain mana within the body, I let the mana form naturally on its own, like someone born with it preloaded, unlike grinding it out and having to carry a bag for the tools. Sen racked her brain for all her knowledge to clarify. Because pure mana is stronger than contained mana, I see why Day's magic is so powerful now. Saying that, Day seemed to be enlightened. So if I use a healing spell on someone who can't handle pure mana, and then the image of that delicious deer steak appeared in the minds of all three. Back to the main topic, Sen earnestly expressed her thoughts to my son. We think you're a genius, but you used our family's secret technique too. Elle interrupted her, his attitude completely opposite to Sen's. I think you definitely can't use it on ordinary people. What a terrible talent. Just kidding, but Day was already thinking differently. That's right, I can't use magic to save ordinary people. If I want to save more people like a doctor, I need to think more carefully. Looking at Sen and Elle who were worried, he thought to himself, that's right, I need more surgical experience. He glanced at his hands that had been through many emergency cases and told himself. Suddenly Day spoke up, saying he would be right back. Mr. Boyle asked, where are you going? Day made up a quick excuse to leave. Just going for a walk. He had another secret now. He couldn't tell them he was going to perform surgery. However, before he left, he had to get past Sen. She warned, don't go with strangers, you hear me? He sighed, Mom, I'm grown up now. Elle also smiled. He's at that age full of energy, you know. After that he left, only leaving a promise, I'll be back soon. Outside the boundary of Ba La Village, a man carrying a pile of luggage on his shoulder looked around as if his eyes were opened. Ba La Village is bigger than I imagined. After that, the bespectacled one continued on his way with his companion. The one-eyed man said, I was planning to pass right through, but stopping here seems like a good idea. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Hey traveler sir, can I ask you something? It was the youth with the droopy hair who was hired to find Day. He held out a piece of paper and asked, Sir, have you seen a kid that looks like this? The bespectacled man replied, A kid, huh? Looking at the sketch that wasn't much different from a Picasso painting, the droopy-haired one described, blue eyes, white hair, handsome too. The two men looked back at the droopy hair's portrait, handsome huh? The one-eyed man bluntly criticized, terrible drawing. Droopy Hair, hearing this, snatched the paper back and shouted rude, I just asked if you saw him or not. The bespectacled man wasn't one to back down and retorted, how would we know? Then why get angry? The droopy hair and the bespectacled man kept arguing back and forth, but he didn't know that the person he was looking for was standing just a few meters away. Looks like things are getting more complicated. No, listen, the Viscount is watching them bicker foolishly, he thought to himself. Maybe So Young has more people. But suddenly he remembered what the droopy-haired one had just said, Viscount. He also added a few things, spending a lot of money to find this person. The bespectacled man replied, No, that's why I'm asking, who is this kid? The droopy hair, hearing the traveler's dumb question, coldly replied, If I knew, would I be looking like this? Seems that kid is an outstanding genius. Suddenly the eyes of the droopy-haired one caught something. Meanwhile, Day was guessing, is the Viscount looking for someone? Is it me? The person the droopy hair bumped into was a young man about 15 years old, black hair, blue eyes. He then called out loudly, Wait a moment. Day and the droopy hair came face to face, eyes meeting eyes. He didn't shy away. Leaning in close to Day's face to inspect him, Day asked softly, What's the matter? The droopy hair's mind was running through the description, blue eyes, white hair, found him. It must be him. After looking carefully for a while, the droopy hair happily turned to person behind and said, Hey, tell the guild I found the kid. Then, he smiled at Day. Hey kid, I'm not a stranger, I work for the Information Guild. Before he could finish, Day had already cut him off. You already know the Viscount is looking for me, so I agree, understood, I'll go with you. Seeing this kid showing no sign of fear, the droopy hair felt slightly disappointed. Casually tried to ask, Didn't your mother teach you not to go with strangers? Day looked at him with a strange expression and answered readily, Would a stranger ask that kind of question? Then I won't go. Seeing the dumbfounded look on the droopy hair's face, Day was willing to explain. He said the Viscount is looking for me, I have to check on the patient's condition, so I'll go. The man replied, I'll call for Shia, so wait a moment. So the two set off. Day was curious then. Hey, can I ask you something? The droopy hair, seated in the horse-drawn Shia, asked back, what's this about patients you mentioned? You mean the sick people at the Viscount's place, huh? They didn't know how to explain it easily. He hesitated. Well, yeah. Suddenly, Day's attitude became more somber. I really want to know what they are doing. Looking at the expression of this 15-year-old kid, a chill ran down the droopy hair's spine. No way. Is this kid a bit crazy? The two said nothing more. A moment later, the Shia stopped. We're here. Let's go quickly. Day stepped down excitedly. His smile didn't last long before it died out. A young man shouted loudly, welcome. In unison, all the maids and butlers bowed and chanted in one voice, Holy One, Holy One. They lined up on both sides, bowing 90 degrees. Jay's face hardened. Are you guys calling me Holy One, huh? After being respectfully invited by the servants, he felt a bit awkward. Before him was now a lavish dining table. He was embarrassed. I am not the saint you are looking for. The Viscount slammed the table and shouted, how can you speak of yourself like that? He was moved and clutched his chest. You saved my life. You saved my entire family. You have blessed a sinner like me. There is no way you are not a saint. He was dizzy from the man's constantly shifting emotions. It was just medicine. A soft voice suddenly said, my lord. The Viscountess was also delighted to see him again. We cannot ignore the fact that you brought this family back to life. Then she called her little daughter, that's right, Alicia, come greet the Lord. Alicia took a deep breath in her sweet dress and stepped forward, her face flushed. My lord, please allow me to thank you for saving my father. He was a bit surprised and glanced at her, thinking to himself, Alicia, huh? He did not spare his sarcasm. Aren't you the one who wondered why I was brought here? She stammered, that is. Hearing what the benefactor just said, the Viscount could not help but be shocked. He turned to scold his daughter, Alicia. I thought I taught you better than this. I always told you to apologize when you do something wrong. Seeing this, he was also taken aback. The Viscount roared, now quickly beg for forgiveness for what you have done. He thought the joke had gone too far and hurriedly said, no need, it was just a joke. He scratched his head in confusion. Why does everyone act like this? I already said I am not a saint. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced to the side. Wait, on second thought. Looking at the maid, he asked, where is the person who came with me? She widened her eyes and replied, I am not sure. He seemed to be in a great hurry. On this side, Maidung was running somewhere with all his might, truly astonishing. He was still suspicious of that silver-haired kid from earlier. Is that brat really a saint? At this moment, Maidung revealed a sinister look in his eyes along with a sly smile. This could be considered important news. I need to report this to the guild. Thinking this, he dashed away and disappeared. Back at the Viscount's family, he was still stunned by their behavior. I guess nothing bad will happen, right? The maid poured tea and asked, is the food to your liking, my lord? Yes, everything is delicious. The Viscount stammered before him. We have prepared many rooms for you to enjoy the meal. I am very glad you like it. He picked up the teacup, wisps of steam rising. I don't think anything could be better than this. Viscount felt grateful. I am grateful for that. You will be able to enjoy such dishes every day in the Holy Kingdom. Hearing the words Holy Kingdom, he suddenly jolted, remembering what Aliku had said. He asked again to be sure. What do you mean? The Viscount widened his eyes in surprise. Have you not been informed? He smiled and explained, I heard that the Holy Kingdom's delegation has arrived, ready to take you back. That news made his nerves tense up. He slammed the table and asked who is coming to pick whom. And how did they know he was here? The Viscount replied, they had heard many rumors that the Pope had received a message. The awkwardness was evident on his face. He turned pale. What message could require him? The Viscount answered about that matter. He began to tell, the Holy Land was a country blessed by the gods. When necessary, the gods would send messages to the holy children of the Holy Land. He curiously asked, can the gods communicate directly with humans? The Viscount was not certain. Communicate, not exactly, but rather leave signs or send dreams. He had heard that those suspected of being holy children had a halo following them. If recognized as a holy child, they would be quite different from ordinary people. He thought to himself, why is there light again? He was still in shock. So what will happen to me? The Viscount replied happily, you will go to the Holy Land. Congratulations to you. The words of congratulation hit him right in the head. That night at his home, how was he? Xi looked at her husband. Their child must be exhausted. He had not left his room since coming up. He replied worriedly, it is best to let the child rest. He lay sprawled on the bed, his soul wanting to fly out of his body. The message, the Holy Land. After that, he buried his face and cried until the pillow was wet. That night, the moonlight was bright and quiet. Only his heart was screaming. He just wanted to live a comfortable second life in this fantasy world. Next day at the Syria Palace. Along the luxurious palace corridor there were hushed whispers. Do you know who the person in the separate palace is? No, who is it? The maid began selling rumors. I heard she is a holy child of the Holy Land Gyre. The other voice was surprised. A holy child in our kingdom. The two walked and whispered, I am curious what kind of person she is. I heard she was blessed from a very young age. The holy child in the rumors was described with hair as long as her waist, and eyes that sparkled like rubies. The other added, the rumors say she is so beautiful that it feels like a ray of light always shines upon her. Really, so curious. If we are lucky, she thought, can we meet her? That would be great. From then on, this topic became a gossip spread in the palace. When the two left, inside a room, the curtain was parted. A voice softly called, "My lady, may I come in?" A girl with long hair answered, "Yes, come in." The door creaked open, a shoe with a cross shape on it. "Thank you, it is almost time for the banquet." The girl spoke with slight irritation. "They really do not let anyone rest." The young man seemed timid, clasping his hands together. "If you could prepare," the girl replied. "I understand, I will leave in a moment." Suddenly she stopped as if remembering something. "Ah, right." The person with an arrogant demeanor and absent-minded gaze was the holy child the two servants had just mentioned, Holy Child Uriel of the Holy Land Gyre. He looked at the young man from earlier. "What about the news of the holy child I asked about?" He replied. "Ah, yes, I have good news." Then he placed a piece of white cloth on her shoulder and whispered something. The corner of Uriel's mouth curled up slightly. Her face changed color. She thought that he had finally arrived. The one Uriel had been waiting for so long. The one who could understand her. A morning like any other at Day's familiar home. But Day himself was not normal. His face was strangely haggard. He spent the whole day holding his head in gloom, still unable to figure anything out. If the Holy Empire caught him, his life would be over. Thinking of wearing white silk robes with a live stream light attached to the back of his head made Day furious. The second life was supposed to be peaceful, but it was even harder than the first. He couldn't help but yell in panic, "No, no way." Seeing this, Sen curiously asked Day, "What's wrong, son?" He looked at his parents, hesitating whether he should tell them to flee with him or not. But then he thought again, how could commoners fight against the royal family? Even if they ran, they wouldn't find any safe place to hide. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. No matter how hard he tried to run, the Holy Empire would still chase him to the end. Seeing Day acting so strangely, Sen worriedly ran over. "You have been acting weird since last night. What is the matter?" Day hesitated, wanting to tell him about the royal family coming to put him in chains, but then stopped. Suddenly he ran outside, throwing a line back at Sen, "I'll be right back." Watching his receding back, Sen and Ale turned to each other. He must have gotten into some kind of trouble. The scene shifts to a peaceful land. A voice rings out. "So this information is accurate, right?" Two men stood on the city wall talking. "That kid is the one the Holy Empire is turning everything upside down to find." Maida looked at the paper the other man was holding, repeating two words, "Holy Son." That paper was a portrait-style drawing of Day's face, which made the viewer a bit suspicious. Maida glanced with a serious look. "Do you know you are the first person I've shown this information to?" The man with the swept hair smirked. "Of course, I have sold this information to the Holy Empire. Now we just need to find out where this holy figure lives." The two continued talking. "I have sent people to search the outskirts as you requested. So Yang seems to come from a low-class family, so he might be there." Maida rubbed his fingers in a money gesture. "Unlike us, others only blindly search around this village. That is why high-quality information is important. It saves time." Maida glanced in another direction. "And as we agreed, I will return as soon as the Holy Empire pays the fee." He looked towards the distant forest ahead. Seeing this, Maida curiously asked, "What are you thinking about?" He pointed to a faint ring of light in the distance. "Have you guys investigated that forest yet?" Maida was surprised. "You are also investigating that area?" He answered curtly, "That is why I brought it up. Isn't that a very convenient hiding place for that Holy One?" In the swept-haired man's mind, the figure of an elf holding a bow appeared. His face suddenly turned pale with fear. "No way, if she is hiding there, then that Holy One will starve to death." He mentioned the one everyone knew who it was, known to hate humans greatly. He frowned in agreement. "You have a point." Looking at the forest once more, he told himself there is no way he is there. But they didn't expect that inside the forest full of sunlight and fairy dust, a figure with silver hair strolled leisurely, hoping to come up with something good. He pondered while walking, but still couldn't find a way to escape those people. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Is running away the only option? The thought was just forming when Day brushed it aside. But running away means running for life. I don't like that at all. Having chosen a satisfactory stone to sit on, Day sighed. "I need to cool my head down first." Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A cold sensation ran down his spine. He immediately jumped up, holding a defensive stance. Deep inside the forest with no light, something was approaching. He frowned, analyzing the Holy Empire. Seems like it. But he waited, and still saw no movement. Day sat back down, thinking to himself, I can't sense any aura anymore. Suddenly, a strange sound came from another direction, catching his attention. He rushed over to check. Standing before a large tree, a voice suddenly rang out, "A human?" Day was quite surprised. His nerves were as tense as a bowstring. That voice echoed again, "Little human, what are you doing here?" Doubt rose in Day's heart. A forest spirit. He forced a smile and answered, "I just want to rest for a bit." That tree was rude, even chasing him away. "Then get lost, human, this is our territory." Day sat back down on the stone, letting out a breath. "Fine, I will leave, but let me sit here for a moment." That voice repeated again, "I said leave." leave. Leave now, the volume kept getting louder. He felt a bit annoyed and confused because the voice came from the large tree. But since he had trespassed, being a sensible person, he stood up to leave. First the Holy Empire, now this, no one lets me have any peace. He pointed at the tree. Hey, I will leave now, just as you said, but let me see your face first. But the childish threat had no effect. Worthy of his title as the King of Stubbornness, silver-haired Dai decided to sit down. Or else I'll just sit here, no big deal. The tree got angrier and angrier. Get out of here now. He didn't even bother to show any contempt, he just lay down completely, ignoring everything. From behind the tree trunk, a figure peeked out. A warning sounded, don't say I didn't warn you, human child. I am fine either way, but if you will not listen to my terms, then so be it. Do you think you have the right to chase me away and not even let me see your face? Once again, the forest remained silent with no response. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent came from nowhere. A girl was lunging to attack him. In that moment of danger, the rope almost lost its sturdiness. He quickly used mana to defend against the unexpected attack. Her green feet landed lightly after the leap. Only then did the rope have a chance to face the one who had just chased him, he thought to himself, never expecting that thing to act so suddenly. Few sparks of interest shone in his eyes. If his mana had not been pre-activated, things would have gotten bad by now. Suddenly, his eyes widened, unable to believe what was standing before him. It was a slender arm firmly holding a bow. Ears were long and sharply pointed, unlike a normal person's. Before him stood a girl with a human form but completely different hands. An elf. Standing in front of an elf, the rope felt no fear but curiosity instead. Could there be fey folk in this place? The girl looked at her hand, which was glowing with mana, a little surprised. You blocked my attack? Clenching her fist, she voiced her guess. You are not a normal person, are you? Hearing that, the rope laughed heartily, which made the elf girl frown annoyance. Yeah, not exactly. She began forming hand seals, her gaze turning cold. Is that so? A large surge of mana gathered and shot towards the rope. She growled. You cannot stay here any longer. Seeing the difficult situation, the rope had to activate mana. Oh no! Two powerful streams of mana collided, creating a huge explosion. The blast sent both of them flying apart. Compared to the rope, Fia seemed somewhat the force. She saw that the rope was still standing firm and unharmed, unable to hide her surprise. He is fine? Doubts about the rope's identity began to rise in her heart. Impossible. Could he be a higher-tier insect race? Hearing her words, the rope frowned in confusion. Wait, what, higher? Fia pointed directly at his face and declared loudly, I have changed my mind. Human, come with me. I will let you stay in this forest. But the rope did not seem very interested. He pointed behind him and gave an awkward smile. No need. I have to go back now too. However, Fia was quite stubborn. It will be a bit hard to refuse. We respect strength. This is the law of the Grandin Forest Fae. I will invite you to the village. He realized something quite interesting. There is a Fae village in this forest. Glancing at the girl before him and recalling the offer, the rope hesitated a little. Even though she attacked me first, she does not seem like a bad Fae. Should I go or not? Since there was still no way to escape the royal family, the rope nodded in agreement. Fine, but you have to promise not to attack me anymore. The deeper they went into the forest, the greener and lusher the trees became. The rope followed behind Fia, only then remembering he did not know her name yet. She replied coldly, I am Fia, from the Grandin Forest tribe. He was stunned for a moment, then bit his own fingertip. Fia, your name is so beautiful. Suddenly, Fia spun around, looking at him with knife-sharp eyes. What? In an instant, she turned her face away, her cheeks blushing. Well, it is not that beautiful. The rope could only laugh it off, huh? He scratched his head, confused. Anyway, my name is Day. Just then Fia spoke. We have arrived at the village. Receiving no further response, he quietly followed behind Fia. After walking for a bit, the rope's eyes suddenly lit up. His cheeks felt hot, surprise clear on his face. Before him was a strange village with wooden houses perched precariously in the trees. This is the Fae village? This is truly an eye-opener. The rope walked with his mouth agape, looking around everywhere. So they really do live in the forest. I have never been in a forest before, so this is new. Suddenly, the rope caught several pairs of eyes examining him. They whispered, a human. Why is a human here? The gossip spread to Fia as well. Fia brought back a human. Why would she do that? Walking through a strange village under scrutinizing gazes, he thought, they are just being defensive. I expected this, but still. At that moment, a girl with short blonde hair called out loudly. Fia, you are back? Fia replied. Yeah, silly. Silly asked curiously, who is this human kid? An assistant. Fia did not hesitate to accept. His abilities are decent, so I brought him along. Rope's gaze was now surrounded by other elves who were asking questions. Silly appraised him. She whispered into Fia's ear, calling him an assistant. Look at the kid. He cannot even protect himself. Fia probably understood her friend's thoughts. She began recounting how she met Day. I thought so at first too. I tried to chase the kid away but could not. He is stronger than I thought. Silly was a bit surprised, asking for clarification. Did your attack not work? Impossible. Or is it? Fia cut her off, glancing at Day, who was mingling with others. I tried to verify if he was a higher race, but he is not. Silly looked at Day from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze and uttered two words. Really? At that moment, Fia changed the subject. How about Era? Mentioning that, both of them looked up at the treehouse in unison. It was a house that always had its door closed. Silly said softly. She is still not awake. Fia nodded. Still not awake? Understood. Suddenly, Silly remembered something important. "Oh right, the elder is looking for you," Fia replied. "I will go right away." Then she turned and called, "Let us go, Day." He immediately ran over. "I know the Fae would be wary of an outsider like me, but it is not too bad, is it?" Fia frowned in annoyance. "What do you mean? Who do you think brought you here?" Watching Fia's retreating figure, the rope understood silently. "Got it. You mean you are the most trustworthy one here, right?" After that, Fia led Day to a large house. She knocked on the door a few times, then she announced to the person inside, "Elder, I have arrived." The door opened, a fairly young woman smiled in greeting. "Come in." She said she had been waiting for a long time, then stepped back to let Fia and Day enter. Seeing the elder's somewhat tired expression, Fia asked with concern, "Are you alright?" He answered curtly, "Of course I am," but her gaze suddenly stopped on Day. She asked if the boy was a human. Fia honestly replied that she brought him because he was strong enough to become an assistant. Day sensed something was off. He raised his hand in protest. "Wait, I never agreed to be anyone's assistant." A moment later, the elder placed a glass of dark red liquid on the table. Fia sat next to Day, trying to persuade him to agree to the offer, promising many benefits such as free access to the village, and being treated as a friend of the fairy race. Day shook his head helplessly. "I don't need those things." The elder suddenly interrupted, saying she had an important matter to discuss privately with Fia, and told her to keep it a secret from the other fairies. Fia seemed surprised. She understood this must be a serious matter. Her mood turned serious. She quietly replied yes. The elder turned to look at Day, suggesting he step outside and wait for a moment. He hesitated for a bit before standing up and walking out. Day leaned against the railing on the porch, letting out a weary sigh. "They tell you to come in and then kick you out. How annoying." Gazing at the peaceful scenery of the fairy village, he thought about the two paths ahead of him. Being a divine relic of the empire or an assistant to a tribe, either choice was full of turmoil. He frowned, truly a life of ups and downs. Back at the luxurious palace, a cold voice spoke up, asking about the whereabouts of His Holiness. Two young men kneeling on the ground tremblingly confessed they had found nothing yet. A girl's voice chimed in, reminding them of the desire to find His Holiness. Uriel spoke with an arrogant tone, berating them for being lazy in their search for him. Scolded mercilessly, the two hurriedly begged, promising to do their best. Uriel scoffed, "If you've done your best and still found nothing, it only proves you are a bunch of useless people, and I am not as patient as the Lord." The two trembled and pleaded with her for more time, vowing they would definitely find His Holiness. Seeing their panicked attitude, Uriel felt her goal had been achieved. She nodded in agreement, but added a warning full of implication, regarding the reward for the one who succeeds. Having said that, Uriel turned sharply and walked away, leaving the two behind with endless worried expressions. In the elder's house, Fia's voice suddenly boomed out. "What did you say?" "Chief Era died because of Manhwa." The elder sighed, crossing her arms over her chest. She took her last breath. She was severely injured and nearly beyond saving. Fia's eyes widened in shock, the astonishment clear on her face. A short while later, the door to the elder's room suddenly opened. Fia stepped out with a heavy heart, leaning against the railing and sighing. Day stood there, looking at her curiously. Till now, Day had not spoken a single word, only quietly observing. His gaze was fixed on the house up on the hill, watching intently. Seeing Fia sigh, Day asked softly, "Is the person in that house really sick?" She nodded, confirming that she was very ill. Fia suddenly startled. She jumped up. "Wait, you heard the entire conversation earlier?" Day calmly replied with an apology. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the house and the tree, his face showing a contemplative expression. Fia saw that expression and gave a sad smile. "Are you worried about her? A human worrying about a fairy?" Day was stunned for a moment. "You are right, we are different species. But if I don't even understand myself, how can I understand others?" He suddenly gripped the wooden railing tighter, his gaze more determined. Continued, "Even if we are different species, I still have the right to worry about them. That is my prerogative." His demeanor at this moment was unlike any teenager. Day's sincere words made Fia's heart flutter slightly. In another small house in the village, Day and Fia were sitting drinking tea. Fia kept staring at Day from the moment he drank his tea until he set the cup down. Her gaze seemed glued to his silver hair, her heart suddenly beating out of rhythm. She could hear her chest pounding uncontrollably. Realizing her own abnormality, Fia felt a bit flustered. He turned to look at her, softly asking, "Fia, I have something I want to ask you." She stammered. "Go ahead and ask." Day asked about the Ira fairy, the one you said had died. He took a deep breath, then boldly made a suggestion. "How about I try to help her?" Fia was surprised by Day's words, her eyes widening as she looked at him. He explained, "I want to heal those who are sick, even if they belong to a different race." Fia frowned in doubt. "You think you are capable of doing that?" He lowered his head, admitting he wasn't sure of his own abilities, but he was determined to try his best. Fia glanced at him, her brows furrowed, her expression full of doubt. He looked at her, radiating an extraordinary calm, without saying another word. Day muttered something to himself, then focused his mind, preparing for what he was about to do. Suddenly, mana energy condensed in his hand, forming a sharp blade. This sudden action startled her, making her step back, draw her sword in defense, and cry out in caution. The boy offered no explanation, silently gripping the mana core with his other hand. Then he abruptly plunged it into his own thigh, blood streaming out immediately. The pain made his face contort as he let out a soft groan. All this strange behavior left Fia utterly baffled, and she snapped, asking him what he was doing. She hurried over, worriedly staring at the hole in So Young's thigh created by the mana. Not giving her a chance to panic, the boy began to channel his mana and chant a healing incantation. A gentle glow emanated, enveloping the entire room. Fia couldn't believe her eyes as she witnessed the scene, murmuring that the mana was. All the mana quickly converged on the wound, and the large, bleeding gash began to close. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain. Outside Fia's house, other elves were drawn to this flow of mana, chattering with curiosity. To them, a powerful source of energy was being released. After a moment, he stopped, officially ending the healing process. Fia was stunned that a wound as large as a water pipe was now completely healed, without a trace. She stammered that the wound had healed, staring at him in amazement. The boy stood up, looked straight at Fia, and asked about someone who could save the entire elven race. "That person is definitely you," he declared boldly. After witnessing the healing ability, Fia ran to ask permission from the elder, but was flatly refused. She asked for the reason, losing her composure, and was told that this was disrespectful to the reputation of the Era Chieftain. The Era Chieftain receives everyone's reverence, so they cannot use an unverified method on her. Fia refused to give up, pleading that they truly wanted to save her, but the elder raised a hand to cut her off. She looked at Fia with a cold gaze and uttered 2 words, "Go back." Fia felt helpless, her eyes drooping slightly with sadness. The boy pondered the matter of reverence and wondered what use it was to let the chieftain die. The sun had begun to set in the west, casting a golden hue over the leaves. Fia softly spoke an apology for having failed. She seemed to have accepted giving up, saying she had thought they could do it. He quickly reassured her that it was all right, saying there would be a way to solve it. Hearing his sincere encouragement, Fia felt a little lighter at heart. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and suggested they continue exploring the village. Fia regained her spirits, replying that he was allowed to stay and that the elves had accepted him. He smiled softly and said thank you. Immediately after, he told her he would step out for a bit, which made Fia curiously ask again. He still wore a smile, confirming he had a few things to take care of. Fia reluctantly accepted, having no reason to hold him back, only hoping he returned tomorrow. Her face suddenly turned murderous. She shouted, asking who had said she was disappointed in him, then urged him to get lost immediately. Watching his figure recede into the distance, she unconsciously smiled faintly. The boy followed the same path he had taken that morning and walked straight ahead. However, the moment he was out of sight, a look of sorrow returned to Fia's face. She turned around and slowly walked back into the village. But the moment she wasn't paying attention, the boy quickly veered off in another direction. Steps grew faster and faster. He stopped on a treetop, looking down at the house with its doors always closed. It seemed he had already hatched a plan of his own. A faint yellow light emanated from the roof of that house. He frowned, telling himself he couldn't just stand by and ignore a patient. Then he boldly grabbed the doorknob and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Inside, there was a vast forest of flowers and grass. He was amazed by the sheer size of the space. Looking at the door ahead, he thought to himself that the inside must be as big as a whole treehouse. With that, he opened the door and walked in. His pupils suddenly contracted at what he saw. Right in the middle of the room, a person was lying motionless. Her beautiful face and platinum hair made her look like a sleeping princess. The boy thought, this must be Era. The maiden's figure was striking with her long legs faintly visible beneath the soft fabric, truly resembling a sleeping Era. Witnessing this sight, the boy couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. He gently slapped his own cheek to sober up, telling himself not to lose his composure in front of a patient. After regaining his calm, he gently took her hand. He leaned in close to check Era's breathing, then quickly noted that her pulse and breathing were normal, so he needed to check other things. He changed the way he held the rope on Era's arm. His hand emitted a blue glow as the rope made him ponder. I will use mana to check inside her. Mana interconnected, spreading out into a web. After the examination was done, her body had no issues at all, so is it just So Young's fate then that cannot be? Then he could not help but feel frustrated, helplessly muttering that he could not believe he could do nothing for this patient. I need to research more about the diseases of this world. Right at this moment, a dark energy flow suddenly appeared, lingering in the air. His gaze slightly narrowed as he sensed it. Wait a moment. His gaze drifted to Era as he pondered, what a smell. Then without hesitation, he gently turned her over. He was astonished to see the gruesome purple bruises covering her back. Lei's expression was a mix of fury and disbelief. They had never checked her body before? Respect? Nonsense. Day sighed and muttered he needed to find some disinfectant, and then he began to formulate a plan for this situation. Before Day was a lake. In his hands was a bowl made of leaves. Day stepped forward, bent down, and scooped up a full bowl of water. He cast a healing spell on this water. Using healing magic directly on her body was dangerous. While casting a hand-cleaning spell, he calculated how to disinfect. I can only do this step by step. Day's hands were dipped into the water. Then he slowly moved them closer to Era's back. In his mind, he thought that the clan leader Era received a great deal of reverence. Even with good intentions, using a method of unknown origin was something he could not allow to happen to the clan leader Era. As he worked, Day's expression was worried, hoping they wouldn't say anything anything about touching their deity. Yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow when he saw her back, raw and festering beneath the blood. Dai let out a furious breath. They had done nothing to save her, just abandoned her like this. They had no right to speak to him. Then he began to carefully treat the wounds. Dai worked in quiet diligence, letting the time pass, until the sun finally set behind the mountains. Dai looked over and murmured, "It's already dusk." He shook out the white cloth in his hand, looked at Era's back again, and thought, "Until I find the real cause, this is all I can do." And he calculated, "I will need to check on her again tomorrow." The next day in another place, a voice sounded, "Holy maiden, where are you?" A few soldiers of the Holy Kingdom reported worriedly, "We will soon hear word from the search party. They have turned the entire empire upside down." Uriel propped her chin on her hand and retorted, "How long must listen before you understand?" She frowned, her displeasure evident on her face. "I have said I do not have much patience. Are you testing my patience?" The two men, seeing her attitude, trembled and explained, "No, please spare us." Uriel flatly refused while standing up. "Forget it," she declared. "I no longer believe a word you say. I must act on my own. Prepare the horses," then gave the order. On this side, Day was wiping sweat and letting out a breath. His gaze looked upon Era's back, which had improved considerably. "The sores are healing well. They should be closed within a week." After that day, time passed very quickly. I had secretly entered Era's house and treated her. First, I wiped Era's body with sterilized water, then I helped her relax the contracted muscles. In the remaining time, I studied the books in her library to learn more. He brought a book to sit by Era and began to read, then lamented again, "You drew this, huh? It's so ugly." No matter how hard I tried to talk to her, there was no reply. Even so, I continued to converse with Era. The things I saw on the way here, the things that happened to Fia, even the smallest thought that flashed through my mind, I told her all of it. And so a month went by. It was a day like any other. Day quietly opened the door with a greeting, "Era, I'm back." Then he smiled and continued, "Fia has the day off today. Before coming here, I shared some tea with her." However, the atmosphere around Era was somewhat different. Day immediately became confused, "Huh?" and quickly ran to her side. "Era." Jay observed Era and noted anxiously, "Her breathing is getting weaker." The woman before him was slowly losing her strength. Her breath was fading away. Day, panicked, crouched down beside Era and said worriedly, "What do I do? I didn't foresee this." He turned his head, looking around frantically, trying to find a way to support Era. A faint layer of gas was covering her, whereas an oxygen mask. As soon as he said it, Day remembered that he was no longer in the old world. His hands clenched and he spat out a bitter phrase, "Right? This isn't a hospital." He gritted his teeth, nearly screaming in helplessness. "The only thing I can do right now is nothing at all." And then Day's gaze returned to the clan leader, the woman lying still who had suddenly taken a turn for the worse. Day, panicked, grabbed her shoulders and shook her with all his might while shouting, "Era, you can't die, wake up, Era." His eyes widened in anger, a torrent of questions flooding his mind about Era's condition. Why? Where is the problem? No external injuries, no poisoning, organs still functioning well. So why is this happening? Era's mouth slightly opened, she struggled to breathe. This symptom only increased the worry in Day's heart. He muttered, "There must be at least some way to help her." Immediately after, his eyes widened as he thought of a plan, the only way. Day looked at his hand and wondered, "Can I even use healing?" However, Day himself was still concerned about the possible unfortunate side effects. Could Era withstand the power of his mana? It was these very thoughts that made him laugh, a self-mocking smile. Day reminded himself while turning to Ira, slowly steeling his resolve to save her. "I risked my life learning to be a doctor to heal people. Now, in this critical moment, I can't think of any other way than to bet on my patient's life." The rope tightened around his hand into a fist. He settled on a reply of just 2 words, "All right." With that said, he closed his eyes, his hands beginning to glow as he drew upon his own divine power. He had to try every possible method. Time magic circles appeared and formed into a rather large formation above Era. The formation's shape and the language woven into it appeared in his mind. Surging light began to gather at one point. This startled the people around. They all turned their eyes toward the formation with a flurry of questions. "That mana force, it appeared last time too, didn't it?" He directed that stream of light toward Era. His expression grew more focused as he desperately pleaded with her, "Era, human hostage, please hold on." Then the chant was spoken aloud as a blinding light shot forth, "Love." An anomaly appeared from Era's body. Streams of light began to surround her, then lifted Era up under his control. He then wove them together, creating a sphere of power that enveloped her. The curious onlookers gathered closer and closer, growing agitated, their voices rising with it. "What's going on?" Then, upon seeing the light he had created, one of the people present there, Fia gasped, looking up. "Could it be?" She rushed over to the spot while crying out loudly, "Thick." As she moved, Fia pondered, has the boy still not given up on Era's matter? And since when? Various thoughts kept flashing through Fia's mind. Accompanied by shame, a human like him is giving it his all, yet my own kind, I mean the entire fairy race, what are we doing? The door was quickly pushed open with a considerable force. Fia screamed his name upon seeing him healing Era. The light kept moving, and he was completely focused. Groan escaped him as his body neared its limit. Still, he tried to encourage himself just a little more. And then he stopped, even though many doubts remained in his head. Is it done? Both he and Fia simultaneously turned their gaze toward the cocoon of power enveloping Era and thought, "Era, please." Era's entire body was lifted even higher. The one in the air also got hit, directly blasted away by his power, crashing into the wall with a pained cry. The caster of the formation himself, met a similar fate. He hit the ground with a painful thud, yet his gaze never once left Era. He looked completely healthier than So Young from earlier, and then Era slowly woke up. He suppressed the pain to offer a smile and called out softly, "Eh?" Those were the last words he could utter before losing consciousness. In the pitch-black space, his own muttering echoed, "Where am I?" He felt everything around him like being in water. Then he commented how comfortable it was and greedily demanded to rest a little longer. Someone's voice sounded. Vaguely seeing her appearance, it was Era. "Let me remind you, the human So Young I protect." He wanted to argue, but Era, this is the one who his vision was blurry as he saw Era talking to others. The kid even tried to do some unacceptable things on the body of this person. He muttered in astonishment, "Ah, is this Era's voice?" She declared in a stern voice, "I don't want to hear any more. You all abandoned me for 20 years. This boy is the only one who decided to help me. Fairy trash." Era's voice continued to ring out, "Isn't it funny? The only one who saved me at the last moment wasn't the one who always worshipped me with the phrase 'we gods revere you,' but this small human." He let himself drift in the current, thinking her voice really. He felt like he could melt to that gentle voice. Very nice. He woke up in the real world with a desperate scream, "Era." He sprang up from the soft bed, then looked at his own hands, gently wiggled them and commented, "Is it raining?" Voice sounded from somewhere, making him turn human. "Are you calling me?" In front of him was Era, smiling gently. She softly replied, "I'm here." He was so moved that his eyebrows nearly touched as he softly called out 2 words, "Ira." She leaned in, then hugged him as he blushed furiously from the action, explaining the picture you saw in the book. His head nearly exploded when he heard Era finish. "I drew it while bored, don't mind it." He blushed and stammered in reply, even though he already knew the answer. Please listen to me." She brought her face close to his, smiling softly as she confirmed the information. "Of course, I heard everything." A tear suddenly welled up in the corner of his eye. Seeing this, Era couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you crying?" And without letting him speak further, Era directly spoke up. "Thank you. You are the only one who agreed to take care of me at the end of my life. If you had given up on me, perhaps we wouldn't be able to meet like this now." She tilted her head, switching to another topic. "Speaking of which, I still don't know your name." He smiled politely and said, "My name is Day." Era pondered for a moment, thinking about the name Day, and then smiled gently at him with a comment, "That's a beautiful name." In the house bathed in the soft blue glow of the trees, there was a figure deeply lost in thought. He glanced over and spoke up, "Ira, since you're awake, we should head outside. The other elves are worried about you." She showed little interest, brushing her hair while replying coldly, "They haven't spared me a thought for 20 years, so what's there for them to worry about now?" Her eyes sharpened as she challenged, "Or do you think I would forgive so easily?" Her attitude left the young man somewhat astonished. He asked curiously, "So when did you wake up?" The question confused Era. "What do you mean, did I wake up on my own?" The young man was still puzzled. "You were unconscious, yet you could still maintain awareness?" Era nodded and explained briefly, "I have been conscious from the very beginning. I was aware of everything that happened during that time." His explanation left the young man stunned. With wide, disbelieving eyes, he asked again, "You mean you were truly awake the entire time you were in a coma?" He exclaimed, "So you just lay there, unable to move, only able to wait for others to help you all this time?" The young man looked at her, his voice filled with admiration. "You truly..." Took her hand and spoke with deep respect. "Have fought tenaciously and won." Era suddenly became flustered and embarrassed by the gesture. Tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. Era thought to herself, "I have always hated humans, from the very first moment. It was humanity that ignited everything. To this day, they still show no remorse, so I despise them utterly." The young man gently cradled her hand in his. A soft healing light enveloped it. Through blurred vision, Era studied the young man, noticing his body was completely unharmed. She thought, "So did So Young sacrifice himself? That can't be." She recalled his words, "This person promised to heal me. He touched me." At first, I was furious, but he was different from those other people. Curiosity rose within her. He didn't want anything in return. He gave me the affection and effort I had never received before. She remembered the young man's casual comment, "Before coming here, I had tea with Sister Fea. Elves prefer things a bit sweeter, right?" Era realized elven tea is a bit sweet, so Young must have liked it. The young man continued, "Books mention a flower called Dika, which is grown in the front yard, right?" Era couldn't deny it. "That's true. Come to think of it, you are very much like those flowers. Sacrifice and a smile, that is the meaning of the Dika flower." His words echoed in her mind again. "Dad drew this? It's so ugly." She gave a wry smile. "I know I can't draw well, but hearing it so bluntly still stings a little." The young man turned his head, looking at her with gentle eyes. His warm smile made Era secretly wish she could return it just once. She thought, "If I could, I would have no other desires." A single tear fell, followed by more, streaming down without end. Era began to sob, an indescribable gratitude surging within her. He didn't stop her crying, and Era could only think, "Thank you, Day." She didn't voice it, only hugged him tightly, conveying her sincere thanks through the gesture. "Thank you for not abandoning me." Under the forest canopy, the young man let out a sigh, his mind still drifting distant. Era and he ran together, she leading as she answered, I can sense them. Era suddenly stopped, announcing curtly, Joe is almost here. Hearing this, the young man was baffled. Just how many people are out there? They're not bringing an entire army just for me, are they? When they caught up, the scene before them left both of them horrified. Large splatters of blood were everywhere. Ahead, a lone figure was surrounded by a massive force of holy knights. The young man shouted out in alarm. With a body covered in wounds, she stood there in silence, breathing heavily. The young man hurried into the midst of the knights, shouting, Get out of the way, Via. Can't you hear me? The knights noticed his striking features, his white hair and youthful appearance. They immediately speculated, the saint, it's the saint. Immediately after, all the knights knelt on one knee, chanting in unison, requesting an audience with his holiness. A pair of blood-stained feet stepped forward, accompanied by words, a first meeting, your holiness. The owner of the blood-soaked voice introduced herself. I am the saintess, Uriel Belly Eyes. Please forgive my disheveled appearance. The young man frowned, glancing over but not responding. The elven chieftain couldn't stand by, his face darkening as he stepped forward. The young man, sensing trouble, hesitated and called out, Who is... The knights clamored, shouting at her, Stop! You cannot approach the saintess! Era warned coldly, If you value your lives, don't stand in my way. The knights were stunned by her words. Huh? She and Jay stepped forward, helping the fallen Fia to her feet. She asked Han, Are you alright? Fia, meanwhile, was enduring the pain racking her body, her mind fixed on one thought. Must hold them back, can't let them get to the village. She tried to continue, must hold them, but her injuries were too severe, and before she could finish, her body gave way, causing both the young man and Era to shout in alarm. Via. Young man carefully examined her injuries, thinking, her shoulder is soaked in blood. How could she endure this alone? Then he gently took Fia's arm and lifted it, his voice reassuring, I'm going to set the bone, so it will hurt a little. At that moment, Uriel suddenly cut Chen off. Holy One, please come with me to the Holy Kingdom. Tens of thousands of people were waiting for that day. Chen paid no mind and tore a strip of cloth from his own sleeve with his teeth. He used that cloth to bandage the wound on his stomach from behind. Uriel continued casually. The gods had taught him, so he would achieve worthy accomplishments, and it was time to step into the world. Hearing this, Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. What? He asked in confusion. What accomplishments? What accomplishments can there be right now? Uriel replied, Exactly, is it not an accomplishment to follow the will of heaven? The great work we strive for has only just begun. Chen could not believe it, repeating the words, the great work? Looking at the injured person before him, he asked, Is this a matter of great importance to you? Uriel showed a cold expression. I asked for your help and you refused. You cannot back down from the will of the gods. Rewards were offered. I warned you with force, but you still did not listen. Uriel added, as if nothing serious had happened. She is not dead yet. Chen asked back irritably, So, without permission, you would invade and take me by force? Uriel answered calmly, maintaining his ideals, There is no other way. Seeing that they could not see eye to eye, Chen asked calmly, You think I will follow obediently? Uriel's gaze turned sharp, his voice dropping into a threat. I do not wish to use force against the Holy One. At that moment Era, who had been silent, could not help but speak up. I find this laughable. You cause chaos in our territory, and dare to use force against my benefactor? She declared coldly. Then let me show you that strength you are so proud of. Uriel answered with contempt. An elf dares to threaten our holy kingdom? Era's face darkened as she stepped forward. You will soon know if my words are brave or arrogant. Uriel dismissed it. It is quicker to test it directly. A group of knights, dissatisfied, charged towards Era. You dare to be rude to the Holy One? How dare you be so insolent? In a single brief moment, their swords shattered simultaneously. The knights were horrified. No. Era stared at them with killing intent. Want to try again? The whole group froze before her aura. They quickly knelt down, begging for their lives at Era's feet. Era mocked with contempt. This is the force you are so proud of, and you want to create great deeds with these people? Uriel looked at them like trash. They are merely weak-willed. Era sneered. What a stubborn one. It seems the gods only gave you power, and you are not aware you are bound by the divine. Offended, Uriel gathered his power into his fist. He lunged at Era. Enough talk. Era simply muttered, Hold him. A series of iron chains appeared from nowhere, binding Uriel tightly. He could not move. Era placed her hands on her hips and asked, How does it feel to have the power of the Holy Kingdom you believe in, bound by an elf? Uriel stubbornly retorted, The power of the Holy Kingdom is not just this. He was determined, by any means, I will bring the Holy One back to the Holy Kingdom, even if only his body remains. A thunderous slap echoed through the air. Uriel's cheek was red. Era warned in a low voice, Do not speak recklessly with that filthy mouth of yours. I value the Holy One's life more than my own. Uriel seemed unable to believe what had just happened, glancing over. Era pressed closer, threatening, I want to erase your detestable kingdom from the map. Chen spoke up to interrupt. Enough, Era. He calmly reiterated, I told you I will go to the Holy Kingdom. Uriel showed a delighted expression. Then, He added, but I have conditions. Uriel asked in confusion. Conditions? Chen raised one finger, starting to list while still bound. First, I am not becoming a saint for the Lord. He declared, I become a saint by my own will, and I will stop whenever I want. Uriel was dissatisfied. Stop being a saint. That will not do. Chen raised another finger. Second, if a similar incident happens again, I do not know what will happen. Uriel wondered, what will happen? He said casually, I said I do not know either, but I will probably leave the Holy Kingdom and try being a saint for an enemy nation. Uriel was shocked. What? She comforted herself, it is fine if he betrays the Lord, all his holy arts will be lost. She asked further, anything else? Chen crossed his arms, calm and composed, of course there is. He raised another finger. Third, give me access to all the libraries in the Holy Kingdom. Uriel was satisfied. That is simple. Chen raised another finger. Fourth, Uriel shouted, there is more. He demanded, I must be paid for the time I work. Also clothes, food, and housing you must provide. Uriel asked warily, payment. What do you mean by what? Chen made a money sign. Oh, come on, do you even need to ask? Money, of course. His greedy attitude left Uriel speechless. The knights could not stand his arrogance, interjecting in frustration. Enough. You hold a noble position. Why must you accept those conditions? Another one chimed in. That is right. Besides, what saint would go around demanding money? Surely God must have made a mistake. Those words struck a nerve with Uriel. She questioned with a fierce killing intent, you dare say God made a mistake? The two knights timidly admitted their fault. She spoke up to negotiate. Among the conditions you presented, I am not certain about the first one, but I will accept all the remaining requests. Day let out a carefree breath, But the first condition is the most important one. Uriel was rendered helpless by his indecisive attitude. Oh my God. He skillfully steered the conversation back to the initial topic. Day reached out towards Fia, who was resting by the tree, and proposed, apologize to me. He added with a solemn tone. After that, he turned his head and requested the elf chieftain, Era, to release her. She was a bit reluctant but still followed through. Uriel was released. She hesitated before speaking. As for apologizing, I cannot. She wore a troubled expression. Please understand me, I am merely a saintess who carries out God's orders. Day sighed, not intending to let it go easily. Understand you? Then who was it that stood from the elves' perspective to think and threaten them before? Uriel quickly defended herself. I had to do so to get you to come with us, because you had ignored all our previous requests. Without waiting for her to finish, Day concluded it, so in the end, you cannot apologize, right? Uriel closed her eyes and firmly confirmed, correct. To ease the tension, she explained further, if saying sorry would settle it, I could say it countless times, but our responsibility is immense. Even a single word could incur God's wrath. Hearing that, Day had nothing more to say. Is that so? Fine. He turned around and spoke coldly. Then it ends here. Go back and tell your God to find someone else to be the saint. Those words made Uriel feel uneasy. And Day glanced at the elf chieftain. Let's go, Era. We still need to treat Fia. She immediately agreed. The two ignored the saintess, went to the tree and helped Fia up. Seeing that, Uriel became hesitant. Wait. She reached out wanting to stop them. Hey, wait a moment. Uriel placed her hand on her chest and expressed, although I cannot apologize, I will do my best to help her, so please be generous. Day cut her off with a cold tone. There is no need for any support or help. He turned his head to glance at her. I only need you to say sorry. With that said, he ignored her and left. Uriel looked like she was about to cry. Day carried Fia on his back and called out, Era, let us go. Dusk fell through the trees in the forest. Era's voice rang out full of worry. Is it really going to be all right? She advised, it is not too late now. If you just say yes, they will happily welcome you right away. Day held firm to his own ideals. I do not regret it. If that is a place full of people who cannot apologize for what they have done, then I would rather not go. Hearing that, Era wondered, why would you have to sacrifice for people who are not your own kind like that? He smiled and replied, I just want to do what I want to do. She continued to ask, what is it that you want? Day did not hide it either. A happy life. This answer made Era even more confused. Then you should definitely become a saint. Day did not deny it. Yeah, being a saint is good too, he added, but even small matters can bother me. Helping those who are sick, living like that is not bad, right? He smiled and looked up at the sky. Living in a small place but feeling happy, that is enough to make me content. Era also smiled as if she had no way to deal with him. He praised, you really are special. Sun gradually set, the sky covered in orange-red. Uriel stood still as if thinking about something. She recalled the words Day said before leaving. So let it end here. Go back and tell your God to find someone else to be the saint. Uriel was silent, saying nothing. Night approached and spoke, Saintess. There must be some mistake, right? Otherwise, how could someone like that become a saint? She softly repeated, a mistake. Suddenly, she took off her armor, startling the knight. Saintess, what are you doing? Uriel gave the order, you all return first. She made a shocking decision. I will make a trip to the elf village. At the village deep in the forest, two young elf guards were talking. I wonder if Fia will be okay. Hard to say, her condition is very serious right now. Suddenly, the two of them noticed someone approaching from afar. Immediately, the two young elves activated their defensive stance, raising their weapons. "Stop right there, human. You are not allowed to take another step." Uriel quickly waved her hands to explain, "I am not here to fight. I want to meet the saint you are protecting." The two young elves wondered, "Does our village have a saint?" Although a bit doubtful, they stood their ground. "Even if what you say is true, we cannot let a human into this village. Leave now. If you take one more step, it will be considered an attack on us." Uriel had to concede a step back and plead, "Then at least help me deliver a message to that saint that I am here to see him." The elf holding the bow immediately refused. "I do not agree. You should go back." She humbled herself once more. "Then please allow me to wait here." She spoke to assure them, "I will absolutely not harm you." The two young men exchanged glances. Then they agreed and softened their attitude. "Then go over there in the distance and wait. If you come any closer, we will attack." Uriel bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you. I will not come any closer. Do not worry." They stared at her small receding figure. After Uriel disappeared from sight, someone spoke up with doubt. Could it be because of the Holy One? It couldn't possibly be related to Day. Uriel found a suitable piece of ground and placed the holy symbol down. She gently bent down and reached out to take off her shoes. Then she clasped her hands in prayer, and the mana within her body began to flow and be activated. Instantly, a radiant golden holy power glowed, enveloping Uriel's entire body. In the distance, a young elf witnessing this scene felt something was off and suggested, "Maybe we should report this to Day first." The other one nodded in agreement. Sun gradually sank behind the mountain range. Dusk fell, dyeing the deep forest of the elf tribe gold. Fia's wound had been treated very thoroughly, but judging by her current state, she was still in a deep slumber. Day let out a sigh of relief, rolling his shoulders to ease the stiffness. "The danger is over. Now I can relax a bit." Suddenly, a clear voice called out from outside the door, "Day, are you in there?" He stepped out to open the door. "What's the matter?" One of the two young elf guards quickly reported, "There is someone at the village gate looking for you." Day's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Could they really have dared to track him all the way here? He was anxious and somewhat misunderstanding, asked urgently, "How many people? 10 or 20? The other young man looked bewildered. "Hey, there's only one person." Day froze, his expression full of doubt. "Just one person?" A while later, night had fallen and the sky had turned completely dark. He walked over to where the elves were gathered. "I'm here now." Seeing him, they cheered Day. A cheerful young man ran over, slung his arm around Day's shoulder and said with a laugh, "Where did the host of the party run off to that you only show up now?" Day forced a smile. "Without me, you all seem to be having a good time anyway." He quickly got to the main point. "Ahem, so I heard someone was looking for me." The young man hesitated. "Ah, about that." He pointed in a direction. "Over there." Day followed the direction pointed and saw Uriel still maintaining the same praying posture she had been in since she arrived at the village. He couldn't help but mutter, "What could she possibly want coming all the way here for?" With that thought, he slowly walked closer to her. He spoke up and asked, "Hey, are you the young woman looking for me?" Uriel remained silent, not answering. An elf approached and said quietly, "It's useless. She's been in that same posture since sunset. It's probably been 3 hours now." They heard this and could only shrug helplessly, not knowing what else to say. He stared intently at Uriel, wondering to himself, "Maybe she will stand up soon. I wonder if I should wait." And in the end, Day decided to truly wait, waiting till a whole long night had passed. Then, when the first light of dawn appeared the next day, Uriel finally let out a long, soft breath. She gently twisted her wrist, which had become numb from holding the same position for over 10 hours. At the same time, Day's tired voice sounded in her ear. How can someone pray for a whole day like that? Uriel opened her eyes wide, and the first thing that came into view was Day's face, which had waited and lost all patience. She was so startled that she hadn't even regained her composure, stuttering, Holy." He cut her off. "Holy what? Why are you here?" Uriel didn't dare look him in the eye. She turned her face away, then spoke softly, "I have something I need to say to you." Day raised an eyebrow and asked, "You came to apologize to me?" He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Apologize I cannot, but I want to do something here to show my sincerity." Day sneered upon hearing this. "So you mean you refuse to admit fault and want to find another way to salvage the situation, is that right?" Uriel was flustered, hurriedly pushing herself up from the ground, about to step closer to explain, "That was never my intention." Seeing her flustered, Day felt a bit annoyed. "So how do you plan to show your sincerity?" She expressed with some hesitation, "Because of my position, I cannot say I'm sorry, but I will stay here and endure punishment until all the elves in the village forgive me." Day calmly analyzed, "If you are absent from the Holy Kingdom, then they will come looking for you right here, won't they? Then the two sides will end up fighting again. Have you thought about that?" he asked bluntly. Uriel nodded slightly. "Of course I've thought about it. That's why I prayed like this. I have spoken with the Lord, so the Holy Kingdom will no longer be able to come find me arbitrarily." Her words sounded hard to believe. Day was half skeptical. "So how can I trust you?" She sighed. "Indeed, there is no way for you to truly trust me." Uriel continued, "But if I lied, the elves here would easily notice. Moreover, with just a blink of an eye, they could control me at any time." Day stared at her intently, wondering to himself whether he should believe her words. After a moment of thought, he finally nodded in agreement. "Fine, Day laid out a condition: do whatever you want, but don't involve me. If the elves here want you to leave, you must comply. Uriel dared not ask for anything more. Her face immediately beamed with joy. Okay, thank you very much. Day turned and walked away, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Uriel stood there, reaching out her hand and hesitantly called after him, "Hey, holy." Day turned his head back in annoyance. "Is there anything else?" She stammered for a long time before finally saying, "It's about." Her whole body was dirty and grimy at the moment. She asked shyly in a low voice, if I want to wash up, where should I go?" Day gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this girl really is a handful. A new day arrived, and gentle sunlight filtered through the old leaves of the forest. After cleaning herself up, Uriel once again immersed herself in prayer. Golden holy power enveloped her entire body. In the distance, two elves were standing watch, observing her every move. One of the young men shook his head in disbelief. "She's been kneeling like that since yesterday. Doesn't she get tired?" The other also wondered, right, kneeling for so long without getting sore. Just then they noticed someone approaching and cheerfully called out, "Day, you're back?" He was wearing a bag over his shoulder, nodding slightly. "Yes. Thanks for your hard work." One elf curiously asked, "But hey Day, are you just gonna leave that girl alone like that forever?" Hearing this, Day also cast a glance towards Uriel, and wondered to himself, what on earth is she praying for that she has to work so hard at it? Dusk fell once again over the small house at the edge of the forest. As soon as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he spoke up in greeting. He was home. Inside the house, his parents were being sweet and affectionate with each other. Elle saw him and replied casually, "Yeah, you're back." He smiled lightly, telling them to carry on, not to mind him. Elle was about to explain himself, but he had already slammed his bedroom door shut, leaving the conversation behind. He tossed his bag onto the floor wearily. Then he collapsed onto the bed, muttering in complaint, so tired, no strength left at all. Suddenly, he sank into thought, recalling the events that happened earlier. Aera had once seriously advised him he should go to the Holy Kingdom. At that time, he was taking care of Fea, and he asked back in surprise, "What did she say?" She put her hands on her hips, her voice full of sincerity. He was a junior of the EU staff, so she couldn't just ignore him. Did he know how important seizing opportunities was? Returning to reality, he stared at the ceiling and thought Aera was right. He had promised to go to the Holy Kingdom to learn medicine and cure the incurable diseases here. Having thought it through, he sat up in bed. He pulled the book out of his bag, telling himself that's right, exactly. His heart was filled with resolve. He couldn't miss this chance. A moment later, a shocked cry echoed from within the house. What did he just say? Along with the question came the sound of a fork clattering to the floor. Sen was the one who spoke up. She asked back in disbelief he was going to become a saint. He planned to go to the Holy Kingdom? He didn't hide anything, calmly admitting it. He was going to leave the house. Sen knew her son well. She covered her face and choked up. Was he serious? Elle also asked eagerly, when was he leaving? Would he never come home again? He finally spoke. He planned to leave tomorrow. He wasn't sure when he'd be back, but he would definitely return. Sen sobbed, "No, that wouldn't do." El hugged his wife to comfort her, saying that saints had to spend their whole lives in the Holy Kingdom. He reaffirmed once more he would come back, for sure. Sen rushed over and embraced her son, sobbing, why would he suddenly want to become a saint like this? El wiped his tears and urged his wife, "Dear, he's about to leave. Why cry and make his heart even heavier?" Even as he said that, his face was already streaked with tears. He would take good care of his mother. He should go with peace of mind and then come back home. His eyes were also welling up. He smiled and nodded. He would take care of his health. Seeing his son so emotional, Elle teased him he never cried as a child. Now that he's grown up, he's starting to whine. He wiped his tears and retorted he wasn't crying. His father shouldn't say that. Next morning at the elf village, Uriel sat flat on the ground, letting out a dejected sigh. Her stomach growled in a series of gurgles. She hugged her belly and let out a soft groan. The hunger made her mood gloomier than ever. She recalled a while back when he had pointed out a certain type of grass to her, saying it was edible. After saying that, he even waved goodbye, leaving behind one last remark, "Just fend for yourself." Uriel looked at that strange plant. It gave off a shady aura, and she quietly wondered to herself, would it really be okay to eat this? She plucked a branch and a sticky liquid flowed all over her hand. Her face showed utter disgust and repulsion. The gnawing hunger forced her to close her eyes and shove it into her mouth, chewing haphazardly. Immediately after, her eyes flew wide open, her expression utterly indescribable. She silently complained in her heart it was both spicy and bitter, incredibly hard to swallow. Next, her stomach began to protest violently. Uriel clutched her belly, drenched in sweat. The two elves guarding the gate witnessed this scene and also paled, whispering, did she eat that raw? Was this the ascetic suffering of humans? As for Uriel, at that moment, only one thought remained in her mind: water, needed water. Fortunately, there was a clear blue lake nearby. Uriel sprinted at full speed toward the sole source of salvation. Without hesitation, she jumped straight into the lake. She pressed her face to the water's surface, drinking in cool mouthful after mouthful. His face appeared in her mind, filling her heart with resentment. This so-called saint, what in the world had he gotten her into? Now under a clear, cloudless sky, Uriel lay stretched out on the grass, letting out a heavy breath. Her face showed nothing but exhaustion, and she wondered should she just give up and go back home. Thinking of that, she let out another weary sigh. But then she reassured herself. No, this was God's trial. She had to persevere and overcome it. Just then, a figure approached and spoke up. Hey girl, get up. He looked down at Uriel, his tone urging, get ready, we're heading to the Holy Kingdom. Uriel was stunned to hear that. What did he just say? He repeated himself. He said to get up and go with him to the Holy Kingdom. She stammered, asking, so that meant he had forgiven her? He answered bluntly, of course not. Uriel's eyes welled up again, she knew it. He sighed and told her, go get your things ready. He still had to go say goodbye to everyone before leaving. Right at that moment, a female elf appeared joyfully. Dai, you're back. He quickly replied, yes, how is Fia? She suddenly announced that they were actually waiting for him, saying that Fia had just woken up, and suggested he go visit her. Hearing that, he hurriedly ran back to the house and called out Fia's name. As he joyfully flung the door open and stepped inside, he called out once more. She looked at him in surprise. He let out a relieved sigh and said, you're awake now, I'm so glad. He asked Han if she was feeling well and if everything was all right, and Fia softly replied that it was. Fortunately, Era walked in, pleased to see that the person had recovered faster than expected. He smiled and asked if she had also come because she was worried about Fia. Era crossed her arms and answered coldly, I am merely fulfilling my duty as the clan leader and taking care of the other fairies. Fia, flustered, tried to throw off the blanket and stand up, saying, Clander Era, I apologize. But before she could finish, Era raised a hand to stop her, saying, it's fine, don't move, you're not fully healed yet. It was then that she noticed the bag on his back. Era stated, it seems you've changed your mind. He answered calmly, yes, I will go to the Holy Emperor Empire. Because this opportunity might never come again, I want to follow your advice and do my best. Era lowered her eyes and smiled, a wise decision. Then you should leave soon. That statement startled Fia, and she let out a soft gasp. Realizing her discourtesy, she lowered her voice and glanced at the clan leader. Ah, forgive me for raising my voice in your presence. Era replied calmly, it's fine, don't mind me. He chimed in at the right moment, yeah, if you have any more questions you can ask me. Two fairies darkened their expressions simultaneously. Era asked in a cold tone, are you teasing us? Fia didn't let it slide either, how dare you? He bowed his head and apologized, I'm sorry. Fia returned to the main issue, so where do you plan to go? I thought you were going to stay here. Don't tell me you're going to follow those people to the Holy Emperor Empire, she hazarded a guess. He scratched his head and confirmed, I'm not going with them, I've been planning to leave for a while now. But you're right, I will go to the Holy Emperor Empire. She asked for how long. He hesitated, I'm not sure, but probably a few years. Hearing that, Fia looked at him with a puzzled expression. Then she laughed cheerfully and said, all right then, I was worried for nothing. Travel safely. His attitude made him feel a slight pang of disappointment. Oh, okay, I'll be back. He scratched his head with an awkward smile, thinking he had forgotten that forest fairies have a different concept of time. Era spoke up, is that all you have to say? Can we talk for a moment? He was curious but still agreed yes. After that he left, saying see you later. Inside Ayla's house, she spoke with an emotionless face. I want to give you something, please accept it. Hearing that, he perked up. What do you want to give me? What is it? Era asked, give me your hand. He obeyed and placed his hand on her palm like this. Era used her other hand to press on the back of his hand and began to chant, this is my mark. It will be proof that I am always with you. A blue light flashed between the points where they touched. When Era released her hand, he stared in shock at the back of his own hand. A mark had appeared there at some point. This is... Era placed her hand on her chest and confidently admitted, it's me. He looked at the mark, then at her, his head full of question marks, and his jaw dropped as he guessed. Is this a contract to make humans subservient to forest fairies? I heard they use this to turn humans into slaves for life. Seeing his bewildered expression, Era stopped him, saying, whatever you're thinking, it's not that. It's just my mark, don't worry. He repeated in disbelief, a mark? Era explained, yeah, it's a magical sigil of mine placed on you, like a gift of myself to you. I think you humans call it claiming. This statement made him a bit embarrassed, claiming. Huh. She gave him a gentle, affectionate smile and said, I will always be with you. I hope it will protect you on your journey. He carefully studied the sigil on the back of his hand. Then he suddenly smiled, a bright, grateful smile, and said, thank you, I will see you again soon. After that, dusk fell and the sun had already sunk halfway. Uriel smiled brightly the entire way. Seeing her so cheerful, he put on a judgmental expression. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, why are you so happy? Uriel replied airily, of course I'm happy. How could I not be when I'm finally returning to my lord? He was speechless, thinking to himself, she must have had a hard time living in the wild. She urged, let's go. He looked towards the forest and replied, yeah, let's go. He cast his gaze towards the sky. The sun gradually disappeared behind the treetops. A gentle breeze blew across his face. At that moment, Uriel spoke up, do you have any regrets? He looked into the distance and affirmed, I will come back here. He returned to the previous topic. Is my condition still on the table? Uriel winked and said, I might have to say more about your first condition, but the others are fine. And of course his expression was full of disgust. After that he didn't bother haggling anymore and turned around saying, let's go. He sighed inwardly, thinking this was going to be a long journey. And Uriel set off, and by then it was dusk. The two arrived at a small town. He held the map and thought to himself, where is it? Earlier, Uriel had mentioned a place to stop by before reaching the Holy Land, right? Earlier, Uriel held the map and guided him. First we will go to the Imperial City, not the Holy Land, Day said, confused, repeating Imperial City. She pointed to the map and explained, because our companions are in Celia Imperial City, we will go there to meet up, then we will head to the Holy Land together. She let out an emotional sigh. So we will travel by passion then? Day wondered why she seemed so excited. He rubbed his chin and thought if he used mana to speed up, it would only take about a day, yet she chose the long way around, which made him unhappy. If he was going to run all day, he needed to stretch. Seeing him keep stretching his legs back and forth, Uriel curiously asked, what are you doing? She held the horse's reins, asking in disbelief, you are not planning to run, are you? They answered innocently, running will be faster. Uriel sighed in exasperation, oh my goodness. She tried to explain even using my holy power is a risky challenge for a saint without power like you. Day closed his eyes and calculated, with my mana path, nothing is impossible. It is even faster than a horse, but she bought this horse to travel comfortably. Having thought it through, he said carelessly, then that is great, we will not have to sweat. Uriel was already on the horse. I only bought one just in case. Is that okay? He cut in. I have not sent my horse anywhere, so I cannot ride alone. Finishing his words, he jumped onto the horse. Uriel spurred the horse on. Go. Two rode a single horse on their way, Day said enthusiastically. Let us go to Celia. After traveling for a while, the sky grew dark. Uriel spoke up. We will rest here for today, Day said happily. I will cook. Wait a moment. Finishing his words, he pointed at the pile of firewood and chanted fire. Immediately, a flame burst up in the middle of the stone stove. Uriel was astonished. You activated the spell with just a starter word. You are much better than So Young and your peers. Are you the leader of Team 2? They opened his bag and answered, of course not. He hung the pot over the flame, then pointed at the pot and chanted water. Uriel watched his movements and thought, water is ready. Now comes the ingredients. Among the food Day pulled out, there was one thing that she remembered forever. Uriel looked in horror at the plant that had tormented her stomach and shouted, wait, do not put that in. But it was too late. He had already put it in the pot, and said nonchalantly, it is delicious. You should try it. Uriel recalled in fear. The taste was spicy and bitter, and that is delicious. Day understood, let out a breath and asked with a smile, have you ever eaten the leaves of this kind of grass? Or did you only eat the root? Uriel hesitated. Of course I ate the root. He explained, this grass is only eaten for its root, even though the leaves are more nutritious. The taste of the leaves was so bitter and spicy that it was impossible to swallow. Uriel seemed to understand but was still dazed. So what do we do now? They handed the cooked bowl of soup to Uriel. Relax your facial muscles. Try it once. It has a very special flavor. She received it with both hands. Thank you. Looking at the very ordinary bowl of soup, but thick steam was rising from it. Uriel looked at the bowl of soup and thought, the smell is quite fragrant, it looks delicious. She tried scooping a small spoonful and brought it to her lips to sip. Immediately after, Uriel's face showed admiration, silently evaluating, so delicious. Then she lifted the bowl and ate quickly. Day thought in confusion, why is she eating so fast? She surprises me more than expected. He reminded her with concern, eating too fast will cause indigestion, eat slowly. She listened and replied, yes. Sometime later, the two stood on a cliff looking at the vast city. Uriel spoke up, look, that is Celia Imperial City. Two rode their horse into the city. Day looked around and assessed. The market is really spacious, worthy of an imperial city. Uriel asked, it is quite different from the outskirts. Do you want to look around a bit? We have arrived at the Imperial City. There will be an entire army here. Day silently marveled. This is Celia Imperial City. He wondered, this is my first time here. Is there any problem? At this moment, the two stood before the gates of the Imperial City. A guard stepped forward. My lady, you have arrived. That person asked, may we know the identity of the person behind you? Uriel smiled and answered briefly, Saint. She turned to ask him, right, Saint. He did not argue and declared directly, Saint, I am Day. The guard was startled. I am sorry, we did not know. Please come in. The two walked on the red carpet into the Imperial City. A priest who was already waiting spoke up. Welcome, my lady. You must have been weary from the long journey. Uriel spoke. The mission at Celia Imperial City is over. Tomorrow I will leave this place to go to the Holy Land. Contact the homeland that I will return with the saint. The priest bowed his head. I understand. I will inform the Holy Land and prepare for the journey. After those people left, she turned to Day and Saint. Go rest first. I will show you the resting place. Day opened the door and stepped into the designated room. The inside was so spacious and grand that it made him marvel. Day stood at the door of the room and thought, is this not the level of a luxury hotel? In the past, I could not come because I was too busy, yet now I am standing here. Uriel behind him asked, are you satisfied? He answered enthusiastically, I will spend freely when I am satisfied. Uriel heard that and felt at ease. Turning around, the saint also needs to rest. I will be outside. Day took off his bag, dropped it, and asked, tomorrow morning we go to the Holy Land, right? Uriel looked at him, did not answer, but gave a sly smile. See you tomorrow morning. He watched her back, confused. Huh, what does that mean? He was bewildered. What is it? Something is strange. After that, Day sat down on the bed and let out a light breath. He had changed into his sleep robe and was lying stretched out on the bed. Tomorrow I truly go to the Holy Land, Day thought. The Holy Land is the place where I will live in the future, but I do not know what it will be like. Before he could think clearly, he had closed his eyes and fallen asleep. The next morning, Day had finished changing clothes. A call for the saint sounded outside the door, waking him up. He stepped out, still half asleep, muttering, yeah, I am ready, let us go. Uriel reminded him that if he was ready, they should set off immediately. He had changed into a formal ceremonial robe, smiling as she invited him to greet the king. Day nodded calmly, but suddenly sensed something off, so he asked again, did you say who we are going to meet? Uriel stared at him and answered, we are going to meet the king of Celia royal capital. His heart screamed, why do I have to go? Even so, he obeyed the order but voiced a hint of complaint. You should have told me in advance. If you had mentioned it last night, things would not have come to this. Uriel forced a smile and replied that there was no need to rush. The main purpose was only to express gratitude and inform him of his upcoming departure. Day scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not used to meeting kings. If I have to, I need time to prepare mentally and learn the proper etiquette. He explained gently, I did not tell you earlier, because I was afraid the saint would lose sleep, affecting the journey ahead. Is there a problem? Day was not moved, but grew more wary, thinking that her being this kind must mean she had some ulterior motive. The two arrived at the royal palace, and were invited inside. A servant said respectfully, you must have worked hard. Someone probed, are you the newly chosen saint? Day broke into a sweat and nodded, ah, yes. Before him stood Diogado, the king of Celia. He wondered to himself, so this is the king of Celia royal capital? The king spoke in greeting, you two must be tired after the long journey. Uriel returned the courtesy, thank you for allowing us to rest before the audience. Uriel bowed in salute, while Day stood still as a statue. She signaled him, and he let out an oh before hurriedly bowing his head in greeting. Uriel let out a weary sigh. Day gritted his teeth and shot her a furious glare, thinking she was trying to embarrass him. Diogado spoke with a contemplative tone, raise your heads. The two said in unison, thank you. The king began, I heard that today you will be returning to the holy nation. The two answered in unison again, yes, exactly. Uriel replied confidently, thanks to you, we were able to find the saint and return. Allow me to express the holy nation's gratitude on its behalf. Diogado waved his hand and laughed, I did nothing. The holy nation protected you throughout the journey. Uriel placed her hand on her chest in gratitude. Thanks to you allowing us to stay in the kingdom of Syria, we safely found the saint. We will remember this favor. Diogado stroked his chin with an intrigued look. You say you will repay the favor. I will remember those words whenever I need it. He pondered for a moment, then asked, are you the newly chosen saint? Day looked surprised and introduced himself. Yes, my name is Day. Diogado scrutinized him with a sharp gaze, sensing no manna whatsoever. He thought perhaps the man had been trained in swordsmanship. He felt relieved, silently concluding that there was no need to worry about this new saint. The king spoke up, it is an honor to meet both the saint and the holy maiden at the same time. Day was surprised, while Uriel answered calmly, thank you. Day raised an eyebrow and turned to Uriel. Hey, holy maiden, should we slowly back out of here? At that moment, Diogado suddenly cut in. Oh, holy maiden Uriel, you said you would repay the debt, right? She was slightly taken aback but remained composed. Yes, that is correct. What do you need our help with? Diogado hesitated for a moment, then said, about that matter. He spoke gravely. My cousin, the daughter of Prince Silos, is suffering from a strange illness. Many physicians have come, but none could cure her. They do not even know what she has. He hoped Uriel would repay the favor by visiting the girl. Day stood frozen, thinking to himself, what? There is no way to refuse, is there? Day gritted his teeth and signaled Uriel to decline since the road ahead was still long. She understood his intent and gave a slight nod. But then she replied, I cannot refuse your request, my lord. Day was in shock, snapping his head toward her. Diogado was pleased, thank you. I was quite worried, but with the saint accompanying you, I am sure the two of you will manage on your own. Thank you, holy maiden Uriel. She forced a stiff smile, her heart darkening. This is not what I expected. Outside, Day complained seriously. Why is the road to the Holy Nation so long? Uriel did not know what to say, only letting out a sheepish laugh to brush it off. She made the excuse that since he was now a member of the Holy Nation, he could learn to use holy arts with her, which would eventually benefit the world. Day frowned. Would not the path be even longer if we stopped by the prince's place before heading back to the Holy Nation? She nodded. Ah, that is true. Day reluctantly agreed. Fine, whatever works. He smiled at Uriel. He said, someone is sick, right? If we can help, we should go soon. In the medical profession, seeing a patient means we must help. At that moment, in another place, the priest spoke up. I apologize, Holy Maiden. His face showed worry. We have already informed the Holy Nation that we are on our way back. If we make a detour to visit the prince, I cannot allow it. Please forgive me. Uriel quickly explained it was a request from King Cilia. I could not refuse, I hope you understand. The priest asked, so in return what did the king promise? She answered, nothing at all. It is merely repaying the favor for allowing us to stay. The priest sighed. Since there is a legitimate reason, we have no other choice. I will contact the Holy Nation about our late return. Uriel replied apologetically, thank you for understanding. We should leave immediately to avoid wasting time. Day was displeased, glaring at the priest. Along the way he pondered how the people here reacted to the art of medicine. He recalled how the first patient had reacted with such surprise. He wondered how the second patient in this world would be. It gradually grew dark and the priest spoke up. We will stop here for the night. He chose a convenient spot and pointed. This way. Day was busy cooking something when he heard whispers. Look, is it the saint? The crowd murmured. He is much more handsome than the rumors say. Go talk to him. One person approached hesitantly. Excuse me, saint. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear, her face slightly flushed. Is there anything I can help you with? Day replied gently. No, I am fine. Another girl stepped forward with a cheerful tone. If it is not too much trouble, could we sit beside you? We are just curious about what you are doing. Surrounded by beauties, Day flashed a bright smile. Sure, I do not mind. Sit wherever you are comfortable. Her words made the two girls' hearts pound fiercely, and they hurriedly thanked him profusely. The crowd gathered around him, curiously asking questions. Dai smiled and explained that it was a plant that only grew deep in the fairy forest. His eyes gradually grew dreamy, lost amid the crowd. It took him a long while to break free, and he tiredly scratched his head. Thinking these children were far too energetic, they almost prevented him from leaving. Suddenly a voice rang out asking whether it was truly wise for Hook to bring such a young saint with him. Another person chimed in, saying he was just a selfish child who even dared to make demands of the Holy Kingdom. Remember the time the Holy Maiden almost got captured by an elf? I stood hidden behind the tree, hearing every word clearly, anger blazing within him. So this is how much they enjoyed talking behind others' backs. The woman continued, saying everything would only become clear once they set foot in the Holy Kingdom, proving that he was merely a puppet of the Holy Lord. Uriel appeared out of nowhere, speaking with an icy tone. What were you saying about me and the Holy Lord? Why not say it directly to me? The smile on her lips turned sharp and cold as she repeated their words, a puppet of the Holy Lord, is it? Uriel tilted her head, pretending as if she had misheard. Her gaze turned strange and frightening. I am curious as to why you are gossiping about me and the Holy Lord. Do go on with your conversation. It seems you still have much to say. The two fell silent in fear, not daring to utter a word. She then spoke again, if no one speaks now. Then I will take everything I just heard as the truth and as your opinion. And I have the right to do whatever I want right now, don't I? The man stammered in response, Holy Maiden, we merely thought that reminding people of your contributions was an important matter. Uriel's eyes darkened. What do my actions have to do with you? Did I ask you to go preach about them to the world? You say you did it for me, but I never begged you to do so. At that moment, the priest hurried over and interrupted her. Please, Holy Maiden, calm your anger. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and pleaded. These young ones have only made mistakes in the moment. They still have much to learn. They hold no ill intentions to harm you. Please be generous and forgive them. After speaking, he turned and pressed the young man's head down, shouting, hurry up and apologize to the Holy Maiden. Uriel merely watched coldly, wondering if such a perfunctory apology was enough. You dare to mock the Holy Lord behind his back, calling him a foolish boy and cursing him as a puppet who knows nothing. And you expect me to forgive that? Her rapid-fire questions left everyone terrified. Uriel stared at them intently. The Holy Lord is chosen by God. To be disrespectful to him is to be disrespectful to God himself. That is the utmost blasphemy. He continued, do you think a simple apology is enough? If you cannot clearly explain your motives to me, I still watch from behind the tree. Uriel concluded, I do not know what will happen next. The woman who had been trembling stammered, Saint Uriel, please forgive me. I know I was wrong to say such things about you. Uriel only grew angrier at this, her voice gritting, you are apologizing to the wrong person. You insulted a saint chosen by God, yet you cannot even offer a proper apology. She coldly uttered a cryptic sentence, there are those who, even if they wished to apologize, could never do so. Hearing that, Dai's heart sank, heavy with thought. What did she just say? Could she be talking about herself? He thought to himself, bearing the heavy title of Holy Lord at such a young age was truly not easy for her. her. She understands the pressure that comes with it. I smiled bitterly, for he knew that feeling of expectation all too well. In his past life, he was known as a genius surgeon. He sighed softly, wondering why he hadn't stepped out there just now. With a decision made, he spoke up loudly. Have you all finished talking? I've had to listen to quite enough. The crowd turned in surprise and cried out, Holy Lord. Dai spoke, so in everyone's eyes, I am merely a child and a puppet saint. The woman who had been gossiping stammered in embarrassment, My lord, we did not mean it that way. The young man beside her also hurriedly explained, We were just saying that. Dai suddenly interrupted. On second thought, you are not entirely wrong. Because if I continue to do nothing like this, then I am nothing but a puppet saint. Uriel, upon hearing this, protested loudly, Holy Lord, what do you mean? How can you think of yourself as a puppet? Dai smiled at her. Think about it, I have no holy power at all. Going to the Holy Kingdom is just for show. Even if chosen by God, don't you think I would make a perfect puppet? Isn't that what everyone is thinking? At his question, they all just looked at each other speechless. Uriel quickly denied it, of course not. Who would have such a strange thought about you? I believe that if God chose you, there must be a reason. Dai immediately retorted, Wait, who said God chose me? I just mean that many people in the Holy Empire think of me that way. He continued, because they are the ones who gossip behind my back. If I wanted to deal with them myself, do you see a problem? Uriel looked at him for a moment then replied, That's fine. Go ahead. I asked if I wanted these people to be punished, what would happen next? Uriel calmly replied, the First Inquisition controller would come to arrest and execute them. Hearing that name, the entire group fell to their knees in fear, begging for mercy. Please, my lord, be generous and forgive us. Please forgive our thoughtless words. Dai's gaze slowly swept across the people kneeling before him. He pointed to the two who had been gossiping earlier and said, I bet there are many more here who have mocked me. Not just me and those present, calling me a trash saint, calling me an arrogant child, saying I hold no power at all. He continued, I do not think those words are wrong compared to what everyone is thinking. I am the youngest among the saints. I have no faith, no strength, no ability, no opinions, and no connection with any of you. Dai's eyes grew seriously different, and that is exactly why I must go to the Holy Empire, to use a few years there to prove myself to all of you. The young man earlier looked confused and asked, What do you mean? The girl beside him was also curious. What do you wish to prove? Dai turned his back, clenching his fists, revealing his intense determination. To all those who have spoken ill of me behind my back, remember this well. I will make you regret it, and I will make those who disrespect me remember this moment as proof and a promise for that day. He raised his hand to reassure them, as for those who are here, I will not pursue the matter. Hearing this, the two were deeply moved, kowtowing in gratitude. The young man wept and choked out, My lord, I am truly sorry. We should have thought carefully before speaking about you. The girl beside him also nodded. We will repent for this mistake and remember this one forever. We sincerely apologize to you. I smiled gently. I hope you remember this regret in the future. So as not to waste my decision today, I will do my utmost to bring glory back to the Holy Empire. Under the bright moonlight, he lowered his voice and swore, I do not know how long this journey will take. It could be several years. But I will do everything I can to make all of you regret what you have done and said today. Such a spirited declaration earned everyone's admiration. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. After a moment, Dai returned to the cooking spot and Uriel followed, teasing him nice speech. He only softly called her name Uriel. She squatted down, trying to mimic his voice. To make you regret what you did today, right? Dai gritted his teeth and answered curtly, Keep teasing me then. Suddenly, Uriel changed the subject upon seeing the food. Hey, isn't this the soup from the other day? He nodded happily. Yeah, that day the priest ate my entire portion. After that I was so hungry, would you like to eat together? It tastes better while it's hot. Uriel smiled radiantly, then I shall have a taste. At that moment, a streak of shooting star flashed across the night sky. Uriel excitedly pointed to the sky. Hey, look, a shooting star. She smiled brightly, saying it had been a long time since she had seen such a beautiful night sky, and asked if he believed shooting stars brought good omens. Dai looked up and thought to himself, shooting star, his past life name also carried that meaning. He closed his eyes to enjoy the moment, but he was now used to the name Dai. Opening his eyes, he softly said that in his hometown, people believed wishes Mander shooting stars would come true. Uriel was surprised and asked if that was really so. She immediately clasped her hands in prayer. He wondered if she really did that, a saint believing in such a legend. Two of them ate soup while watching the sky. Uriel mentioned that the Empire also had a legend. If you watched a shooting star with someone, you would be happy with that person until death. Dai was puzzled about what it meant to die while happy. Uriel immediately refuted that she did not believe it and found it utterly illogical. He also nodded in agreement, saying he found the feeling of dying while happy confusing as well. Next morning, dawn had already broken. Everyone prepared to depart. A servant reported that the silo's territory could be seen. confirmed again that it seemed they would enter the silo's territory soon. The bishop turned around and asked where they should go first. Uriel replied that since they were in a hurry, they needed to meet all the dukes at once. She stared into the distance thoughtfully, saying there was not much time left. She continued that they would quickly administer treatment and then head to the Holy Empire, fearing that arriving late for the baptismal ceremony would cause problems. They had arrived at the Duke's place. He welcomed them joyfully, saying he had been waiting for the two of them for a long time. The Duke was overjoyed that they had traveled such a long distance to save his daughter. Uriel replied solemnly that bestowing blessings was the duty of a saint and asked him to rest assured. Duke seemed slightly worried. He apologized for the sudden request and hoped they could examine his daughter's condition. Uriel agreed to examine the child's situation. He was overjoyed and thanked her endlessly. Day glanced at Uriel, thinking to himself, she had not done anything yet, and they already trusted her absolutely. She must be very skilled indeed. They had arrived near the Duke's daughter's room. A servant pointed the way. The maid gently opened the door and announced that Layla was here. The saint had arrived. Both Uriel and Jay were surprised by the scene inside the room. Day saw the little girl's body covered in red spots and couldn't help but be startled. He began to make a judgment based on his own experience. Was this a severe case of childhood dermatitis? Why had they not treated it earlier so it could become this serious? Layla sadly pulled the blanket over herself and asked if it looked very scary. Uriel approached Layla and gently asked her to give her hand. The little girl softly placed her small hand into Uriel's. Uriel held the child's hand and comforted her, saying she had suffered enough. Now everything would be all right. A warm golden light slowly enveloped Layla's body. The dazzling light forced the Duke to shield his eyes. He could not believe it. It was indeed holy power. The light gradually softened and then dissipated. Layla was so surprised that all she could do was let out a small gasp. The little girl looked at her hands, free of red rashes, and joyfully exclaimed that her skin was healed. Uriel announced that the treatment was complete. She turned to the Duke and said everything was fine. He was so moved he seemed about to cry and called his daughter's name. The father and daughter embraced each other in happiness. Layla called for her father while the Duke wept tears of joy and thanked God. Cried and thanked Uriel for saving his child. The disease had tormented her for 8 long years. Uriel smiled gently and said that it was also a blessing bestowed by God. Day stood behind and witnessed the whole thing. He thought that the disease looked like it required long-term treatment, but she healed it in an instant. He wondered if modern medicine was entirely meaningless in this world. Night fell. The Duke happily prepared a lavish feast for them to enjoy. Uriel politely declined, saying he did not need to be so formal. This was already too much, and thanked him for the meal. Lord Hoppo spoke up to praise the saint as being just as the rumors said, even exceeding all expectations. Uriel humbly replied that it was an honor, and that she would convey his gratitude to Lord Geyer. Hoppo admired her modesty even more. Day, who was seated beside them, did not seem very happy. Seeing this, the Duke asked if the food was not to his liking. Day forced a smile and said it was not that. He was just preoccupied with other thoughts, and hoped the Duke would forgive him. Uriel explained that the Holy One had many worries, and the Duke nodded in understanding. Uriel turned and quietly asked him if anything was wrong. Day shook his head and said he was just a little tired. She reminded him that he had been arranged to rest in the castle, so he should get a good night's sleep. Day nodded somewhat awkwardly. He sank back into deep thought. His past life memories resurfaced. Why had he even bothered to sweat and cry pursuing a career as a doctor? Words echoed in his head, that his knowledge was meaningless in this world. He wondered if he should cast aside his past as Bikyu Sung to live this new life fully as Day. Uriel's voice rang out, calling him Holy One and asking if he had fallen asleep, pulling him back to the present. Day remained silent and did not give an answer. Uriel said softly that whatever happened, she hoped he would not lose faith in himself. She continued to advise that everyone had moments of self-doubt. She hoped that worry would not destroy what he had built. She said his charismatic and cheerful expression suited him better than the tired look he had now. But those words only made him more irritated. Jay gritted his teeth. Then he sat up, telling himself not to lose faith in himself, just as she had said. His gaze became resolute. That was right, even as Jay now, he was still the former physician bitch Du Sung. He just needed to find what only he could do. Uriel outside continued. What I wanted to say was, I just wanted to tell you not to give up, and Jay stepped out to stand before her, offering a grateful smile for all her help. Uriel let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly Jay called her name, leaving her puzzled as she asked back. Uriel? Jay continued, is this the first time you have comforted someone? This question angered Uriel. She shouted, what do you mean by that? At Layla's room, the Duke was furious. Yesterday she was fine. Do you mean she has not recovered completely? And he yelled, immediately summon the Holy Maiden here. Uriel also just arrived. She asked, what is the matter? The Duke answered gloomily, the symptoms have returned. Did your treatment truly fail? Uriel quickly replied that the treatment process was complete. She did not know why the symptoms relapsed, and she would treat Layla again. The Duke's gaze was heavy, looking towards Jay. Suddenly Jay called her back. Wait, Uriel. She was surprised. Huh? Her Holiness, Layla's expression has turned gloomy again. Do not look. Jay approached the girl. Layla, can you give me your hand? Duke inwardly judged how a new Holy One could treat a disease that even the Holy Maiden was helpless against. He spoke up to suggest jest, letting the holy maiden continue. Jay's gaze became serious. If what I think is correct, I am the only one who can cure this disease. That statement, the Duke asked back in fusion. What do you mean by the only one? Jay replied that all of the Holy Maiden's healing spells were ineffective. If the Holy Maiden heals her, she will be fine, but the symptoms will relapse, and what will you do then? The Duke found this reasonable. Jay continued what she needs is not the Holy Maiden's healing spell. He placed his hand on his chest, his voice firm. She needs my healing spell, your holiness. The Duke worried, but I heard you have no holy arts. What do you intend to do? Jay coldly replied that his healing spell did not require holy arts. He would use all his knowledge to help her overcome the illness. At that moment, Layla spoke up. Father, your holiness is right. If we do not trust him, we have no other options. The Duke froze. Layla continued, we have tried everything. If he can cure me, I want to place my trust in your holiness. Hearing this, he finally relented. All right, if that is what you want, I permit it. He spoke with a choked voice, pleading from the bottom of his heart, begging your holiness to save his daughter. Jay answered firmly, I promise I will definitely cure her. From the next day, he was determined to find the cause of the girl's skin condition. The first thing was to check hygiene, but seeing them wash the blankets, tablecloths, and clothes every day, he ruled out that possibility. The castle was protected by magic, so external parasites had difficulty entering. They were not the culprit. However, he noticed an issue in the girl's meals, an ingredient that appeared in most dishes. That was flour, not just in bread, most common food in the world. Even meat dishes were often coated or wrapped in a layer of flour. Moreover, the girl's condition flared up after every meal. With these clues, he began to suspect. Flour contained an insoluble protein called gluten. The girl's disease was allergic dermatitis to gluten, a condition not difficult to treat. Jay racked his brain for a cure for the girl. Unfortunately, this world had not yet developed the pharmaceutical industry. He instructed the maids because it was difficult to make medicine from unfamiliar plants. He could only change the girl's diet. Jay began to explain that from now on, all the dishes he mentioned should be removed from her meals. Flower room. Layla was tiredly curled up in her blanket. A maid called Lady Layla. The girl looked up in response. Jay from outside the door asked for permission to enter. Layla was slightly startled upon hearing this. Girl sat up, straightened her clothes, and invited your holiness in. Jay replied with an apology for the disturbance. He stepped in with a bright smile, greeting her good morning and saying he came to check on her condition. Jay observed the red rashes on Layla's body, thinking to himself that the condition had worsened. He knew the meals were the culprit. Layla answered gloomily. Jay spoke up, saying he would tell her a few things she needed to note. The girl was puzzled, not understanding his meaning. Jay seriously explained that she must avoid foods with flour like bread, and she must not scratch when feeling itchy. Layla was extremely surprised, unable to believe she had to avoid bread. Jay smiled in confirmation. That was what he could do. The girl doubted, thinking bread was her favorite food and now she could not eat it. Could he be deceiving her? Layla spoke up, asking, so you do not intend to use any magic at all? Jay smiled and replied that what he had said was the cure, to prevent the disease from spreading. He continued, each day the blisters would need to be drained, and he would do it himself for easy monitoring. Jay slowly stepped back, telling the girl to rest, and that maintaining her health was most important. Layla wondered if her illness would improve if she stopped eating bread. It sounded absurd. Jay had just stepped outside when he met Uriel. She asked about the situation, his gaze turning serious as he replied that the disease had worsened. Uriel said worryingly, Your Holiness, I understand your intention, but don't you think it would be better to let me treat her? He looked at her and replied, You have already treated her, but the illness relapsed. Trying again would only yield the same result. Uriel stubbornly retorted, If changing her meals could cure her, why didn't we do that from the very beginning? She continued, I trust you very much, but the king does not, and you know we cannot stay here any longer. After listening to Uriel, Dai also had some thoughts. She was not wrong. Uriel misunderstood that he was staring at her, so she blushed. Even if you keep staring at me, I cannot help any further. They paid no mind, clenching his fists with determination. At this moment, curing Layla was not as important as determining the course of treatment going forward. Then he spoke decisively, 1 week, just give me 1 week, then I will definitely cure her. Uriel remained silent and said nothing further. The next morning a frantic scream rang out from Layla's room, I do not want to. The girl shouted in annoyance, no. Seeing this, Day grew even more irritated. Bringing the water closer, drink it, you have not had your full dose today. 3 liters a day, a total of 21 liters in a week. That was the amount of water Layla needed to drink. Layla cried, what good would drinking water do? This is not even holy water. Day reassured Layla, when you are having an allergic reaction, drinking water is very good for you. Trust me, when foreign substances invade, the body produces chemical substances in response. This substance is produced to protect the body, but for people with allergies, it is produced in excess and causes much harm. He continued, offering the glass of water, drink it. Drinking enough water then helps cells function well and reduces the effects of the allergy. So Young, this is the best treatment for her right now. Day excitedly Day poured water into her mouth. Drink it. Layla thought painfully. There is still another glass. Layla's tears fell profusely. Why did it have to be the holy back then? He is just a handsome madman. And so 4 days passed. Layla was only allowed to eat salad. At first, being banned from carbs and forced to drink lots of water, she was very upset. However, Layla decided to trust him because she had no other choice. The result was truly surprising. Layla stared at the mirror in astonishment and exclaimed, "Your Holiness, look, my skin has returned to normal." The illness had progressed very quickly. Day replied, "I promised I would help you." Layla smiled brightly and marveled. The symptoms really did decrease after drinking enough water and giving up bread. I can hardly believe it. Day winked at her. Even so, we must still be careful. We need to maintain this method, understand? Layla's initial annoyance had been replaced by cheerful acceptance. Yes, sir. Day propped his chin on his hand in thought. He had initially worried that the people of this world would react differently than those of his own, but it seemed there was no need to worry. Now he just had to wait for Layla to fully recover. But on the 6th day, a new problem arose. Layla threw her food around, breaking bowls and plates. The girl cried and screamed for bread. Layla was beginning to show signs of carbohydrate withdrawal, becoming tense, anxious, and easily irritated. Servants were helpless in the face of this scene. In this world, carbohydrates were the cornerstone of the diet, so it was understandable that withdrawal caused difficulty. But if she ate carbs before the treatment was complete, Day's expression at this moment was extremely angry, just like a demon. No, all the effort so far would be for nothing. To make her forget, we need something to help alleviate these symptoms. Layla was crying a river because she craved bread so much. Stop crying, you will get dehydrated. Meanwhile, Day used his knife to cut apart a single chess piece. He asked, "Your Holiness." It was Uriel. She was confused to see him standing there looking at the piece in his hand. "What are you doing here?" He replied, "I am creating an opponent for a game. Does this look right?" She asked in confusion, "A game? Why suddenly?" Day held the piece out in front of Uriel. "All right, can you take a look at this for me?" Day asked further, "What do you think of when you see this?" Uriel did not understand. "Are you talking about the white object in your hand?" Looking at the piece, Uriel guessed, "A castle. Does it represent the holy nation?" "It also looks quite a bit like a crown." Day asked again, "So you think it looks like a crown?" Uriel said indifferently, "Yes." Before she could finish, Day shook his robe and exclaimed, "It worked, Uriel. Follow me." She was still dazed and confused when Day rushed off, like the wind. Uriel was furious. How dare he just leave her behind like this? At that time in Layla's room, Hoppo spoke up, "Your Holiness, I was told you summoned me." He thought doubtfully, "This seems to be the first time you have summoned me like this. Is there anything I can help you with?" Day replied excitedly, "Exactly, Cardinal, we need your assistance. What we are about to show you will help with Lady Layla's withdrawal symptoms, but we need your help." Layla looked at the piece in his hand and asked, "Are you talking about the object in your hand?" Hoppo also asked, "What is it?" Day spread the pieces out on the table. "This is a game called chess." Hearing the two unfamiliar words, both asked in unison, "Chess," Day began to explain the rules. "Yes, from now on, each person will command their own army. The rules are very simple, just capture the enemy king by moving the pieces. This is a game of who commands their forces better." He picked up the king piece. However, each piece will have its own movement rules. All three of them, Layla, Uriel, and Hoppo, were dumbfounded. "Rules, you say?" Day replied, "Yes. What I am holding is the king. Just as a king is revered and restricted in movement, it can only move one square. But on the contrary, the queen is completely different from the king. As long as it has not been captured, it can move in any way. Each type of piece has its own rules. I will explain them one by one." Hoppo stroked his chin. "Interesting, the rules are simple, but there are many possible moves. This game is quite complex and could be useful for army training." Layla said excitedly, "My father will surely love it." Day cut in on the two of them. "Now that I have finished explaining, let's try a game. Milady, would you like to play against Uriel?" And so Uriel and Layla sat down at the chessboard. Uriel spoke, "Shall we begin the game now?" Layla replied excitedly, "Of course, Saintess. I will not go easy on you." Day stood with his arms crossed, watching and thinking. Luckily, she seems very interested in this game. As long as she enjoys it, it will help her take her mind off the withdrawal symptoms. Suddenly Uriel spoke, "Check, is that what I'm supposed to say?" She was overly confident. "So what do you think? This is the power of the holy nation. Even if you run, there is no escape." And she even taunted Layla, "Why don't you just surrender now? I will forgive you if you become my subject." Those words made Layla cry and forced her to accept the truth. "I lost." Uriel laughed excitedly. "This game is so much fun." At this moment, Hoppo shouted, "Saintess, please allow me to have a match with you." Seeing this, Uriel taunted, "Trying to avenge your sister, are you?" Then she replied confidently, "I am ready to welcome any challenge. You may go first. Everyone will eventually kneel before the power of the holy nation." The thread silently observed everything and judged that things were going better than expected. It seemed they were really enjoying this game. Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting off the thread's train of thought. "Checkmate." Uriel fell in pain but reluctantly admitted, "Duke Silos, you are truly admirable." Hoppo confidently replied that their territory was not so easily defeated. With a cunning expression, Hoppo said, "Brother, please make your next move. I will show you what our territory is built on." The thread quickly interrupted the confrontation, saying, "Alright, do not be so boastful. For now, this seems to be the best way to distract the young lady from her withdrawal symptoms." But then an unexpected change occurred. A joyful shout rang out as the Duke entered, his eyes shining as he looked at the chessboard, a chess game created by the Holy One. Hoppo immediately showed it off to his father. Hoppo happily explained that the game had a complex and wonderful system, and suggested his father could apply its tactics to commanding the army. The Duke looked at the chessboard, pondering how the thread had created such a perfect game. He believed the thread was truly a child chosen by God and wondered what miracles could happen if they were used correctly. Ever since the Duke showed interest in chess, everything began to feel strange. The thread silently wondered, the negotiation ceremony ended long ago. Why have they not heard anything yet? Suddenly he noticed a group of strangers. Seeing that even the servants were engrossed in playing chess, the thread was extremely surprised. He then looked at the craftsmen carving chess pieces and wondered, are they making chess pieces? Why? A bustling atmosphere surrounded the chessboards, and the thread was astonished to realize everyone was playing chess. Murmurs could be heard everywhere about waiting for the upcoming matches. Thread judged the scene before him, because chess was originally just a game to help Layla quit her addiction. He exclaimed in confusion, "What on earth is going on? Why has it spread throughout Silos Castle like this?" The thread and Uriel had an audience with the Duke of Silos. The atmosphere became quiet. Uriel began, "We came here at your invitation." Duke Leech politely replied, "Greetings to the two of you." His gaze turned to the thread, full of disbelief. In just 1 week, the Holy One has cured Layla's illness and even created this wonderful chess game. It is hard to believe he is so young. The Duke said gratefully, "I can see Layla's condition has improved greatly. I truly want to thank you both for everything." Sitting on the chair, he bowed his head to express the sincerity of a father. "It breaks my heart to see her sick. Please allow me to express my gratitude for helping her out of her suffering." Uriel glanced at the thread and said politely, "I did not do much. All of it was thanks to the Holy One's treatment." The Duke replied, "Please do not underestimate your own efforts, but indeed I am more grateful to the Holy One." He signaled a servant to bring a box, saying, "This is an apology for my previous rudeness, and also a token of thanks. I would like to give you a gift." The thread looked at the object inside and quickly realized what it was. The Duke introduced it as a ring passed down through generations of lords, given after they had saved a dwarf. The thread took the box with both hands and exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you giving this treasure to me?" The Duke stated plainly, "This is a gift of apology. Please accept it." Outwardly, the thread showed hesitation to refuse, because it was too valuable, but inwardly he coveted it. The Duke reassured him to accept it with ease. The Duke reminded, "Do not just hold the box, try it on." The thread complied, put the ring on, and thanked him gratefully. The Duke thought happily that the Holy One had put it on. After putting it on, the thread admired the ring and commented that it was beautiful but seemed a bit loose. As if understanding, the ring suddenly shrank to fit his hand perfectly. The thread exclaimed in surprise and admiration. The Duke laughed and explained that, because it was made by dwarves, it had many other special abilities. The thread gave a stiff smile and thanked him for the precious gift. Then the Duke replied that the dwarf who crafted it must be happy to see it worn by a Holy One. The Duke changed the subject, saying, "I heard you two will be leaving for the Holy Empire tomorrow, is that right?" The thread confirmed that was the plan. Duke offered to sponsor their trip to make them comfortable and advised them to rest before departing. He once again expressed his deep gratitude. Night gradually fell. In the room, the thread and Uriel chatted. The thread was glad everything went smoothly and thought the Duke was kind. Uriel expressed doubt that he was just flattering the thread. The thread looked at her with a judgmental gaze, wondering why she was so negative. Just then, a knock came at the door. Thread turned his head to look, asking if she was expecting anyone. Uriel did not know either and thought perhaps it was no one. The thread wondered who it could be at this hour, and then the door slowly creaked open. 2 familiar faces appeared. Hoppo politely apologized for visiting so late. Layla, standing beside him, added that they had heard they would be departing tomorrow. The thread called out both their names in surprise. Hoppo expressed his purpose, saying, "To meet the Holy Maiden and the Holy One, to cure my sister's illness, and to create chess. I wish to express my sincere gratitude." Thread scratched his head shyly, saying it was not necessary. Uriel smiled and said she was very happy to see them, but unfortunately could not stay long as there was much to do. Hoppo immediately suggested, "If you two are comfortable with it, would you like to join a picnic in the garden tonight?" He excitedly described the beautiful stargazing views from the garden behind the castle. Uriel glanced at him, asking with interest what the saint thought. He was also looking forward to it, and nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure, sounds fun, let's go." Layla beamed brightly. "Really, I'm so glad." Hop also chimed in eagerly, "Thank you both for accepting. Please rest, we'll go prepare." They left, and he called out loudly after them, "We'll be waiting." Only the two of them remained in the room. Uriel kept chuckling, which made him curious, and he asked what was so funny. She looked up and said, "This is our farewell party. I just find it endearing." She confided that, being busy with the tasks the Holy Empire had assigned, people were often wary of her. She had never had the chance to make new friends like this. Perhaps the world had changed when she wasn't paying attention. Uriel was moved and said, "This feeling, I've never experienced it." He closed his eyes as if he understood, saying, "Ah," but in his heart he reminisced about the first time he met Uriel. He remembered the emotionless expression of that girl back then. She had been very cold, focused only on her goals. She had also been very violent. But now, Uriel was different from before. She asked if the world had changed, but he thought the one who truly changed was her. Thinking this, he urged her, "How long do you plan to hesitate? Let's go." Uriel was startled and replied, "Oh, okay." Night fell, the backyard was lit up with lights, and someone's voice called out, "Honored guests, over here." A table was laid out with carefully prepared snacks. The dishes were not many, but the precious thing was that everyone was gathered together. He suddenly remembered and reminded Layla, "Oh right, remember to avoid starch after we leave, or your illness might relapse." Girl asked worriedly, "Am I not fully recovered?" He explained, "No, it's because your body treats starch like a toxin, so it's hard to cure completely." He offered a solution, "Maybe you should abstain for 5 years and see, it might get better." Layla was deeply shocked. 5 years? How can I endure that long? Hoppo quickly changed the subject, saying, "Your Holiness, I have prepared this for the two of you." He was curious and asked, "What is it?" Meanwhile, Layla muttered dejectedly to herself, "I crave bread so much." The boy raised one finger pointing to the sky, saying, "The two of you have made this place shine," then began to chant a light spell. Instantly, fireworks burst brilliantly across the night sky. He was moved, looking up at the beautiful display. He exclaimed, "Beautiful." Hoppo said happily, "Really, I'm glad you too like it." He turned and asked, "It must have cost you a lot of mana." The boy scratched his head shyly, saying, "Since this might be the last time we meet, I wanted to give it my all." Hoppo's sincerity deeply touched him. He closed his eyes and said, "Then I shall return the favor." The boy excitedly repeated, "A return?" He also raised one finger, chanting 3 spells in succession. Light burst, sparkle, and then a beam of light shot across the sky. His response was clusters of fireworks, even more brilliant than before, covering the entire sky. Even servants inside the mansion were marveling from the windows. Duke Silos also stood silently watching the fireworks from his study. Layla held her cheeks, trembling with emotion, exclaiming, "Your Holiness, amazing. I've never seen such beautiful fireworks." Hoppo smiled awkwardly and said, "Faced with your supreme magical skill, I swear I will never forget tonight." He smiled warmly and said, "I'm also glad to have this beautiful memory." He thought to himself that there were times when he had wavered. Because of the convenience of magic, he had once doubted his own goals. But now, he could confirm that his medical skills were truly useful. Amid the dazzling fireworks, he told himself he could make new friends and create beautiful memories. He would continue his journey to save people and head towards the Holy Empire. After a period of rest, he and the Holy Kingdom's army finally set off towards the base. Though the road was still long, thanks to the Duke's support, the journey started off quite smoothly. Everyone understood that they had this help thanks to him. The group cheered excitedly, never expecting to enjoy a lavish meal in the middle of nowhere. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Time passed, and his status grew ever higher. He looked at the sky and thought he had gotten used to camping outside for days. Suddenly someone called out, "Greetings, Your Holiness." He noticed and turned to look. A female priest smiled and said, "We were captivated by the chess game you created, so we formed a group to study and practice." She brought a chessboard and offered to learn a few tricks from him. Behind her was a whole crowd of people that startled him. "So many?" He spoke, "Why bother, I'm bored anyway." She cheered happily, "Thank you, Your Holiness." Before she could celebrate, he flashed a sly smile and said in return, "I won't go easy on anyone, even beginners." The entire crowd was terrified. The female priest sensed something bad, but since she had already made the appointment, she had to follow. And that was the start of the chess battles for the Holy Kingdom's army. The first opponent was the female priest. He picked up piece and said, "Check." She panicked. Within 4 moves? The second victim was a knight. He also declared check. The man clutched his head and wailed, "How did you do it in just 4 moves?" The whole team had no idea he had once participated in an international chess tournament. He delivered check again. Everyone lost within just 7 moves, with some only lasting until the 4th. He became undefeated, leaving a mark on everyone's hearts with his handsome looks. Not only that, the army's prejudices also improved. The defeated victims turned into rabid fans, saying, "I knew it, he is truly undefeated." And so, another day passed. Everyone continued their journey together. The next morning he wondered, "Why do I feel like we've been going around in circles? Or is the road just too difficult?" Uriel explained, "It will get better after we pass this area. The road to the Holy Kingdom is not far anymore." He sighed in relief. "Is that so? That's great news." The two of them were riding in a carriage when it suddenly shook violently. He was startled and asked, "What the hell is that?" The knight was stunned, as if seeing something ominous ahead. Indeed, someone loudly warned about a group of giants appearing ready to fight. He stayed in the carriage and remarked, Looks like some monsters have appeared. Are you sure we don't need to assist? Uriel said confidently, definitely. The knights will handle it quickly. He wondered, why not help them so we can get back on route sooner, even if it's only no more than 3 of them. Uriel stared at him and added, besides, if we move, they have to adjust their formation to protect us. The knights will argue and everything will just get messy. Just trust the Holy Kingdom's knights. He was at a loss for words and thought to himself, what she said wasn't wrong, but still. A massive monster picked up a large boulder. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it straight at Xia's horse. A knight saw this, realizing the opponent was no ordinary foe, and immediately charged forward to slice the boulder away. The leader gritted his teeth in anger. You lot are stubborn, just a bunch of aberrations, yet so troublesome. We still have a journey to continue. That man was the leader of the Hirio squad. He spurred his horse and ordered, platoon, adjust formation, protect the Holy One and the Holy Maiden, they are waiting behind. He instructed them to keep the aberrations from getting close. As he finished speaking, a monster's fist came flying straight at him. A panicked knight shouted, Lord Hirio, watch out! Hearing the warning, he quickly turned his head to look. Punch was moments away from hitting his face. In the nick of time, a person summoned a shield and charged forward, smashing the large shield directly into the monster's body. The shield dissolved, and the person smiled. I knew coming out was the right choice. You almost got yourself killed. Hirio shouted worriedly, Your Holiness, it's dangerous out here. Dai casually gathered power into his palm and replied, it's fine. Seems these giants are stronger than you thought. Saying so, he extended his hand, and a stream of mystical power shot towards the group of monsters. This was a skill, the triple magic. Not stopping there, he continued to chant, flash, earth spear, fire. As he finished the final incantation, a mound of earth covered in sharp spikes and wreathed in flames slammed down onto the monsters. The sight left Hirio's mouth agape. Dai leisurely asked if he was injured. Still stunned, he replied, Thank you, Your Holiness. Your protection saved my life. Dai winked and smiled. Don't mention it. We're here to help each other. Hirio thought, moved. If I remember correctly, the Holy One is only 15 years old. How can he use magic of this level? Dai sniffed the air, wondering if roasted aberration meat would taste good. Hirio remained lost in thought. He used only a single activation incantation to employ the level 4 Earth Spear magic circle, even combining flash and fire. That skill rivals a level 5 mage, perhaps even reaching level 6, a tier ordinary people can hardly attain. Uriel spoke up, calling, Your Holiness. He turned around and asked, What is it, Uriel? She placed her hands on her hips and sighed as she walked over. Why do you keep spreading the rumor that you're a magic genius? Dai was a bit disappointed. You mean that's all you have to say? She looked at the burning mound of earth he had created. It's not that, it's just a hunch. There's no way a mere giant could be this strong. Uriel suggested, I have a bad feeling. We should move before more monsters arrive. Dai pointed ahead. Yeah, I think it's too late. From where he pointed, a group of small monsters with blue skin and pointed ears appeared. Uriel exclaimed in shock, Goblins! Hirio scoffed. Just a few little goblins think they can stop us from reaching the Holy Nation? He ordered, We'll handle these, don't waste any time. A knight answered loudly, Understood. As he finished speaking, that knight charged forward and yelled, Damn goblins, die! But contrary to expectations, the monster lightly hopped up to dodge. The knight panicked. It dodged! Immediately after, the goblin swung its arm, adding another blow. The blow pierced through even his armor, leaving him bewildered. How is this possible? How can a goblin have such power? Behind him, another one was chanting a spell. Clearly, they couldn't be underestimated. Seeing the situation, Dai let out an assessing hum. Seems they're much stronger than ordinary goblins, huh? Uriel continued. As much as I hate to admit it, it seems so. She concluded, From now on, we'll have to handle this ourselves. Uriel pressed her heels for momentum. She moved continuously with a phantom-like speed. Everywhere she passed, goblins were taken down. Dai remarked inwardly about Uriel. When it came to physical arts, she was definitely stronger than him. Just as he was getting distracted, a warning rang out. Your Holiness, a monster is coming at you. Sure enough, a goblin was closing in from above. Dai immediately unleashed Wind Cutter, sweeping the monster away. After a bout of fighting Uriel and he stood back to back, she analyzed, no matter how many we take down, they just keep coming. Dai agreed, if this continues, it'll be hard to control the situation. Uriel proposed, if we take care of them all at once, that should do it. Dai found it reasonable, all at once. Why don't we give it a try? Even though the plan was Uriel's, Dai's response puzzled her, huh? What? Before she could finish, he shouted, Hey, you goblins! Dai stuck out his tongue, provoking and taunting them. The goblins immediately fell for the bait. They all charged at him. Dai continued to tease, Bet you can't catch me. Uriel watched on, her face turning pale. Your Holiness, does he have any magic skills? Dai moved at such extreme speed his figure was barely visible. Behind him came the screams of the pursuing goblins. Suddenly, upon reaching a tree, Dai stopped and spun around. The monsters quickly surrounded him. Dai breathed out inwardly. There are more of them than I thought. He looked around, considering, I wonder if this distance is far enough from the squad. After that, Dai condensed a fireball in his hand. Goblins looked at him and laughed, their language sounding like mockery. Is that all? This guy is hilarious. Dai raised the fireball and asked with a smile, huh? Scary, isn't it? But saying that isn't enough, is it? And then, indulging their wishes, he created several more fireballs. I cheerfully replied, now do you understand the situation you're in? I've prepared one for each of you, so no one's left out. The goblins were shocked into stillness. All the fireballs descended at once, creating a massive explosion. The blast wave reached all the way to the Night Squad, even though they stood a fair distance away. Hirio immediately realized that was the direction the Holy Saint had run toward. He shouted loudly in that direction, Holy Saint, are you alright? When he arrived, a large hole on the ground was still emitting hot steam, and Hirio was confused, not understanding what had happened. Within the hazy dust, a figure stepped out. Do not just stand there, we still have a long road ahead of us. A smile erased the tension, dusted off the dirt on his hands, and urged them to leave the forest. I hope we do not run into those monsters again. Hirio finally snapped back to his senses and hurriedly prepared to set off. That evening in the forest, under the flickering firelight, Day asked Uriel about a question that troubled him. He asked whether the monsters were usually as strong as the group they just encountered. She replied that they were not normally that powerful, which was why the army was in disarray and struggling. Uriel changed the subject, asking about Day's mana and wanting to know what problem it was facing. She explained that after the baptism, his mana would disappear. Day heard this and wondered whether it would completely vanish from his body. Uriel raised a finger to illustrate if baptized in the holy nation, the god would personally bestow holy power. The human body can only contain one type of mana. She described that if holy power entered the body while mana was still present, the body would explode because it could not control those two energy streams. That is why the mana in the body must be completely removed before receiving holy power, to make room for the new energy source. Day asked, what if someone had no mana from the very beginning? Uriel answered that holy power would enter their body easily without any obstacle. He exclaimed in astonishment, so mages can contain a large amount of mana, thanks to their magic circuits, and ordinary people without magic circuits cannot contain it, right? Uriel praised the good question. He speculated further, so those without magic circuits cannot be granted holy power. Uriel quickly corrected him. The god will create a place to contain energy in your body to ensure you can use holy power. If something unexpected happens to the energy vessel the god created, something called tabu will contain the entire amount of mana circulating in your body. This word caught Day's attention, tabu. Uriel explained that it was a term coined by the other holy saints. She lowered her eyes to look at her hands. Just as they cannot go against what the god taught, they are also not allowed to say or do anything that violates their faith, and people call that taboo. She mocked herself, sounds funny, they cannot even say the things they want. Day heard this and spoke up about the matter. He asked seriously, what would happen if they took actions against taboo, or did something that violated their faith? Uriel held a few wooden sticks and said, remember I mentioned taboo wreaking havoc inside your body. If you resist taboo, all the mana in your body will disappear. She threw the sticks of firewood into the flames as proof, and you will disappear along with them as well. Uriel watched the branch burn slowly, adding that he would vanish from this world forever. Day was shocked. Just saying one wrong word could make his body disappear. That sounds like a threat to anyone who dares to utter disrespectful words. Uriel rolled her eyes and smiled. She had also heard of cases of disappearance for that reason, so she always had to make sure she grasped everything. In any case, it will not truly happen to you. Just know that your current mana will disappear one day. Day had another question. If mana disappeared and the body was filled with holy power, would mana return? Uriel answered, you will not be able to regenerate that mana, and the magic circuits in your body will also lose their function. Day understood, so he would lose his mana forever. She gave a wry smile without denying it. Once you get used to it, you will find that holy power has its own advantages. You cannot use magic, but you can provide energy to others through holy spells. And you can still help people throughout the battle. Day crossed his arms in deep thought. He thought unhappily, if it were not for the mana disappearing, he would be delighted to use holy power. If there was another way, he had to find it. Sometime later, his group arrived at their destination. Someone shouted the announcement, Holy Maiden, we have arrived at the Holy Nation. Day looked out from the carriage. Finally here, that took quite a while. Uriel said to the rider nearby, Priest, when we cross the border, head straight to Salonia. That person replied, understood, straight to the capital. Day looked puzzled and asked, we are heading straight to the capital. You mean performing the ritual without resting? Uriel quickly explained, it is not to hold the baptism ceremony right away. She smiled and said the baptism is a solemnly held event, then reminded him, if you do not know anything about the Holy Nation, you must learn a lot before the baptism. He agreed and asked, learning about the Holy Nation is right, very important. So who will be the one to teach me? Uriel answered bluntly, me. She smirked. From small things like the baptism ceremony to great matters like etiquette, proper conduct, and natural order, Uriel said with absolute certainty, "I will definitely teach you everything." When they arrived at the residence, Day could not help but marvel inwardly. The outside alone was already impressive. The inside was even more splendid, truly a different class from Silos. Earlier he had cried out in disbelief, "All of this is mine." Two stood before a magnificent residence. Uriel replied to his question, "This is the residence of all holy saints, a sacred place where even the Pope must seek permission to enter. The people working here are all carefully selected. Once you move in, I will teach you everything I mentioned on the way here." She smiled at his expense. "Of course I will be the one teaching." Currently Day walked alone down the hallway wondering, why is the steward tasked with guiding me so busy? Suddenly someone appeared before him. "Very pleased to meet you, holy saint." Proper maid made a guiding gesture and said, "I will take you to your room. Please follow me." Day observed her and marveled, "Wow, what composure." Just as Uriel described, she certainly has some standing. She cannot be an ordinary person. The maid led the way. "Holy saint, this way." He quickly followed. "All right." She brought him to a lavish place. "This is the room you will be staying in." Day could not help but scream inwardly, "What is this? Amazing." She continued, "Please rest. I will take my leave." He turned his head and replied politely, "Thank you." He could hardly believe it as he quietly assessed the room. Wow, being treated at this top level, I am starting to see the difference. I have truly become a saint. It was at this moment that he finally had a clear realization of that fact. The next morning, a call rang out in the residence. "Holy saint, pay attention. Do not have much time, let us focus." Uriel had changed into a mature teacher's outfit, holding a whip, winking with interest. "Have you read the documents I gave you?" Day thought to himself, why is she so excited like that? She placed a paper full of text on the table and began to explain. Before she could finish, he interrupted. "I remembered everything." She was astonished. "What?" Day recited like a student answering questions, fluently reading the rules. The baptism takes place over 4 days with 3 parts. The ceremony welcoming the Lord, the pilgrimage to announce the new saint, and finally receiving holy power. The final step takes place at the holy site with the saint in isolation. The saint must not bow and may only greet by placing the left hand on the chest at a 70-degree angle. Must remember 3 table manners. 1. Do not make sounds when eating. 2. Do not bow the head. 3. Always keep the back straight with elbows placed before the chest. Did I miss anything? Uriel crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. You actually remembered all of that. Are you even human? He was curious about the third part of the ceremony, unsure of what he needed to do because it wasn't specified. He only knew he had to show sincerity to the Lord. Uriel replied curtly that she didn't need to do anything, which made him curious enough to ask more for reference. He didn't believe her, thinking she was joking, but Uriel calmly confirmed that she only ate and slept for a whole week. After that, the mana flow appeared on its own, and she felt holy power surging through her body, as if it were an easy matter. He was full of doubt, wondering how one could naturally gain holy power like that, since he was the Lord after all. Uriel remarked that he was right, but the problem lay in his attitude. She didn't hesitate to teach that no matter how good one's memory was, it was difficult to adapt to customs because remembering and doing were 2 different things. Uriel took off her glasses, signaling that it was time to eat. She suggested practicing at the same time, and he reluctantly agreed since there was no other choice. At the dining table, he skillfully cut his steak with a knife and fork. Uriel was a bit disappointed that she couldn't find fault, and he smugly praised himself for doing well. She wasn't willing to accept that. Her aggressive attitude made him confused, thinking she was looking for a fight. He ate while asking why she was so strict, and Uriel seized the opportunity to remind him to cover his mouth while chewing and talking. She winked and explained that nobles were always scrutinizing, so every action had to become instinct to avoid being criticized. He sighed in frustration. Uriel told him to just rest, but he complained because there was an important mission ahead. At that moment, the maid who had guided them yesterday approached, asking permission to speak with Uriel. The maid bluntly reminded that the holy maiden staying at the Holy One's place would attract attention and baseless rumors. He recognized the maid, and she continued explaining that she only wanted to help them avoid unnecessary trouble. Uriel looked at the maid with a scrutinizing gaze. She spoke up to ask her name, and only then did the maid realize she hadn't introduced herself. She politely introduced herself. The name startled Uriel, as she realized the maid belonged to the 3 great noble families, the Belagrois. In the Holy Empire, the 3 great noble families were the 3 houses that served the saints, along with 6 families honored for their achievements. Uriel wondered why such an important person would be a maid, then showed understanding and said they needed to be careful. He quickly said they should return. Uriel agreed and said a quick goodbye. She glanced meaningfully toward the maid. Uriel recognized her as Euclid of the Belagrois family, thanked her for the advice, and the maid humbly replied it was an honor. He repeated the name Belagrois in his head, starting to take notice. He thought if she had a title she must be a noble, and a noble choosing to be a maid was odd. He realized the position of a saint was more important than he had thought. That night, the door to his room creaked slightly slightly open. He had fallen into a deep sleep without knowing when. Euclid stood silent by the bed, her cold, sharp gaze fixed on him. She reached out her hand as if to do something. She stopped halfway, clenching her fist to restrain herself. Euclid stood there with an icy expression, her thoughts unreadable. Few seconds later, she turned and left without a sound. The next morning, he enjoyed his tea as if nothing had happened. He praised Euclid's tea brewing skill, and she humbly explained the tea was made from special sia flower petals. The night before, Euclid had silently entered his room without even someone as perceptive as him noticing. But she did nothing, and the new day passed peacefully as if nothing had occurred. Ariel used her sharp gaze to follow Euclid, who was whispering with a nun, sensing something suspicious. Euclid approached and reported that everything was ready for the ceremony, inviting him to leave immediately, which caught him by surprise. Uriel explained there was much to prepare before the ceremony, and he repeated the words with confusion. Uriel chuckled slyly, saying that today he would have to impress a great many people. Uriel marveled, praising how well the ceremonial robe suited him, saying no one would be able to look away. He blamed himself, promising to gather everyone for training, but Uriel reassured him there was no need to worry. Euclid stood before the door, confirming that the Pope and high-ranking nobles were waiting, making him nervous. He had no choice but to step forward, and the door opened. An announcement echoed, declaring that the Holy One and the Holy Maiden were entering. Everyone was skeptical upon seeing how young he was, wondering if that brat was really the saint. They all quickly realized this was a rare opportunity for themselves. Two nobles rushed over to greet him, expressing their honor and wanting to introduce themselves to the Holy One. Uriel raised her hand to block them, shielding him behind her. She reminded everyone to mind their manners before the ceremony, not to be too excited, and that there would be a chance to greet him later. The two nobles immediately paled, hastily acknowledging the Holy Maiden's words. Euclid added a warning for everyone to maintain proper decorum, and someone recognized her identity as a Bellagrois. No one dared to make a sound anymore, only bowing their heads in apology, yet they still wondered why she was dressed as a maid. Euclid led the way, and he gave a wry smile, remarking that they were already outside. She instructed him to prepare an acceptance speech for when he received the mission, and he panicked because it was his first time hearing about it. She spoke up to reassure him, saying he should freely say whatever he wanted. Uriel and Euclid both nodded. Everyone would automatically interpret his words in the way they wanted to hear. He witnessed this harmonious chorus and inwardly marveled. Truly the middle class, everyone thought exactly alike. He finally accepted the task, letting out a sigh before saying, "Fine, then I will say what I intended to say." Uriel quickly interrupted, "Your Holiness." She smiled brightly, her voice full of encouragement. "Good luck to you." He smiled back, saying, "Don't worry, it will be fine." Under the clear blue sky, hundreds of people were gathered below his mansion. He felt a bit of pressure in his heart, though the feeling was much better than before. He wondered why so many people had come, as if the entire population of the empire had flocked here. Euclid spoke up, "Your Holiness, please take this." He immediately asked, "What is it?" She explained, "This is a magical tool. If you hold it in your hand, your voice will be carried much further." Hearing this, he refused, saying he had no need for such things. Euclid reminded him, "Though I do not wish to defy you, I am afraid the people will have difficulty hearing you clearly." As soon as she finished speaking, he used his own mana to cast an amplification spell. Euclid was stunned in disbelief magic. As for him, he began his speech, "I extend my warmest greetings to all of you gathered here." Some of the citizens were bewildered. Did he just say warm? He continued, "My name is Jay, and I am the chosen successor as the Holy One. God has chosen someone as young and inexperienced as me. Truly, I do not know what more to say. I was just an ordinary boy who grew up in a rural area of this country, but then I was chosen to be the Holy One. I promised to choose a few among you before I came here, and that is that promise. A promise to ensure that the Holy Kingdom would rise to the very top of this continent. Allow me to declare that promise to all the people standing on this land. I hereby take an oath. I will make the Holy Kingdom of Gaia the strongest kingdom on the continent." He smiled a confident smile, sealing his words. He then raised his hand, saying, "Surely hearing such a solemn declaration from a child must seem a bit ridiculous to you." However, behind his back at this moment, something appeared that startled Euclid. The crowd below was also greatly shaken. He placed his hand on his chest, saying, "As long as you still believe in and support me, I will devote all my strength to support you in return." A massive ball of fire hovered in mid-air. The people below were shocked and murmured, "What is that? Is it a meteor, a ninth circle magic circle that only master-level mages could use? The new Holy One truly is an outstanding mage." And then everyone was filled with admiration, shouting in unison, "Long live the Holy One, long live." He snapped his fingers, chanting for cancellation. The ball of fire vanished at his command, and the crowd's cheers grew even louder. Long live the Holy One." After it was done, he turned around and asked Euclid, "So where do I go now?" She was still a bit dazed as she answered, "Follow me this way. Also, if possible, I hope you could speak a little more softly next time. That volume just now was a bit deafening for the listeners." He whined, "You only tell me now." At the cathedral's main hall, a small platform stood at the center. He spoke up, "Is this the one?" Euclid confirmed, "Yes, please sit inside the circle." He followed her instructions. She guided him, "When you feel your spirit is ready, please request an audience with God." He repeated in confusion, "Request an audience? What do you mean?" He lay down thinking, "I don't even know what to say." Then he closed his eyes and began trying to project his intention. "Should I greet first? Hello, Lord, can you hear me? May I ask, Lord?" A moment later, he snapped his eyes open. He realized in shock that he had fallen asleep. The one considered to be God did not even bother to appear. Having gotten used to sleeping in a warm bed with a soft mattress these past few days, lying on this hard floor now is making my back hurt. He looked around. Where is Euclid? Has she been in that same posture this whole time? That can't be. She must be tired. He sat up and continued to be lost in thought, thinking, "I guess I woke up because of Euclid, not because my back hurts." Seeing him awake, she quickly asked, "Did God answer your call?" He put on a trustworthy face and fabricated a story, "Of course. His voice is still echoing in my heart." Hearing his passionate declaration, Euclid said with a hesitant expression, "That is quite impressive. Even Uriel took a whole day and night to achieve it." Having committed himself, he had no choice but to follow through and replied, "Really?" Euclid spared no praise, saying he was truly a genuine Holy One. He smiled wryly with feigned humility, saying, "I did nothing." Outwardly he said that, but inwardly he felt a pang of guilt, wondering if he should tell her the truth. At the same time, deep within a dungeon, a voice echoed, "With the appearance of the new Holy One, it seems we need to change our plans a bit." Each dark dungeon was lit by the flickering light of a torch. The person continued, "Our enemy is the Holy Kingdom, so we must make our decision very carefully. Of course, we just need to wait for the right moment." At this point, the owner of the voice finally revealed his figure. He was wearing a cloak that covered him completely, his face unidentifiable, and he gloomily concluded, "However, when the time comes, we must ensure that the Holy Kingdom has been trampled in pieces at all costs." At the same time, in another place, a panicked voice said, "He has already performed the ritual." Another person with a calmer voice spoke up, "Why are you so agitated? That is the reason the ceremony was conducted properly." The hot-headed one was confused. "What?" The one who spoke about the ceremony said everything was ready. The calm one replied, "Yes, I heard that Marcus Harrow also participated in urging that ceremony." In yet another corner, a voice rang out, "Father, you called me." A deep voice of a middle-aged man replied, "Yes, Barrett." Marcus Harrow asked seriously, "I know you have heard about the new saint, right?" He simultaneously thought, "A saint mage capable of summoning celestial phenomena. I need to make sure I can cooperate well with him." Harrow placed his hand on his son's shoulder. "This is our opportunity. Although we missed the chance with that coarse saintess, if we can seize the moment and gain the favor of the new saint." Barrett, the eldest son of Marcus Harrow, replied with a smile, "We will be able to make our family's influence far surpass the Holy Kingdom." Satisfied that his son understood him, he instructed, "That is right. So make sure you build a relationship with him at that banquet. However, you must treat him with the utmost respect regardless of his age. Remember that. He will not leave, just make sure you do not give him a bad impression." He quickly absorbed the lesson and replied, "Yes, father." Then he walked away with confidence and inwardly gloated, "Of course. Father, you need not worry. I have heard that he is just a puppet of the kingdom." Barrett wondered with great amusement, "How should I play with him?" At the banquet, there was talk about him. "Have you heard anything about the new saint?" "Ah, I did hear clearly. That new saint is a commoner. He is truly incredibly lucky to be chosen and abruptly promoted like that. That is the gist of it." Barrett chimed in, "Should we teach him some basic manners?" Coming from the Grant family, Grant suddenly noticed something. He spoke up, "That person." Barrett gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. "That bastard, he has never shown up at banquets like this before. Why would he suddenly come here?" Someone announced, "Jake has arrived from the game domain." Barrett greeted, "Welcome to the banquet, Lord Jake." He glanced over at the sound of the greeting directed at him. He asked cautiously, "I wonder what wind has blown a player like you to this place." Jake sighed in dejection. From the Maggie Krellin family, Lady Cirrus spoke up, "I did not come here to admire people, Barrett." Then she changed her tone and asked Jake, "Who are you looking for?" "Lord Jake." Jake asked directly, "Has the Holy One not arrived yet?" Sarah said softly, "I think you have never had an audience with the Holy One before." Barrett interjected, "That day will come soon. So why don't we wait for the Holy One together?" Ryan, upon hearing this, spoke up, "Perhaps he is busy with urgent matters and cannot come right away." Barrett suppressed his irritation, nodded, and replied, "Yes, that must be it." He cursed inwardly, "That shameless bastard." From inside the room, a voice rang out, "Was this outfit tailored for me?" He changed into different attire, exclaiming in surprise, "So comfortable. It is as if the tailor measured me specifically." Euclid confirmed, "Yes, that is correct. I estimated your measurements as soon as you arrived and sent them to the tailor. This ceremonial robe was made to your measurements, so it will fit you perfectly." Hearing this, he was even more impressed. "You can estimate my measurements so accurately just by eye?" Euclid humbly replied, "Anyone can can do it with enough practice. He gave a praising smile. I knew you were talented from the first time we met, but you are even better than I thought. A true prodigy. Euclid paused for a beat, still keeping a blank expression, and replied, Thank you, my lord. I will lead you to the banquet. Please follow me. Jake's smile suddenly became strained. He thought, no reaction at all. She is like a machine. Back to the magnificent, luxurious banquet hall. Ryan spoke up in assessment. This holy one is later than I thought. Cyrus agreed. I think he just needs a little more time to prepare. Barrett cut in anyway. Have you heard any news about what happened during the last ceremony? Ryan smiled. I heard about it, but not the details. He secretly surmised, it seems we are about to hear an impressive speech from the Holy One. Saying that, Barrett thought smugly, after all, he is just a commoner. Right at that moment, a voice announced, May I have your attention? The Holy One has arrived. The three people, Barrett, Ryan, and Cyrus, all turned their eyes toward the door, exclaiming together, He is here. Jake walked in leisurely, followed by Euclid. Barrett thought to himself, is that the Holy One? He was a bit surprised, completely different from what he had imagined. The calm, confident aura radiating from him. Everything was too perfect. After that, Barrett stepped forward and spoke stiffly, Greetings, I am Barrett, the eldest son of Marcus Harrow. Jake smiled and replied, So you are from the Harrow family. A pleasure to meet you. He clenched his hand, filled with resentment. I cannot find a single fault in him. At the same time, a few others also approached to greet him. I am Grant of the Grant family. I am Cyrus of the Marcus Grellin family. Jake responded with full etiquette. A pleasure to meet you all. Barrett gritted his teeth at this rate. My plan will fall apart if this continues. Then he spoke up. I have heard that the Holy One used to be a commoner. Is that correct? Barrett was determined. I need to attack him to take the initiative. Jake did not hide it either. That is correct. I come from a small village in the kingdom of Silion. He continued, So this must be your first time attending such a grand banquet, right? After all, how could a commoner have the chance to set foot in a place like this? Jake immediately noticed the hostility in Barrett's eyes. He looked at this guy with suspicion but maintained a calm smile on his face, responding, This is indeed my first time at a place like this, as you said. Commoners were not allowed to attend before. Barrett continued his veiled mockery. Now that the Holy One is no longer a commoner, those rules do not matter much anymore, right? Does my lord find this banquet here a bit too overwhelming? Jake stared at him, thinking there are always people like this. They are never satisfied with what they have. They cannot stand being in the background, so they always find ways to squeeze into politics, causing trouble to fight for status. Truly pathetic and worthless people. He sighed inwardly, then retorted, It seems you think one's birth determines a person's worth. Why do you think that way? Barrett replied bluntly, No reason. It is just my personal preference. Jake felt amused with a hint of anticipation. People like this usually dig their own graves with their big mouths. There will be good entertainment. Jake continued the exchange. I am not yet used to this kind of luxurious life, so it is difficult to fully understand what you mean. Barrett retorted immediately, Right, I forgot about that. Suddenly he lowered his voice and called, Holy One. Jake immediately became wary. Here it comes. What trick is he going to pull now? Barrett was sweating profusely but still tried to bravely mock. My lord used to be just a commoner like them. Before he could finish, before Jake could react, a sword swung out like lightning. He was stunned and the whole hall fell into chaos in an instant. Jake's blade was less than 2 finger widths from Barrett's neck. Fortunately, Jake intervened quickly, otherwise blood would have been spilled. Only then did Barrett realize he had just escaped the scythe of death, his soul nearly leaving his body, and he screamed in terror. He wanted to faint on the spot. Jake shouted loudly, What are you doing? That was too dangerous. Luckily, I used holy power to stop it. Jake lowered his voice, full of shame, and said, Holy One, I am deeply ashamed. I sincerely apologize for this bad first impression. Saying this, he knelt on one knee to accept his fault. He gritted his teeth and added, However, I cannot accept this fool continuing to be disrespectful to you. I know my actions were excessive, but I truly could not control my anger. Please forgive me. Jake did not understand what was happening, wondering, what is he trying to do? Euclid then spoke up to add her thoughts. Holy One, please allow me to speak. The words that this man from the Marcus family just uttered were all blasphemy. How dare he overstep his bounds and mock you like that? Jake chimed in, That is right. I believe we should punish this Barrett to set an example for others. We need to deal with this as a deterrent. Barrett's face turned pale, and he cried out in horror, What? Jake calmly spoke, Angwian is not wrong. Euclid, he ordered, Summon Marcus Harrow here for me. She immediately obeyed, Yes, I will be right back. Right at this moment, a deep and warm voice rang out from the staircase. That will not be necessary. Uriel glanced at the man walking down with a grim face. He had observed the whole incident from the second floor, and was now approaching. Harrow was gravely humiliated, shouting at his son's face, You fool. Barrett was pale, stammering, Father, Without another word, he delivered a thunderous slap to his son's face, accompanied by curses. You idiot. Barrett held his head and lay prostrate on the floor. Harrow continued his assault, hitting and shouting, You unruly child, what did I tell you? How dare you be so rude to the Holy One? You good for nothing. You cannot even speak properly. He screamed for his life. Father, please stop. This scene stunned everyone, but they all shared the same thought. We should stop him. Then, the father and son both knelt at Jake's feet. Harrow even bowed his head to the ground, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please forgive my sins, Holy One. It is all my fault for not raising my child properly. Please forgive his rudeness." Saying this, he turned to urge his son, "Barrett, what are you standing there for? Quickly beg the Holy One for forgiveness." He hurriedly did as told, trembling as he spoke. I am sorry, Holy One." Euclid spoke coldly. "Do you think that is enough to atone to the Holy One?" Jake, with the demeanor of a loyal guard, his hand already on the hilt of his sword, said, "My lord, if you wish, I can punish them immediately." The only one who remained calm was Jake. He raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, calm down." He looked down at the father and son kneeling at his feet, wondering, how should I handle this now? Then he spoke, deflecting the difficult question to Marcus Harrow. "What do you think is a fitting punishment for your son's actions?" He stammered, "Oh, well, about that." Speechless, he gritted his teeth, his heart aching as he thought about his son Barrett. He lost his mother when he was very young. I feel guilty towards him for not fulfilling my responsibilities as a father. I swore I would not let him suffer. I would give him the best life possible. But now that promise of mine. And then he stated frankly, "If you grant your grace and forgive my son, then as an apology and atonement, I will renounce my title and offer my entire estate to the church." Jake spoke, his voice deepening. "This is not the way to handle Barrett's punishment. You are also responsible for the wrongful actions your son has committed." He looked at him, assessing inwardly. He is willing to give up everything to protect his son, but only when the source of the water is clean can the sweet water flow. Then Jake called out loudly, "Barrett." He looked up with a tear-streaked face, stammering, "Yes, you called me." He asked calmly, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Without his previous arrogance, he honestly bowed his head. "I have disgraced your honor with my blasphemous words." Seeing Barrett's attitude, he relaxed a bit. He would punish Marcus Harrow if he was as foolish as his son, but it seemed he was quite sensible. So punishment was unnecessary. Thinking that, he spoke, "That was not all. The greatest sin of yours was making your father kneel. He had thought about punishing you, but seeing the sincerity and love he has for his son, he decided to let it go." Barrett hesitated in disbelief. "Does that mean?" In front of the wary expressions of Euclid and Jake, Jake confirmed, "It means I forgive you." He quickly said, "Your holiness is most merciful. You truly forgive this matter, your holiness," Harrow said with tearful eyes. Seeing them so moved made Dai wonder, would it be too much if I just left without doing anything? He smiled and added, "If you donate as generously as you said earlier." Harrow immediately agreed. "Yes, of course. I would be happy to donate any amount you wish. Just let me know." Uriel, who had been watching, let out a forced chuckle and thought inwardly, a punishment too light for something as serious as blasphemy. She blushed slightly looking at him, though I thought I handled it quite cleverly back then. Later, in the backyard, Jake still pressed on, "I apologize, your holiness. Are you truly alright like that? You just need to say the word, and I can punish them right away." Day helplessly stopped him from drawing his sword. "Let it go. There is no need for that." He had a doubt in his mind, thinking back now. This guy had been following him for a while now. It had become so natural that he didn't find it strange at all. Day spoke, "I know it's a bit late, but I have never asked your name." This one sentence startled Jake. He immediately knelt and bowed his head. "I have committed a great sin." Day was extremely helpless. "No, I just wanted to know your name." He introduced himself, "I am Jay Siazik of the Duchy of Jay." Hearing the name, he was surprised. "Your name also has Shia in the middle. What does that mean?" Euclid spoke up right on time. "Shia is a title. The only people who have the title Shia in their name are the 3 families that have served the saint and saintess." Jake added, "It is a symbol of our loyalty to you." Day was enlightened. "Oh, I see. But is there a need for that many people? I do not think I truly need 3 families to serve me. Actually, 1 is enough." Euclid said sternly, "Your holiness, this has been established since ancient times. Please do not feel pressured. Just think of it as the will of the heavens." Jake seized the moment to express, "If your holiness truly thinks 3 families are too many and only needs 1, please choose me. I will definitely do my best." Euclid looked at him with a deadly expression. Day quickly intervened. "I will not force any family to stop, so do not fight each other over this." He asked further, "So what about the other family? Why are there only the 2 of you?" Euclid explained, "The remaining family is responsible for protecting you from the shadows. Their true identities must not be known to enemies. Even we do not know who they are. However, we know they are always within the necessary distance to protect your holiness immediately." At that moment, Day noticed something. On a tree branch near him, a figure dressed in black was silently sitting there. Only now did Day realize. How could he have? She was right, they are nearby. Now if I focus, I can see their energy signature. He began to count. When finished, he exclaimed in astonishment, there are 7 people. Except for Day, everyone else had a question mark appear above their heads. Euclid So Young asked, "Jake, do you see anything?" He was also confused. "No, I don't see anything." The person hiding on the tree branch muttered, "I knew it. Even at a young age, he is still an impressive archmage." The next morning at at Dai's residence. Someone greeted. "Hello, Sir Euclid," she replied. "Good morning." She stood before the old ruin lost in thought. A fragment of memories surfaced accompanied by someone's teachings. "Get up now, you are Belagrois. If you cannot even do this, do you think you deserve to carry the name Belagrois?" In Gliet, when she was a child, small hands practicing swordsmanship until they bled, she replied, "I am sorry, Father." The man she called Father taught, "Those who serve the Holy One cannot be weak." Picking up the sword again, the small blood-stained hands grasped the sword once more. There has never been a case where two saints coexisted at the same time. I thought that since a saintess already existed, there would be no other saint, however, to serve a saint. I need to work hard. I must endure hardship in training. I question my purpose of existence hundreds of times a day. However, a few years later, as if God was answering my question, a new Holy One appeared. A voice cut through her thoughts. Euclid. Day pointed to the woman standing behind him and asked, "Uriel will lead me to the next part of the ceremony. What does that mean?" She seemed to smile at his pain. "I told you. The more beautiful one has the duty of guiding you to the ceremony. What is so hard to understand about that?" Euclid inwardly called out, "Dai, your holiness," while outwardly humbly replying, "If you allow me to explain. Except for special occasions, only the holy ones can enter the ceremony site. It has nothing to do with appearance." They put on a judgmental expression and asked, "Is that so?" No longer able to laugh, Uriel stuck out her tongue and feigned ignorance. Afterwards, he was led to a lush forest. Day exclaimed, "Ah, it's so nice to be outside. I didn't know there was a forest like this behind the castle." Euclid spoke, "Your holiness, this way." Uriel added, "We're almost there." Day asked with anticipation, "And then what?" He looked at the knights around him and thought, "Wait, there are holy swordsmen guarding this area, a sacred ground, so it's natural to have more guards protecting it." Day's mind was filled with question marks. In front of him was a long, endless staircase. Uriel informed, "Your holiness, this is the entrance. You just need to walk all the way up to the top." He was bewildered. "Seriously?" Uriel smiled brightly and announced, "Because this part of the ceremony shows your respect to God, you are absolutely not allowed to use magic to get to the top." Day couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "What, I have to do that?" Under the sun's sky, Day, still in the process of climbing the stairs, cried out, "Wait a moment." He asked with a pale face, "Uriel, wait, can we take a short break?" She sneered mockingly, "Come on, we've only just begun. Are you tired already? Your stamina seems like it needs some improvement." Day brought it up in frustration. "Yesterday I had to walk all over the holy nation. You saw it too. You have faith in me." "Oh, 1,000 thanks to you, your holiness," he said breathlessly. "If I could use mana, these steps would be nothing." Uriel coldly refused. "No, I told you, not just here. Even in the ceremony you cannot use mana, understand? From now on, you have to walk on your own 2 feet. Just patiently climb each step and you will get there." Uriel emphasized, reminding again, "You cannot use mana. You will meet me when you finish this trial." Looking at the stairs, unable to see the end, Day still had a glimmer of hope, comforting himself. Alright, maybe it won't take that long." Who knows how much time passed? Day, drenched in sweat, said breathlessly, "Finally made it." He gave up and lay flat on the ground. "What did I just say a moment ago? It takes forever." He looked at the wooden cabin in front of him. Fortunately, at least there is a house here. Probably an empty house. Better than some swamp or cave. Day opened the door and went in. "I just need to live here for a week." He put his bag down on the floor. "Even though she said I need to show respect to God, I still don't really understand what I need to do since Uriel said she doesn't do anything for the whole week." Day happily concluded, "So this must be a vacation then. So I should make the most of the rest while I'm here. A week will pass quickly anyway." At that time, he could not have imagined the trials awaiting him ahead, along with the harsh reality of this place. Time passed. Reaching up to pick an apple from the tree, he cheerfully remarked, "Today the apples look so fresh and delicious." He took a bite, chewing with a look of pure disgust, muttering quietly to himself. He was sick of apples. Frustrated, he threw the apple away and snapped, "Enough, this is too much." He yelled out, swearing he would not use mana, surviving on his own from starting a fire with dry wood. Even fishing had no one to teach him. He had truly had enough. What more did they want from him? And Kim even grilled his own fish to eat, saying that he just needed 1 week, just 1 week, and it would be done. In the end, he ate in utter dissatisfaction. So what was the whole last month for? At least they owed him an explanation. Standing in the middle of the forest, he yelled out, "Did they think he came here to learn how to be a savage? Damn that holy aura." As he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something unusual. "Wait a moment, this is..." The holy power suddenly appearing caught him off guard. It finally responded, or was it because he was angry? Strange force lifted him off the ground. A pillar of light erupted violently, and he cheered in delight. "Finally, I have holy power." Just as he landed, something wrong happened, causing him to let out a small yelp. With a serious expression, he thought, "My holy power, it is gone. What do I do now?" Suddenly, the source of power returned. Ah, just kidding, there it is. And it vanished as if it had never existed. No, what the hell is going on? The holy power surged up again, forming a blinding pillar of light, and as expected, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He stood frozen, speechless. What the hell is this? Is God taunting him? Time continued to pass. The holy power appeared once more, but he was already exhausted from training, and he thought helplessly, a whole month and still no progress with the holy power. Furious, he shouldered his bag and stomped down the steps. Forget it. What is the point of it appearing so intermittently? What was even more frustrating was that he could feel the air around him becoming fresher, thanks to the holy power. Deeply disappointed, he thought, can anyone save me? As if understanding his feelings, a voice rang out, His Holiness. Uriel exclaimed in surprise, oh my, how did you? While he shouted in his mind, Uriel. He was moved, thinking, the first person he met after a month, whoever it was touching. Did she know he was being tormented and come to comfort him? However, in Uriel's eyes, his entire body was now completely shrouded in holy power, so much so that her face turned pale. He, however, understood nothing and asked blankly, what is wrong? She asked in disbelief, you mean you cannot use either mana or holy power? He nodded and replied, I have not tried using holy power yet. Uriel quickly asked, do you want to try right now? The ritual is over. He noticed Uriel's dirt-stained dress and asked, by the way, what happened to your clothes? She gave a wry smile and answered, I sensed a powerful holy power and rushed over. Hearing that, he reached out a hand towards her and softly chanted, cleans. Instantly, the dress became spotless, as good as new. He was also surprised at himself. It seems I can still use mana normally. Uriel breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. Then he rubbed his chin and muttered, I can use the mana in the air, but why can I not use the holy power? Uriel smiled brightly to comfort him. Unfortunately, you cannot use holy power, but it is fine. You are still chosen by God, a wonderful mage. If anyone spreads rumors, teach them a lesson with your magic. By the way, it seems thanks to the holy power, the air around you is very pleasant, and it even has a nice fragrance. Uriel moved closer and sniffed, making him wonder, fragrance. What do you mean? He described it dreamily. It is a warm scent that makes one want to be near you. Hearing that, he silently decided, I should keep my distance from everyone until I can control the holy power. Just then, a loud call rang out, Your Holiness, we have come to congratulate you on passing the ritual. Jake spoke. Euclid continued, Congratulations, Your Holiness. He smiled and replied, Euclid and Jake, you have arrived, thank you. Jack spoke up, Of course, we came as soon as we heard the news. Euclid added, Your Holiness, you have worked hard. Before finishing his sentence, both of them smelled the fragrance on him. Without a word, they moved closer with enthusiastic attitudes. Give me your bag. Let me carry it for you. Do you need anything else? He stepped back suspiciously. What is wrong with you two? Stay away. Frightened, he commanded loudly, Stop, stay away. I want to go home. A tail still followed behind him, and he asked helplessly, Why do you keep following me? Jake answered matter-of-factly, I am a member of the Tree clan. I must stay by your side at all times. He was not moved but became even more vigilant, suspicious. That evening at the mansion, a voice of O echoed in the library, so many. Perhaps this would be useful now. One of the books was placed on the table. Before becoming the Holy Son, he had promised himself he would turn the Holy Kingdom into the greatest nation. Now that he had officially become the Holy Son, it was time to fulfill that promise. The first step was to understand the Holy Kingdom thoroughly, from its history and climate to its agriculture and commerce. He had to read all of this. He put on his glasses and immersed himself in knowledge, his eyes burning with determination. He had to establish a new system to turn the Holy Kingdom into the greatest nation. No sooner said than done. When the sun was high, he gathered all the nobles in the Holy Kingdom. Most of them voiced criticism, claiming the empire was facing problems and he was not qualified. In response to those words, he suggested some adjustments in agriculture, commerce, and industry. Among the proposals was the Myopa system aimed at developing agriculture. It received a shower of praise and became the first issue to be passed. Myopa was an ancient Mexican farming method. Countess Green was the one to speak up, however, Your Holiness. In the clauses written here, what is the meaning of using priests as mercenaries? He smiled and replied, exactly what it says. This idea aims to maximize the use of priest resources to reduce the number of mercenaries hired. An alarm bell rang in his heart. Here it comes. Harrow spoke up next. You mean to send the priests to the battlefield? He confirmed, yes, that is correct. Countess Green spoke again. If so, the sacrifice of priests will lead to the downfall of the nation. Above all, the number of people wanting to become priests will also decrease. He calmly replied, of course, they will only stay behind the front lines. As long as the front line holds, I can minimize casualties as much as possible. The Countess did not let go, standing up. Even so, a battlefield is still a battlefield. Harrow agreed. The Countess is right, not to mention if they are attacked from the flanks. He calmly presented his case. I know battlefields are inherently unsafe, The most ideal outcome is for the priests to return with all their lives. I will not force them into combat unless there is a clear plan. I am planning to dispatch a cavalry unit to escort them into battle. With cavalry accompanying them, the priest's safety will be better ensured. But using priests as mercenaries was only a contingency plan. Even if they did not directly enter the battlefield, the boost they gave to the soldiers' morale was still worth it. Witnessing the losses and sacrifices on the brutal battlefield would certainly be a valuable lesson for the priests. Countess Green wanted to argue the point. She agreed that priests were a necessary force, but if it was money or fame they were after, there were many other options. Day crossed his arms and replied, using priests as mercenaries was not solely for money or fame. Those things were secondary. What he was truly aiming for was the support of other empires. She repeated in confusion, the support of other empires. Day explained, standing in the position of a kingdom in need of the holy nation's aid, they would not be foolish enough to harm him. And since he was only lending his forces, he had every right to demand compensation if the soldiers suffered casualties. The Countess seemed to give in, but still had doubts. True, he would gain more control by lending troops to other countries, but even so, was it not too risky? Just then, someone stepped forward to speak, using the lives of the priests as a guarantee. I think that is a good idea. Uriel smiled and raised her hand. I agree with His Holiness. Her sudden appearance surprised everyone. Holy Maiden. Day had previously discussed strategies with her. She looked at the analysis plan. Indeed, His Holiness's idea was excellent, but there would certainly be certain risks if priests were truly used as mercenaries. Day immediately asked, is there any way to win the trust of the nobility? Uriel answered lightly, simple, I will help you. She placed her hand on the table. We do not need to win the trust of the nobility. We just need to get past them. Uriel laughed out loud and then set her price payment in full. I will give you a good deal, Day replied. Oh, most beautiful woman of the empire, Lady Uriel, please help me. Then the man next to him snorted in judgment. Her immediate help upon arrival made him secretly admire her. Uriel's influence was truly impressive. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire nobility of this country stood on her side. So if Uriel sided with him this time, even if it was a bit of a dirty trick, it was the best way. He had no other choice. He put his hands on his hips and announced to the crowd, all right, consider the discussions over. If anyone else has any ideas to promote the development of the holy nation, feel free to tell me. Some nobles were genuinely persuaded by him. I think his idea is quite good. I agree with His Holiness. And so the holy nation gradually completed everything according to plan. To calculate the difficulty of changing farming methods, they first tried it out on a small territory. The public also did not oppose the use of priests as mercenaries after receiving positive feedback from the priests themselves. Many kingdoms subsequently requested priest support as aid, and thus the holy nation gained a significant benefit. This helped boost investment in agricultural and commercial improvements, making the holy nation more and more prosperous. Day let out a sigh of relief. He placed his hands on the windowsill and looked outside, thinking to ensure every field was reformed smoothly. He needed a specialist for each area. Finding the right people would be difficult. He would have to spend time thinking about this. The Holy Nation's library. The librarian yawned lazily. A girl walked over to strike up a conversation. You look so tired. The librarian woke with a start and stood up. Ah, Lady Eckley, you are back, she replied. It has been a while, hasn't it? Sit down. It has been 3 months, hasn't it? The librarian answered. Yes, that seems about right. Eckley looked around and exclaimed, the library is so crowded today. That's strange. Usually it is not this busy. The librarian lowered her voice and said, His Holiness has been coming here frequently these past few days. She repeated in surprise, His Holiness. The librarian pointed to Day, who was intently reading a book. I bet they are all swooning over his handsome face. Then Eckley walked over and pulled out a chair to sit across from Day. She sat down and began, You are His Holiness. He admitted and asked, Yes, is something the matter? While thinking, who is this? Why is she? Eckley glanced at the books he had been reading and assessed. All these books are related to medicine. Thinking this, she used it to strike up a conversation. You are reading these books? Day asked again coldly. Yes. Do you need something? Eckley picked one up and pointed at him. If you have read all of these, you must understand almost everything. Right, Day replied, of course, to a certain extent. He brought up the topic, so then can you tell me the treatment for a wound from being slashed by some kind of sword? Day took off his glasses and answered, use holy light to prevent necrosis symptoms and then heal as usual. Eckley probed, exactly, but do you agree with that? He answered directly, no. The answer intrigued her, so she asked further, so how would you treat such a patient? Day spoke based on his own ideas. I would cut away the necrotic flesh around the wound. Eckley was confused. Cut away? Why? He explained, although everyone thinks being slashed by some kind of sword is the same as being poisoned, I cannot be 100% sure the consequences are the same as poisoning. If a sword slashes into the flesh, it is not that the person gets poisoned, it is that the wound itself and the cells surrounding it are damaged. In that case, just using holy light to stop the bleeding and healing as usual would not be a complete cure. It is better to cut away the damaged flesh around the slash, then treat it properly. He spoke, but Ikle found the most critical word and questioned. Well then, what are these cells you mentioned? Day's heart skipped a beat. I forgot. The concept of cells does not exist in this world. Before he could answer, she continued. Well anyway, these cells you mentioned cannot be healed with holy light, but isn't cutting away the rotten part in the middle too barbaric? Day somewhat agreed with this opinion. She is not wrong, but that is the best way. Hearing this, Ikle leaned back in her chair and concluded, as long as the patient can be cured, the method does not matter. Right? Day quickly objected. That is not what I mean. Suddenly she slammed the table and stood up, cutting him off. I completely understand your intention. Ikle extended her hand towards Day in a gesture. Please allow me to invite you to the library. I am sure we can discuss this issue more deeply there. Having said that, she shifted to another topic. Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Ikle, the leader of the conservative priest faction. That name startled Day. Ikle. He thought in disbelief. Ikle, the leader of the conservative priest faction. Is this the head priest? Ikle. This is probably the first time we have formally met, but I have heard many stories about you. Ikle smiled warmly. If you have any questions about medicines, feel free to ask. However, I am curious as to why a saint like you would study such a useless field. Day looked at the pile of books in front of him and said, even if you say that, then why are you studying medicine? I thought you said it was useless. You call it studying. Ikle gently brushed her hair to one side, revealing her other eye. I had hoped it could help improve my eye. Day showed no surprise at all, so he asked in a low voice, were you born like this? She was also quite surprised by his reaction, thinking to herself, he is not surprised after seeing it, but she smiled and replied, yes, that's right. I have been like this since birth. Day continued to ask, can you not see anything out of that eye? Do you feel any pain? I do not feel pain, but I am not blind either. He hesitated a little. Would it be all right if I took a look? Ikle agreed without hesitation. It is fine, go ahead. He stepped closer to observe. Oh, this is cataracts. He heard him and asked back, cataracts, what is that? Day did not answer directly but probed further. I am not sure. But what about at night? Can you see in the dark? My eyes can see a bit better around dusk. Then it is definitely cataracts. If you want, I will explain more about this disease. As he spoke, he picked up some chalk and wrote on the blackboard in the room. Look this way. What I am drawing is a normal human eye. This is the pupil, and this is the lens. When we look at something, the lens focuses the light and makes the object clearer in our eyes. However, in your case, the lens is cloudy, and the disease that makes the lens cloudy is called cataracts. Ikle gently raised her hand to touch her eye, wondering if it truly was a disease, why it could not be cured, for diseases usually had remedies. Perhaps because she was born with this condition, even holy magic was powerless against it, so what was she to do? Day lowered his voice to explain, holy magic could only heal wounds on the body, and if so, Young's body did not recognize it as a wound, then healing magic would be useless. Ikle pointed to her eye and asked, so that meant her eye was naturally like this, and she saw nothing unusual? He nodded and replied, that was only true for ordinary people. Since she was born this way, her body did not realize it had a problem. To cure it, they needed to make the eye aware of that. Ikle asked, make it aware how? Day replied casually, they would need to cut deep into her eye. Ikle flinched and cried out, gouge out my eye. But that was only part of the healing process. They needed to remove the cloudy part of the eye and find something else to replace it. He frowned and thought removing the cloudy part seemed feasible, but this world had no artificial lenses. If she ended up blind after the treatment, it would be meaningless. Ikle stood beside him watching his pensive expression. She gave a gentle, reassuring smile. It was fine. Why worry about a chronic illness? A cure would surely be found soon. Day was taken aback. Even in a different world, he could not cure cataracts. He looked at Ikle, his voice resolute. Do not worry, I will definitely cure you. Ikle burst out laughing. You are truly amusing. Alright then, give it a try. I know a place that will surely be of help to you. They both stepped into another room, filled with equipment and chemicals. Ikle introduced it. This is my research lab. This is where the Holy Kingdom lets me research medicine. Feel free to use it whenever you need. Day exclaimed, really? Ikle smiled and replied, I am lonely here too. Helping a fellow researcher is a good thing. Day said gratefully, thank you very much. Then he began his research right at Ikle's headquarters. A month later, Day observed and muttered, let's see, this is giant's blood. He used a dropper to put a few drops on a glass dish. After being exposed to the air for a while, the blood began to transform, initially still liquid. Yet in a flash, it hardened like a piece of jelly. Yes, it had hardened. The blood of each monster species had different properties. If this could be utilized, they could take another step forward. Yes. Day asked Ikle in a low voice, but is mixing blood from different species not impossible? She replied, yeah, they could react and kill each other instantly. Ah, but there is a special case, that is the Oz species, because they have excellent adaptability. Their blood can be mixed with other species. He heard this and thought to himself, excellent adaptability. He wondered if he could learn more about it. Scene change. It was now late afternoon. In the forest behind the royal palace, Day was intently searching for useful herbs. After gathering enough, he stood up straight and let out a breath. That is enough for today. At that moment, he heard a rustling sound from the bushes, along with a dark figure lurking. What is that? Day approached and saw an Oros and a giant lying motionless painless. They seemed to have just fought. He quickly noticed the pain grimace on the Oros's face. This one is still alive. It seemed to be in shock from losing too much blood. It must have fought with that bigger giant. It was strange it had survived this long. His gaze shifted to the giant sprawled on the ground. Day suddenly remembered Ekle's words. The Oz species was different from others. Thanks to their good adaptability, their blood could be mixed with other species. He smiled and rummaged through his bag. This was the perfect chance to test that, seize the opportunity. At that moment, the Oros suddenly let out a cry. It looked around dazedly, then flinched when it saw the giant lying right beside it. Its eyes welled up with tears as it looked at Day standing before it. He asked softly, "Are you awake?" The Oros panicked and screamed. Day immediately shouted, "Stop, do not move." Day quickly used magic to bind the monster's limbs tightly. Calmed it down, "Stay calm. I do not intend to kill you. You lost too much blood, so I transfused the giant's blood into you. I am in a hurry. I am not done with you yet." Then he noticed the white liquid flowing from the Oros's wound. "What is this? Blood, why is it clear?" Slowly, it is becoming more transparent. They let out an excited laugh. "Perfect, with this I can do it." The red sunset sky enveloped the dense forest. This must be the Ekle mentioned. Day walked while thinking. The monster's blood became clearer after being transfused into the Oros. Who would have thought mixing the blood of two species would yield such wonderful results? If he focused on research, he could create an artifact lens, and then Ekle's disease could be cured. Now he needed to collect more blood from both of these monster species. Earlier, he had asked Ekle where to find the Orosan monsters. She smiled softly and replied, there was an abandoned village near the castle's outskirts. The forest around it was said to be a gathering spot for them. Day did not hesitate and quickly found the place. Indeed, the village was in ruins. Everything was old and dilapidated. He looked around cautiously. It was dark, so the scene was even more frightening. He did not expect the village to be this deserted. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on something. Turned out in a corner, two children were leaning against each other. They were still here. Day thought to himself, were they also abandoned here? At that moment, one of the children noticed his presence. Day did not avoid it but slowly approached, then spoke a greeting. He asked gently, "Would you like something to eat?" Then took out a piece of dried meat from his bag. "Go ahead, take it, no problem. It is not poisoned or spoiled, as you can see." The girl was still hesitant but accepted it. Day smiled to himself, thinking at least the children trusted him now. The only thing he could do at this moment was give them some food. He continued searching his pocket and pulled out a small pouch. The girl opened it, revealing shiny gold and silver coins inside. Day softly told her to take that money to Salonia, enough for the two of them to find a place to rest and buy food. The girl shyly asked why he would do this for strangers. He laughed at that, saying just take it naturally, there was no special reason, right? The girl frowned, truly unable to understand this man's actions. But they still accepted the items and stood up to leave. Day did not linger. He continued exploring around the village, thinking that he had only just left the city and already encountered this scene. The current laws were useless for children like them. One day he would bring prosperity to this place, building the best version of the Holy Kingdom. Next morning, warm rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves of the desolate forest. Day had walked all night, finally finding a fairly large cave. He slowly stepped inside. Was this a monster's cave? Inside, a monster was sleeping soundly. Day told himself to be careful, not to wake it up. He crept forward step by step. Then Day pulled a syringe from his pocket, softly whispering an apology for sneaking in here. He just needed to borrow a little blood. Done with that, he continued on his way to the territory of the Oros creatures. Hearing the noise, they all turned their heads to look at him. "I came to ask you for a favor." The Oros creatures immediately showed their anger. They ran quickly toward him. Day forced a smile and asked, "Do you not want to hear what I have to say?" He quickly used magic to bind them all. Looking at the ORC that was tied up, Day suddenly realized, "Wait, it is you, is it? Do you remember me? I saved you when you were dying. Calm down and listen to me." He smiled and pointed at the pile of animal carcasses. "I only ask for a small favor, and will pay you fairly. Will you help me?" Everything was gradually resolved peacefully. Day held the test tube containing the monster's blood, muttering that thanks to the ORC he succeeded. Now he had to go back and get things in order. Right at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out. "Ah, you are..." The girl he met last night was on the verge of tears. Pointing forward, was something wrong over there? On the other side, the girl was being slammed hard against the wall. The large man was holding the pouch of money. He sneered and threatened, "Now you see the consequences." The girl choked out, demanding it back. "What, give the money back to you?" The girl glared at them. The gang of thugs saw the cold aura emanating from her and frowned, asking back. They raised their stick high. "Do you dare talk back to me? Stop." Luckily, Day appeared in time to block it. The thug shouted, asking who he was. He only calmly asked back what he was doing. He quickly snatched the stick. "Yeah, who are you?" Day silently observed for a moment. He had stolen that money, had he? The gang surrounded him, mocking that a rich man like him should not come to this place alone. Then he ordered them to teach him a lesson. The leader shouted the order, "Get him." The whole group charged at him at once, but Day simply swung his hand lightly and hit one of them in the face. He could take down a man with a single blow. He asked seriously, do you want to continue? Do you think everything will go your way? But the group refused to give up, yelling and attacking. A few seconds later, all of them were lying sprawled on the ground, dust everywhere. The girl quickly ran over and hugged her younger sister. Day stood nearby and softly asked, are you two okay? He apologized for letting this happen. Come on, I will take you to a good place to rest. I am sorry, but that is not possible, Euclid said in a low voice. This is a sacred place reserved only for saints and their people, and cannot shelter children of unknown origin. Day pointed at the two children. Even if a saint stayed here, could this vast place not spare room for them? Euclid remained firm, saying the law here is so. He sighed softly. What kind of harsh law is this? He did not even know about it. He turned back and smiled at the children, comforting them not to worry. He would definitely find a place for the two of them to stay. Two children looked blankly at the scene before them. So what now? This place should be fine, right? Before them was a fairly spacious two-story wooden house. This would be their home from now on. He had just bought it, and by the way, what are your names? Day softly asked, just now realizing he had not asked their names. The girl answered, they did not have names. No names, then let him think. And at it. Alright, how about this? Why not call you Chris and your little sister Mary? Those are very meaningful names from his hometown. The two children heard that and stared at him with wide eyes. Day was a bit flustered. Was it that bad? Did they not like it? No, that is not it at all. The little girl could not hold back her tears. She did not know how to express it. She was so grateful to him. He looked at the two children with eyes full of sympathy. Both children said in unison, thank you. The scene shifted to Eklei's laboratory. Dai was focusing intensely on something. Eklei beside him gently called out, Dai, are you still working on that thing? He continued to work attentively, and upon hearing her, replied, wait a moment, I am making all of this for you, Eklei. Finally it was complete. Dai used magic and many other things to forge a brilliantly glowing jade green eye. She asked doubtfully, you are telling me, meaning you still want to heal my eyes? Are you still serious about that idea? Of course. He smiled, I have finally found a way to help you. Take a look at this. He took out a test tube. These are the components that can heal your eyes. Eklei was stunned. That thing can heal my eyes? What exactly is it? Where did you get it? This is the blood of the Tro species. Blood of the Tro? How are you sure it will work? Dai slowly replied, I have mixed it with the blood of an ORC. As you said, the ORC species can adapt to anything unlike other species. I discovered this quite by accident when the ORC body accepted the foreign blood and purified it. Because of this, by introducing the blood into an ORC's body, we can create a clean blood that only retains what is necessary for the correction. You are saying that blood can heal my eyes? That is correct, but I need you to trust me. Eklei was still doubtful. I need to trust you. Dai smiled gently, because we will have to place it inside your eyes to perform the treatment. Hearing this, she was astonished and leaned back. What? You mean you have to cut open my eyes, then drip that blood into them? Are you truly serious? But he remained steadfast. Essentially, we will cut away the damaged retina, and put this in to replace the part that was removed. He looked at Eklei's pensive expression, thinking it was right that she needed to consider it. She had never thought there was such a process. Dai pursed his lips, thinking about something else. Then, he suddenly bowed down before Eklei to her surprise. She cried out in confusion, what are you doing? Do you know what it means for a saint to bow their head? He said in a low voice, I understand why you hesitate. It does sound impossible. That is why I want you to trust me this time. Your eyes, I will take responsibility and heal them with all my might. Eklei did not expect him to be so serious. She could feel the sincerity from every word of this young man, the intention to heal and that goodwill. She felt it from the bottom of her heart, even though this was truly insane. She smiled. All right, let's do it. Anyway, this eye is useless to me now. If there is even a small chance, I will take it. After that, Eklei completely entrusted herself to Dai. She lay still on the operating bed, while Dai wore full protective gear to ensure hygiene and safety. Now use mana to keep the eyelids open. After making incision in the retina, I will remove the damaged part, then replace the entire damaged section. I will replace it with an artificial retina, though this step is not too difficult. Without the necessary supporting equipment, it is still difficult. I have to do everything by hand. Dai was extremely focused on each step, but who am I? I am Bak Yu Sung, the hands of God after all. After a while, Eklei finally woke from her sleep. She let out a soft sound, her eyes slowly opening. He heard and gently asked, Eklei, are you awake? Eklei looked around in a daze. She sat up abruptly, unable to believe it, my eyes. She could now see perfectly with both eyes. She could see the sunlight shining brilliantly into this room. Eklei could not hold back her tears. I stood beside her with a faint smile. How do you feel? Can you see clearly? She still felt everything was a dream. Yes, I can see everything clearly. Please tell me this is not a dream. Hearing this, he looked at her gently. The two of them together watched the early morning sunlight and the white birds flying outside. At the same time at the temple, Harrow hurriedly ran in to report. Your Holiness, there is an urgent matter. A large force is advancing towards the border. They are clearly heading for the Holy See. Uriel frowned and asked again, "What are you talking about? An armed force coming here? Where did they come from? How far away are they?" Harrow, panting from exhaustion, replied, "That is the news I just received, so I do not have the details. But it seems they do not belong to any specific nation. That force is led by a necromancer and an army of the dead." The scene shifted to the edge of the forest next to the city. The sky was darkening, a blue-purple light glowing brightly over the entire area. The sound of footsteps rang out continuously. Wherever they passed, the trees and grass withered and died. The dark aura invaded the entire vast forest. Just as Harrow said, a necromancer led the army of the dead, and they all looked extremely terrifying and arrogant. "Attention everyone! Finally, tomorrow will be the day the holy war begins. Are you ready? Ready?" The flags fluttered lightly in the wind. Following that were passionate shouts. The knights take the lead, while the guards and swordsmen defend from behind. Many lives are at stake. Prepare your minds for battle. After that, the guards and knights dispersed into small groups to talk among themselves. "I still cannot believe we have to face those undead." The young guard noticed the dazed expression on the young man beside him and asked, "Hey, what are you looking at?" "Ah, it is nothing." In moments like this, he always turned his thoughts to his family. Even when he did not pray, he could still see their faces before him. He should visit them before stepping onto the battlefield. He had thought the same, but prayer was the last thing he considered. He happened to overhear the officers mention that a new saint would join this battle. Really, was it the one who could control the stars? The journey from Salona took 4 days, that was true, but the problem was whether they could hold out until the saint arrived. The two fell into thought, their anxious eyes turning to the clear sky. "May God be with us." The scene shifted to late afternoon. In the holy hall, Uriel frowned, sighing repeatedly. She spoke softly. The Pope had ordered the new saint to the border. That was correct. The order came directly from him. In her heart, she wondered why they had to face an enemy so great that the Pope had to deploy a new saint. Uriel asked further about reinforcements from neighboring nations. Harrow replied that requests for aid had been sent, but it would take 4 to 5 days for them to arrive. If so, who would accompany the new saint? Harrow frowned and said, "The third knight, the holy altar, and the royal guard were moving to the frontier." Uriel was stunned. Do not tell her this was their entire force. He only looked at her in silence, giving no answer. Uriel grew angry, slamming her hand on the table and shouting, "Was the Pope mad?" The opponent was a soul summoner from the Age of Magic. He surely knew this force was not enough. The Age of Magic, from ancient times, magic had been a central subject of study. The entire continent flourished thanks to the advancement of magic, but the powers that worshipped magic brought the age to ruin, and the one who sealed its decline was Zhou Huyu, the king of death. He had risen again. Harrow said in a low voice. They were not only dealing with foreign invasion, but also had to prevent civil war, so no more forces could be sent to the front lines. Uriel looked at him coldly. Then the frontier was as good as abandoned. That was the reason the Pope chose this solution. She thought, how could the Pope dare to treat the representative of God as a sacrificial pawn? At that moment, the door burst open. A frantic voice called out, "Holy Maiden!" There was news that the enemy had arrived earlier than expected from the southern mountain range. Fighting had already broken out. Uriel gritted her teeth upon hearing this. She rushed out. Harrow called after her, but she did not turn back. There was no more time to hesitate. The scene shifted as dusk fell. The alarm trumpet sounded. Guards and knights stood ready for battle. The enemy was approaching. Arm yourselves quickly. Attack! A volley of arrows flew toward the forest. The horde of the living dead charged forward and took the brunt of the assault. Fully armored knights entered the fray, using their swords to fight them off. On the city walls, the mage squad chanted incantations, praying for protection to steady their bodies against the foe. Blessing, a wave of light radiated out, covering the knights, and they felt a surge of power. With this power, things would be easier. They could finish this before reinforcements arrived. The commander said with a stern face, "Do not be overconfident. Not all enemies are weak. The strongest ones are coming." Seconds later, white spirits emerged from the undead armor. There were undead swordsmen among them, regrouping. "Everyone fall back, regroup," and the commander did not finish his sentence. Spirit blocked his path directly. A scream of agony rang out, blood splattered. The others panicked and fled in disarray. It was too late. They were continuously surrounded and slaughtered by the undead and spirits. In an instant, the thick stench of blood spread along with the screams. The soul summoner leading them stood watching the scene, laughing heartily with pleasure. It was truly satisfying to see humanity torn apart this. "Come now, my walking corpses, do not let anyone survive." The knights realized the danger. The enemy was growing stronger, and they shouted to retreat and wait for reinforcements. The commander gritted his teeth, muttering a desperate prayer. At that moment, someone called out to him in a panic. Behind him, a massive undead creature had appeared. Its hand raised a weapon, ready to strike down. Before he could react, a flash of blue light blazed. The commander turned to look behind him. Figure frowned while observing the bloody battlefield, muttering, "Really? How can there be this many? He immediately dashed forward. As he moved, he recalled the earlier admonition. They want him to come to the border in this state. Due to the urgency of the situation, the Pope had no other choice. From the reports, this was a suicide mission, and the Soul Summoner faction was also facing internal conflict. Even if the border was held, chaos was hard to avoid. The situation was complex, and after hearing it all, he sent a message back to the Pope. He would go protect the border. At this moment, he stood in the midst of a battlefield full of fire and blood. The people saw him and were astonished. Holy One, why are you here? He did not answer, only ordered the injured holy knights to be divided so priests could heal them, while the royal guards would take their place in holding the line. The commander and priest replied anxiously that if the troops were split, they would not have enough strength to stop the death army, so they should wait for reinforcements. He asked softly, "Am I in a difficult position?" Suddenly realized the nearby corpses had crumbled, likely due to the Holy One's divine power. He thought to himself, being a saint and then dying, it seemed being sent to die was part of the duty. Just then, a shout rang out, and he quickly looked behind him. A flash of golden light appeared, burning away the living mist that was covering the area. He looked at the growing horde of corpses, thinking that even though he had used divine power to deal with most of them, there were still too many, and he needed to clean up a bit more. Fiery red orbs of flame shot swiftly forward, burning them all completely. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred without any warning. In the very center, the summoner had created a barrier to protect himself from the fire explosion. He furrowed his brow and asked, "You are a summoner, are you not?" That man was panicked. How could a holy one use magic like this? That summoner immediately began a chant summoning souls from the realm of the dead. He summoned an even larger squad of skeletal swordsmen. The commander shouted loudly that there were too many death knights, but he remained calm, softly chanting, "Heal." Immediately, a wave of blue power enveloped the group of death knights, causing them all to fall at once. The necromancer witnessed the scene and stood frozen, unable to believe it. He shouted in panic, "You do not stop me, you pile of bone." But in the blink of an eye, the rope used its destructive force to block all of his attacks. The chains quickly tightened around his limbs. Necromancer was so shocked his eyes went white, unable to believe this terrifying power. Is this a saint? No, a saint could not have power like this. Could he be an archangel? Or a god? At that moment, a sudden punch landed directly on his head. The priest could not hold back his anger and bitterness. This bastard had betrayed the faith of Zerenia. You have destroyed the pride of the holy knights. You will face your retribution. The rope looked around the battlefield. The red flames were still burning fiercely. On the ground, corpses lay strewn about. He understood that even the soldiers who had died had been turned into the undead. Those undead were once someone's children, friends, or lovers. The least he could do was let them rest in peace. That was the reason So Young gave them a final send-off, a wide area heal. A gentle blue light shone down from above onto the soldiers and priests who had become undead. Their bodies slowly dissolved, merging to that gentle stream of light. Then raindrops slowly began to fall, gradually extinguishing the fiercely burning flames. The rain grew heavier and heavier, as if trying to wash everything away. The guards, swordsmen, and priests could not hold back their tears and sobbed aloud. The rope bit his lip and wondered if he had been faster, could he have saved them? But he pushed that thought aside. He needed to calm his mind first. He needed to take care of him first. He turned his gaze to the bound necromancer and asked in a low voice, "You talk too much. After a lifetime of keeping corpses, do you fear being reunited with them?" That man laughed crazily. "Fear? That sounds funny. This border is not the end. By now, we should have been conquering Salonia. Why don't you surrender?" The rope furrowed his brow and ordered the commander, "Hey, take him back to the Holy Nation. I need to return." He thought seriously, just as I suspected. There is a rebel force within. I need to hurry. At the same time, in the small town, screams continuously rang out. The horde of undead had surged right into where the people lived. They fled in terror, screaming for help. Just then, a sword strike swept across, eliminating one of the undead. "Oh, Jake, that's impressive. Truly a swordsman's skill, don't even joke around." Fiha smiled and looked around. Things are really serious. I wonder where our holy maiden is right now. White smoke continuously rose into the night sky over the town. The undead were arriving in ever greater numbers, radiating an extremely powerful black aura. It made the opponents feel breathless. The swordsman hurriedly shouted out a warning. "The enemy is coming. Everyone retreat now." Ariel quickly used her holy sword to destroy them. She frowned, thinking, no matter how many times I kill them, they just keep pouring in endlessly like this. They are not just undead. Now they are no different from an endless army. The other swordsmen were also fighting tirelessly, but the numbers were too overwhelming. Now the available options were becoming more and more limited. At that moment, a soft shout was heard. It was followed by a sharp and decisive sword strike. That single strike caused the undead to shatter into pieces. Uriel was stunned by the sight. This sword wind. She immediately recognized it. Fiha and even Lord Jake. Jake spoke with a serious and respectful expression. "Greetings to the Holy Maiden. I apologize for this belated greeting, but I hope you can understand my situation." Fiha, on the other hand, smiled happily as she stepped forward. "Now that I am here, please do not worry any longer. She tightly hugged one of Uriel's arms. Uriel paid no mind to that and asked, Lord Zekar, what are you doing here? And what about His Holiness? He immediately replied, this is His Holiness's order. What do you mean? Biting his lip in silence, he turned back. Going back a bit earlier, Jake had been flicked hard on the forehead by the rope. He raised an eyebrow and said, where do you think you're going? Stay in Salonia. If you come with me, you'll only be a burden. Jake, still dizzy, nevertheless maintained his respectful bearing and replied, I will do my utmost not to become a burden to you, Your Holiness, so please allow me to follow. Hearing this, the rope let out a tired sigh. Then face me. You claim you have the strength not to be a burden to me, right? Then prove it to me. Jake looked seriously into his eyes. He moved his lips and agreed. I understand. Afterwards, Jake swung his sword at the rope while thinking, I am deeply sorry for this, Your Holiness. In the blink of an eye, he easily blocked his sword strike. Jake widened his eyes in astonishment. Is that sword wind? He smiled and asked, do you understand now? He was completely speechless, unable to believe it. No way, even if he truly controlled sword wind, to so easily block my strike with such a small sword. The rope said seriously once more, you need to be somewhere else. That is where you need to go. Back to the present, Jake quietly told Uriel that being by her side wouldn't help at all, so he took the initiative to go support So Young instead. Bia saw the serious look on Uriel's face and called out softly, but she didn't respond, thinking to herself that he must not understand the danger of a soul master. She couldn't help but scold, that fool doesn't realize how dire his own situation is. Uriel had no idea that at this very moment Day had already set foot back in Salonia. What a pity that was. Amidst the bloody scene around him, he thought he was truly worried about Mary and Chris. Just then, a voice called out, Your Holiness. Day turned his head at the sound. Behind him was Mary crying and holding Chris, both children covered in blood. It's just that Chris was lying there motionless. Your Holiness, Mary is here. Day hurried over to ask, Mary, are you okay? How is little Chris doing? He checked quickly, no pulse or any sign of life. I'm afraid her life is hard to save now. Mary choked back tears. Your Holiness, Chris has always been frail since she was little. As her older sister, I should have been able to protect her. He pursed his lips and replied, Mary, I was wrong to bring you here. It seems I've made you suffer even more pain again. I'm sorry. Upon hearing that, the girl quickly protested. No, that's not true. You've done your best to give us a better life. It's not your fault, even if it were. If only I were stronger, would I have had enough strength to protect my little sister? I want to become even stronger. Day fell completely silent. He quietly looked at the corpses around him, then at the body of the knight behind the two kids, realizing this wound was not caused by So Young, a warrior of the Holy Kingdom. Based on the nearby details, it seemed Mary had killed him, if she had such talent then. He said in a low voice, you hidden ones over there, come out now. But his answer was only utter silence. Day frowned, clearly showing anger. Oh, you dare to ignore my words. 2 on the rooftop, 3 hiding under the tree, 1 doctor hiding in the water, and 1 more following behind me. You all better show yourselves. Right after that, a group of masked people appeared. We are the Dark Clan. Greetings to Your Holiness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong Yong Yong, one of the 7 messengers of the clan. And here from right to left are Hukye Hong Yong, Jung I Hong Yong, and Sai Hong Yong. Eok Hong Yong, So Yang Hong Yong. Day frowned in displeasure after hearing that. Who named them so lazily Huk I Hong, So Yang I Hong? Setting aside the names, he frowned slightly and continued, Alright, I called you all here for no other reason than I want you all to take care of this child for me. Hong Yong looked at Mary. That girl, she does have the innate qualities of a natural-born assassin. She observed the child sharply from head to toe. That makes sense. From what I can see, this girl even survived after the enemy wiped out the entire area. To train her into an assassin. She didn't finish her sentence. Day interrupted. I have no intention of putting her on that path. I just want her to have the chance to realize her potential. So Young Young asked softly, you mean for us to teach her that skill? Exactly, little So Young understands me well. But Hong Yong immediately refused. We can't. We have orders to protect you day and night. We don't have time to teach anyone. That's right, and some of us cannot reveal ourselves. If our identities are exposed, it will bring harm to you. They frowned at that, knowing it would be difficult, but these guys are really stubborn. He asked in a low voice, what if it's an order from me? As soon as he finished, all of them were startled. A was surprised. Oh, they react to the word order. He smiled. If that's the case then. Command you all to teach and train Mary in the necessary skills of an assassin. Even if they didn't want to, they had to obediently comply as you command. Good, right. Please take care of the funeral arrangements for that girl properly. He gently said to Mary, who was sitting nearby in a daze. All right, Mary, now follow them and study hard. They're all trustworthy people. Can you do it? She asked worriedly. Yes. But what about you? I still need to go help everyone before it's too late, Your Holiness. He said softly to reassure her it's fine, it won't be long. Shifting the scene to Uriel at this moment, blessing. She continuously used her blessing spells to add strength to the swordsman. Oh, it's a blessing. Perhaps God is on our side. She shouted clearly, right now, march forward and claim victory. Beside her, Pa felt extremely worried for her. Lady Saintess, are you alright? I think you've used too much holy power. Uriel replied softly, there's still a long way to go, I'm fine. Fiha, can you watch the left flank for me? Of course, leave it to me. She thought to herself, saying that, but it's only a temporary measure. Our side still doesn't know how much enemy strength remains, and I can't keep blessing forever. The best thing to do is to cut down their morale and force them to retreat. After all, he's a 9th tier archmage, he surely won't die that easily. Right, she clenched her fist, wait a little, I'm coming right away. At that moment, a surge of sword energy suddenly shot straight toward Uriel. Austin thought she did not sense the danger in time, but Uriel quickly raised her holy sword to block the attack. Low chuckle followed. It is an honor to meet you, Saintess. Uriel recognized her opponent at once. Duke Jiahat, even a sword master like you has gotten involved in this matter. Jiahat smiled faintly. It seems the Saintess does not think much of my greeting. Jake immediately stepped forward to shield her. Saintess, are you alright? He looked at him with a mocking air. Oh, if it is not the brat from the Che region. You look better than the last time we met. Jake frowned in response. Shut your mouth, Duke Jiahat. You should be ashamed for betraying the Lord. He sneered. The Holy Kingdom is about to collapse, and you must be well aware of that. This land is far too small for our transcendent power. Uriel gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, this man still irritates her as always. But there truly was no opportunity here. Even if she was angry, her opponent was still a sword master. It was hard to beat him even at full strength, let alone now when her holy power was running dry. He was one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent, and even teaming up with Jake would hardly turn the tide. Suddenly Jiahat lowered his voice and made an offer. Saintess, how about we call a temporary truce and pull our forces back? Uriel was confused by his words, unsure what he was scheming. Are they overestimating us? Or maybe she missed some detail. Unlike Uriel worries, the immense amount of holy power she had used had secured them the upper hand, and had sapped the enemy morale. He was also calculating in his mind, our forces are being pushed back. Even I would struggle to face a high-ranked swordsman and the Saintess at the same time. It is better to retreat and regroup for now. That was exactly what Jiahat was thinking. Uriel also found the offer reasonable, beneficial to their side. If we can stall until reinforcements arrive, then I agree to a temporary ceasefire. Jiahat smiled, a wise decision indeed. Then it seems we have nothing more to say to each other. Just then, another voice suddenly rang out. Hey, you think you can just leave whenever you want? Startled by the voice, he looked up. The others were equally shocked. That voice, it cannot be, do not tell me. He slowly walked forward. Did you think this place was a marketplace where you come and go as you please, your holiness? He muttered a low incantation fireball. Gather. It has been quite a while. My hands are itching, if I happen to lose control. At that moment, a massive fireball rapidly formed in the sky. Then I cannot guarantee that life of yours stays intact. An ordinary person can only contain one type of energy, but the saints chosen by God have their magic energy converted into holy power, which is why they can no longer use magic. Jiahat witnessed this and could not believe it. What the hell is happening with this brat? He said calmly. Do you have anything to say for yourself? I will give you some time. The fireball descended lower and lower. He swallowed hard and stammered. How is the battle of the representatives going? He raised an eyebrow and asked back. The representatives. Jiahat forced a smile and continued, I am sure this will be a deal beneficial to you. If you intend to kill everyone here, I can guarantee that will be a difficult problem to deal with in the future, if you have to face me alone. He had no idea what he was rambling about. What the hell? I know you are afraid of that fireball. You still think you have a chance in a one-on-one against me? Jake, standing beside him, could not help but interrupt. Your holiness, I advise you not to listen to him. He might be playing mind games. He laughed out loud and said, I know the best course of action is to eliminate all of you right here, but I admit you have some nerve. Cancel. Instantly, the fireball in the sky shattered into pieces. Jake shouted in surprise, Your holiness. Jiahat eyes lit up at the sight. He smiled inwardly. He actually accepted. He must be an idiot. Hey, Jiahat, right? He beckoned with a single finger. Come at me. He sneered inwardly, this brat. He has too many openings. It seems my chance has come. Even if he is a mage who can summon meteorites, it all becomes meaningless if he cannot finish his incantation in time. With that thought, he dashed forward, then leapt high into the air. I will finish him off quickly. But he remained completely calm. He used magic, creating another sword to block his strike. Jiahat eyes widened in shock. Metal. He immediately retreated backward. My sword. His sword now had a small crack running along its edge. Oh, it seems your sword is still in one piece. He smiled and asked, what are you planning? Or should I attack first? Jiahat thought to himself. Summoning meteors using holy power and now even creating sword energy. Where did this monster come from? Even so, he charged forward again. Both of them lunged at each other, exchanging blows in rapid succession. After a few exchanges, Jiahat suddenly realized something. Wait, this brat, his sword technique, do not tell me. He smiled faintly and I see now. So this is how you intend to do it. He leapt high into the air, raising his sword energy. He copied my technique. Jia Hat felt a surge of panic. I have made a mistake. How do you fight against an opponent like this, even in a single exchange? He asked casually, hey, do you know why I agreed to fight you one-on-one? When it comes to those who like to toy with other people's lives like you, I can guarantee you will not live in peace. As he spoke, he unleashed an incredibly sharp slash toward him. This time, Jia Hat could not predict the path of the blade. Not only did he copy it, but he also made it his own. Is this what they call a genius? At this moment, his leg had already taken a rather deep slash. Jia Hat cried out in pain and knelt down, bracing his sword forward. Are you satisfied now? Or should we stop here? He forced himself to speak, saying he admitted defeat and begged for mercy. But he showed no pity, coldly stating that a duke and master swordsman like him would stoop to obeying another. He was the one behind the rebellion and the revenge killings of nobles, was he not? Seizing the moment while he spoke, Jia Hat gripped his sword tightly. All I've ever wanted. He swung his sword fiercely forward. All I have ever wanted is to make those despicable nobles understand that even through brutal means, I can still change this entire city-state. Day easily neutralized his attack. Immediately after, his weapon suddenly shattered into many pieces, then quickly replaced it with another sword. Jia Hat was utterly stunned by the sight, unable to comprehend what was happening. The sword simply vanished. Without giving him a moment to think, Day decisively delivered the finishing blow. Jack, standing nearby and witnessing everything, could not help but admire such an unstoppable sword stroke. At the same time, on the city wall on the other side, what are you saying? Are you referring to His Holiness, the kingdom's #1 Knight Commander Viben Gaiman, incredulously repeated the story of summoning 1,000 fireballs to annihilate an entire legion. Beside him, Raymond Klein also wore a look of doubt. He defeated the Soul Master and saved everyone. The #2 Mage Commander Glyman Philia also found it hard to believe. Could he actually be a Soul Master? Hirio smiled. As you can see, we are very grateful, but everything has been settled. Suddenly, someone called up, Lord Hirio, what is it? We just received a message from His Holiness. It seems they have successfully put down the rebel forces. Changing the scene, Uriel asked, may I leave first? I have matters to attend to. Yes, we will handle the rest. She let out a relieved sigh. It seems we have cleared out almost all the areas. Fee smiled brightly and praised her. Well done, Lord Uriel. But I wonder, from what His Holiness has done, could he be a powerful being sent down to the Holy Kingdom? Jake frowned at this and reminded her, Fei Ha, be careful when speaking about His Holiness. Alright, keep your composure if you wish to hear me speak of His Holiness. Suddenly, a surge of purple light appeared from afar. Fei Ha muttered in confusion, what is that? What is happening? This is demonic energy, but where is it coming from? Cold air enveloped them. Jake gritted his teeth and warned, Your Holiness, please be careful. The surge of demonic energy grew denser, condensing into a single form. Uriel quickly realized it cannot be that thing. Dragon skeleton. The sky was dyed a frightening red, with bolts of lightning, both large and small, striking down continuously. This moment at the Holy See, Euclid hurriedly reported, Your Grace, just now. He cut him off, you sensed it too. We must leave quickly. Many are handling things as I have instructed. Of course, Your Grace, the child Maria, I will take care of her. He glanced inside. The messengers will also keep watch. There will be no problems. Messengers? Ah, you do not know yet. I will introduce them later. Yes, may you return safely. Euclid thought to himself, messengers, could it be about tonight? Changing the scene back in Salonia, the dragon skeleton continued to roar. The swordsmen who charged forward were all subdued by its demonic energy. From the very bodies of the swordsmen themselves, Uriel was struggling to use her holy power, healing holy protection. But the situation was worsening. The enemy was too numerous, and holy magic was useless. Holy maiden, we must retreat. Before they could move, the dragon skeleton had already lunged at her. It roared fiercely, releasing such terrifying demonic energy that Uriel could not move an inch. She could only stand still, feeling the pressure of the dragon's presence. Unable to bear it, fear enveloped her entire body. I must stay calm. Jake and Faye had quickly rushed forward to shield her. Uriel's eyes widened as she realized the fear was fading. No, it was not fading, it was being shared by the two of them. Jake and Faye said in unison, Holy Maiden, do not worry. Facing a dragon for the first time in our lives is a memorable experience. Thank you both for helping me. The fear that paralyzes the body, even as bones, it is still a dragon. Just then, a strange sound came from behind Faye. This sound, could it be? A skeleton soldier seized the opening and swung its sword at her. Fortunately, Jake managed to block it in time and destroyed it. Faye exclaimed in surprise, Jake, you can move again. A little. He tried to handle the remaining ones. I can move, but the fear is preventing me from using my full strength. With this pressure, the Holy Maiden needs 2 people to protect her. We can only buy time and wait for His Holiness to arrive. At least I can do this much. Jake closed his eyes tightly. He steadied his mind. He charged forward once more, worthy of the honor of being that person's retainer. Sword stroke after sword stroke was unleashed, but the monsters were truly too numerous. One after another they kept flooding in. Unable to use his full abilities, Jake gradually began to show openings. Dry skeletons took the opportunity to surround him from all sides. Fee worriedly shouted that Zik would die, while Uriel gritted her teeth and prayed to the gods. Even using his divine power, he still couldn't move, so he could only pray for Jake. At that moment, from within the pile of bones, a pillar of light appeared, blasting the monsters away. Jake struggled to his feet, his body covered in wounds of all sizes. Beha, with tears in her eyes, asked Jack if he was all right, and he reassured her not to worry. Jake had to use his sword for support to stand. This was the first time he had been so exhausted since becoming a high-rank swordsman. Fortunately, that dragon bone, aside from radiating fear, made no other moves. He continued to rise and fight, telling himself that even if his movements were difficult, he was still the youngest swordsmanship genius. Suddenly, a sharp claw lunged at him from behind. Jake swung his sword repeatedly, but his body could no longer endure, and he helplessly realized that fact. He silently wished that someone stronger were here. At least if he were as strong as Zahat, wouldn't that be better? Finally, Jake could no longer resist, and he was struck by 3 bone creatures at the same time. Fresh blood flowed. Jake collapsed, thinking he had no face left to meet the saint. He silently apologized for not being able to stay by his side any longer. Suddenly, Day's familiar voice came from behind, praising Jake for his hard work. He quickly cast mass healing to destroy the remaining bone creatures. Afterward, Day faced the dragon bone, rebuking it for causing too much trouble. He was completely unaffected by its fear aura. Day observed while preparing his spell to create the technique. He recalled articles about forbidden arts he had read as a child. It was a great weapon that had ended the ancient magic era, nullifying all spells below the 7th tier. A millennium-old living blade that even the holy sword could not cut through. He calculated that with such a formidable bone dragon present, there must be a necromancer nearby. Day's eyes lit up. Even though he couldn't pinpoint their location due to the bone dragon's concealing aura, he deduced they were behind this. Day decided to find them after finishing here, then whispered, "Heal." Immediately, a pure power enveloped the monster. The time-freezing magic was broken. Uriel was astonished to see Day take down the bone dragon with a single heal spell, and Fiha also realized she could move again. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flashed violet, piercing through his magic. It formally evolved into an upgraded version, its panicked cries echoing everywhere. Jake shouted in alarm that it was using dragon breath, and told the saint to get back. Before they could react, the monster charged straight ahead, cracking the ground and making the earth rise up. Day calmly looked at the water stains on the barrier, surprised that a mana shield could block water. It truly was a formidable weapon. He stood in front of everyone, ordering the monster to stop destroying this town. Right after, Day chanted continuously, "Heal, heal," to attack it. At the final word, a blinding light radiated all around. Day looked towards the magic gate that had just appeared, sensing no necromancer aura. They must have fled. On this side, Uriel was desperately treating Jake, saying, "Recover, no, Lord Jake, wake up." Fiha panicked and asked why Jake wasn't being healed. Uriel replied that the demonic energy in his body was rejecting her holy spells. Uriel said he could still be saved if she continued to channel holy power, but she didn't know how long Jake could hold on. Upon hearing this, she let out a cry of fear. At that moment, Day called out to Uriel. She turned around in surprise. He was holding scissors, cutting away the clothes tangled on Jake's body, saying his condition was critical. He observed the severely damaged lower abdomen, realizing his intestines were torn. It was a miracle he survived. Luckily, his lungs were still intact. He spoke with determination, saying he would do his best to save him. He told himself that even if the environment wasn't ideal, he then raised both hands and cast a wide-area healing spell. He knew clearly that if he wanted to operate on him, he couldn't miss the golden hour. He ordered Uriel to ensure no poisonous gas or demonic energy came near. She acknowledged the order even though she was still in shock. Seeing him prepare for surgery, Fiha frantically called out to the saint, but he cut her off, reminding her of her name. Uriel didn't dare speak. As for her, she tried to hold back her tears, watching intently. Day focused on treatment. With no tools or artificial parts, he had to reconnect the damaged tissues as quickly as possible. Though it wasn't simple, the biggest problem was the demonic energy inside him. If that was the case, then he placed his marked hand over the wounded area. There seemed to be no other way. Immediately after, demonic energy surged through the gaps in his fingers and poured out in waves. He gritted his teeth and endured, understanding that evil energy was also a form of mana. He used his healing attribute to restore the areas with low demonic energy density first, shrinking the damage before dealing with the rest. Slowly, he was able to absorb the evil energy within Jake's body, but was frustrated by how much demonic energy there was, wondering what had happened to him. Inside Jake's body was cleaner. He continued extracting the demonic energy from the injured area, then prepared for the next step. Day chanted a healing spell, connecting the aorta to let the heart beat normally, also reconnecting damaged veins and restoring blood circulation. Suddenly, a sharp pain spread across his abdomen, causing him to let out a cry. He stared at his hand, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. This demonic energy was truly unpleasant. Observing Jake, he noticed the boy's complexion had improved, and he felt relieved to see he was still holding on. He focused on chanting a healing spell, his hands glowing as he began surgery on the abdomen. He poured his entire mind into the operation, found the small intestine slightly tangled but not infected, and thought he could save him. Uriel watched from a distance, her heart full of conflict. Initially, she did not trust the Holy Saint and had even stopped him. Although she did not accept the treatment method, she could feel Jake's life force gradually recovering. Uriel was also worried about him, seeing that his left hand had turned black, and wondered if he was all right. After sewing the last stitch, he breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "It's done." He staggered to his feet, trying to announce that the surgery had been successful, but immediately after, his whole body collapsed. Uriel hurried over to catch him. She quickly used her power to purify him. It was harder than she thought. The evil energy had seeped deep into the bone marrow, requiring precise control of holy power. Uriel anxiously thought she could not handle it alone, wishing someone with healing expertise was there. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. Uriel looked at them with unfamiliar eyes. They called themselves Hong Yang. She immediately ordered her subordinates to protect the Holy Saint, and they quickly formed a defensive arrangement. Uriel asked if they were the Holy Saint's guards. Hong Yang coldly confirmed. He offered to take the Holy Saint to Salonia for further treatment. Uriel agreed and arranged to meet them at the mansion. In her heart, their presence felt terrifying, like facing demons. She signaled for Fia to handle the rest. Fia reassured Uriel, vowing to return to Jake's side as soon as the task was done. Uriel's eyes were full of worry. She softly called the Holy Saint's name. He was brought back and laid on a luxurious white bed. In his dream, he heard someone calling him. Yu Sung's colleague reminded him he was distracted. They needed to enter the operating room. The assistant handed him the medical records, but he interrupted, calmly putting on his surgical gown and entering the operating theater. As he entered, he was still thinking about Sum So-young, his spirits slightly low. In the dream, he saw Jake wearing modern patient clothes. He felt this person looked familiar. He shook his head to clear the thought, focused on the surgery, and requested the instruments as usual. But the assistants only looked at him with questioning eyes, saying they only needed to use magic. Startled, he let out a loud shout and woke up. He looked out the window, dazedly asking where he was. A voice answered, "Euclid Mary." The girl was overjoyed, tears welling up, saying he was awake. "Thank the Lord." He patted Mary's head and thanked her. The girl scolded him for acting too recklessly. He looked at Euclid, who was trying to hold back her emotions, and understood she was worried about him. He felt helpless. Was she really acting that cute towards him? He suddenly remembered something. He asked about Sieg, but Mary hesitated, not knowing what to say. Mary angrily said that Sieg couldn't save him in danger, and even got him injured. He soothed the girl. He changed the subject, asking why the two of them always provoked each other, unable to get along. Feeling his hand, he was startled and tried to move it. She reported that the Holy Lady and the Archbishop had treated him. He asked again in surprise. Young Ekle nodded, confirming that Ekle possessed the strongest healing magic in the world. She stammered, then decided to show him something he needed to see. He agreed and followed her to the basement. When the cloth was removed, he froze upon seeing the dragon bone heart. She explained the origin of the item. He sensed evil energy from the heart. Euclid said they had wrapped it in a holy light membrane but still couldn't block the evil energy. He wondered why she was showing him this item. She explained that he had been tasked with bringing it to the lecture hall. He picked up the heart, skeptical of the Pope's request. She confirmed that some nobles did not believe his words. He found it ironic that catching the soul summoner and defeating the bone dragon led to now acting as a diplomatic representative. Finally, he ordered Euclid to carry the item and follow him. He felt overwhelmed by the many things happening. At the lecture hall, everyone was buzzing, thinking he couldn't have defeated the soul summoner alone. Someone whispered to Ekle. She replied in a low voice. Archbishop Ekle stepped onto the podium, calling for calm and promising to answer questions. A count from the Vibon kingdom interrupted, questioning his use of mana and defeating the bone dragon. Ekle calmly replied that only God knows the truth. The man grew angry, questioning the role of the Holy Kingdom. At that moment, the door swung open and the subject of the story appeared, making everyone curious. He walked in majestically, declaring he would answer all questions and asked them to raise their inquiries. A red-haired girl who called herself Marcus Philia spoke up, asking about him using magic to defeat the soul summoner. He answered briefly, confirming it was true. She was shocked by the answer. Another person spoke up demanding proof. Gregory and Selena from the Region Empire introduced themselves and asked permission to speak. He glanced with contempt upon hearing the question about evidence. Gregory stated they came to assist in preventing danger. He continued that the recent incident threatened the entire continent, and they needed proper proof to feel secure. Selena added with a provocative demeanor that merely capturing the soul summoner was not enough to prove his abilities. Clay gave a subtle smirk, observing Region's fearsome sword and the youngest mage princess of the Six Realms. Clearly, several major figures had begun to act, as they saw the Holy One as a true threat. They feared a man who had single-handedly defeated a soul master and a bone dragon. That was why they saw this as an opportunity to decide whether to eliminate him immediately. She looked at him with interest, wondering how the Holy One would act now. Day just let out a faint, dismissive laugh. He flatly refuted that foolish notion, stating that whether he defeated the immortal alone or with others, it had nothing to do with their kingdoms. The man still tried to justify his jealousy, claiming that gathering accurate information was not only a vital task for their kingdom but for all kingdoms. If they only trusted the holy nation's word, it would be difficult to plan their next move. He stepped closer, repeating the word evidence, demanding it. Before he could react, the sword's tip was pointed directly at Gregory's throat. He asked if that was enough evidence, causing the man to recoil in fear, astonished by the Holy One's speed. Solon, seeing this, did not back down and continued to ask if this was an official declaration from the holy nation to the Riesian Empire. He gestured with his hand, finding it amusing, and ordered Euclid to bring it over. She approached carrying a white cloth bundle and respectfully acknowledged the order. They decisively tore away the white cloth covering it. He held the dark heart in his hand, each word like a sharp blade aimed at those seated. He asked if this was the evidence they needed, that it was the heart of a bone dragon, and surely everyone could recognize the truth by the malevolent energy radiating from it. She looked at it with embarrassment, admitting it was indeed the heart of a bone dragon. Day simply told her that if she didn't believe it, she could try holding it herself. Celine hesitated, looking at the heart being offered before her. But wanting to prove he was a fraud, she still reached out with both hands to grab it. Immediately, the heart erupted with an incredibly powerful field of dark energy. Her face darkened, choking out words as the demonic energy made it hard to breathe. Day flatly retorted that the holy nation had given her the authority to interrogate the imprisoned court mage. He took the heart back from Selena and continued, saying that no matter who defeated it, the holy nation had the power to take down even a mighty bone dragon. Day's expression turned menacing as he questioned her attitude. He asked if her actions today were an official declaration of war from the Riesian Empire against the holy nation. The two of them clung to each other in fear, not daring to utter another word. Clay witnessed the entire scene, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Finally, the two were forced to stand and bow respectfully, admitting their disrespect toward the holy nation. Gregory and Selena of the Riesian Empire had to grit their teeth and apologize. Though unwilling, she still had to bow her head and admit fault. Day handed the wrapped heart to a keeper, reminding them that a single wrong statement from them could lead to conflict between the two sides. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, stating clearly that he didn't care about her position in the kingdom. He emphasized that once she came here, she represented her entire kingdom. Day turned to look at Ekle, asking if she was satisfied now. He was in the middle of something when he was summoned here, so he needed to return. She answered with satisfaction, thanking the Holy One. The smooth exchange pleased Ekle greatly, and she asked one last time if there were any more questions. The sunlight shone brilliantly outside the castle. Having just escaped the headache-inducing interrogation, Day suddenly had an idea, wondering if he should go see Jake. Suddenly, Euclid called out to him, "Holy One." She began in a serious tone, saying that as a servant, she had no opinion on him showing kindness. But internally, those of different ranks should maintain a distance to ensure equality. She mentioned this because she'd recently noticed him favoring someone. He hastily denied it, saying he was just checking on a patient, but inwardly he was surprised she wanted so much attention. Euclid added that besides that, there was still a long list of people wanting to see him. Day asked why, surprised, and she honestly reported that rumors had started circulating after the trial. Selena was the one with more questions, about the capture of the court mage and the defeat of the bone dragon. The Holy One had done all that with magic, so she wanted to ask what circle the Holy One was currently at. Clay calmly replied that even the Holy Nation didn't know what circle the Holy One was at currently. However, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of her lips as she said their empire had recently estimated he was at least at the 8th mana circle or higher. Clay's statement in the trial was based on the magic Jay used during the baptism, and it was merely a conjecture. The head of the Magic Association was only a 5th circle mage, and the Royal Mage Academies of each nation were only at the 6th circle. That statement had left a profound impression on those present at the trial. Selena was one of those people. She was in disbelief, thinking it was absurd that the Holy One wasn't just at the 5th circle, or the human limit of the 6th, but at the 8th. So Selena suggested that the Riesian Empire wished to spend more time in the Holy Nation to confirm the High Priest's claim. This sparked a wave of curiosity, and other members chimed in with their opinions. The Kingdom of Lehman also asked to stay, and then the Kingdom of Vibon also wanted to remain in the Holy Nation. Clay smiled in satisfaction, happily welcoming anyone who wished to stay in the Holy Nation. Inwardly, she chuckled, "Oh, Dai, you're going to be very busy soon." After hearing the story retold, Day held his head in exasperation. He had anticipated this would happen, but not so abruptly. Euclid further reported that the Riesian Empire had requested a meeting with him, asking if he had any preferred times. He He flatly refused immediately, ordering all appointments cancelled. He said he would go play at the Duke's residence right now, causing her to speak hesitantly, Holy One. Euclid's tone was a reminder that he had been told many times not to favor Jake so much. Knowing Euclid misunderstood, he quickly corrected her, saying he had told her already that it wasn't like that. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and finally, the two mounted their horses and set off for their destination. Day looked out the window, remarking that the residence was quite deep inside, feeling like they were heading into an elf village. Ergliud asked if he had ever been to an elf village before. He smiled, replying that he had lived in an elf village before coming here. A rush of emotion made him nostalgic. Day raised his pitch-black hand to examine it, wondering how they were all doing. The carriage driver turned back to inform Euclid that they had arrived at the Duke's residence. She said sternly to him, "Let's go, Holy One." Day cheerfully replied, "Okay." Carriage door opened. The two walked to the castle gates. Day looked in awe at the vast space, which reminded him of Jake. Euclid followed up, saying Jake designed the exterior of the residence, while the interior was already there from the previous owner, so the current master just had to choose. The maid was already waiting at the gate, politely informing them that Lord Jake was in his bedroom and asking them to follow her. He said thank you and looked at Euclid, asking, "Shall we go in?" Along the hallway, Dai remembered a question he had: why was Zik transferred here? It would have been fine for him to rest and recover at Salonia Castle. She explained as she walked, saying that when he was unconscious, Zik was the one who cared for him despite being exhausted. He was a bit surprised to learn Zik had taken care of him. Euclid confirmed that was true, and besides that day, she recounted Jake's furious scolding, "How dare you touch the Holy One's precious body with those common hands? Do you want to die by my hand?" Euclid recounted with annoyance that was what he said and he wouldn't let her near him. He said he couldn't stay to care for him in such a weakened state, so he came back here. Though he is kind, she didn't think it was necessary. Day felt a deep sense of sympathy, commenting that she must really resent Jake. The maid stopped and respectfully gestured, "It's here." Though she didn't say it, her expression clearly showed her thoughts. "I don't hate you, I just don't like him. I'm not interested in him." Day thought about the three great families all surrounding him. Perhaps that was the reason for the struggle between them. Hand rested on the doorknob, telling himself he couldn't delay this any longer. He had to hurry. He walked in with a cheerful smile, greeting Jack. "Are you in here?" Seeing him arrive, the other man immediately started up in surprise. "Holy One." Day quickly expressed concern, telling him to lie back down because his body wasn't fully recovered yet. But Jake was somewhat agitated, immediately swinging his legs off the bed, saying he couldn't stay in bed while the Holy One was standing. He helplessly advised that he came to see how he was doing, and that he had to lie down to be examined. Hearing that, the man lay back down on the bed, opening his shirt to reveal his bare chest. He said he could look as he pleased. Day awkwardly replied, "All right, thank you." Just a glance at the wound was enough to surprise him. His mood immediately perked up. "Really, you have recovered quite well, haven't you? That is quite a recovery speed. Is it because you are a master of swordsmanship?" He blushed and answered shyly, "It is all thanks to you for taking care of my wounds for so many days." Euclid, standing to one side, looked annoyed at the scene and promptly suggested in a stern voice, "Lord Jake, how much longer do you intend to show off your body to His Holiness? I suggest you put some clothes on." Jake immediately retorted with sarcasm, "Why are you here, Lady Euclid? You are so busy, I wouldn't have thought you needed to come here." She coldly, without bothering to look into Jake's eyes, denied it immediately. "I am merely following His Holiness here. Do you think I would travel such a long distance to visit you?" Seeing the two about to argue again, he spoke up to interrupt. "Please stop arguing." He put his hands on his hips in exasperation. "Why do you two always argue like this? Do you intend to be like this even at crucial moments?" Euclid then softened her tone, "I apologize." Jake, on the other hand, was beyond words and spoke solemnly, raising his voice to take a jab at her. "Yes, you are right, Your Holiness. I believe the worst kind of people in this world are those who love to argue." He finally revealed the purpose of his visit today. "I came here to see Rick's wounds, but there is something more important." The two looked bewildered. "Something more important?" He commanded, "Believer, come out." Before Jake could even see the figure, a voice hastily replied, "If you call us out like this again, that will be the end of it, Your Holiness." Hong Yong appeared swiftly in response to his call. He thought to himself, even though he couldn't sense their presence, he hadn't expected them to be so close. Jake touched the sword beside him, alert and warning. "Who do you think you are? A mere assassin like you to dare step foot here?" Suddenly, the tip of his sword was gently pushed back into its sheath by a force unknown to him. So Young was already standing right beside him. He spoke softly, "We are not your enemies. Please sheath your sword." Jake was completely caught off guard. Another one. Although the two were arguing, The dangerous situation in Hollywood remained tense, and they were alert and ready to strike. Even a sword master like Jake, despite being injured, couldn't react in time. These people, don't say that he didn't, she shouted. Step back. At that moment, So Young suddenly appeared from behind, grabbing her hand to restrain her. Calm down. If we were enemies, you would have been dead a long time ago. He finally spoke up to stabilize everyone. All right, stop it. This must be the first time Euclid and Jake have seen them, right? He introduced them to the two. Greet each other. These people are believers of the Temple family. Euclid was surprised. Those people were from the Den family. The leader of the believers spoke. Your Holiness, we wish to know the reason why you have summoned us. He got straight to the point. All right, no more beating around the bush. I have summoned you here for a very important reason. Hong Yong listened carefully. Please tell us. Everyone focused their attention. This is an order from now on, for all of you. Suddenly he paused for a moment, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Between the two groups of people, he clearly announced that they would all have dinner together. Everyone had the same question in their minds. Have dinner? Elsewhere, the atmosphere was somewhat heavier. A shout rang out. Failed? Do you have any idea how meticulously I planned this? The man in the blue robe retorted, our identities have been exposed and the necromancer was captured. Don't you think we should destroy the Holy Kingdom? The man in the red robe added, there's a monster in the Holy Kingdom. Until we eliminate him, we cannot touch the Holy Kingdom. The man in the yellow robe wondered, a monster? Are you talking about that magic swordsman who defeated the core? The blue robe spoke up impatiently. So what do we do now? How are we supposed to plan against a magic swordsman who defeated the core? The red robe's voice lowered as he schemed. I think I have a plan. Your Holiness, we will send hand to another empire. With his skill, he quickly prepared skewers of grilled meat that smelled delicious. He asked softly, why isn't anyone eating? Is it that hard to swallow? They all seemed a bit hesitant. Your Holiness, might we ask why you decided to hold such an event? He laughed brightly at this, urging them to eat while answering, I just want everyone to get to know each other so that we can cooperate better in the future. Isn't the purpose of forming a team to help and compensate for each other's shortcomings? Working separately as we do now is not very effective. Of course, you might not see much meaning in this since you are all already very familiar with each other. It may not have an immediate effect, but in the long run, everyone will see its benefits. And of course, I will also help. Hong Yong spoke in a low voice. If that is your wish, we are willing to comply. He quickly said, wait, I want this to be voluntary, not forced. If you all feel that way, then I would rather leave us separate as we were initially. At that moment, Jack listened as he spoke clearly. Playhouse will also cooperate with everyone. Euclid looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Lord Jake, doing so would mean breaking your family's tradition. I'm sure you understand what I mean, right? But Jake maintained his attitude. The Playhouse mission from the start has been to protect His Holiness. I am simply making a decision to help fulfill the family's duty. Hong Yong, just like everyone else, exchanged glances with each other. Hong Yong raised his hand to make a decision. We will also cooperate. The duty of the Black family is to carry out the orders of His Holiness. Regardless of our mission, the Black family will also participate. Euclid saw this and frowned, thinking, oh, it seems it's going better than I thought. Now only I remain. She spoke in a stern voice, I understand. Then the Bellacroix family will also join in. The duty of the Bellacroix family is to convey news to His Holiness. Our family will fulfill this duty well, and will always be by your side. He couldn't help but look at Euclid in confusion, his head full of question marks. A duty to always be by my side. She quickly noticed his confusion and put it differently, meaning, to marry you. The whole group of people immediately froze, including him. He felt extremely panicked. He didn't understand what was happening. Marriage? Scene changed the next morning at the Holy Temple. I'm sure you've heard of the pleas from the neighboring countries, haven't you? Uriel saw the confused look on his face and frowned, asking, what's the matter, Your Holiness? He only replied tiredly, it's nothing. His gaze, however, was directed towards Euclid, who was silently standing beside them. Going back a bit to last night, after hearing Euclid's words, he couldn't help but ask, that's a family duty? Euclid let out a soft, disdainful laugh. This is the very reason I never wanted to mention it. Don't worry too much. Marriage is just one of the means to fulfill the mission. It's not mandatory. Besides, I have no feelings for a saint who is only 10 years old. She swept her sharp eyes towards him. At least not yet. Back to the present, recalling Euclid's red eyes, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Now that I think about it, those eyes she gives me every night, they vaguely say, save me. Uriel looked at his constantly changing expression and frowned in confusion. Lord Gregory from the Resian Empire is here to visit you today. He said to let him in. Immediately after, Gregory entered with an apologetic smile. I am here today to meet you both. Your Holiness, I wish to apologize for my rudeness at our last meeting. Please accept this as a small token of my apology. What is it? A necklace. He spoke in a low voice to explain. Occasionally, a small crystal will form at the tail of a wyvern. However, this is a very rare occurrence. This earring was crafted from that special kind of crystal. Uriel was so astonished she gaped. Is this a Sissel's tear? On the other hand, he was completely lost and asked, whose tear? She raised an eyebrow in response. Sissel was a famous elf artisan from a few hundred years ago, and one of the greatest treasures of that time. She made this pair of earrings herself. Although only one remains now, legend has it that if you use magic, you can find the other one. It's a legendary treasure. Gregory smiled gently and said, Your Holiness, don't be alarmed. This is just a small gift from us. But he merely said calmly, Uriel, what do you think? Does it suit me? Gregory, being cut off, was confused inside. Since when? Ah, what is there to be worried about on a day like that? He smiled brightly in return. All right, thank you very much for the gift. Now you may go. I have a long line of guests waiting. Wait a moment, I still have something I wish to say. He cleared his throat and said, We have come from the Riesian Empire to visit you, because we wish to build a friendly relationship between our two nations. Would you be interested in visiting our empire? He thought to himself upon hearing this. Visit? The Riesian Empire is considered the most powerful nation in terms of economy, military, and politics on the continent. Forging a political alliance with such a nation would certainly not be a bad idea for the Holy Kingdom. Ah, and they also have a famous medical experts, not to mention the exchange of information. So their medicine is definitely superior to that of the Holy Kingdom and other nations. Lord Gregory continued, We have heard many rumors about you, Your Holiness. Not only have you tripled farm output with your newly researched methods, but you have also gained more benefits by hiring the surplus of clergy as mercenaries. He humbly replied, That is all due to the hard work of the people. Of course, your influence on the Holy Kingdom has truly inspired us a great deal. If you agree to come to Reason to combine your methodologies with our technology, it would certainly boost the economic growth of both nations threefold. After saying that, he thought to himself, how about it, the conditions are too attractive, right? This is basically giving you everything you want, Your Holiness. If we can attract your attention, then Reason Empire's technology is just a small price to pay. The thing that truly holds value is this young man. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke up. Thank you very much for your proposal, Lord Gregory. However, it is a pity I must decline currently. There are still many matters within the holy nation waiting for me to resolve. Those matters also involve countries with gods standing outside the door. So I have no intention of visiting any country. The others standing outside heard this, and were all startled at once. Even Gregory could not have expected this answer from him. If that is your intention, then we truly have no other choice. Well, if there is ever an opportunity, please feel free to visit. Our empire is always ready to welcome you, certainly, thank you. It was then that Hollywood spoke up to ask, You declined the invitation for the sake of the holy nation's interests, right? She glanced at her and said, Of course, if the borders between the two nations have not been clearly defined yet, wouldn't it be foolish of me to go over there? Even so, you don't really have any urgent matters to worry about, do you? Of course I do. He smiled and ordered for the nearby nobles to be gathered, informing them that the Holy One had matters to discuss. She immediately agreed, Yes, I will do it right away. After Euclid left, she smiled and asked Uriel, who was sitting beside her, whether she could help express his opinions like last time. Uriel, she answered bluntly, If it is for political purposes, then okay, I will listen to you speak once first for review. He slowly stood up and said, Well then, I am planning to build a separate facility to teach it. You mean medicine? We will establish an academy to train doctors to heal the sick and save the people. Surely you have seen the situation on the battlefield back then. There are many wounds that cannot be healed with holy power alone, and not everyone can use holy power. The warm morning sunlight gently shone through the window, filtering into the small room. A very familiar voice rang out. Nice to meet everyone. My name is Day. I have been appointed as a professor for this academy, and since my specialty is medicine, we will have a special lesson on magic each week. Thank you all for listening. I hope we can all work hard together. The people below all shouted in agreement. She pursed her lips and thought to herself, And by the way, why are there so many people here? Isn't that right? I don't think there are only students here. There aren't any professors here, are there? What are they doing over there? He was right. The news of Day becoming the new professor created a sensation. A newly appointed professor with a high-level magic circle. That professor is truly the Holy One. And with that, rumors continued to spread. Among those stories, the one that drew the most attention was about his appearance. With bright, silky white hair and sky-blue eyes, his soft skin, angular face, and teardrop-shaped earrings enchanted with magic created his his perfect appearance. This was an ordinary academy for all walks of life. Day's outstanding appearance was more than enough to attract the attention of the young students. He tapped the board lightly with his hand. All right, focus, focus. The first lesson will be on the materialization of magic. The materialization of magic is one of the factors that makes a mage, and it is also the ultimate goal. What elements does it include? Does anyone want to answer? Immediately, a student below raised their hand to answer. The fusion of mana, the incantations, and the specific methods when casting the spell. Correct answer. There are 3 main elements. However, there are exceptions. Take the fireball spell for example. You need to focus your mana, gather what is needed for the incantation and create friction. But what would happen if you reduce the amount of mana from 3 to 1? The student continued to answer. The spell would not occur and the mana would be wasted. Wrong. The spell would be easier to cast and the required mana would decrease until, when the spell is released, it is very difficult to determine what spell it is. I can only say that it will take you a long time to understand it. But below, many students and professors frowned in doubt after hearing Day say this. Of course, I apologize, Professor, but what you said seems impossible. Day didn't say much but directly demonstrated on the spot. Let me show you an example. Look at my right hand, and immediately, a red flame appeared. All the students below were in awe. He cast a spell without chanting. I didn't see a movement of mana at all. He really cast the spell with just a single motion. He spoke while picking up chalk and writing on the board. As you have seen, what I just said is entirely possible. To make it easier, I will show you the diagram of a level 1 spell, a water type spell. Now, this is the mana before it is materialized. And if the mana is gathered like this, you wouldn't even need any incantation or technique. If you cast the spell this way, the mana will blend together and make the casting easier. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can try it right away. Below, the ice attribute magic mage Claris with a level 4 magic circle watched the scene completely bewildered. I thought it was just a hypothesis until he mentioned it. How could he have thought of this? It's just a few lines and circles, but it makes me think of the true fundamental principle of this spell. Just then that student suddenly shouted out, "It worked. I can do it without having to chant." The others also shouted in unison, "I can do it too. Look, it worked, it really is effective." They saw this and smiled softly. I never thought I would teach others, but I am truly proud to see their expressions. I hope the medicine lesson will be just as effective. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Professor Day. Professors present all rushed up to his spot. I have never attended such a wonderful class. Allow me to express my utmost respect. Truly amazing. We need to inform everyone about this. What is this theory called? Day, bombarded with questions, forced to smile. A name? Atomic theory. And that night, after the class ended, a major event occurred at the academy. Professor Claris. The other professors were all in shock, their mouths agape. Level up. Professor Claris had become a level 5 magic circle mage. After realizing the truth from Day's lesson, he finally broke through the level 4 wall and advanced his magic circle. Scene changed the next day while it was still barely dawn. Day was awakened by a series of noises outside. Why is it so noisy this early in the morning? A continuous knocking sound rang out. Professor Day. He groggily walked over to open the door. What's the matter? It's still early. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. He's awake. Outside there were many students standing there. Professor, can you repeat yesterday's lesson? I have a question about the magic theory. Can you teach magic regularly? I have already proposed that to the headmaster. Day replied to them with a weary expression. Then he decisively slammed the door shut, not forgetting to chant a reinforcement spell. Locked tight, silent. The students who saw this cried out in disappointment. Professor, however, Day could not ignore the students' requests. To find some personal space for himself, he had to increase the magic classes to 2 sessions a week. He became completely exhausted. Damn it, this is not what I planned. At the same time, at the small wooden house in the tree hollow, the elder smiled and asked, Chief Era, do you wish to do anything about the elven village's request to move in? Allow them in, Era said softly. However, tell them they must finish everything by next week. 1 week later. Yes, there is a place I need to go to after all this. Oh, a place you need to go? The elder just smiled without asking further. I understand. Tell Day that I am still well. Era heard this and frowned, her face briefly reddening. Did I ever say I would go to the Holy Empire? Is that so? You will not be going there. Era was teased and felt extremely shy. She murmured in response, alright, I will send your regards to him. She thought to herself, nearly half a year had passed. For an elf, half a year was truly short. But why did every time she thought of him, she felt as if 1,000 years had gone by? Returning to the academy where Professor Vine was teaching, today the classroom looked unusually crowded and bustling. He smiled and introduced his teaching assistant. This is Professor Claris, who specializes in the ice attribute. She will be the teaching assistant for today's lesson. The group of students below immediately buzzed with chatter. Professor Claris as a teaching assistant. I heard that after Professor Vine's lesson, he broke through to the magic circle level. He must be very different from before now. Claris immediately cast her gaze toward the group of students who were gossiping. They all fell silent, shrinking back, thinking to themselves, how terrifying. Professor Vane slowly picked up a piece of white chalk and reminded them, stop chatting, let's focus. We will begin the second lesson right now. Mana is a self-balancing element because it is a component of the atmosphere. Mages have no choice but to use mana that is homogeneous with the environment. Therefore, who resides in or uses what type of mana is not important. What does this mean? I will demonstrate it for you. Vane smiled at Claris and said, Professor, please use your wind slash technique to attack me. Claris was startled. What, wind slash? Vine nodded. That is right, you did say you would help me. I did indeed say that, but doing so would be very dangerous. The group of students below also looked bewildered. Is Professor Vine trying a new way to get himself killed? Vine said in a firm tone, it will be fine. If you are worried, just aim at the board next to me. Claris hesitated greatly but finally nodded in agreement. She began to chant, gathering mana into a wind blade and pointing it toward him. Wind slash, a sphere of energy shot straight toward Vine at breakneck speed. But in an instant he raised his hand to block it and shouted, seal. Claris's wind slash spell was immediately nullified, causing no damage whatsoever. Vine turned to the students and said, you see, if you can identify the exact point of casting and force the mana to clash there, you can completely seal another person's magic, even if that person is a mage of a different element. The whole class was astonished. He continued, now, pair up and practice the sealing spell you just learned. Huh, we can't do that, Professor. Only you can do that. This is an impossible task. Vine sighed softly. Come now, have you all forgotten what a true mage is like? He said sternly, magic is a power that transcends logic. When you stop accepting new things, that is when a mage loses himself. Even if you lose your weapon, never forget your destination. The students all looked at him with eyes full of admiration and respect. I will practice right away. Me too, Professor. Vane smiled brightly and walked out of the classroom. All right, good luck to you all. The second lesson ended in a lively atmosphere. Sunlight still shimmered gently, softly filtering through the glass windows of the academy. Vine yawned wearily. It had been a while since he stayed up late, and he was not tired physically but mentally. He told himself, at least everything for the medical class is ready. All that is missing is participants. Medical arts are less popular than swordsmanship and magic. How am I going to attract students? Suddenly, he noticed a scene in the distance. A female student was being surrounded by a group of large male students. She stammered, please let me go. But the leader of the group said loudly, it has been 276 days since I last spoke to you, Graya. My minors need to hear your answer. The rest of the crowd cheered him on. Vine watched and wondered, who are these male students? Are they harassing that female student? Graya stood still, confused and not knowing what to do in this situation. At that moment, Vine spoke up loudly. Hey you three, why are you blocking a girl's path like that? Can you not see that she is scared? Minos was startled and turned around scared. Graya, I did not mean it that way. Graya mustered her courage and said, Minos, I am sorry. To be honest, a burly guy like you is not my type. I cannot go on a date with you. Minos was stunned. Wait, Graya, is it because? Minos pointed at Vine, is it because of that guy? Are you rejecting me because of him? The innocent man stood there frozen and bewildered. That weak-looking pretty boy face. You are dumping me for a dandy like him. Vine furrowed his brows in annoyance. What? Is that a compliment or an insult? Graya hesitated and replied, it is not like that. But compared to you, he is still far better. The guy behind her grew more irritated. Hey, are you adding fuel to the fire? Minos was furious, drawing his sword and pointing it at him. I will not forgive you. Come out and fight me. Vine looked baffled. Huh, what? Are you scared of me? With that, he threw a glove toward him. He threw it and shouted, I am rank 30, a royal swordsman. I will knock that frail look off your face. No sooner had he finished speaking than a wooden staff came down on his head. The whole group scattered in panic. Vine tossed the staff aside, annoyed, calling me frail. How infuriating. Suddenly, an exclamation of admiration rang out. That was amazing. Are you new here? He turned to look and replied curtly, yeah. The students standing around cheered excitedly. He defeated Minos with just a staff. That is awesome, truly awesome. Vine scratched his head awkwardly. I have suddenly become a hero of justice. At that moment, Graya stepped forward and said softly, thank you for helping me. It was nothing. I also hope I did not intrude on your personal matters. Suddenly he paused. Huh, this smell. Is this the smell of alcohol? Vine asked curiously. What kind of scent is that? It is completely different from ordinary perfume. The girl was slightly taken aback. Oh, is it strong? I am brewing medicine. So it is probably just the smell of the medicine. This girl brews medicine. Tried asking, if you are brewing your own medicine, you must be interested in medical arts. Graya quickly replied, that is right. I am really looking forward to the upcoming free medical class. Thanks to that class, sword students like me also have a chance to learn more. Is that so? Glad to meet you. I am also very excited about that medical class. Just call me Jay. Oh, Jay, you have the same name as the new professor at the medical academy. By the way, my name is Graya. Just call me Graya. Alright, nice to meet you, Graya. See you in class. Yeah. With that, the two quickly said their goodbyes. Vine smiled and thought to himself, for some reason, I have a feeling things are going more smoothly than expected. In the distance, just as he left, a female student ran up to Graya and asked Graya, what did you talk about with Professor Vine? He looks really handsome without his glasses. Graya was stunned. Professor? He is a professor. Yeah, you did not know. I did not recognize him. What am I going to do now? I think I just did something wrong with him. Her friend smiled and teased. What are you worried about? Do not tell me you have a crush on him now. To her surprise, Graya just smiled faintly, her face blushing without saying a word. Her friend saw that and widened her eyes in shock. Huh? No way. Really? The scene shifted to his private room. Vane slumped onto the bed wearily. Why can I not have a single peaceful day? Seriously, what should I say in the upcoming lesson? One thing after another, I truly cannot keep up. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, Your Holiness. Uriel suddenly popped her head out from under the bed, sighing in relief. What were you doing out there? I had to hide so uncomfortably. Vine jumped in fright. He panicked. What are you doing under there? And what about the Holy Kingdom? Uriel said nonchalantly, Who do you think I am? I took care of everything before coming here. Then why are you here? Has something happened? Uriel replied, Nothing. I just wanted to see how you were managing the academy. Is that so? But is this not a bit too much for me? Uriel smiled. To be honest, you are right. I came here to see you, just to see you, Your Holiness. No. I should call you Vine, right? As she spoke, she slowly moved closer to where he was. Suddenly, the mark on his hand blazed with brilliant light. A magic circle appeared, and Ira slowly stepped out from within it. Day was stunned, his mouth agape. Era? Why is this happening? Is there something special going on today? Uriel was equally surprised. A high-rank elf like Era, what does she intend to do? He inwardly marveled at the teleportation arts. Era landed on the ground, her voice filled with reproach. She said she came here because she wanted to see him. Wasn't it obvious enough? Day forced a smile, happy to see her, but Era looked at Uriel, asking what he was doing with this human woman. Uriel retorted, what law forbade him from being here? While they were bickering, Jay handed them 2 robes, telling them to get ready to leave. Uriel wondered, robes? They laughed it off, saying they were leaving the academy, thinking to himself that if they got caught with a saintess and an elf, it would definitely draw a lot of attention. Why couldn't it have just one peaceful day? 3 left the academy and went to a restaurant. Era remarked that the human village had changed a lot. Day thought to himself, how long had it been? It felt short but seemed long. A waiter led a group of burly men over, asking permission to share their table. Everyone agreed, and the young man thanked them profusely. The tall young man thanked them for making room. Day smiled warmly, quietly assessing them, recognizing a mage and 3 swordsmen. The young man smiled wryly. They were mercenaries, and the person next to him nodded in confirmation. The female swordsman introduced them as belonging to the Boloko mercenary corps. Day thought to himself, Boloko, a rising mercenary corps. Uriel smiled and asked what they were doing in this village. They had received a direct request from the Holy Kingdom to suppress resistance forces and monsters. Day and Uriel both stared blankly at the mission letter. Uriel tried to smile and mediate, impressed that they had received a request from the Holy Kingdom. Day glanced at her, thinking she was pushing the work onto the mercenaries. Era spoke softly, saying she had lived in the forest for a long time, and was very interested in this story. She wanted to hear more. The group of mercenaries stared with admiration at Era's beauty. The mercenaries shared their experiences, and Day gathered much useful information. The number of monsters had decreased dramatically, but the mid-level monsters were still the same, as if someone were controlling them. They operated efficiently and with strategy. Day realized the difficulty of using his own men. That was why Uriel sought out mercenaries. Suddenly outside, strong winds continuously swept in. The servers in the restaurant all looked outside. Everything became chaotic. It was those monsters. Uriel hurriedly told Day to leave, and he agreed. A group of mercenaries stood outside, mouths agape at the scene before them. Wyverns, a type of dragon-like monster, were spreading their wings across the sky. Everyone's face turned pale, standing frozen. What is this? I can't move. This is fear. Era calmly stepped forward, raising 2 fingers, saying that fear is only for the weak. The wyvern charged madly forward, roaring loudly from its mouth. Era remained as composed as ever, gently waving her hand. The wyvern fell from above, crashing straight into the stall next to it. She frowned in disdain. How dare it use fear on a stronger opponent? The wyvern, enraged, roared continuously, but in an instant it was sealed and bound tightly by Day's magic. Both of them frowned at it. A wyvern that could use spells after experiencing fear. Uriel added, strange, it was as if it had no consciousness. She would handle the rest of the monsters. Day frowned slightly. He had underestimated the situation. There must be someone behind this. He needed to talk to that summoner. Scene change in the dungeon holding the summoner. A group of people surrounded him, interrogating him, but he remained silent, enduring well. Philia planned to use a mental spell. They intended to read his mind, but the summoner merely smiled calmly, thinking these magics were useless. He mocked the rank 6 magic circle as inferior, showing contempt. He asked if they should bring the Holy One here. He smugly thought he already knew the Holy One came to the academy thanks to dark magic. He would target the areas the Holy One could not reach with his ability to tame monsters. He would use the Merchant Association to apply economic pressure, and sooner or later, the Holy Kingdom would be destroyed. Ekle's voice suddenly rang out. He wanted to meet the Holy One? Perfect, because the Holy One is here. Ekle said he was mistaken. His plans were not important at all. She smiled at him. Those plans were merely delusions. The summoner laughed in response. Whatever they wanted to do to him was up to them. He said they would see who would be laughing at dusk, his savage laughter echoing throughout the dungeon. The sky was already late in the afternoon, and most of the monsters had been taken down by day and Era. We have handled it all. Need to find the cause and strengthen the academy's defenses. Uriel said the reinforcements would handle the bodies. The hides would make good armor. Era suddenly frowned deeply. Day wondered, what's wrong, Era? Hey, I need to have a private word with you for a moment. Huh? Right now? Both stepped into a secluded corner, and the man quickly got straight to the point. The girl even created a barrier around them to keep sound from leaking out, then said, silence. Then Era continued, I don't know much because I've lived in the forest. That's why I'm only telling you what I can sense. Day responded quietly, right now, outside the area you call the academy, 3 large-scale magic circles are being set up in many places. Day was confused and didn't understand. Magic circles? Yes, there's a massive magic circle over there. Initially, the mana flow was weak, but it's strengthening now that the monsters have been captured. He asked thoughtfully what kind of magic circle it was. Era looked at him and replied, I don't think you'd know. I can only detect a faint trace of magical energy that I sense. But breaking a formation this size is no easy task. At the very least, we have to anticipate some areas being destroyed. Day didn't expect the severity to be this great. He asked, can we remove it right now? That's nearly impossible. To destroy a magic circle, we need to remove at least 30% of the formation. But since we don't know what they used to draw it, things get much harder. He fell silent, thinking that if the formation had been drawn with chalk, it would have been erased long ago. An active magic circle means it was placed there beforehand, and no one has been able to break it. The size of the formation is also a major problem. He wondered how he couldn't even sense it, let alone erase or stop it. Now the only option is to evacuate everyone. Immediately, Day began preparing everything for the evacuation order. When Fiar heard the news, she remained calm and found ways to evacuate the people. The academy is divided into the north and south zones. It's best to evacuate to Garin and the south to Sulian. However, since there are many mountains between the north and Garin, they couldn't map it out accurately. Day assigned the north to Fia because she was familiar with the Holy Kingdom's terrain, while protecting the south was entrusted to Aira. He looked around worriedly. We need to inform the people. Is there a high place here? Or should we climb onto the roof? Aira said, Day, just stay right there. Instantly, a tall mountain rose up right beneath his feet. Thanks, Aira. Then he used a spell to amplify his voice. He shouted loudly, everyone evacuate to Garin immediately. The people turned their heads toward him upon hearing this. All confused, evacuate. What are they talking about? Oh, that voice sounds like... Day took off his outer robe. He continued shouting, I command you all, in the name of the Holy Kingdom, to leave this place at once. This area is extremely dangerous. The people buzzed with chatter. It's Holy Day. What do they mean, leave this place? Day gritted his teeth, thinking there was no time to persuade the crowd. He had no other choice. He secretly created a large explosion below, causing the people to panic and scatter in all directions. There's an explosion, run. Day continuously created various tremors, telling himself there was no time to explain. So this was the way. After the area descended into chaos, he finally stopped, letting out a sigh of relief. That should be enough. Now, leave the rest to them and head to the outskirts. Day leaped down from the heights to the ground. He dashed forward at his maximum speed. He didn't know who was behind this, but they better not think they can get away with it so easily. Scene shift, the sky was now pitch black. Uriel was moving deep into the dense forest. He thought seriously about the evacuation. Most people needed at least 3 days, and before any riots occurred, they needed to secure food supplies for the city's residents. The North Zone had a longer travel distance and time, so the risk of danger was higher than the South, not just from the monsters, but also from those tailing her right now. She cast a wary glance behind her. Their mana was quite strong, perhaps 5 of them. At the very least, they were support personnel or even higher-ranked individuals. After running straight for a while, Uriel finally picked a place to stop. She thought, this is a suitable spot. She took off her hood and looked around. Do you all have business with me? Right after, a group of masked people emerged from the deep forest. One of them spoke up. Oh, it's a real holy maiden. Another replied, don't talk in front of the enemy. Hey, what does it matter? She's going to die anyway. Uriel observed them. There were 3 young men and 2 middle-aged men standing behind. One of them had a mana level as high as Jake's. She thought to herself, trouble. One of them chuckled and spoke. I'd rather fight a holy man than a holy maiden. Uriel replied calmly, this kind of situation isn't rare, but if I punish you, will you tell me which kingdom is behind this? They quickly surrounded her, each holding a sharp sword, and said, don't look down on us. Young man, losing patience, charged into attack, but he said, "We've silenced countless priests to do jobs like this." But in the blink of an eye, Uriel used magic to blast the entire group away. That was truly ruthless. She said coldly, "Just lie there and count the stars. I'll finish you off soon enough." At this point, the group finally cried out in fear, "Save me!" Just as she prepared to deliver the final blow, another one suddenly lunged forward and blocked the strike. Uriel quickly assessed her opponent. Judging by the swordsmanship and mana flow, this was definitely a high-level swordsman. She wondered which kingdom would send two high-level swordsmen here. It could be the Lexing kingdom, but they had no reason to target her. They couldn't handle a holy man, so they wouldn't do something this foolish. A dark force with necromancers, bone dragons, and high-level swordsmen. No time to think anymore. She took off her outer robe and tossed it aside. One small opening and her life would vanish. Uriel slowly step after step. She held an ordinary sword, but her holy arts had a wider combat range. She could close the distance bit by bit. Before she could make a move, the man vanished in an instant. Immediately after, he and another one swiftly lunged at her, attacking from both sides simultaneously. Uriel didn't expect this at all. She realized they had deliberately pushed her into a blind spot to attack. Had they planned this to put her at a disadvantage? Perhaps one of them was ready to sacrifice himself, and they weren't even low-level warriors but high-level swordsmen. But she curled her lips into a faint smile. At that moment, Uriel shouted, "Holy light!" A blinding golden flash appeared, forcing both of them to stumble back a few steps. She thought, this is a mistake. In a battle against high-level swordsmen, even a small variable could make a difference. She continuously cast blessing spells and reinforced her strength. That very thing could decide who the victor was. Uriel gripped her holy sword with both hands. She used her agile speed to counterattack. Seizing an opening, she delivered a slash that severed one of their hands. He collapsed in agony, blood flowing endlessly. Uriel said softly, "You gave up your life as easily as tossing away a piece of paper." He managed to speak with difficulty. "You really are strong," she replied coldly, "because I've always been trying." He asked further, "But if there are forces that make you powerless, what will you do?" "I will seek a way to reconcile or compromise." The man forced a smile. "There's that kind of solution too. But you know that force has no concept of reconciliation, and the only option is to destroy them, even if they are stronger than me." Uriel smiled at him. "If it were me, that would be impossible, but I know someone who can turn the impossible into the possible. Do you have anything else you want to say?" The man smiled faintly, replying, "No, that's all." Right after, drops of red blood splattered everywhere, and a life came to an end just like that. Uriel let out a soft sigh, her gaze following the direction of the three fleeing figures. She silently resolved that, no matter what, she must not lose track of them. In the forest, Frost gritted his teeth in fury, never expecting that holy maiden to be this formidable. He was bewildered that even two high-ranking swordsmen had been defeated. How could he possibly deal with someone as strong as her? His comrades beside him also showed fear, murmuring about turning back. A cold voice cut through the chatter. "No, that will not happen." Uriel stepped out from the shadows, hands on her hips, and threatened, "You all truly did not get very far." One of the group spoke up, surprised she had caught up so quickly. Uriel kept a cold expression, asking why they had not obediently followed along while they still had the chance. Suddenly, Frost shouted loudly, clutching his arm tightly, sweat beading on his forehead from panic, and he declared he would rather die than surrender. Right after that, he gritted his teeth and bit down on something hidden in his mouth. Uriel was briefly stunned by his strange action, wondering what he had just swallowed. Frost and his companions began to foam at the mouth, their faces twisted in pain. Uriel suddenly understood. They must have hidden poison in their mouths to end themselves if captured. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately cast a healing holy spell on the two dying men. Looking at their contemptuous expressions, Uriel coldly stated they could not die so easily. If they did not confess, she would cut off their legs and drag them along. One trembling man asked if she would promise to untie them if they confessed. Uriel immediately crushed that hope, saying they no longer had the right to bargain. Her voice was as cold as ice. "Assassinating a holy maiden is a grave crime, deserving immediate punishment. After the interrogation, you will be executed." Frost squeezed his eyes shut, thinking that even if he confessed everything, the holy nation could not do anything about it. Uriel replied, the verdict belonged to them, he just needed to confess honestly. Kneeling on the ground, Frost tried to bargain, asking only that she promise one thing or at least consider it. Uriel nonchalantly agreed if he swore to tell the truth. Frost's comrade panicked. Was this bastard really going to confess? They would all die. Frost paid him no mind, placing his hand on his chest and swearing by his mana that he would only speak the truth. Gabriel heard the mana oath and was astonished. If this oath were broken, the mana in his body would flow in reverse. So what Frost was about to say was certainly the truth. He began to speak. The Holy Nation had no idea, but his group Froxa had infiltrated over 20 years ago. Hearing this, Uriel was even more surprised. She rested her hand on her chin, recalling the great massacre of the people in the outer region of Ogaran. Frost stood up and continued, "That was correct. That was the beginning." Before Uriel's astonished gaze, he continued to expose the truth. He insisted that everyone still thought So Yong was the culprit behind the attack, but in reality, it was all orchestrated by Froxia. He recalled the horrifying moment when the one-eyed monsters charged in to capture the people. He choked up as he recounted that they were survivors of the massacre in the outskirts of Ogaran, and only those who appeared healthy were taken away. Frost remembered how his compatriots were crushed to death by the giant pythons, and he added the rest were thrown to the monsters for execution. He also mentioned the two middle-aged swordsmen from earlier with a sense of empathy, suggesting they were likely kidnapped from other kingdoms. Their families were held hostage, and they would be killed one by one if they refused to follow orders. At this point, Frost's emotions burst and tears flowed. He said that even his own younger brother had been taken hostage, and he begged her to promise to destroy Froxia. Uriel listened to the entire story, her expression turning thoughtful. She answered softly, "I understand. Then leave this place immediately." He stared in disbelief, unable to trust his ears. "You're going to let us go?" She turned and walked away, answering indifferently, "That's right. Whether you want to return to your families or die alone is up to you." While the other two were still looking at each other in confusion, Uriel spoke up. Don't worry about Froxia. I can't promise to destroy them, but I can still push them to the brink of destruction." Suddenly, one of them spoke, causing her to stop in her tracks. "Please forgive me." The first man scratched his head, looking determined. "Since that's the case, I also want to tell you a few things about Froxia." The one beside him nodded in agreement. "Me too." Uriel turned her head back and told them, "In that case, follow me. We'll talk as we walk." Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the academy, Day couldn't help but wonder. "Strange, I don't see any magic circle, but I'm sure there's a magical reaction here." He seemed worried, muttering to himself that if he didn't break the magic circle quickly, the magic would continue to activate and cause unpredictable consequences. He observed the academy's surroundings, deducing the traces of the explosion mana and blood spilled on the streets. The odd thing was that no building had been damaged, as if they had deliberately prevented any architectural harm. They suddenly realized something, muttering, "No way." He recalled the words of clan leader Era, to destroy a magic circle, at least 30% of its structure must be removed. Since he didn't know what material they used to draw it, everything became even more difficult. Day gradually concluded it wasn't chalk or bone powder, but a massive magic circle would still not be easy to break. He quickly cast his spell, creating a large explosion. Looking at the flames burning before him, Day grew more confident in his speculation. As expected, even if it's just a little, I can still feel the magic circle dispersing. That means he became even more certain when he saw the massive barrier appear, realizing that the village itself was arranged into a grand magic circle. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It's about to collapse. Dodge!" Day was startled, not expecting anyone to still be here. He turned to the two people who had spoken, asking, "Everyone was ordered to evacuate. Why are you still here?" The two saw him and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my, that's a saint!" A person in a blue robe spoke up, "It's not that we're disobeying orders, it's just..." The one in yellow robes cut in, looking urgent. "People were turned to stone and killed." The blue-robed man nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. We were afraid we'd be turned to stone if we evacuated, so we didn't dare run." Day heard this and asked, "I see. So who turned everyone to stone?" The two then recounted the events. "I'm not sure if you know, but there's a monster called Ghost. They often use dark magic. By the time we realized it, a few of them were already running around the village." He nodded as if he understood. "I see." The yellow-robed man forced a smile, thinking, "We hid here to avoid disrupting the magic circle's activation." The yellow-robed man squinted, as if in internal conflict, thinking, "I can't believe some people started destroying buildings everywhere. And who knew that madman would be a monster saint?" Suddenly, Day asked them, "But why didn't either of you think about catching the monsters? You're both support players, aren't you?" The two turned pale at that. Day had noticed, and he continued with his reasoning. "The red bloodstains on your clothes can't be from the ghosts, because they don't have blood. Besides, you said you both hid inside the whole time." Day's voice turned cold, his presence overwhelming. "So you killed the warriors who dared to resist the ghosts and helped the monsters escape. After eliminating the reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom, you lay low in the building, didn't you?" The yellow-robed man knew he couldn't deny it, so he bit down on something in his mouth. "Since we've been discovered, we have no other choice." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the two began to melt away, emitting a strange aura. He watched the scene in shock, unsure if it was poison or not. Looking at the two people before him now reduced to two murky puddles, Day's mind raced. A poison that could melt a body instantly. He had never heard of such a thing. He couldn't believe they took poison to avoid leaking information. Who was behind all this? He held his face in one hand, looking helpless. "Damn it, I need to figure out a whole bunch of things, but there's no time. Anyway, I still need to break the magic circle first." Instantly, Day's expression changed. 30% of the city? Bombing alone isn't enough. He activated So Yongzai to search for mana. Meanwhile, he quietly concluded that the two who just died were probably the last ones remaining. As he spoke, a magic circle appeared around him, and he thought he needed to end this quickly by drawing out as much mana as possible. Day created a sphere of blue mana. He hurled it forward. It created a powerful shockwave, shaking the ground. Instantly, the temple before him shattered into pieces and collapsed. Elsewhere, Frost spoke up. That's how we were kidnapped by Froxia. He followed behind Uriel, scratching his head sheepishly. After that, we had to undergo rigorous training and do all sorts of dirty, wicked jobs. Her face was expressionless as she listened to him, but inwardly she was speculating they were at the bottom of the group, so they didn't have much intelligence. But, Uriel pondered, considering the information provided, Froxia's scale, their forces, skills, communication methods, and many other things. Compared to before when she knew nothing, this information was a pretty good result. Suddenly, Frost spoke up timidly. Excuse me, Saintess, what about you? Uriel was confused. He scratched his head and explained, I mean, when you were little. Ah, you look like you were raised in a wealthy family. Hearing that, she fell into thought about her childhood days. Recalling the past, in a peaceful house filled with sunlight, a loving voice called out, Fia, are you there? Young Uriel smiled sweetly, holding a basket of clothes, and answered mid-task, Yes, I'm here. At an orphanage church on a small island in the Holy Empire, there was a beautiful girl named Uriel, with vibrant pink eyes and soft, shimmering golden hair. Uriel stood out like a crane among chickens when standing with the other orphans in the church. She was like an angel with superior intelligence and a kind heart. One day, someone asked, Uriel, would you like to see the outside world? She was surprised. The outside world? Priest George smiled and said, You've always been curious about the world, haven't you? Don't you want to go out and explore? Uriel replied, I am curious, but if I go, what would I do? I'd be very sad to leave my friends. He said softly, You're a smart girl, Uriel. I'm sure you can do anything. I'll help you. Your talent is being wasted in this church. I can see your potential. Out there, you'll have more opportunities to grow, and until you find what you want to do, I'll always be there to help you. Of course, you can come back anytime to visit your friends. Hearing that, the girl looked excited. Okay then, I want to go. Good. Then why don't we leave today? She was surprised. But I haven't had a chance to say goodbye to my friends. Priest George quickly explained, I'm telling you this because a great opportunity just came up. If we don't go, we'll miss it. Now hurry along. Uriel felt a bit confused but still nodded. Okay, she thought to herself. Father said I can come back to see my friends anytime. Afterwards, the two sat together in the carriage prepared outside. Uriel still felt regretful. I'm so sad I didn't get to say anything to my friends. Priest George chuckled softly and said, It's fine, you can write letters, right? Father is right. Everything will be fine, won't it? As she finished speaking, her eyes widened as she looked at the unfamiliar scenery outside the carriage window. Father, we're passing by the village. He replied, Oh, we're heading to the harbor. The harbor? Yes, we'll board a ship to Gihyo. Gihyo is a vast city. That place is far better than this village. You will get to discover so many new things. It is time to go. Uriel heard those sweet words, wondering to herself, what place could be better than this village? I am so curious, what is Pig Boat like? Next, George led Uriel onto a large wooden ship heading out to the open sea. Little girl excitedly gazed at the scenery. Uriel, we have arrived. That is Pig Boat over there. Before them was a large, unfamiliar city looking lively and bustling. He smiled and asked, Do you like it, Uriel? The girl cheered with delight. It is amazing. Where will we go, father? The two quickly left the ship and stepped onto the dock. We need to talk for a moment. Oh, Uriel, take this. As he spoke, George poured water into a cup. Uriel held the cup in her hands, unable to resist asking, what is this? He immediately replied, It is tea made from holy water. It is not much, but I prepared it to celebrate our new beginning at Pig Boat. The girl glanced at him, father. George said softly, Why do not we just drink it? Okay. Uriel did not think much and simply took a sip. Immediately after, her mind became dizzy and hazy. Her eyes slowly closed. My eyes are closing. Scene change, 2 platinum coins. This girl is worth 2 coins, at least 3 coins. Type fine. Uriel woke up amidst the noisy voices. Where am I? Did I fall asleep? I drank the tea father gave me. She struggled to open her eyes, trying to call out, Father. Priest George heard the voice and smiled, turning his head. Oh, you are awake. I hope you will have a good life here. Next to him stood a strange, burly man. Here, take the money. Uriel panickedly asked, Is this the place you mentioned? But this place, before she could finish, he cut her off. Yeah, this is the slave trading point. Father, I just sold you as a slave. Uriel could not believe what she had just heard at all. What is father saying? I thought father would take me to a really great place. Father said he would help me find what I want to do, until he burst out laughing bluntly. You are too naive. Of course I lied. Sorry about that. You are a smart kid, so I am sure you will do fine. Impossible. George slowly opened the door of the room. But I will promise you one thing, just write a letter back when you want to see your friend. He gave a somewhat twisted smile. I will send that friend of yours over here too. Then he turned and left. The big man quickly walked over to Uriel urging, Follow me. Just like that, after being tricked, Uriel sat still staring at the wall for 4 days as if she had gone mad. She sat dazed like a soulless corpse. No, I was just pretending. After a while, they started to let their guard down, and after analyzing the surrounding area, I memorized every action trait, and even the smallest habit of everyone coming in and out of this house. After that, the people who were sold arrived. Uriel fumbled to pull out the cross attached to her necklace. Uriel, I am sorry. As a mother, I should have protected you. But always remember, as long as you hold this, the goddess Gaia will always be by your side. That is why you will never be weak, Uriel. Become stronger. She clutched the cross tightly in her hand. Outside, the murmuring voices of the slave traders began to sound. This girl is special merchandise, so she will sell well. Uriel frowned, thinking, it is time. Although I have been hesitating a lot for the past 4 days, I only have one choice. The big man, as usual, held a lamp to check on her condition. That stupid priest, he only took 3 platinum coins for this girl. This slave manager, I cannot overpower him in strength. And even if I were lucky enough to escape, a little girl like me cannot outrun a big man. He saw Uriel sitting motionless against the wall and called out, huh, is she asleep? Hey, wake up. She is not moving. Is she dead? That is why I will make him let his guard down and kill him to escape. She quickly pulled out the cross attached to her neck and plunged it straight into his throat. Back to the present, Uriel held that cross in her hand. She said coldly, that past could call me a murderer. Frost forced a smile and said, is that so? Oh, we arrived at the gate of Pig Boat. Immediately, Priest Jocelyn knelt down, respectfully greetings, holy maiden. Uriel looked down emotionlessly, long time no see. Priest of Pig Boat, should the 2 of us call you father? Hearing that, sweat continuously ran down his face. His eyes filled with confusion. At a certain town, night fell, a shout rang out, that girl went this way. A man with a scar on his eye shouted, this time I will definitely catch her. Behind him was a bald man with a long scar on his cheek, looking fierce. Uriel recalled those dark memories. Father tricked and sold me into slavery. Then I killed a man for the first time in my life and ran away. The slave traders never stopped chasing me. The little Uriel at that time was hiding behind a wall, clutching a rope tightly in her hand, prepared against the pursuit of the slave traders. Those painful memories flooded back into her mind. They chased me for months, and every time that happened, the slave traders were running forward. When they tripped over the rope Uriel had strung up at that time, they tumbled forward into an area strung with glass shards. Screams of agony rang out. She remembered how she escaped that nightmare. I escaped from them using the same method I used the first time, right when they were writhing in pain in the broken glass. Uriel at that time leaped out, holding a silver dagger. She kept recalling the most serious sin was taught as a doctrine while in the church, murder. The little Uriel at this moment ruthlessly swung the knife down. She pondered the past. My body became more and more stained with blood. The stains would cling to my hair just as those sins carved themselves deep into me. The young Uriel carried a heavy burden of guilt, her hair still stained with the blood of the slave traders. She at that time was like a blind person who could not find a way out, and unlike the traces of those sins, they did not disappear, but became more and more pronounced. The feeling of guilt gradually faded. Her eyes became dark. In the end, I resented the world for pushing me into this situation. An innocent soul had now become hollow. The little Uriel drowned in resentment. Sea ships, island city father, George the bastard. I need to kill. Why do these things happen? Uriel thought back to that moment. Only despair remained. And when I arrived, my soul had completely become that of a murderer. But heaven could not abandon anyone. At the moment that seemed like the end of Uriel's life, a warm light flashed. The supreme goddess appeared, reaching out her hands towards the little Uriel. She recalled that image. For some reason, the goddess chose me. In the hollow eyes of Uriel at that time, a faint glimmer of light sparkled, saving her life, and it changed her murderous thoughts. Standing before that gentle light, I gradually realized how precious this life is and how meaningless revenge is. She continued to recall, and that is why even when I stare at the face of this shabby stranger, that shabby stranger was the priest bowing his head low. The present Uriel at this moment seemed to have let go of the resentment in her heart. I think nothing at all. Then it is strange. She pondered, her face still showing not a trace of emotion. Another side, the vines kept smashing down buildings one by one. I cannot just destroy it so simply. He continuously channeled mana. I am finding all the magic circles arranged throughout the city and identifying their types to figure out their purpose. The vines used magic on each building and each revealed different runes. Seeing that, he was confident in his speculation. Indeed, the city center and even the structure, the weight and shape of the buildings all bore the mysterious language of magic circles. The vines compared the mysterious language of the buildings, the design of each floor forming a magic circle. He continued to deduce there are definitely at least 6 magic circles, and I just need to stand here and narrow down their locations. Suddenly, blood flowed from his nose, and the mana around him dissipated. A colossal formation appeared. He stared up in shock, a magic tower formation different. Before he could gather his senses, a surge of purple energy engulfed him. The energy threads tightened continuously, causing him immense pain. He suddenly realized that the mana of another magic circle was hindering him, as if they had been layered over each other, disrupting the flow of mana and concealing the existence of this array. He painfully theorized that this might be a magic circle with a curse seal. The maximum mana capacity within an active array would amplify the power of that curse. Even surrounded by dark mana, he remained calm and analyzed the situation. After using a colossal spell that shook the entire city, his mana was depleted, and he could not break free while sealed. Suddenly, waves of gloomy air emanated from ahead. He barely had time to register the scent before everything happened too quickly. He suddenly realized something. Was this not the same curse that Ara had fallen victim to? Immediately, another magic circle appeared on the ground. Accompanying the magic circle were endless black holes that opened up. Ferocious, deformed monsters stepped out of the black holes one by one, startling him. Were even these monsters being summoned here? Faced with this situation, he panicked slightly, for he could not fight in his current state. But a blue-skinned monster suddenly swung an attack at him. At that moment, he made up his mind if he did not stop them, they would surely chase after the evacuating people. He quickly cast a spell, creating a giant mana sword, perhaps slightly overdoing it. Not letting the monster touch him, he swung the sword and slashed it into 100 pieces. He suddenly froze, the mana within his body was flowing backwards. He collapsed to his knees in extreme agony. He felt as if his blood vessels were being torn apart, mana surging in the opposite direction. While he was distracted, arrows flew in, striking his back directly. He fell flat on the ground, his back soaked in blood. Even so, he struggled to turn his head to look at where the arrows came from. Had they anticipated this? To be attacked like this, he had been truly careless and arrogant. The snarling of beasts rang out. Demonic creatures with glowing red eyes surrounded him. Could this be? Elsewhere, the citizens were moving inside the city walls. Aira stood at a height observing the crowd, watching supplies being transported. She seemed to be doing her part well. They were moving faster than she expected. The request would soon be complete. Now she had to go to Day's side immediately. Suddenly, someone called her name in her consciousness. Aira? Shocked, she realized Day. The mark on the back of her hand also flashed. Aira immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly cast a holy spell. Day's life force was fading. What was harming him? She shouted. Teleportation gate, then quickly flew into it. Seeing the monsters about to pounce on Day, Aira yelled loudly, "Stop." She was filled with rage. "You vile creatures, how dare you?" In a blink of an eye, Aira had completely annihilated the monsters. Suddenly, her eyes widened in utter shock. She saw Day lying unconscious in a pool of blood, and cried out his name, "Day." Aira ran quickly to his side, checked his condition, and shook him anxiously. "Day, are you alright? Wake up!" In an instant, her face turned pale as she couldn't believe the scent she was smelling. Haunting memories flooded back. Ever since being afflicted with that scent, Aira could never forget the cloyingly sweet fruit smell that had imprisoned her for 20 years. Back then, Aira had fallen into a deep sleep. It was the sign of the curse that had put her into a long slumber. Those around her were also stunned to see her like that. Enveloping her was a demonic purple smoke, and now Day was also emitting the scent of that same curse. Recalling her painful memories, Aira suddenly shed tears. She held Day, softly calling his name, Day. The situation looked grim, as Day had been in a coma for a whole month now. News of what happened to Day, the hero of the kingdom, spread widely, leaving his supporters utterly surprised and deeply shocked. To show their gratitude, the kingdom organized a grand ceremony to honor him as a hero. Solemn rituals were performed as Pope Glacier praised Day's glorious achievements. He bestowed upon him an unprecedented title of hero within the Holy Kingdom, the title of Aben. From then on, many troubles came because he was the symbol of the kingdom's strength. The absence of the Holy One left the kingdom facing the threat of invasion. Without wasting time, Brocasia began to spread across the kingdom and war broke out. Uriel excitedly unleashed her techniques, joking that even the sky wouldn't fall at this point. Jake was hard at work eliminating enemies. She must be pretty relaxed to be able to joke. But the situation worried her. It was already the third day, and the enemy kept attacking relentlessly. Holy spells could relieve physical fatigue, but they couldn't dispel mental exhaustion to this extent. Suddenly, someone called out to her loudly. Uriel sheepishly turned to look at the source of the sound. It was none other than Harrow riding in on horseback. "We are here to help." She quickly recognized him, Marcus Harrow. Uriel then channeled her power into a martial technique, defeating the enemy in front of her. Under her influence, countless bolts of lightning struck down, each causing a deafening thunderclap. Suddenly, a figure flashed by at incredible speed. It was Barrett, fiercely swinging his sword to eliminate enemies. Uriel stared blankly at the scene before her. Ferris, Cirrus, Rian. She thought they were still immature, but now they're all steadfast warriors. Harrow agreed. Yeah, if the Holy One saw this, he would surely be pleased. Then she smiled. That's right, Day needs to rest until the battle is over and wake up after that. Suddenly, an injured soldier cried out in pain. A woman stepped forward, smiling. After all, how could a low-rank soldier possibly fight against a sword maiden? Jake was worried. Sword maiden, those people. Uriel was equally surprised. It's absurd, they were said to have appeared in Selene only a few days ago. A person stepped forward and commented her face is quite pretty too. But when she was a kid, she was really chubby. Oh, besides that, what else? Abu. Leon saw Abu laugh. That matter was a bit embarrassing. As for her, she was utterly bewildered. How could they have gotten to Salonia so quickly? Uriel began to analyze the situation. On our side, only Zik and herself had reached high-grade swordsman level, despite the difficulties. Looking at the color and intensity of the aura, he was at least a mid-high grade swordsman. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to fight back. After a moment of thought, she subtly glanced over and sent a telepathic message. He received the signal and turned his head. Before the astonished eyes of the two, Aura charged forward with a blazing aura, their gazes filled with sorrow. Uriel quickly raised her hand, casting a defensive technique. He smirked contemptuously at her, thinking you believe you can block my strike? Then, immediately after, Aura unleashed a powerful attack, challenging her to block it. Realizing the danger, Jake urgently shouted, Holy Maiden, retreat quickly. It was already too late. The technique was right before his eyes. A terrifying explosion resounded, shaking the entire area. Injured, Jake let out a pained groan, thinking that he had reached this level with just a single blow. He understood that the opponent was not simple. He surpassed them by a vast distance, perhaps a high intermediate or high-level swordsman. Seeing the unfavorable situation, she immediately ordered, all troops retreat, leave this place quickly. He was not one to let it go easily and lunged forward, thinking you think I will let you do that. Suddenly, Uriel's hand shot up to block in front of Aura. At that moment she chanted, and he realized it was holy power, the light of an angel. After blocking the technique, he asked with full vigilance, have you ever dodged this power before? Aura looked in astonishment at the desolate scene, the hostility within her nearly dissipating. Could it be she had borrowed the power of the gods? Truly interesting. At the camp, a voice rang out as 7 holy war knights stood guard in front. Have the knights of Marcus Harrow prepare to attack from behind. The one commanding was Gria. She ordered the holy lords to manage the holy war knights. The battle will take place in the northwest forest. Uriel commented inwardly about the girl Gria. Is it? She looked at Gria with satisfaction, a girl who stood out among the volunteer trainees. She had sharp insight in planning, compensating for her lack of physical strength. Uriel praised after a moment's thought. Good plan, execute it. If successful, the situation will be balanced. Then she placed her hand on the command table. This meeting is concluded. Rest while the enemy shows no signs of attacking. Gria bowed her head in obedience. Yes, holy maiden. Beside the blazing campfire, a weary sigh rang out. Jake approached, asking curiously, is it because of the absence of a holy lord that it is so difficult? Uriel hesitated. It truly is difficult. Now I understand how much he did for us. She turned her head with a smile. But I cannot always rely on the Holy Lord. I am also the Holy Maiden of this kingdom. At that moment someone stepped forward. That is right, Holy Maiden. And it is time for us to repay the Holy Lord's generosity. Uriel was startled by the appearance of Barrett. He greeted loudly, welcome, Holy Maiden. He asked curiously, why did you leave that comfortable seat to come here? Ryan chuckled and explained, what does that seat mean when a fierce war is raging? Observing everything, she guessed this might be the result of the holy nation restructuring that he had planned. Uriel thought to herself, they were nobles who usually only cared for personal and family gain, but now they were united for a common goal. She never imagined she would feel so close to them. Finally, she remarked to herself, it is a strange feeling. She arrived at the Soyonghua Palace. Right at this moment, someone was performing a chant purification. Taking over from Euclid, he asked curiously, how is the Holy Lord now? After a period of examination, Jesse returned and said, still the same, his mind is clear but his body cannot move. You should stay by his side and talk to him to ease his loneliness. Before leaving, she did not forget to instruct, I am leaving now, take good care of him. Taking care of him is also taking care of yourself. When the room was left with only 2 people, she said sadly, a person loved and cared for by the high gods. No one else has that except you, Holy Lord. Euclid reached out to adjust his hair. And not only that, do you know how many people are worried about you? So, a fervent plea rang out in the night, I beg you wake up quickly. Suddenly his finger twitched slightly. At the same time, a purple dark energy emerged from his arm. The stories related to him are truly miraculous. The way he absorbs mana is also unusual. He does not need to create a magic circle or any magic inside his body, but instead absorbs mana directly from the air, so he has no stored mana in his body. But now there are 2 sources of mana coexisting within him, one of which is Bone Dragon magic. The other is an earth-type sealing magic, quite similar to Era's magic, which is mana from a magic circle. His recovery method also differs from ordinary people, the method used to treat Era, the source being the antidote, but the curse magic still remains in the body. The main point of this method is, externally only mana is used for healing, while internally, a series of images appear in the mind. He is aware of what he needs to do. Like last time, he must expel the curse magic from his body, but his mana control is being suppressed, and he cannot push them out with his own strength alone. So he began to think of a way. What if he could control a little mana to activate the dragon art? At this very moment, the bone dragon reacted. It was looking at the opposite side with confusion, because another type of magic was calmly coexisting with the bone dragon. Of course, this made it extremely uncomfortable, because according to the nature of mana, they cannot coexist in one place. Because of this, the two forces clashed and tore at each other. The bone dragon determined to drive the curse magic out. He looked at the scene before him with satisfaction, destroying the enemy from within, then told himself, the dragon art will win if there is assistance. Before him was a balanced battle, but no matter how miraculous the bone dragon magic was, the enemy had used powerful magic for decades. If the dark magic circle gains the upper hand, I am done for. Not wanting anything unexpected to happen, he had to act himself, so to prevent risks, I need to conserve as much mana as possible. He also realized the dangers he was facing, but all this frenzy is happening inside his body, and it will soon destroy it. Even while unconscious, his mind was extremely clear. I do not know who created this magic circle, but if I catch him, I will make him pay dearly. Outside, a voice rang out. I wonder if Froxia is very close to this place. The maid carrying a tray remarked, except for children and the elderly. Everyone has been conscripted. The maid holding a water basin added, Lady Euclid has already gone to the battlefield. They could only pray, Lady Euclid, may you always be healthy and safe. On the battlefield, a resounding shout rang out. The 8th Cavalry Legion, fall back a bit, as you command. Right now, the 5th Magic Legion releases magic. Each attack was launched with cries that tore the sky, fireballs flew, swords slashed at the enemy with lightning-fast wind techniques. Seeing the disadvantage, the opposing side shouted for a retreat, and the 5th Magic Corps quickly fled. But Chelsea was not one to let them off easily, casting a blizzard spell that swept them all away. The enemy soldiers cried out in pain, recognizing the powerful magic. Seeing this, she directed her troops to return to camp, seeing no need to pursue. Back at the camp, the place was abuzz with chatter. She spoke up, saying that now that she had returned, the recent battle must have been tough on everyone. Lauren, the commander of the 8th Cavalry Corps, was extremely excited. If they could fight alongside her, Euclid, they could destroy them all. Garcia, the vice commander, echoed the sentiment, and the soldiers' morale was boosted. They should be proud of successfully protecting Selene. Despite the praise, Jessie remained cold, stating that everyone had done well. She was secretly calculating in her heart. If this kept up, not only Selene, but Gariel and Salonia would be exhausted as well. Jessie weighed her options carefully, but had to anticipate variables. The enemy forces were mainly stationed in Gariel. If they launched a surprise attack, it would be difficult to withstand. Reinforcements were definitely needed. After a moment of thought, she ordered Lauren and Garcia to go to Gariel. Both accepted the order cheerfully. At this moment, Jessie was frowning, seemingly lost in thought about something. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Chelsea immediately turned in a certain direction. This flow of mana was impossible. At that moment, Jay woke from his slumber. Looking at his legs, he was filled with immense happiness. He had done it, finally awake. Jay's attention focused on his left hand. Amazing, the dark magic on his hand had completely disappeared. Just as he predicted, combining the two mana streams was a good idea. There was a clear change within his body. The dragon art had weakened when the curse disappeared. He quietly sensed that he was now much weaker. The most important thing was that his whole body couldn't move yet, but he could still absorb mana from the air. Streams of mana were healing Jay. He didn't need as much mana as when he healed Era. It would be fine. He couldn't absorb too much right now anyway. A second later, he closed his eyes seriously, knowing he couldn't compare to his normal magic. He needed to concentrate more to avoid distraction. Suddenly, Jay felt something strange in his hand. His left hand, which had absorbed magic for some reason, now felt incredibly light. For a moment, he was stunned. Not only that, but every blood vessel and muscle fiber was brimming with mana. Joy spread through him. The mana in his body had been activated. Was it because his left hand had become accustomed to and more sensitive to mana, allowing it to absorb more? Jay noticed that the mana in his left hand was being absorbed very strongly, helping his body recover faster. Now he could achieve optimal effect when casting spells with a small amount of mana. Joy filled his mind. This meant he had become stronger. That was enough. He would proceed to recover his entire body. Jay was still in his room, continuing the healing process. After a short while, he was able to sit up. Jay was very excited now, feeling his whole body light as if he were flying. His health had never been better. His hand suddenly clenched into a fist. It was time to return. Jay had never been this confident. Now he had broken free from all limits. In the darkness of night, the air was stifling and heavy. Uriel's voice echoed, explaining the situation. The appearance of the high-rank swordsman had dealt a heavy blow. They had attacked the capital of Salonia at midnight. A surprise attack. Her face showed clear terror, eyes eyes wide, mouth agape, as she shouted to those behind her. If they lost more soldiers here, it would be hard to hold the capital, but they had to find a way out of this situation. Everyone fall back, don't look behind. Uriel clasped her hands together, whispering, I must find a way to hold them off, or else. Jake had a firm grip on his sword, standing opposite her. He declared clearly, Your Holiness, we will protect you and the capital. We will do everything we can to complete the mission. Uriel hurriedly tried to stop him, shouting, You can't do this alone, not when our strongest is absent. Before she could finish, Jake yelled, I will do my best. Faced with his determination, she could only sigh. He confessed if she died here now, this battle would be over. Uriel raised both hands, facing forward, palms open wide. A beam of light from the sky fell upon the soldiers, filling them with joy. Divine protection, holy seal blessing, great divine spell. This is the Saintess's blessing. Counterattack, don't spare any of them. Uriel ran in the opposite direction from them, her eyes full of worry and sorrow. She said to herself, Everyone please don't die. Her figure darted away, pulling roaring winds with her, tree branches bending in her wake. Jake instructed the knights behind him, Everyone hold your positions, don't let them through. The knights shouted in unison, Understood. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded, sending a chill down Jake's spine. He opened his eyes wide. Oh dear, we're a bit late. Where's the Saintess? Dwarf Aura stroked his thick, braided beard, jesting with the old witch beside him. This looks more interesting. But shouldn't we go after her? The old witch glanced at him and shrugged. I'll leave it to you to decide. The middle-aged man with a few scraggly hairs on his chin replied, I agree. Jake gripped his sword tightly, an alarm bell ringing in his heart. So they had come after all. He had to stop them from chasing the Saintess. He bravely charged at the dwarf, raising his sword high, determined to fight them to the finish. Do you think I'll allow that? The sword was quickly blocked by the sword of the middle-aged man with a few strands of beard. The man laughed with interest. I heard you're the youngest high-rank swordsman on the continent. Is that right? His gaze looked at Jake as if he were an ant. I'll take care of you. That title startled Jake. He wanted to deny it, but couldn't speak. No, that's not it. Witch following Aura glanced at him with a sly look, her voice laced with oddity. Go easy on him, he looks cute. She'll get away. The two swords clashed repeatedly, sparks flying and a deafening screech echoing. Jake gritted his teeth and reluctantly engaged in the fight. Sweat streamed down his face as he cursed under his breath. Rhea suddenly appeared like a savior, shouting loudly, Witch army, fireball! The fireball shot towards the middle-aged man, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured the sky. Although her face still showed a hint of fear, she bravely cried out, Jake, I'll support you. Jake was stunned, turning his head to look at the girl, muttering, Gria. The smoke cleared to reveal the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he was completely unharmed by the attack. Unbelievable, the holy nation has so much talent. Your passion bothers me a little, but I suppose I can't ignore you. Jake was horrified. He wasn't injured at all. Suddenly, his eyes flew open in horror as he shouted, Gria, behind you! A figure with black hair appeared behind the girl without warning. His dead fish eyes stared intently at her. Ah, I'm warning you, you're in my way, little girl. Following Jake's shout, the girl was startled and turned her head to look behind her. Without a second's hesitation, she kicked hard at Gria, catching the girl off guard. Jake screamed Gria. Her feet moved as agilely as a cat's, springing into the air the moment her toes touched the ground. With each step she took, the air seemed to be torn apart. The soldiers at this moment could no longer remain calm. They were like sheep encountering a gray wolf, scattering in panic and screaming loudly. It's coming, run! The sword flickered in and out of sight beneath the flowing robe. Unsurprisingly, they all fell beneath her blade. Blood splattered amid screams of agony and chaos. Jake was terrified, his pupils constricted, his brows furrowed tightly. He quickly calculated the army had been wiped out, only 2 of them remained now. The middle-aged man charged straight at him. As their swords clashed, the man spoke, Young lad, I want to test your skill. Jake cursed helplessly under his breath. Damn it. Jake's face was tense as a drawn bowstring. He told himself his attacks are too strong. I can't find an opening to break through. Snowflower suddenly appeared beside Jake. The entire space was enveloped in frigid air and glistening snow flowers. He immediately understood this was the sign of the frozen field. The figure of a blue robe fluttered in the wind. Then that person gently landed on the ground. The middle-aged man was stunned, wondering if this was a mage. The person spoke, voice soft but firm, do not make a move. She sternly ordered them to surrender. The enemy stiffened, only able to utter in astonishment, not expecting that in the holy nation there were still those who could cast this spell. Uriel quickly flew forward. She thought to herself, I deliberately escaped and covered my tracks. This might buy me a little more time. But her steps slowed. Uriel hung her head, biting her lip in worry. What will I do when I reach Salonia? For I have no plan at all. Dwarf Aura and the witch stepped out from where she had just passed. The dwarf spoke with regret. What bad luck. If she had run straight ahead, she might have gotten further. A sword of light was formed from her hand. She thought tensely, I anticipated this but didn't expect them to come so quickly. She said through gritted teeth, one at a time. She immediately assumed a combat stance, declaring firmly, I swear I will take down both of you. The witch scoffed in reply, interesting, but can you do it? The eyes of Aura and the witch gleamed like predators lunging at Uriel. They only managed to say, that is, if you can. In the silent night, sounds became clearer. A streak of dark red blood suddenly sprayed out. The one hit was Aura himself. He stared in shock at his severed arm, a long wound across his chest. As for Uriel, she felt like she saw a star fall across the night sky, her eyes shining with astonishment. Day appeared like a god standing protectively before her. He was the one who had just attacked Aura. Uriel cried out joyfully, "Day!" The dust from the magic's aftermath dissipated. Aura and the witch were blasted away. Day stood shielding Uriel, a faint blue light still glowing in his hand. He spoke, "You two had quite the fun while I was away, didn't you? That damned formation gave me no small amount of trouble." Aura was furious and astonished, not expecting that curse to only knock him out for a single month. Blue light condensed in Day's hand. He replied with irritation, "Just 1 month? I thought I'd die of boredom." Blue orb in his hand grew larger. He said leisurely, "I'm very busy, so I'll have to see you both off at once." The witch looked at that power, stunned. This immense mana flow is unbelievable. Aura and the witch exchanged glances, signaling each other silently. They both lunged forward and grabbed Day's shoulders tightly, catching him off guard. Behind him, Uriel seemed to sense something dangerous. Her mouth fell open. They're grabbing him. Could it be mana pressure? The witch screamed with excitement, a triumphant look on her face. "Even if you possess tons of mana, you are still human. You cannot defeat 2 high-level swordsmen like us. Die." His eyes widened, realizing they intended to force his mana against him. The loser would be shattered by the chaotic mana flow. A flash of blue light flickered in Day's eyes. He thought confidently, "But you've chosen the wrong opponent." In the middle of the forest, blue light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire land. Beneath Day's feet lay the bodies of the 2 unfortunate souls. He stepped over them, saying softly, "You should have known who you cannot touch." Even with their final breath, Aura and the witch couldn't believe it. Day called out to Uriel, pulling her from her dazed thoughts. He instructed, "There's no time. I'll head to Gariel first. Follow as fast as you can." She nodded slightly in reply. Okay." Jake's battle was nearing its end. His body was covered in wounds, breathing heavily, struggling to keep his sword firmly in hand. Euclid was terrified by Jake's condition. She shouted, "Jake, can you hold on?" Before she could hear the answer, Euclid had to erect a barrier to block the relentless attacks from the black-haired woman in the concealing robe. Euclid chanted while worrying so much she nearly made mistakes. She thought, "Jake is about to reach his limit. I can't stay calm." Sharp ice shards materialized in the air and shot straight toward the black-haired woman. Euclid gritted her teeth, determined to end this battle early no matter what. The black-haired woman nimbly dodged, silently assessing, "Is this ancient magic?" She looked at Euclid and concluded, "This attack is no ordinary spell." Observing Euclid's steady demeanor and the way she cast, she speculated her control over amber angle, timing, and chant speed is impressive. This seems to be a 6th-level archmage. A scream rang out from Jake's direction, causing Euclid's eyes to fill with panic. Jake had been stabbed straight through the chest by the middle-aged man. Blood surged from his throat and wound, making his condition critical. The light in Jake's eyes faded, growing dull and lifeless. He collapsed motionless amidst the desperate cries of his comrade. The middle-aged man withdrew his sword, speaking with satisfaction. "You held out long enough. Now then." He turned his gaze toward her, his eyes bloodshot with aggression and bloodlust. He sneered, "Your turn now, lady." Euclid had no time for grief. Her expression was tense, her brows furrowed. She gritted her teeth and challenged, "Just try it." In her heart, she resolved. There was no other choice. The incantation flowed out, carrying the chill of frost and snow. The soldiers suddenly fled in complete disarray. They screamed in terror, "Everyone run!" A soldier shouted, "He's here!" A figure landed on the ground, the air compressed to the point of exploding. From within the thick dust and smoke, Day stepped out, still carrying a faint trace of magical light on him. The middle-aged man recoiled in shock, suspicion rising within him. "It's that brat." Day ignored the soldiers walking past them, heading straight for his fallen comrade. The blood from his body had soaked the surrounding ground red. He reached out and touched Jake's neck. The boy's body had already gone cold long ago. His face darkened, and in a hoarse voice he told me the boy had died about 20 minutes prior. I asked who had caused this. Euclid bowed her head full of remorse. She choked up, apologizing for the limits of her abilities. He interrupted, saying that was a meaningless question. His gaze blazed with killing intent. He declared he would only use his blade to avenge the boy. The middle-aged man warned his comrade that the man had an extremely large amount of mana. The black-haired woman nodded, assessing the opponent as dangerous, suggesting they should avoid him and find a way to escape. The instruction to defend the line had barely ended when a blue blade flashed right before the woman's eyes. Blood from the person beside him splattered, causing the middle-aged man to freeze. He slowly walked over, analyzing the angle and size of the wound, affirming it was not caused by So Young. He turned back, his eyes full of killing intent, questioning the man on who the killer was. Fear enveloped the middle-aged man, his voice trembling as he muttered that the opponent was no different from a monster. Red blood sprayed into the air, ending all hesitation. On the ground now remained only 2 corpses. He asked Euclid if she could watch over this battlefield. She bowed her head in acceptance, promising to control everything so he would not have to worry. He gently carried Jake's body, walking away while sending his thanks to Euclid, saying he trusted her. Euclid quickly responded, her eyes dazed as she wondered what His Holiness planned to do with Jake's corpse. A magical light suddenly radiated, illuminating a hidden corner of the forest. Jake's armor was removed, his body was carefully washed, and the wounds were neatly sewn up. He looked down at the boy's body, pensive as he said he had reconnected the spinal cord and stitched the kidneys, but could no longer transfuse blood. Uriel approached, softly calling out to His Holiness. She desperately asked if Jake had returned to God. He remained silent. Uriel comforted him, her hand glowing gold. She suggested letting the boy depart peacefully, that everyone would forever remember Jake's contributions. A warm golden light enveloped Jake's corpse. Suddenly something made Uriel's eyes widen in astonishment. He whispered, "We can save him." She froze and asked, "How?" Firmly repeated, "We can absolutely save him." A voice rang out from the darkness, saying that holy arts were not omnipotent, and could not resurrect the dead. He calmly replied, "I know that well." In his hand, a stream of blue light condensed into a floating surgical knife. He coldly stated, "Holy arts may be powerless, but he would try it himself." As soon as he finished speaking, the surgical knife shot forward, carving a long line across the chest of the person lying on the ground. Uriel panicked and tried to stop him, understanding that his pain was too great to accept the truth. Jake lay on the ground with crisscrossing wounds. Uriel screamed that the boy was truly dead, that life and death were decided by God's will. He turned his head to look at her, his gaze resolute as he said he would not give up on a life that could still be saved. Even if God obstructed him, he would still try his best. She shouted his name, worried that those words were taboo and deserving of punishment. Suddenly she realized something, her eyes astonished as she wondered if he was truly that determined. He sighed, calling Uriel's name and earnestly asking her to trust him at this moment. He gripped his robe tightly, thinking to himself that everything was just like that moment years ago. With his power, he created a pair of scissors and began performing the surgery. Uriel still standing watching with an incredulous gaze. The blue light around him grew stronger and stronger. Uriel quietly observed every life-saving movement he made. His hands moved swiftly, using his own energy threads to stitch the wound. Uriel wondered if this strange method could truly resurrect Jake. She pondered, although she could feel his holy power, his words seemed strangely devout. She sighed, finally agreeing to assist if needed. He smiled, replying with thanks to her for helping him so much. Looking at Jake lying motionless, he calculated the boy had suffered brain death. However, thanks to holy magic, his current condition had visibly improved. In his mind appeared the image of a heart along with a time clock. He determined there was only 4 minutes since the heart had stopped beating. That was the golden window to save the boy. A line of blue light struck down. He calculated cutting the ribs surrounding the heart. He wished he had a defibrillator, but the circumstances did not allow it. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. His eyes lit up when he thought of utilizing lightning. Image of electric current running through the heart appeared in his mind. He noticed the heart's activity had gradually recovered from the ventricles and atria. A defibrillator could help increase the victim's survival rate. He would use magic to simulate electric current to specifically control the heartbeat. He imagined the image of a hand gripping the heart, using massaging force to promote blood flow back. His face was extremely tense, continuously whispering prayers in his mind, begging for a miracle. Electric current continuously ran through Jake's body, emitting crackling noises. He still did not stop treating and pleading for blood circulation. The yellow electric arcs illuminated the pitch-black forest, stimulating the heart to beat back to life 1 beat at a time. Both he and Uriel could not hide their astonishment, both staring fixedly in one direction. Uriel barely managed to get her question out when he hastily called, saying the spell had worked, and asked her to come over immediately to treat Jake. Uriel immediately rushed over and used her ability, muttering under her breath that this was truly unbelievable. The golden light from Uriel enveloped Jake's body. She happily realized the boy was breathing again. She turned to look at him, astonished, asking just who he was to be able to do such a miracle. He humbly replied that alone, he could not have done it. He turned back to look at her, gave a small wink, and said it was all thanks to both of them working together. Uriel seriously objected, saying she swore she would never use dark magic. He was lost for words, replying that it was medicine, not dark magic. He urged her to quickly take Jake to Phryxia to save Euclid. Uriel confusedly asked if he was not coming along. He turned around, replying that he needed to go see the Pope. She nodded in agreement and decided to set off. He immediately vanished, leaving only a faint trail of light. Uriel panicked and called after his retreating figure. She muttered to herself that going to see the Pope at this time probably was not a very good idea. In a very distant place, an entire vast town was engulfed in a sea of fire, the blazing flames dyeing a corner of the sky red. At that moment on on the cliff. A dark figure in the distance looked toward the fire and muttered that Gariel was as good as finished. He laughed out loud with excitement, thinking that soon they would take him to a safe place, and all he had to do was hide quietly to keep his life and receive what he had been promised. Suddenly, Hook appeared behind the man in the robe, cutting his joy short with a threatening order to not move. The robed man turned his head in shock, and at the same moment Huck's blade swung in a flash of silver light. He asked in astonishment who his opponent actually was. The moment he finished speaking, his arm was struck by the blade, sending blood splattering, and the man screamed in pain before collapsing to the ground. Huck coldly demanded that he answer the question immediately. His face twisted in pain, tears streaming down, but he still did not understand what was happening, wondering why the protective mana stone was not working and why he could not sense the attacker's presence. As he was speculating, a foot from behind slammed down on him hard, its owner coldly repeating the earlier warning, leaving him only enough time to think that there was another voice. The one who just spoke was Hong Yong. She kept her foot pressed firmly on the robed man and demanded to know who his superior was. The man began to panic as he saw many more people standing behind her. He quickly blurted out the head Bishop Xavier, but Hong Yong did not let up, continuing to press him on who Infroxa had ordered him to do this. The man frantically wondered how they knew, seeing that he seemed unwilling to reveal anything more. So Yong sighed in annoyance and said he was truly a troublesome one. Suddenly a golden light appeared on So Yong's forehead, and a strange gleam shone in her eyes. She spoke, implying that the feeling of having one's mind controlled was the worst thing. At that very moment, the robed man's forehead also flashed with the same golden light as So Yong. He was stunned in disbelief, because even the head bishop or the Holy One would find it hard to do this. After that, in the pitch-black night sky, a flash of golden light suddenly flickered. The robed man had now fainted, white foam bubbling from the corner of his mouth, a terrifying sight. So Yong said that most of the information obtained was useless and suggested they head out. After finishing the task, So Yong rubbed her eyes with her hand, saying she would hand over the rest to Hong Yong. Jaehyuk was ordered to carry So Yong and happily accepted. Hong Yong turned and walked away with So Yong, telling Jaehyuk to clean everything up and then catch up. They would go to the Holy One's place. Hong Yong, with a cold expression, thought to herself that by now the Holy One must have arrived at the Vatican. Meanwhile, outside a luxurious palace in the Vatican, Day quietly assessed the situation. The neighboring countries had formed an alliance and established the Proxy Alliance. This was not a single weak force, even though it was newly born. Infiltrating the Holy Nation's headquarters alone would not be enough. His own influence alone would struggle to resolve this matter. They asked in a clear voice if the Pope was inside. The guard, upon seeing him, stuttered in shock, welcoming the Holy One. Day remained calm, asking the young guard to inform the Pope that he wished to see His Holiness, thinking to himself that the Pope's assistance was the only option. A moment later, the Pope's astonished voice echoed through the hallway upon hearing the news of traitors in the Holy Nation. Day calmly explained that Phroxia was an alliance of neighboring kingdoms, and the Holy Nation was involved. The old man reacted strongly, angrily exclaiming how they dared do such a thing under Gaia's rule. But Day quickly stopped the Pope and urged him not to act hastily. He advised leaving them be for now, but the old man disagreed, retorting that it was impossible to do such a thing. Day calmly analyzed that to uproot the weeds completely, one must wait. Hasty actions would only make Phroxia more cautious, but the Pope remained firmly opposed. The old man angrily launched into a long tirade, asking how Day could expect a pastor to turn a blind eye to heretics, declaring he would crush them, even if it meant mobilizing the entire Holy Nation. Day frowned in confusion, not expecting the Pope to react so strongly. Even a devout person would find it abnormal. Day sighed in resignation, repeating once more that the Pope should let them be. He spoke in a serious tone, advising the Pope not to let emotions take over, but to use wisdom to lead the Holy Nation in the right direction. Concluded by stating that he had said his piece and must now take his leave. The Pope's hand trembled slightly, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly. His face was strained as he gritted his teeth, cursing that insolent wretch inwardly. Leaving the room after the conversation, Day walked down the hallway burdened with thoughts, unable to understand what the Pope was truly thinking. He felt the Pope was only focused on one issue, while the lives of the entire kingdom were in danger, blaming himself for telling him, finding it hard to believe such a person was the nation's leader. Day shifted his thoughts to Phroxia, counting 6 known high-level swordsmen so far, wondering if there were any more in their army who had reached that level. He analyzed that such an army was capable of destroying a small nation in an instant. If they turned to attack elsewhere, they would grow strong too quickly to stop. Day came up with the idea that it would be great to predict their movements to block them, but he needed information to do that. He stroked his chin as he walked, deliberating, wondering whether he should try cooperating with that woman. The sun slowly set behind the mountain range, the castle bathed in a dreamy twilight glow. On a road flanked by forests outside the castle, Jake was riding his horse at a slow pace. His expression was pensive, his brow furrowed in thought. Jake recalled earlier when Riel ordered him not to go to the battlefield anymore. He questioned the reason as he was a high-level swordsman, but she simply raised her hand to cut him off. Uriel seriously analyzed that the entire army looked to the high-level swordsman as their pillar. The upcoming enemy could be even stronger. She needed him to rest to avoid facing danger. She emphasized each word, implying that Jake surely did not want the Holy One to have to revive him again, leaving him stuttering speechless. He lowered his head gloomily, barely managing to utter 2 words, but then, Uriel declared that she and the 3 tribes would handle this battle. Instead of leaving Jake idle, she gave him a different mission, to leave the battlefield and go find the Holy One. That was why he was now in the scene of riding his horse off with a clatter. Jake reminisced about the past. From a young age he had been called a prodigy swordsman, becoming the youngest to achieve the rank of high-level swordsman. As a holy war warrior, his fate was destined to assist the Holy One. He had always lived with pride, and had never doubted his faith. Jake remembered that fateful meeting when God chose a new saint. He met His Holiness a bit early, and was blocked by him barehanded against his sword. The emotions from that time were still intact. His heart suddenly raced, and it was the first time in his life he felt overwhelmed. From that moment on, he thought firmly that he could dedicate everything, wanting to serve His Holiness for life and become the sword in his hand. But now everything had gone far beyond reality. His hands trembled with self-blame. Instead of being a useful sword, he had become a burden to His Holiness. Tears welled up on his lashes, his teeth clenched in self-pity. Not just once but twice His Holiness had to save him. Jake whipped the reins hard, shouting loudly to urge the horse on. He sped up, the voice of guilt echoing in his head, asking what kind of damned guardian he was. On the tower, Uriel stood looking down to observe, then closed the window, sighing and wondering if he was all right. She frowned slightly, telling herself she had removed Jake from the battlefield as he had said, but she did not understand exactly what he was planning. Ancient bricks stacked together formed an archaic space. Dai stepped forward to a dark cell, saying, "It's been a while." The person inside chuckled without looking surprised, replying that he did not know when he had arrived. The summoner asked, as if confirming that the holy nation's condition was not good. Right An Thang confirmed, "You are correct, everyone, whether it be So Young Froxia or anyone else. They are all a complete mess." He stated his purpose clearly. "So I came here to ask you a few things." The man's attitude was still somewhat resistant. "You think I will obediently tell you everything?" Obviously he was not fazed. Instead he sneered with contempt. "Of course not. You think I would ask you without reason." He pointed out the ailments plaguing the man's body at that moment, his joints creaking, vision declining, skin aging and wrinkling. His hand rummaged inside his coat pocket, and, using teeth, loss of muscle mass as well as the vascular system, coronary arteries, kidneys, urinary organs, the immune system and many other organs are all declining simultaneously. The human body is no longer what it used to be. Right, what if I cure them for you? Saying this, his eyes flashed with a cunning glint, his hand produced a small saw. "Then you will no longer be able to control that irrationality, and will tell me everything I want." Right. His tone grew increasingly terrifying. "You know, I have always been curious. Chow and Oros have bodies similar to humans in these 2 races. Which race do you think is more compatible with the human body?" That attitude made the summoner tremble in fear immediately, sweat pouring like water, hurriedly shouting, "What kind of evil plan are you devising?" Wait. As for him, a master of modern medicine, he knew countless ways to cause the body pain. A miserable scream echoed throughout the dungeon, and a moment later, the summoner, with his plump, pretty face, glistening eyes and a head bobbing, shed tears and begged, "Stop, I beg you, stop it. I will tell you. Let me tell you the true identity of Froxia is the magic fortresses." In his hand he still held a syringe and a strange vial of medicine. "Why did you tell me so soon? I still have many things to try." The man roared insults. "You devil, bestowing the title of Holy One upon you was a waste." He did not care. "Oh my fine. Continue, you speak." "Legend has it that they vanished when the magic age ended. They are Kate, Hong Dai, Luck Dai, Kim Dai and Huang Dai, a total of 5 magic fortresses. The magic fortresses maintain balance with each other and the magical order between nations. However, fearing the power of the magic fortresses would only increase, an army from the Alliance of Continents attacked the magic fortresses. That battle swept up. Hecate summoned bone dragons and undead hordes, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the magic age. The summoner's face was taut like a maiden's. His mouth hurriedly recounted everything he knew afterward. The remaining magic fortresses joined forces. "Wait until they can take revenge on you. Phloxia still has 15 high-level swordsmen and 7 Sixth Circle mages, and the first 7th Circle Archmage of Humanity is also sharpening his sword for revenge." He laughed loudly, gleefully asserting with certainty, "No matter how strong you are, you have no ability to face them." He rolled his eyes and ignored that arrogant attitude, asking further, "All right, so where is their main base?" The summoner's lips curled with hidden meaning. He answered, "The Grenzia mountain range." The Grenzia mountain range, that is the first mountain range on this entire continent, where dwarves and elves coexist, a neutral zone, not allied with any kingdom, also a prosperous land with fertile soil and countless resources. However, that is also the reason why dwarves and elves are always fighting each other, and that is also the reason why humans are not suited to live there. He pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, hard to think of a better place for them to gather their forces and build their organization, away from the prying eyes of other kingdoms. He weighed each plan and step. A part of me wants to rain down a meteor shower on that mountain range to solve this damn problem, but I cannot let those innocent dwarves and elves suffer and be affected. So, by the way, another issue came to mind: 5 high-level swordsmen, 7 6th circle mages. Moreover, there is also the first 7th circle archmage. Everything seemed to be getting clearer to Jay. Jay's eyes deepened. I understand why the summoner was so happy with a force like that. Conquering the entire continent is not just a dream. This battle will be harder than I thought. Suddenly he spoke up to call his subordinate, Hong Yang. Are you there? She stood right behind him and answered, present, awaiting orders. He turned around seriously and gave instructions. Each of you go to the neighboring kingdoms. I want you to monitor Froxa's activities there. Report everything to me, even the smallest detail. Hong Yang replied briefly, understood. Seeing that she had not left, her expression still hesitant as if she wanted to say something, he asked curiously, is there something? Do you want to report something? Hong Yang honestly expressed, at all costs we will obey your orders, but we just think we can also help you in battles on the front lines too. He was a bit surprised, you all. She was about to explain further, yes, the enemy has a large vanguard force, but before she could finish, he cut in. With a very approving attitude, you have a point, but it is fine. This situation requires us to act more effectively as well as use accurate information. Specifically reminded to act before the enemy takes any surprise actions, not just to have more reinforcements for the front lines. A single front-line battle is not as important as the mission you are assigned first. He turned and walked away. His dark ladder seemed to harbor schemes. Also, regarding the vanguard, we can also organize some small squads to support them. Night had fallen, the castle windows were lit up. A soft sigh echoed in the quiet space. At this moment Jake was standing dazed before the luxurious royal door. Finally I have come to the Holy One, but I do not know if I can face that day. While he was hesitating, the maid beside him spoke up to report, Your Holiness, Jake has arrived. The person inside ordered, tell him to come in. The white door slowly opened. As soon as he stepped inside, Jake bowed to him. Greetings, Your Holiness. He softly called his name as a greeting in return. Seeing the uncomfortable look on his face, he thought to himself, he looks really dejected, but I guess that is understandable. And suddenly he stepped forward. Jake closed his eyes tightly. A drop of sweat rolled down, showing his anxiety, ready to be scolded. Yet contrary to expectation, there was no shout at all. Instead, a gentle pat on the shoulder along with a directive, go to the training ground tomorrow morning. He was surprised, Your Holiness. Jake's hand clenched tightly, a bit of misunderstanding about his actions. Are you trying to kick me out? He immediately raised his voice, helplessly denying, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kick you out? Every word he spoke was full of encouragement and trust. I will make you into someone no one can defeat, so just focus on next 10 days. Forget everything else. Your only goal is to become stronger. He also did not forget to mention the memory of his past merit. I know how much you have suffered in that battle. To fill the void, saving everyone while I was in a coma, he asserted firmly, making Jake's expression bewildered. If there is anyone worthy of my support, it is you. Do not forget that. The bright smile and absolute praise of his had a terrible mental strength. You are my sword. He pressed his lips together and said nothing. He knelt on one knee, showing his reverence. Jake bowed his head loyally and shouted loudly before him, Yes, I obey your orders, Your Holiness. The next morning, a loud, resonant sound rang out, startling the entire castle. Greetings, Your Holiness. He yawned, tears welling up. Still half asleep, he looked at Jake full of vitality. You came this early. The sun has not even risen yet. Contrary to him, he was extremely excited, full of determination, shouting clearly, Yes, Your Holiness. Shishia Jake. The sword of the Holy One. I cannot keep my master waiting so. Seeing his attitude like that, he felt a bit helpless and thought to himself, now the pressure is double the usual. However, he could not extinguish that burning will, so he immediately gave the task, alright, first create a wind sword like ordinary people do. Jake answered very quickly, I obey. But when he created a sword glowing red like dipped in burning coals, he immediately spoke up to stop him. No, stop. He stepped closer to give detailed instructions. Now you have to get rid of the old habit. This is not just about shaping your mana into a sword. According to him, the wind sword revolves around balance. Hearing this term for the first time, he felt it novel, balance. Continued, so imagine a sword with 3 equal parts, the tip, the blade, the hilt, and distribute mana evenly to all 3 parts. His hand touched Jake's hand. A stream of power began to emanate slowly. Now begin to control the mana in your body to create a sword yourself. Suddenly the sword in his hand shot out unexpected sparks of fire. Even Jake could not contain the surprise in his heart. He clearly noticed the force of this sword completely reached a different level, as if the surrounding air was surging towards the sword. Hard to believe that with just a bit of balance his aura could turn into into a sword like this. After finishing the instruction, he asked again, "Alright, do you feel it? Try again." He nodded yes. Jake focused his entire mind on the sword in his hand, trying to recreate the familiar feeling he had managed to achieve during his previous practice sessions. But the first attempt was not really working. The flame and power radiating from it were not as strong as in that earlier moment. He let out a disappointed sigh, seeming quite resigned. Day spoke up to explain that he was trying to compress an invisible force at a certain ratio and hold it all together. If he succeeded, his sword technique would advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing that, his spirits immediately lifted. Really? He seriously made the request, demanding that Jake master this skill within 3 days. Jake replied with full confidence, "Yes, I will do my best." In Day's luxurious bedroom, he sat at the table, tilting his head back to recall the morning's events. He thought, "I said 3 days, but I don't expect him to train for just 3 days, because practicing aura is incredibly difficult." His gaze drifted out the window, passing over thousands of houses to some distant place. His goal was to wait until Jake was strong enough to be entrusted with the Holy Nation, while he was away to go to Grentia. The corner of Day's mouth curled up slightly. Now all that was left was to wait. Suddenly he sensed something. It was a familiar flow of mana. A magic gate opened, and Ira slowly stepped out. Her eyes widened in surprise as she observed everything around her. Seeing who had arrived, Day quickly stood up, delighted, and called her name. "Era?" She was equally moved, exclaiming, "Day." Right after that, Era pounced on him, embracing him tightly and affectionately. Day smiled gently, stroking her hair to soothe her. In the bedroom, once the emotional moment had passed, Era spoke first. "Grentia," he confirmed and asked again, "Yes, do you know anything about that place?" She rubbed her chin and answered honestly, "I do not govern the mountains and forests there, but another high-level fairy." Hearing the answer, Day immediately reacted strongly. "What?" His brows furrowed, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Things were even more complicated than he had thought. Regardless of the scale of the plan to eliminate Phroxia, they could not afford to ignore even the slightest movement. The fairies were known for being suspicious of foreign races. They would be even less pleased to have strangers entering their territory to wage war. If he ultimately had to fight against the high-level fairies, not just the fairies in the village, but even the fairies from the surrounding regions would not leave him alone. Day wanted to dig deeper, so he asked, "How powerful is that high-level fairy?" Era replied, "All high-level fairies have power a level above ordinary fairies." She paused for a moment and then smiled. "They are not on the same level as me because I am their guardian deity." He was surprised. Guardian deity. Day quickly pieced things together and guessed, if I became an enemy of the high-level fairies, even Era would get into trouble. Thinking that, Day immediately expressed a moderate attitude. "I will try to avoid any conflict with the fairies." Era replied calmly, "Of course, thank you." Then Era raised a finger, gently summoning and opening a magic door. "It is time for me to go. Knowing you are awake, I am relieved." He politely replied, "Thank you for your concern. I know it is not easy to find time to come here. Thank you for visiting me so often." She smiled politely, "You have helped me a lot in the past too. I should also thank you." Day rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit shy. Before leaving completely, Era lingered a moment to advise, "Do not worry too much. The fairies in Grentia are quite easygoing. As long as you do not do anything too extreme, you will be fine." He waved goodbye, musing over her words. Easygoing. The group from Phroxia chose such a detestable place to set up their lair. I do not think worrying will solve anything. If I go alone, something might happen. But when Day thought of Jake, his heart was full of anticipation. "I wonder how Jake is doing. I hope he has made a lot of progress by next week." 3 days later, a loud shout echoed in the training ground. Jake, with dark circles under his eyes, was performing the previously instructed movements again. Day reminded him, "This is not what I told you to do." He was startled and stammered, I am sorry, Your Holiness." Jake honestly recounted the feeling he had experienced. "When you controlled the aura and guided the magic, something inside me seemed to awaken. I kept thinking about that strange feeling, and I felt I could reach that state like when I fought Zahat." The words left Day utterly surprised and stunned. He not only controlled the aura, but also maintained the sword's shape with aura for such a long time. Day understood that activating mana had awakened Jake's senses. But to achieve this in such a short time, he truly deserved to be called the youngest genius to reach the level of a high-rank swordsman in the Holy Nation. He silently decided, "This is enough, now I can entrust him and leave." Day smiled comfortably and continued the conversation. "A state similar to that time, huh? Great, you want to become stronger, right?" He did not hesitate. "Yes." Blue force radiated along with Day's voice. "Then now, one more thing is needed." He held the sword that had just materialized and issued a challenge. "Are you ready to use all your strength to block my sword?" Burning with fighting spirit, "Yes, come at me anytime." Jake took a step back. Day silently observed, not acting rashly. Jake's whole body radiated a highly alert aura. "You underestimate me too much." As their swords clashed, he felt a clear difference in energy. The jade blue aura was like the essence of mana, refined and pure. But he realized the aura ratio in Day's sword was not much different from his own. Can block it. But an unexpected incident occurred that made him freeze. A smile was visible in Day's eyes. This is the last lesson you have to learn. Experience the feeling yourself. Staring at the jade-green sword pressing down, Jake was stunned. An indestructible sword. He quickly asked, is there really no way to block it? Day waved his hand, making the weapon disappear. Who knows, you just keep figuring it out until I get back. Jake sensed something. You mean? Day decided to be direct. Jake, I plan to go to Frox's lair. As if by reflex, he immediately spoke up. Then I will go with you. But Day cut off that intention. No, you cannot. Day flicked Jake's forehead hard, making him yelp in pain. I told you already, you are the right person to take my place while I am away. You have not forgotten, have you? Jake's face fell. He sat in a corner, rubbing the sore spot on his head, obediently accepting the order. Forgive me, I will protect the kingdom with my life. How are things going? He replied softly. Good, I leave it to you. Day suddenly asked about another matter, but you must have been training hard. Jake honestly reported. Thank you for thinking so. Ever since the day you taught me, I have not stopped practicing. Hearing the answer, Day was startled. A question arose in his mind. You have been training non-stop since then. Do not tell me. He asked for more details. What about eating? Jake's answer was naturally within Day's expectations. Your Holiness, you have graced me with a lesson as vast as the sea. How could I stop training to eat? That is unthinkable. That fierce spirit left Day speechless. He commanded, I am taking you to eat right now. Follow me. Jake immediately obeyed. Yes, Your Holiness. A voice rang out from within the room. So you did as I told you, right? Someone respectfully replied, yes, the Holy Son's journey was a pilgrimage and no one would escort him. Ekle unrolled the paper full of writing and exclaimed, excellent. That person had another opinion, Lord Ekle. One more thing, she glanced to signal for him to speak. The assistant reported, it seems the Inquisition Council has already started to act. Ekle raised his eyebrows in surprise. She stood up abruptly, slamming her hands on the table and reacting fiercely. They act without my permission. Well, I am the head of the archbishops. He added, they say. It was the Pope who ordered them to act. Ekle gritted his teeth, trembling with anger, and cursed silently in his heart. That crazy old man. He is complicating the matter needlessly. Then she grabbed her coat, put it on, and ordered, come with me. He followed closely behind and quietly replied, yes. Scene change, footprints deeply imprinted on the white snow were gradually being covered up. Day carried his luggage on his back, moving step by step through the harsh weather, because it was too cold and he was not used to the snow falling. Day had been sneezing continuously even though he had added an extra robe, thinking to himself, I can never get used to the weather in this snowy mountain range. I am wearing clothes with moisture-retaining magic, but the weather is still too cold. This place surely was not like this before, but now the weather is changing little by little. Day stopped and crossed his arms, worried the snow was falling more and more heavily. I cannot see anything ahead. Should I just set up camp here? A moment later, he had put on his gloves and sat warming himself by the fire in front of him with a satisfied face. Feeling the fire seemed insufficient for this weather, Day thought to himself, I need to make a stronger flame. Is there anything over there I can use like firewood? While he was looking around, his gaze fell upon a strangely chubby tree trunk. What kind of tree is that? It looks so weird. Well, whatever, as long as it burns. So Day approached, intending to break off a branch, when suddenly a voice rang out, hey, you put that down. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Right after that, the tree turned around, revealing a speaking face. I said, put it down. His heart was full of curiosity. Is this a monster? No wonder it looks so strange. It crossed its arms and spoke haughtily. I never thought I would meet a human here. Day said, I never thought I would meet a tree spirit here either. It immediately denied it. I am not a tree spirit. I am a tree immortal. Thinking of the beautiful and majestic appearance that tree immortals usually possessed, he retorted, how can you lie so blatantly? The tree immortal said angrily, what, you brat, I will show you. And it pulled its roots up from beneath the snow to prove it. It said confidently, see, even if you pull my roots out of the ground, I will not die. Day's expression was a bit bewildered. The tree immortal also remained silent. Though he didn't speak, he couldn't help wondering, so what? The tree immortal turned its face away, clasped its hands behind its back to break the awkwardness. Human, you possess the holy art Faya. Are you a god? He thought for a moment, he's changing the subject, but still followed the introduction. I am a holy son. My name is Day. It seriously suggested, I see the powerful human Day. Can you share some of your power with me? I need strength. If you help me, I will grant one of your wishes. Grant one of my wishes for spirits, specifically the forest race. The existence of a tree immortal is very valuable, as they enrich the soil of the forests. If this little one really is a tree immortal, I think the spirits in the Grentia mountain range would treasure him too, and they would help me search for Froxia. No, at least they would not stand in my way. However, he was not in a hurry and probed further. You say strength. What kind of strength do you mean? The tree immortal repeated, exactly as I said. His voice was serious, make me stronger. But Day tactfully refused. Forgive me, but I do not know any way to make a tree immortal stronger. Jake was a different case. The tree immortal was surprised by that reason. Its face was weak and sad. No, I need strength to return to the forest. This time it was his turn to be surprised. Is that forest your home? The tree being reluctantly recounted the whole story. A group of humans once entered the forest and drained and destroyed our woods. Their dark arts slowly killed us. Then they stripped our power and drove us out one by one, making us wanderers. Coincidentally, this was a matter he cared about. Day thought, dark arts? Is he talking about the forest in the Grancia range, the people of Froxia? His voice rose. His hands clenched. Is this not a wonderful coincidence? Day's expression was excited. It just so happens that I am on my way to punish the people in your forest. The tree immortal asked doubtfully, really? Day shared frankly, I cannot make you stronger, but I can bring you back to your forest. Then he lightly coughed as if to ask a question. So where can I gather firewood? Do I have to use magic to keep the fire burning? I am tired. Seeing this, it quickly replied, wait a moment. Then the tree immortal decisively broke off half of its own arm in front of Day's astonished gaze. It threw the piece of wood directly into the fire. My body burns well and keeps the fire going for a long time. Looking at that foolish expression, he silently decided that he must quickly bring him back to the forest. Time passed by the next day. This time Day had left the snowy area and arrived at a sun-drenched jungle. He said refreshingly and admiringly, this is how mountains should look. Looking at the marks on the tree trunks, Day judged, based on the map and the stripped bark on that tree, I think I have stepped into the territory of the fairy race. He walked while keeping a thought in mind. First I want to talk to the high-ranking fairies. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. Hey, you there? Why is a human here? Seeing the girl in front of him, he wondered if she was the guardian spirit of this village. Day stepped forward with a friendly smile. Hello, can I meet the high-ranking fairy who governs this forest? The girl and her companion firmly objected. What are you saying? Do you think we'd let a strange human into the village? He thinks he can just meet Chelsea. He was a bit surprised. Chelsea, is that the name of the high-ranking fairy here? Day still tried to show goodwill. I understand, so that is the reason I am asking for permission. But the other party was very stubborn. No, to put it simply, now get lost. That attitude gave him a headache and he sighed. I never expected everyone to welcome me warmly, but talking like this is just. Right at this moment, someone spoke up. What is all this noise? Footsteps approached. The group of people immediately bowed respectfully and called out Chessie. Day was a bit surprised by her appearance. Is that fairy Chessie? She looks like Era. Even more so. She seemed friendly enough to talk to me. A high-ranking fairy with a warm personality. Chessie smiled cheerfully. Hello? What business do you have entering our village? He hesitated and stammered. Well, suddenly her gaze fell upon a small detail. The gloves he was wearing looked a bit familiar. Chessie doubted. That is. She jolted in surprise, recognizing them as Cecily's. Her attitude changed instantly, her whole body burning with hostility as she approached and asked in a cold voice, Human, where did you get those earrings? Day began to worry and tried to explain they are a gift. Jessie's face darkened. Losing her composure, she gritted her teeth. These earrings are the village's treasure, my mother's keepsake. I ask you one last time, who gave them to you? He scratched his head helplessly, then introduced himself as the holy saint of the Holy Kingdom Geyer. A high-level swordsman from the Lexing Kingdom gave them to me as a diplomatic gift. I think so. She listened, then gritted her teeth and muttered, the Lexing Kingdom. Immediately she spun around, preparing to rally her forces to attack. The matter was clear, no more words were needed. Anyone who sided with that kingdom was also our enemy. He stood there, his forehead covered in black lines, silently lamenting. Is this how everything has to start? At that exact moment, a loud explosion rang out along with someone's panicked scream. Under the relentless assault of Chessie's group, he quickly turned and fled for his life. She lunged forward, throwing 4 pointed shurikens, and shouted, You run fast, but return my earring to me now. He turned his head and yelled back, I know even if I gave them to you, you'd still kill me. Hearing this, she roared in anger, Who are you calling a murderer? A magic circle began to appear beneath his feet. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I should have approached Frog's Yama quietly first. Seeing him dodge so quickly and cleanly, Chessie grew wary. She murmured, This guy, is he really human? How can he move so fast? Sky, dyed red, was preparing to end the day. The green trees cast shadows against the beautiful sunset. Somewhere, a relieved sigh escaped him. He thought about those annoying fairies, but then remembered, except for Era. Day stared at the small stone in his hand, troubled. I plan to ask the fairies to help eliminate Froxia, but it's already fallen apart at the very start. So these earrings can find the other one, huh? He clenched his fist, gradually reorganizing his plan. Things went off track a bit, but it wasn't bad. Running around the forest all day also helped him learn the terrain here. The terrain descends from high to low, near a water source, the most suitable place for humans to live. He also considered the distance to the fairy village, as well as potential locations for their hideout. Day looked into the distance, thinking he should check that direction first. Besides, it was already getting quite late. He set up a small tent, stored his belongings inside, and decided, I'll camp here. Day's clothes had been torn in many places by Jake. Looking at his handiwork, he gave a wry smile. I'll try not to harm the forest. That way, the fairies won't have anything to complain about, right? Tomorrow morning, I'll go find them. Next day, Day examined the map for a while then smiled. Great, I guessed right. Dawn was just breaking. He rolled up the map, calculating the magic fortress's location. Their base, the border of the fairy village, the hobbit's dwelling, all were clear now. He sensed the evil magic source from the fortress. It seemed they had interwoven many defensive barriers. Rushing in for an attack would only drag him into trouble like last time, so he needed to think thoroughly. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. He looked over. Who are they? Day was astonished to recognize the group. Fairies? There are hobbits too. So many. He hesitated in thought. They seemed to be in danger. True, they had driven him away, not allowing him into the village. But before he could even gather his thoughts, Day had already lunged forward to block in front of the two fairies. He thought to himself, I can't just stand by and watch them die. He raised his hand, summoning his power, and shouted, Holy light! A blinding flash enveloped them, causing the enemy to cry out. My eyes! That man, furious and enraged, roared, Who are you? But just a second after the light vanished, there was no one left in front of him. He looked around in confusion. Where did he go? On the other side, the campfire near Day's dwelling blazed to life. He said gently and kindly, Now, let me look at your wound, shall I? But Deb stubbornly covered his wound with his hand, refusing to let him near, and snapped, Human, get lost now. Though a bit annoyed, Day still forced a smile. It must hurt a lot, right? Decisively, he pressed the mashed herbs hard onto the wound, making him gasp from the sting. He reassured him, Don't worry, I'll heal you right away. In an instant, Deb felt the pain subside significantly. Seeing his surprise, Day casually explained, Did you two know there are countless herbs in the forest? I use them to make this healing medicine. Sophia spoke softly, her voice hoarse with gratitude. You are truly knowledgeable. We owe you our lives. The man who was angry earlier also withdrew his aggressive demeanor and said sincerely, Thank you, human. Please forgive my rudeness just now. Day just smiled, not taking it to heart, then asked, It is nothing serious. But why were you fighting with those little people? Sophia recounted the incident, saying this happened frequently in their land of So Young due to territorial disputes. Recently they discovered a mine near the village, and the little people kept eyeing and snooping around the place. Her face was full of heaviness, believing they were recklessly destroying nature. Deb added seriously, calling that act barbaric. Day did not argue, only thought to himself that these two races had completely different concepts of good and bad. Changing his expression, Deb spoke cordially. Compared to So Young, I prefer the concern you have for us. My name is Deb. She agreed and introduced herself. That simple hut showed how much you love nature. My name is Sophia. He looked toward the mentioned hut and smiled sheepishly. I am Day. He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, glad he had set up the tent that way. This time it was Sophia's turn to ask, But Day, why are you here? He hesitated then probed, Do you know about a group of people coming here to establish an army? Casually replied, Of course I know. I guess they have about 150 people. Day's mouth fell open in surprise. 150? He looked around suspiciously, because one had to cross the freezing snowy mountains and 2 kingdoms to get here. Could Phryxia have conquered both kingdoms around this area? Day straightforwardly stated that army was trying to destroy the entire continent. The two of them couldn't help but be surprised, repeating, Destroy the entire continent? He nodded to confirm, so I came here to stop them, or rather to make them disappear, in the name of justice. Sophia asked, Is what you just said the truth? Sophia clutched her chest, muttering in disbelief, Destroy the entire continent? Deb spoke up, Day, is there anything we can do to help you? The fairy tribe will never forget any favor. You saved our lives. He spoke very seriously. If there is anything we can do to help, we want to do it to repay you. Day tried to make a request. Then can you two lead me into the fairy village? He stated his purpose. I want to speak with the high-ranking fairies in the village. She hesitated slightly. Deb declined apologetically. I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to decide on this matter. He explained that only the elders had the authority to allow other races into the village. Day clicked his tongue in regret, thinking he was too quick to hope. They awkwardly said they couldn't help him with this. Seeing that he didn't get tense either, only replied, It's getting late, you two should head back. They said again, Sorry for not being able to help. Day simply replied, Goodbye. Then, he produced a stone and said, Oh right, please give this earring to Chessie. Sophia was surprised. For Chessie? Although slightly hesitant, Deb still agreed. Alright. Watching the two figures leave, Day mused, Well, I guess I'll have to give up on entering the fairy village. Looked around, a new idea forming. If that's the case, then... That night, Day moved to a location neither near nor far from So Young and Phryxia's camp. Over the next 3 days, he recorded every move Phryxia made, whether it was daily life, culture, or the surrounding environment. After that, Day had devised a clever scheme. The corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. In the notebook filled with symbols and writing. That morning the sky was clear blue with few clouds. A small mouse appeared, sniffing around. Suddenly, it was caught and trapped under a wooden basket, letting out a squeak. Holding the bag containing the mouse, Day's face revealed a calculating expression. The grand and magnificent castle was shrouded in darkness. A voice spoke up. Organize all the information we have gathered. Someone replied yes. Hong Yong and his comrades discussed together, Weiban, Laymund, and Heron. The investigation of the three kingdoms revealed that after successfully infiltrating, Froxia began engaging in political activities. But their influence was negligible, so the main enemy focus was inside the Holy Kingdom. So Yong nodded in agreement. Huck added, recently, there have been many upheavals within the Holy Kingdom. Many merchant guilds have moved a large amount of capital to the same place, which is connected to the noble families. Strong also reminded that that place was also within the area where the noble families frequently investigated heresy. Hong Yong crossed his arms and asked, didn't you say the Pope personally managed the Inquisition? He lowered his eyes and spoke evenly. Yes, an investigation into the Holy Kingdom's interior is necessary. Suddenly, So Yong raised her hand to signal him to stop. Wait. Her eyes brightened with two crosses as if an electric current flashed across them. So Yong's gaze was thoughtful as if looking through space. I have just detected a mysterious source of holy power from the Vatican. It is moving outside. Hong Yong was surprised. The Vatican? How many people? The girl replied immediately. 2 people, 8 outside. Instantly, Hong Yong switched to alert mode, speaking sternly as he gave orders. Everyone, chase them. Permission to eliminate, but must leave 1 alive for interrogation. It enveloped everything. The city sank into silent, soundless darkness. In the warm room, Ekle sighed helplessly. That Pope, he is truly too suspicious. Suddenly a noise sounded, drawing her attention. The door opened, and a group of tall, burly, masked men burst in. Ekle sneered in mockery. I never allowed you in here. Who sent you? But inwardly, she was surprised. Had they gotten past the guards? One of those men drew his sword and coldly declared, you don't need to know. You're going to die anyway. Just quietly depart from this world, Archbishop. The sharp sword tip pointed straight at her. Ekle remained silent, saying nothing. At that moment, Hong Yong's squad kicked the door open and rushed in. She quickly and worriedly asked, Archbishop, are you all right? Ekle's face twisted in anger at their arrival. Who are you people now? On the other side, Dai, having schemed and calculated, knew it was time. He released a swarm of rats. Time for the plague to return. Plague, an acute infectious disease with the highest mortality rate in modern history. The disease spreads through fleas parasitic on rats, the Yersinia pestis bacterium, which is the vector for transmission. It was a horrific plague that killed half the population of Asia and Europe at the same time. Rox's sanitation conditions were too poor. Even with magic here, the people's lives were still backward. This place was no different from medieval Europe. That was also when Day had an idea. A question was raised: what would happen if the plague bacterium spread in such living conditions? A world where the existence of penicillin antibiotics had never been known. The only way to deal with this plague was to use the art of purification. Day schemed, calculating based on everything he had observed during this time. Froxa had bishops with very low holy power, so the spread of disease became far too easy. All he needed to do was introduce the pathogen into the rats and wait for the parasitic fleas to spread the infection. Smug look crossed Day's face. He could silently bring about Froxa's downfall. After that, he decided to return and begin producing the cure. Next morning, looking at his results, Day was immensely satisfied. Everything was perfect. Patches of blue mold had appeared on his bread loaves. Luckily, they multiplied quickly. First, he had to discard all the spoiled brown molds. Next, he carefully sorted and stored the white and blue molds separately in different bags. According to medical knowledge, the type of mold used to create penicillin was this blue-green one. Day measured every step precisely, added moisture, and they would soon become medicinal compounds. Suddenly, he realized a serious problem. He couldn't do everything alone. Day let out a weary sigh. He was tired of his holy power because it had nearly purified everything. Meanwhile, the villagers began to argue. Did you use dark magic on everyone? Looking at the unconscious man with black streaks on his hands, everyone was terrified. And it didn't stop there. Everyone had fevers and was vomiting. The conflict grew. The entire army was dying. The Black Tower had nothing to do with any of it. Day hid in the forest and watched. Sure enough, they could no longer trust each other. A calm demeanor, he knew holy arts were useless now. Curing the sick wouldn't change the contaminated environment. Observing the whole scene, Day predicted Froxa would collapse on its own without his intervention. However, he was still concerned about the mentioned level 7 Archmage. He had to root out the problem before he ran into trouble. Day thought about the future. Since they had many scholars from the magical era, he could claim their knowledge. Finally, he walked away cheerfully, humming a tune in the forest. Traveling magic, no need to cross snowy mountains anymore. At the Spire Tower, urgent footsteps and shouts rang out. He is climbing the fortress. Stop him now. Day looked back smugly. No one was following. The plague had weakened the guards, making the infiltration much easier. Looking at the swordsman trying to block his path, Day guessed the highest floor must be storing something very important. A group of Iron Knights descended from the palace to stop him. Who are you? How did you get in here? With a simple flick of his hand, Day tossed them aside. Do you know what I have been through? Day advanced gleefully. I will take a few valuable things as compensation. The door slowly opened. As soon as he entered, tens of thousands of carefully stored books were revealed. Just as he had predicted, the place was filled with magic. Day mentally prepared to gather things. Alright, now where should we start? Suddenly, he felt something at his feet. Looking down, he found an unconscious person lying right there. "Who are you?" Woken up, the person slowly sat up, using their hands for support. He asked in a confused voice, "Who are you?" I have never seen you before." Day was momentarily taken aback. I should be the one asking that question. Before he could answer, the other continued, "You must be the one who released the plague-infected rats." Sensing the aura emanating from him, Day was slightly surprised. He carefully recalled, "This mana source was exactly like the magic circle that sealed me. So that means this person." Day then said calmly, "I didn't expect you to look like this." Name surfaced in his mind, a level 7 archmage who was the leader of Froxa. Leech didn't beat around the bush. Seeing through his abilities directly, "Young as you are, you've also reached level 7. He narrowed his eyes, "You've also reached the rank of Lord." Then he calmly recounted Day's deeds. "You defeated a bone dragon in an instant. You unraveled a magical seal by weakening its spirit core, and you possess the knowledge to destroy an entire city with a plague. I wonder if you are even human. How fascinating." Day directly denied it. "I am not a lord yet. I am just an ordinary human. Let me ask you a question as well." Day asked directly, "After all this, is Froxa's only true goal revenge?" He looked puzzled. "Revenge?" Day continued, "I cannot understand how you can use such a reason to justify such inhumane acts." Each revealed, "There are indeed many people who wish for revenge, but I have no interest in that at all." This time it was Day's turn to be confused. "No interest." He coldly rationalized, "All I want is to discover knowledge. Those recent actions were just for experimentation and research. Yet those fools in the fortress thought it was a way to get revenge." Day's eyes clearly showed contempt. He pressed on, "So all those wars, all that slaughter, and those innocent people, they were all just tools to satisfy your curiosity?" Unexpectedly, he confirmed it. "In my grand plan, yes." They ask, "I make a plan, things just repeat like that." Leech explained the entire process. "All the experiments and research I conducted weren't very meaningful either. But now, having a human like you come before me is a wonderful result. Not everything was in vain." To hear such horrifying words spoken with such a nonchalant demeanor sent a shock through Day. "What kind of insane monster are you?" Leech's attitude changed. He raised his hand, and so summoned power and a magic circle appeared on the floor. Leech declared, "Let me show you." Day wasn't scared either. He raised his hand, launching iron chains. He glanced at the iron coming towards him. "You're gonna bind me. That magic circle uses this binding spell better than you do." Leech's tone was full of contempt. "You aren't even a lord, so any binding spell you try to cast on me." But he received a surprise, his whole body wrapped in chains. His face showed disbelief. "I can't move, there's no way. I've actually been bound by this spell. Me, a level 7 archmage." Meanwhile, Day concentrated his power and declared the death sentence. "I cannot let you live." In his daze, Leech murmured, "So that means this guy." A glint of light flashed in his eyes. From outside the tower, a jade-green circle shot out, and that was how Froxia was completely destroyed. The sun slowly set behind the pine forest. He hugged his luggage and sobbed, finally escaping a miserable life. The battles and the nights sleeping rough were over. If he went back, he would only be a medicine ingredient. He held the book in his hand and smiled smugly, having picked up this trophy along the way. He did not take the other things because they were just useless spells. But this forbidden book was different. It was protected by a sealing spell, so it must contain divine magic like instant teleportation. He raised his hand, channeled magic onto the book's cover, and said, "Dispel the seal." But nothing happened. He was puzzled and wondered what was wrong with this thing. Repeatedly chanted the spell, "Dispel the seal, dispel the seal, dispel the seal." The book remained still and did not move at all. He was so frustrated that he started sweating. His helpless roar echoed through the forest. Why would it not open? Off to the side, the group of masked people had been completely eliminated by her. They came from Night Moon, the top assassin guild in the eastern continent, and had taken a request from the guild leader. We had been tailing them from the Vatican. Ekle looked at the aftermath, connected the clues, and made a judgment. The Pope must be directly involved in Froxa's invasion this time. Hong Yong agreed, "Yes, that is right." Ekle bowed her head in thought. The Pope had tried to assassinate her. Recalling that day, she had gone to see the Pope to discuss matters. The then Holy Pope personally managed the Council of Inquisition. He angrily spewed a torrent of curses. How could the Holy Kingdom be so corrupt? At this point, this place was more like a den of vulgar Froxia than a country of God. The scene was so familiar that Ekle was no longer surprised. She calmly continued, "I know the Holy Pope said to put this matter aside." But the Pope interrupted, reminding her that only the Pope could decide the future of the Holy Kingdom. "I want to intensify the hunt for heretics more than ever. That is the will of the goddess and the sacred mission bestowed upon me, the Pope." He lowered his voice, deliberately forcing Ekle to choose a side. "Archbishop, will you follow the Holy Pope or me, the Pope?" She did not answer but asked in return, "I have a question. Does that mean the Pope will turn a blind eye to the declaration that the Holy Pope is God's representative on earth?" At that moment, he did not utter a word, only silently stared at Ekle with a calculating gaze. Hong Yong spoke up to probe, "This matter also involves the Holy Pope, right?" She turned her back to the window and replied, "That is correct." Her reputation was growing day by day, and an archbishop as close to the Holy Pope as she was also began to irritate them. Suddenly Ekle asked, "You are the messenger Hong Yong, right?" As if she had just thought of a plan, she spoke up. I want to ask for your help with something. The satchel on her back emitted a golden magical glow. Observing the entire living area around the tower, he concluded that Frox's lair was completely isolated from its surroundings, but the plague still had the potential to spread to other things. He reached up and scratched lightly. I must be very careful in my prevention work. Blows covered the area everywhere according to his plan. Within a 3-kilometer radius of Froxia, he had purified almost all the places where pathogens could spread. He thought to himself, sometimes holy arts are incredibly useful. Suddenly a voice rang out. There you are. He was startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. That voice. Chessie stopped in front of him, panting heavily. I finally found you. He was surprised. Chessie. Like a conditioned reflex, he immediately turned to leave, thinking to himself that he must not get involved in any more arguments. Seeing his evasive manner, she called out helplessly, I want to apologize for last time, and thank you for returning the earring. Chessie closed her eyes and explained everything. I heard you saved the children of my village. I think I misunderstood you. My mother died because of the Lexian kingdom, and just thinking about another kingdom returning my mother's keepsake made me unable to stay calm. She sincerely apologized, but he sneered when he caught a point in that confession. Those demons from that kingdom, how dare they give me something they looted? Then he calmed down and asked further, I see, but then why did you come looking for me? Surely it is not just to apologize. Jessie was a bit flustered. About that. She recounted the incident. You said you are the Holy Pope, right? Actually, many children in my village have come near here, and they have contracted a strange disease, with black spots all over their bodies. Jessie's voice could not hide her worry. We are not sure if it is some special curse, but healing magic cannot cure it. He broke into a sweat. The children in her village had encountered an incurable disease, but honestly he was in a great hurry. Who would have thought the fairy tribe would come near here at this time? She put her hands on her hips, frustrated. I am sure this disease is caused by those humans. He thought to himself, indeed Froxa spreads the disease, even though he himself was the one who released the pathogen. Finally, Jessie got to her point, pleading, regarding that disease, can you cure the children of my village? He immediately raised his finger in agreement. Sure, I will heal them. Seeing that, she became overjoyed. Really, thank you. And so they returned to where the fairies lived. Their nature was in perfect harmony, with cute little houses and windmills. Looking at a weak victim lying on a sickbed, he began to feel the severity of the problem. Is this thanks to healing magic? Thank goodness the situation is not optimistic. The plague is an extremely dangerous disease, but it is also a simple one that can be treated with antibiotics. Jessie turned her head and said sincerely, Dai, thank you for your holy art. But he denied that treatment method. No, I will make medicine. He said, I can treat them without using holy art. I will make medicine. She seemed curious. Medicine? You mean those pills that humans use? He began listing what he needed, somewhat similar. First, I need medicinal herbs to make it. Suddenly a call rang out. Day. Sophia looked like she wanted to help. Do you need some specific herbs? Deb also joined in. Just tell us the names. What kinds do you need? I will bring them all. Receiving such support, he was truly satisfied. Great, then I will write a list of herbs and ask everyone to find them for me. A moment later, Jessie looked at the items laid out on the table. Still a bit doubtful. Can you really make medicine with these herbs? He confirmed firmly. Yeah, honestly, to be more precise, they are not exactly herbs. They are charcoal, rapeseed oil, white vinegar, and lem water. He picked up a pouch. I will turn them into medicine. Her gaze was a bit wary as she looked at the contents inside. Is this not? Jessie froze. Moldy bread. Understanding her confusion, he reassured her, I will not use them as they are. Then his medicine-making process began. First, I soak the bread in water to soften it, then I filter the mixture. After that, I pour in the rapeseed oil and mix it all together. He explained the principle. Impurities will dissolve in the rapeseed oil, while the medicinal components will dissolve in the water. After filtering, they are almost ready to become medicine. Jessie watched his every skilled movement intently, listening to him explain. We need to repeat these steps a few more times. Then add heat-sterilized charcoal to absorb impurities. After that, pour the mixture into a funnel and use clean water to rinse away the impurities. Sophia and Deb looked on curiously as he worked. Then, we pour in acidic vinegar water to remove alkaline impurities. Finally, we will pour in the lem water mixture. This is an alkaline solution. Only extremely pure medicine like this can fight off the plague. This solution is the medicine. He picked up a syringe and dipped the tip into the bowl of water. Now, with a confident attitude, let us go try the medicine. Just like that, I injected the antibiotics into the patients, and he went around purifying the entire village. 3 days later, the boy who had been sick earlier could not hide his amazement at the change in his body. I am completely recovered. My fever has broken. Jessie, standing by, was equally excited. I cannot believe this medicine worked without needing holy arts. Seeing the patient get better, he was happy too, and instructed, I have made enough, so you do not need injections anymore. So remember to take the medicine once a day for the next 3 days. His help moved her deeply. She said, thank you. You are too kind to help us so wholeheartedly. I know our fairy clan always lives in seclusion. This incident has taught me many things. He only smiled a humble, polite smile and replied, come on, there is no need to say that. In his heart he was fully aware of his actions over the past few days. I am just cleaning up the mess I caused. Chessie came up with an idea. We should throw a party for Jay, our savior. The young man who had recovered also agreed. That is a great idea. Chessie, what? No. Seeing that, Jay quickly spoke up to stop it. Do not do that. Both of them turned back, looking at him with pleading eyes. Why, he stammered, unable to find the right words. It is just. Dark lines of helplessness appeared on his face. He had to use So Yong as an excuse to decline the party. I do not have much time left. I must return to the Holy Kingdom immediately. The two could only lament with regret. Really, what a pity. In the end, although the plague had spread everywhere, those who were helped by him still survived. The next day, in the mountains covered in thick snow, the sound of grumbling rang out. He wrapped his coat around himself, crossing each stretch of the road while muttering that he could not believe he had to cross these snowy mountains again. He silently cursed, damn it, those Froxia bastards. In the end, they were of no help at all. How can such a holy seat not have a single travel spell? Suddenly, a voice called out his name. The tree spirit appeared, bowing respectfully to him. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to return to the forest, looking at its new appearance. He silently praised his forest has grown a lot. The tree spirit expressed, I can feel my power gradually returning, so I want to give you a gift to thank you. But he only noticed one difference. His tone had changed. Had he lost his wisdom? Before he could say anything, a branch on its body was broken off. The tree spirit handed him a long horn from its head, solemnly declaring, this happens only once in the lifetime of each tree spirit. I will give you my strongest branch. He hesitated a bit. This was indeed a rare treasure. Thank you. Holding the wooden horn in his hand, he thought he should give this to Jack. After all, I just see it as a normal branch. A scream rang out. The entire village was now burning fiercely. Cries for help followed one after another. Help me. But it seemed those killers would not let go. He uttered, men or women, children or the elderly, kill them all. This town is nothing but demons. He held a steel mace and charged to the front of the woman holding her child. The mother begged, please spare our lives, even if only my child can live. He said arrogantly, you heretics, you opened the city gates to let the Froxia in and conspired with them, did you not? The mother shouted back, no, we did no such thing. The child beside her trembled and only whimpered, mother. That man grew furious. He swung the steel mace high into the air. Even now you dare to lie, pay with your life. Suddenly from behind, a voice rang out, stop. Someone slowly walked forward and laughed loudly. I just returned to the Holy Kingdom. What in the world is going on here? He stepped forward with a bewildered expression. At first, I thought you were bandits, but that is not the case. Who are you people? The man listened to him and his face darkened. Who the hell is Jake down here, you bastard? How dare you forget your place? How dare you show such an attitude to an inspector of the investigation council? He gritted his teeth upon hearing that. What, forget my place? I never knew. Flash of light appeared. His body was also radiating a brilliant golden light. He muttered that it seemed you are the one who does not know your place. His body continued to emit this strange light. The common holy art Fia. The light was blinding. It forced the murderous man to his knees. No way, you are the saint, he asked softly. Which group are you a member of? He answered, the investigation council. He frowned, the investigation council, so that means the damned culprit behind this insane order is the Pope. Before he could finish his thoughts, the mother also knelt down. They shouted loudly. The saint. She cried out, swearing to God that we had done nothing. But those people began to slaughter us. They accused us simply because we were heretics. The others also clasped their hands one by one. Yes, your holiness, please stop this. If you keep going like this, we will die. That voice kept echoing, your holiness, please save us. He closed his eyes. Now we can only trust you, at least the children. He was still thinking, then answered, do not worry, I promise on my honor. I will definitely resolve this matter. Everyone was overjoyed to hear that. Thank you, your holiness. We are deeply grateful to you. Turned to that killer and said, you heard that, right? In the name of the holy saint, I order you retreat. That man replied, but we have been ordered by the Holy Father, the Pope, so we cannot rashly act on our own. He answered, you are not wrong, you cannot disobey the Pope's orders. He added, well then how about this? He said sternly, if you obey the Pope's orders, you will die by my hand right here. The other side trembled, we will follow your orders, your holiness. Report to the Inquisition to follow my orders and cease all activities. He ordered further, also tell the Inquisition, if they do not follow my orders, I will tear them all apart. You all quickly retreat and gather at Salonia. Understood. His eyes were sharp at this moment. I must quickly stop this insane action. Looking at the chaotic scene, he wondered why every time he completed a dangerous mission and returned, the Holy Nation always had a pile of trouble. Night fell over the space in that castle. Gria spoke to the Saintess. Saintess, the Inquisition is becoming more and more violent. Our family has been trying to pressure them, but the Inquisition is an independent religious body of the Vatican, so nothing works. The saintess lowered her head and answered, I am the same, I cannot do as I wish. With just one small mistake, the arrows of the Inquisition would point straight at me. Suddenly a voice sounded startling. Gria, how dare you come here? How dare you come here to beg? Get out. She felt that source of holy magic. The rope appeared. The guards outside hurriedly said, I am sorry, my lord. Today looks strange in your clothes, he replied. Yeah, I am just a ragged beggar here to beg. The saintess saw the rope and was overjoyed. She shouted loudly, you are back. He answered, Uriel, I am a little late, because I had to stay behind to clean everything up. He replied, I understand, come inside. He grumbled at this moment, a ragged beggar D coming in. All right, the guard was panicked. Your Holiness, my sin is worthy of death. Inside the house, the rope immediately asked, how did things go with Froxa? They will not be able to attack us anymore. Even if any of them survive, there is nothing to worry about. He emphasized, more importantly, I heard that the Pope is managing the Inquisition, right? To this point, the Holy Nation will be blocked off. She heard this and replied, after slaughtering its own people, other nations will also block off the Holy Nation when faith remains unshaken. Neighboring nations will see this as a good point. The influence of the Holy Nation on the continent will decline. He added softly, that is right, so this is the reason. So Young, I have to ask you to help with this matter. She asked, what matter? He immediately said, the Inquisitors of the Inquisition are still here, right? Order them to withdraw the entire Inquisition back. She was confused. Do you know what you are saying right now? He remained resolute. I know, I have discussed it carefully. Just pass down my orders, she retorted. They are currently following the Pope's orders. What on earth are you trying to do? He slammed his hand hard on the table, and he stood up, forcing them to take responsibility. At the headquarters of the Vatican Inquisition, an announcement rang out, all members of the Inquisition assemble. A member turned around, what is this? How dare you? Everyone saw the rope and was suddenly panicked. Your Holiness, he spoke loudly and clearly, who is the head of the Inquisition? I am, a voice rang out. He walked over, gently, greetings, Your Holiness, I am Dios, the head Inquisitor of the Inquisition. He asked further, what wind brings you here so suddenly without notice? Without saying much, the rope went straight. An order. I want to gather all the Inquisitors of the Heresy Inquisition in Salonia immediately. Dios frowned and replied, please forgive me, Your Holiness. This is an order to be executed within 1 month issued by the seal of the Holy Father. His eyes widened slightly. So you will not follow my orders? He smiled. Yes, this matter is beyond my ability. At this moment, Day was extremely furious. He radiated a powerful energy that made him tremble in fear before this insane source of holy magic. Everyone was terrified, feeling as if they were about to explode. Day asked arrogantly whether he had changed his mind. He screamed for him to stop, saying that doing so would not change the Pope's orders. Did he truly think he could oppose the Pope? He coldly replied, call it opposition if you wish. I only do what is beneficial for the people, because it is the duty of the Holy One, the position that the people and God have bestowed upon me. His gaze turned sharper. I will give you 1 week to call all of them back to Salonia. If not, I will handle it myself. He waved his hand, a spark shot straight up to the ceiling. The ceiling had a large hole blown through it. I will destroy the rest as well. Do you understand? That man, terrified, quickly replied, I will do as you command. He wiped his tears, thinking to himself, now only one thing remained. He gazed deep into the main hall, where the Pope was seated. It was the Pope. Day strode straight into the hall. He met the Pope and questioned him, you have caused quite a mess. The Pope stroked his chin and replied, is it just a mess? I am merely punishing those heretics. He coldly questioned, punishing heretics? How ridiculous, slaughtering innocent people without a trial. Simply labeling them heretics is enough. He frowned and asked back, a trial? Why should I do that? He puffed out his chest proudly. I am the Pope, my word is the law of the Holy Land. It is the will of God. Day did not back down. You speak nonsense, but with such a clear voice. Tell me the truth, Li So Yong is really not like that, is he? Before coming here I infiltrated a village you were investigating. Hearing that, he clenched his hands. He spoke up, what are you trying to say? He replied, no matter how much I think about it, I cannot comprehend your faith. He criticized, you use faith to justify the slaughter of innocent civilians. You must be doing something to cover this up. Hearing this, he screamed madly, how dare you? How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you use those lies to belittle me? He commanded, guards, restrain this cursed Holy One right before my eyes. He gritted his teeth, so this is how you plan to do it. Then he waved his hand, creating a surge of power. But suddenly a voice rang out, and the door burst open. Lion stepped in. No need to dirty your hands, Holy One, she thought to herself. She gently presented the holy edict and said, the time has come. The decree states that Glacier will be arrested and tried for heresy. He shouted, arresting me? How ridiculous. What are you all standing there for? Seize those traitors. She brought out the paper. It is useless. Pope, this is the agreement for constructing the academy buildings. All work was contracted to Phrygia, and the Holy Land has received the full payment of 1,800 platinum coins. She added, in the future, if those buildings are substandard or if they violate the law, the Holy Land cannot prosecute them, because that is clearly stated in the agreement. He scowled angrily. Where did you get that? She sneered, I have some good friends who helped. This is an official document stamped with the Pope's seal, so do not make excuses. She shouted, now everyone hear my command, arrest the Pope and throw him into prison. The soldiers answered in unison, as you command, while the Pope stood stunned, do not be foolish. He protested, I am the king of this kingdom, the Pope chosen by God. He screamed wildly, whoever disobeys my orders disobeys God. By the divine power given to me, I will punish you all. Day shouted, swinging his fist, what a pile of garbage. After that, Pope Glisher was taken into custody. In prison he kept echoing, the gods will never abandon me, you must hold a trial for me. It seemed this mess was coming to an end. A long night passed and dawn broke. At this time, the golden throne was still vacant. The archbishops and nobles were fighting over the position. Day spoke up, Ekle, I want you to become the Pope. She blurted out in surprise. What? He explained, you are not aligned with any faction, and you are the most powerful among the archbishops. She was still bewildered. He continued, you will bring a fresh breeze to this position as the first female pope in history. She quickly replied, I do not know. I am not sure I am capable. The holy maiden smiled, you worry too much. Here is a list of those who want to sit on the papal throne. She looked at it in astonishment. What the hell? These troublemakers dare to dream of that seat. She gritted her teeth and decisively stated, fine, no need to worry anymore. I will become the Pope. With strong backing from the Holy One and the Holy Maiden, Ekle officially became the first female Pope of the city-state. Everyone happily congratulated her. In the hall, within a small room, the Holy Maiden was sitting working. Day entered and could not help exclaiming, my God, so much work, here is yours. He held a cup of tea in his hand. She sighed and replied, nothing new, thank you. He thought to himself, I cannot believe she is immediately buried in work. Without a word, she picked up the cup and gulped it down. He awkwardly reminded her, that tea is very hot. He watched and muttered to himself, just think about it. All this time, Uriel always helped him whenever he returned to the Holy Land, countless times. Uriel's hand was now glowing with a faint golden light. She shyly said, purification. She stretched and said, magic is truly wonderful, but holy magic cannot relieve all my fatigue. He quickly replied, if you need anything else, just tell me. She was helpless. What is wrong with you today? Suddenly being so nice to me. He said gently, I help you and you still cause trouble. She said half jokingly, do not tell me you like me. He suddenly choked on his words. She quickly covered, just kidding. You did this to thank me for helping you before, right? He was silent as a ghost, while she kept rambling. But if you like me, it would not be strange, a beautiful woman like me who helps both physically and mentally. He smiled softly and stepped forward to pat her head. You are right, thank you. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. He scolded, what are you doing? Do you take me for a child? I am much older than you. I am over 50 years old, you know. He widened his eyes and spoke, that is right. I was so busy with work that I almost forgot about this. If we start now, we will be in a difficult position. She added, this is not the time to act like that. He asked back, what is it? Is something important happening today? Trande was also stunned. They both shouted in unison, the celebration banquet for the Pope's inauguration. It was already dark. Day put on a solemn outfit and said, great, it is not too late to go now. A notice sounded from behind, Your Holiness, Jake has arrived. He turned around coldly. Tell him to come in. Jake entered, Your Holiness. He looked at Day's appearance and complimented. You look great. Day smiled and replied, thank you. But why are you here? How is Hollywood? Jake replied, I heard the war has ended, but you still have many matters to handle, so today I came to work for you. He nodded. All right, I have a gift for you here. Jake was surprised. A gift for me. He held out something here. Jake asked, what is this? Before he could explain, the voice of Your Holiness rang out. Jake was crying, tears welling up. The first gift you gave me. I am so moved. I will treasure it like a family heirloom. He thought to himself. I did not even need to make him believe this was a glimpse of the immortal realm. He asked further, oh right, do you know how to block my sword yet? Jake replied, yes, I have figured it out. Day was surprised. You have figured out a way. Memories returned to the past. A sword duel was taking place. Jake was still struggling. I can block the sword. He struggled. I cannot block this sword. They asked again, you really figured out a way to block the sword? Jake replied, if it was indeed the sword you personally attacked with for me to see the other day, then I am certain I can block it. He thought, you are truly a genius. Jake said eagerly, I will soon prove it to you. He felt helpless. Where is he looking? At the banquet, the saintess was extremely radiant. Gria walked beside her and spoke, as expected. All the families have come to the inauguration celebration banquet. She replied, I knew it. She turned her head to look behind. I do not think I have met these people before. Gria said, they are a diplomatic delegation from the kingdom of Huron. She added more, when we borrowed reinforcements they did not help. Now they come. Their goal is clearly. They approached lightly and said, re-establishing trade activities between the two countries. Hearing the voice from afar, she excitedly turned and called out loudly, Day. He smiled and said, You are early, Gria. Long time no see. She gently bowed her head. Grey Tippies greets your holiness. He continued, I heard you contributed a lot in the recent war. The saintess beside her smiled and replied, That is right. She has decided to come and help me manage the affairs of the Holy Kingdom in the future. Day was surprised. That is a great honor indeed. So you are not returning to the academy. Added, of course, it is only difficult at the beginning, right? Then he thought, a future medical student. Gria stood beside her and smiled brightly. But if you open a medical academy, then at all costs, I will definitely make time to attend. Day was delighted. Really? She immediately replied, Yes, I look forward to it, Professor. Suddenly a group of people approached and spoke, Honorable Your Holiness. That man spoke, Eloy from the Kingdom of Hiran respectfully greets the Honorable Your Holiness. He thought, when the Holy Kingdom was in danger, they never showed their faces. Yet now they dare to come forward and strike up a conversation. Then he said coldly, Pleased to meet you. That man from before exclaimed, It is truly an honor for us to meet the heroes who fought against Froxa to protect the continent. He waved his hand. Enough with the pleasantries. Just say what you need directly. The saintess spoke, I am sure you also realize that people like you who just stood by and did not help are not welcome here, but we are willing to listen since you have traveled a long way to come here. That man began, Currently the trade activities between the Kingdom of Hiran and the Holy Kingdom have been suspended because of the war. He explained further, according to the agreement, as a friendly kingdom, we must be the only kingdom with the right to import grain from the Holy Kingdom. He continued, So we came to request the restoration of trade activities. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, Shut your filthy mouth. Just because you have some status, you think you can spout nonsense. Get out of here now. They were bewildered. The saintess said softly, You heard that. This is the stance of the Holy Kingdom. You have traveled a long way, but now you should leave. That man did not give up. He challenged, So you want to cancel the trade agreement between the two kingdoms? Have you thought about the consequences for the Holy Kingdom's diplomacy? You cannot unilaterally cancel the agreement. Day laughed coldly and said, The Kingdom of Hiran is completely dependent on trade, but now they are having difficulties. I am sure the goddess would also want us to help this neighboring kingdom. Hearing this, that man smiled with narrowed eyes. Indeed, only the hero who saved the continent can understand reason. Before that man could rejoice, a double price rang out. He smiled excitedly, importing grain at double the price. That man was taken aback. That is ridiculous. You will also, he crossed his arms and replied, Do not tell me you are planning to break the agreement. He continued, as a friendly kingdom. Doing so would not be very polite. He smiled awkwardly. You do not want to become enemies of the Holy Kingdom, right? At that moment, the Pope appeared and said, It is great that both kingdoms can reduce their burdens. What more could be joyful today? Everyone shouted in unison, Your Grace, Your Holiness the Pope. She added, Come on, let us put these complicated matters aside. I hope everyone continues to enjoy tonight's feast. Everyone cheered loudly in joy. They began to enjoy the evening banquet. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Outside in the corridor, Day was standing with the goddess. She raised her voice to ask, I once thought this war would never end, but somehow it has ended. He smiled. You know it. He explained, But are you sure you can handle things when I return to the academy? She replied, Of course, I can manage everything here on my own. She smiled and emphasized, You have only just arrived at the Holy Kingdom and have already endured so many difficulties. Now you should go and do the things you want. He smiled brightly. Coming to visit you occasionally and asking for your help with paperwork would probably be wonderful. She replied, It is up to you. At the ruined lair of Froxa, an eye suddenly opened, full of astonishment. He wondered if he had died. He sat up abruptly, unable to believe any mage could be stronger than a corpse like him. He recalled the moment that mana source pierced straight through his heart. He clutched his chest, remembering it as a pure, immense, and strangely beautiful mana source. He mused, It was like the root of all magic, and from now I will go and find that person. Amidst the ruined space, a person sat in a daze and whispered, Oh my lord. After the battle, the academy called for students to return. The aftermath of the war left many students unable to return to their old school. But when the Holy One, the hero of the kingdom, opened a medical class, students from everywhere gradually came back. On the podium, a person was holding chalk, writing on the board and speaking up. That person was Jay. He smiled and said, Let us begin today's lesson. He introduced that today's lesson would focus on a special topic. He passionately lectured about healers, for not only bishops could save patients. He analyzed that even bishops or the Holy One could not cure all diseases, leaving the students bewildered. They thought that those with strange illnesses would surely die. He slammed his ruler on the desk, but with medical students you can do it. He emphasized that the Institute of Medicine would specialize in treating wounds that bishops could not heal. The whole academy buzzed with chatter. He continued, If you want to learn, just come and enroll. He continued, From now on, external injuries to the body will be called superficial wounds. A student wondered why lightly wounded soldiers still died even after the Holy Church had treated them. He praised the good question and asked back why they thought those soldiers died from light wounds. He explained that it was because the superficial wound got infected. He spoke of millions of invisible microorganisms around us, even on the hands of the student who just spoke. The girl behind asked in surprise about those tiny creatures. He lectured that they were so small they could not be seen or sensed with mana. The curious student asked what kind of monsters they were and how he knew of them. He pondered for a moment, then said proof. He gave the example of bread left out for long becoming moldy, and moles also a type of microorganism. He explained that microorganisms included microalgae, germs, bacteria, and many other types. He said that even the decomposition of corpses was thanks to the activity of microorganisms. He pointed at the board, saying that when microorganisms invaded a wound, they could cause blood poisoning. He reasoned that was why many people died from light wounds in battle. The curious student asked what they should do. He enthusiastically instructed, just carefully disinfecting the wound would be enough to rest easy. He mentioned the common cold, which could threaten life if severe. A student wondered if the common cold was caused by microorganisms, and he smiled, answering it was caused by viruses. He returned to the topic, saying the simplest way to prevent disease was water. He emphasized each word, saying to wash hands often to prevent illness. He said that just using clean water to wash wounds was already very effective. He cited that homemakers who frequently handled water rarely caught the common cold. A student raised their hand, saying, "Professor, I have a question." The student asked about the magic of dark mages, and he praised the good question. He explained that dark arts created a favorable environment for microorganisms to thrive. He said, "It seems we are getting off track. Let us return to the main issue." The bell rang, and he was worried because the class had just begun when time was up. The whole class applauded loudly in praise of his lecture, which surprised him. From then on, lectures on medicine and the hand-washing movement became increasingly popular. During this time, the Institute of Medicine was officially established. The number of students enrolling in the institute soared thanks to its growing reputation. They felt extremely excited. He said with enthusiasm, "Great, things are only truly beginning." In the middle of a beautiful sunny day, a strange thought flashed by. He is here. Leech had traced the faint trail of mana to find this place. He was surprised to see him at the Academy of the Holy Kingdom. He pondered how to meet his enemy again without causing a misunderstanding. He was troubled over how to meet him again without offending him. He noticed that everyone was wearing the same academy uniform. An idea flashed in his mind. He stepped into the academy one step at a time. Now he was dressed like an academy student, so that should be fine. But this was too insane. There was no way he could be that meticulous. There were 3 types of students in the academy. Some carried swords, some wore robes. And there was another special type, some wore the white and blue uniform. For some reason, this body had chosen the white and blue uniform. A long-haired student wearing it looked very good. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Hey, are you a new student?" Each looked at them, wondering if they were in the same class. He replied, "Yes." The female student was surprised. "Really? No wonder you look familiar. He's so handsome we should have noticed him a long time ago." The 2 female students asked Han Leech, "Do you know the way yet? You know class is about to start, right?" Leech answered, "Honestly, I don't know the way yet." The girl said enthusiastically, "Then come with us. We'll take you to lecture hall area." The other girl reminded her, "Maybe that's not necessary. Today is a practical class. You said we need a group of 3, right? Then it's perfect." The other girl said gleefully, "I can't believe we're going to dissect a whole pig today. It's terrifying." Leech asked back in confusion, "Dissecting a pig? Is that some kind of dark magic?" The 2 girls burst out laughing, saying he seemed like a joker. When studying medicine, understanding the internal organs is very important. Leech muttered, "Medicine?" He thought to himself, that used to be a trend in the age of magic. This method was nowhere near as effective as magic, so it was quickly forgotten. Is the Academy of the Holy Kingdom teaching something so useless? Suddenly, a tall student bumped into the girl with short hair. He roared angrily, "What the hell? Are you blind?" The short-haired girl stammered in fear, "I'm sorry." Leech felt this was unjust. How strange. It was clearly him who bumped into her. The girl with the braid said helplessly, "He really knows how to stand up for his friends." She gently explained the medical institute was just established. Most students are commoners. Meanwhile, sword arts or magic students are all from the nobility. They feel insulted having to study with commoners. But Leech acted as if he hadn't heard. He waved his hand, really rude. "Hey, let's go, we're almost late for the practical class." His calm attitude made the 2 female students stare in surprise. The arrogant guy was puzzled. He swaggered towards Leech. "You 2 think you can just leave after a half-hearted apology?" Leech found it troublesome. "Didn't she already apologize to you?" The student gritted his teeth. "Not sincere enough. She should at least kneel." Leech understood. A sinister smile spread across his face. Suddenly, the arrogant guy was forced down to his knees by an invisible weight. Leech's eyes turned dark and gloomy. Like this? He looked down at the insolent one. You dare to be arrogant just because of your fortunate position. You are truly the most vulgar person imaginable. The pressure from Leech nearly overwhelmed the student. He commanded, from now on, you are an ORC. The student who was just aggressive had now lost consciousness. Staring blankly as he received the order, you will go into the forest, build a village, and roll around in the mud. Fortunately, Talich was only joking a little. The student ran off headfirst, screaming. Leech burst out laughing. Finally, you've returned to your true nature. Finished. Leech called the two still-dazed female students. Come on, take me to the laboratory. The braided girl quickly replied, all right, let's go. Before their eyes were the tools so familiar to medical students. But what Leech was concerned about was, after this class ended, he would go find the Grand Saint. Suddenly, the door opened. Someone walked in. Is everyone ready? Leech stared without blinking, not expecting to meet that person here, but he hadn't finished preparing himself mentally. Vine also immediately noticed the difference in today's class. Wait, person. He placed his hand on Leech's shoulder, questioning with a terrifying voice. You remember me, don't you? Leech was quite surprised. Ropey. The Vine narrowed his eyes, hand ready to cast a spell. Come on, you must remember who I am. It's me. Tell me who I am. Leech hesitated. I turned away to avoid the Vine's gaze. I don't know you. The unexpected answer made the Vine furious. A beam of light shot from his hand, piercing through everything. You don't know me? Nonsense. Fortunately, Leech dodged in time. The Vine was still angry. You bastard. I don't know how you resurrected, but I will tear you into 60 billion pieces so you can never resurrect again. Leech broke out in a cold sweat, pleading 60 billion? Are you really gonna kill me that way? Grand Saint, please listen to me. The Vine was also generous. Fine, I'll give you 3 seconds. Leech panicked. How is that enough time? First, I never intended to attack you. I only came here to assist you, Grand Saint. The Vine was skeptical. How can I trust you? Leech looked at the Vine with tearful eyes. Low-level mages are like that. Our duty is to show utmost respect to higher-level mages. The Vine said harshly, that's ridiculous. Leech hugged his leg. I'm telling the truth, please believe me. The Vine thought, Froxa has already collapsed. There's no way he'd come here to throw his life away like this. It seems he truly doesn't intend to attack me. But, moved his finger. Chains appeared from nowhere and wrapped around Leech. The Vine's voice rang out piercingly. The Vine turned and left. Stay there until the class is over. Leech noticed he had softened and said cheerfully, as you command. No matter what happens, I won't move. The Vine's voice echoed throughout the practice room. Alright, don't mind him. Begin the practical from exercise 1 to exercise 5. After a while, Leech gritted his teeth in annoyance, extremely frustrated. He looked warily at the group of people before him. Earlier, he was curious to see how good they were, but their practice methods were terrible. Leech cut in on a pair practicing nearby. Are you guys chopping meat? You look like you're mincing pork. Why not just use a hammer? Suddenly, the Vine stood before him. Do you know how to dissect a pig? Leech said confidently, that's my specialty, Grand Saint. The Vine snapped his fingers to release the bonds, then just try it. You know what the result will be if you do something stupid, right? Leech bowed respectfully. That will never happen. I will use my skills to prove my loyalty to you. He glanced at the scalpel, then at the foolish crowd. I'm here. Leech displayed his professionalism. Each stroke of the knife was decisive, and the amount of blood splatter was also perfectly controlled. After the surgery, he said cheerfully, this is the right way to do it. Leech confidently awaited praise from the Grand Saint. To be fair, the Vine had to admit, indeed, your skills are very good enough to teach others. This was a wonderful operation. Leech blushed with embarrassment. Grand Saint, this is nothing special for me. The Vine asked again, I know you said you came here to assist me, right? Leech quickly replied, yes. Please give a flawed person like me a chance. The Grand Saint stroked his chin and gave him a meaningful smile. I understand. Do you know I just had something I wanted to assign to you? Scene changes to the Holy Temple. Someone asks for permission. Professor Ropey, may I come in? The Vine opened the door. Sure. What's the matter? The messenger handed him a carefully tied scroll, sent from home. Vine was a bit surprised. Looking at the scroll as a feeling of foreboding rose in his heart. The messenger added, your family sent a letter. The peaceful scene of the Holy Kingdom under the sun, but somewhere in the Holy Temple was extremely gloomy. The priestess Uriel collapsed onto a pile of documents, her face pale and devoid of any strength. I can't go on anymore. A young maid ran back and forth organizing documents, saying worriedly, Priestess, leave the rest to me. Please get some rest. You haven't slept at all. Uriel still struggled, but she remembered the promise to finish everything before he returned, and so she gave herself a push of motivation. When she saw him off, she had been very confident, having done more than the average person. But then, Uriel's gaze suddenly turned indifferent, as if In the great saint's office, a scroll of the letter just delivered lay sprawled. The letter contained only one line: I need the great saint. He passed a swift spell over the letter to reveal the hidden words within. The letter's contents stated that the kingdom of Lexan was the most powerful empire on the continent. King George Zalesian was gravely ill, and so they fervently invited the great saint to come and heal him. The letter also emphasized that this was the saint chosen by God, the only one capable of curing all ailments in the world. It was a great honor. He broke out in a cold sweat thinking of the dire consequences should he fail to cure the king. At that point, Lesian would think the Holy Kingdom deliberately refused to treat the king, and this could fracture the relations between the two kingdoms instantly. Master Chensi wasn't unable to cure the king, but perhaps this was not so simple. This was almost just a pawn in the hands of the royal politics. He still felt uneasy. Curing a king wasn't like curing a regular patient, so there was little he could do. He walked along the corridor, thinking as he went. Since that was the case, first, at the academy he appointed Leech as an honorary professor. Anyone who passed by had to bow in greeting. But Leech seemed rather introverted. He coldly told the student not to speak to him outside of class. He sighed. If the great saint had asked for it, he had no other choice. Leech quietly thought about his true goal, but he did also want to explore the academic world from the great saint's perspective. The student from earlier was still standing there hesitating. Leech shot him a cold glare, reiterating that he'd told him not to speak to him outside of class. The student tremblingly said that the professor was looking for him. Before the student could finish his sentence, Leech dashed off like the wind to find the great saint. He asked breathlessly what the great saint wanted with him. He cheerfully introduced, "You're here, say hello." So Young intentionally spoke up, noticing that the man's voice didn't match Jake's appearance. He eyed Leech suspiciously, then introduced him as Jake, the one who would be watching over him while he was away. Their gazes clashed as if sparks were about to fly. Leech struggled to keep his composure. "Watch over me. And also, what do you mean you're going away? Where exactly are you planning to go?" He handed him a scroll and explained that he would be leaving the academy for a while. He instructed Leech to take this scroll, which contained nearly all the lessons. Once he understood it thoroughly, he could teach the students while he was away. Leech looked at the scroll crammed with text and felt weary. "What? But I came here to assist you." A cold voice cut in. "You dare to talk back?" Jake raised his voice, asking Leech if he knew how much the great saint valued this academy. He told Leech he should be grateful to be entrusted with such an important task. Why couldn't he see that? Leech was bitter at being lectured, asking who the hell he thought he was to meddle in this. Jake proudly declared, "I am the head of the Che family, one of the 3 families serving the saint." Leech sneered, "A nobody of low birth like you dares to serve the saint." Jake retorted sharply, asking if he was talking to a level 7 mage, the master of the Dark Tower. Leech answered with wounded pride, "So what? I'm a high-ranked swordsman too." He watched the 2 fools bickering with a sinking feeling. Leech turned to him, shifting his attitude 180 degrees, vowing to complete the assigned task flawlessly and earn his trust without the presence of that lowly man. Jake also sweetly reassured the great saint not to worry, to set off with peace of mind. He swore he would keep a very close watch on this sly bastard, not missing a single move. With that, the 2 turned back to hatting each other like oil and water. "You're a good actor, but wait until the great saint leaves, then I'll have my say." He felt regret. He really shouldn't have put these 2 next to each other. Sunset descended, painting the entire holy cathedral red. The door to the saintess's room creaked open. Uriel was still there. Uriel had collapsed onto the work desk at some point. Looking at her, he thought to himself, just as expected, she always put on a strong front but was actually struggling. He gently brushed the stray hair from her face, thinking about the time after the war when they returned to the Holy Kingdom, work piling up as if nothing was the same anymore. His gaze swept over the mess of papers scattered from desk to desk. Uriel stirred awake, startled at having fallen asleep, hearing his deep, gentle voice beside her. "Awake now?" She quickly sat up. He was still smiling kindly, thanking her for all her hard work during that time. Uriel scrambled to tidy the desk, but he reassured her that everything had been taken care of. She didn't need to worry. Uriel looked at him in astonishment, speechless. Neat, clearly organized. She couldn't believe it was all done in just a moment. She hurried over, suspecting he'd done a half-hearted job, but he just shrugged, challenging her to check. Uriel frantically unrolled a scroll, completely stunned, because everything was too perfect. He cheerfully said he wanted to help her more, but unfortunately time didn't permit, leaving her dumbfounded because there was nothing left to ask for. A knock sounded at the door. The servant respectfully reported that the great saint's luggage was ready, and he sighed regretfully. It was time to go. The kingdom of Lesian was shrouded in a gloomy night, the air thick with anxiety for the future as the king grew weaker. Beside the sickbed of the comatose King George, the 3rd Prince Geozalexian knelt, sensing the fatigue and scheming intentions of those around him. He whispered even though his father couldn't hear, realizing that his brothers in the royal family were just waiting to seize the throne. He held his father's still hand, having begged the Holy Kingdom to send the great saint, hoping his father would soon wake up and take back his power. A man stepped forward from behind, coldly telling him to go back so his father could rest. The third prince turned, recognizing his brother's indifferent attitude, only saying he'd stopped by because he couldn't bear for him to take care of their father alone. That was the second Prince Jalesian, who replied with a blank face that from now on, all matters concerning their father would be handled by him. The third prince didn't argue further, nodded, and left the room. When the door closed behind him, he coldly looked toward the sickbed, muttering a promise to let his father live, hoping he could rest in peace. He looked at the pitch-black sky through the window, silently warning his younger brother not to be foolish enough to meddle in this fight. The next morning in the Kingdom of Legion, dawn broke. He appeared in solemn holy robes with the signature cross stole, confidently declaring that he had arrived. The magnificent castle glowed in the morning light, leaving him in awe of the grandeur of the most powerful empire on the continent. A voice from behind cut through his thoughts, greeting him with a welcome to Legion. The courteous man bowed, introducing himself as Count Obo sent to receive him. He returned the greeting, introducing himself as the Great Saint. Obo seemed cautious, suggesting he rest after such a long journey, with any questions to be answered later. He nodded in agreement. He turned to Han, saying there was no time left. Obo immediately led the way, thanking him for his understanding, and invited him to go this way. The Baroness led him to the front of a luxurious room, but no one was guarding the outside. They had arrived, and she invited him to enter. Upon opening the door, he was quite surprised by the scent that permeated the air. A foul odor from the bed was seeping throughout the room. He wondered, even if they kept the king's illness a secret, wouldn't they have bathed him at all during this time? He approached the sickbed where the king lay unconscious. Now then, let's see what his condition is. He kneaded the king's arm and noticed something abnormal. He immediately deduced that all the muscles had stiffened due to muscle rigidity. This was clearly because he had not moved for a long time. King lay motionless on the bed, his muscles so rigid that he could not move any part of his body. However, stiffness alone was not enough for a precise conclusion. He was worried, as there were many causes for muscle rigidity. Congenital dystonia? Wait, no. The king was old, so he could not have this syndrome. The problem lay with his consciousness. He analyzed that when an acute illness diminishes a patient's consciousness, transitioning from alertness to lethargy to confusion to semi-coma and coma, it would soon be accompanied by consciousness disorder syndromes. He observed George's pupils. Recovery would occur in the reverse order. Furthermore, he still didn't know which consciousness disorder the king had, so he couldn't make a hasty diagnosis. He pondered. Pain in the lumbar region, overworked muscles, or muscle damage usually wouldn't come with consciousness disorders. So either there was a complication, or there was some other cause that made him lose consciousness. Suddenly, he spotted an anomaly. Were these bruises? He quickly opened the king's clothes to check and revealed similar bruises. Don't tell me. He looked once from top to bottom, and there were many other bruises around the abdominal area as well. He narrowed his eyes in thought, his gaze tinged with a moment of pity for his patient. The next day, he was still thinking about the symptoms. The king might have been in shock for a long period, leading to internal bleeding. Since all the muscles in his body were tense, he suspected they had also been injured. He recalled the king's battered body in his mind. Those bruises were much more dangerous than the muscle rigidity, and they were certainly caused by an external force. He sighed. He didn't want to get involved in a mess. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Great Saint, are you inside? He opened the door a crack to look out. The second prince bowed his head in greeting. I pay my respects to the Great Saint. I am Jalesian, the second prince of the Legion Kingdom. He tried to recall the second prince. Then he introduced himself. I am the Great Saint Vine. Why have you come looking for me? I heard earlier that you visited the king last night. He asked Han about the king's current condition. His recount was brief. Nothing was certain yet. He could only say that treatment would take a long time. The man relaxed and replied, it's fine however long it takes, as long as he is cured. Having asked that, his expression changed. The king's illness couldn't be from poisoning, could it? He calmly replied, it's definitely not that. Seeing the great saint's assertiveness, the man relaxed. What a relief. Understood, I will entrust all care for the king's illness to you. I am deeply grateful. I shall take my leave. Watching the man's retreating back, he mused. Poisoning? Indeed, it was reasonable to worry about that. He was restless. He should go back there and figure out a treatment plan. But a voice called out, stopping him. Oh dear, I almost forgot. A woman with hair cut her cheeks and a gaudy fan approached him. I want to be the first to welcome you here. Voice was excited. Welcome, Great Saint. I am the third princess, Jalesian. He was starting to lose patience. He was so busy, and they just kept coming to see him one after another. Why not just come all at once? But for the sake of politeness, he still replied, I am the Great Saint Vine. You're also curious about the king's health, aren't you? Luciella confirmed yes, and more than that. She brazenly used her fan to gently brush him. Should I be honest and say that I'm more curious about you? She let out a silly laugh. You are handsome, just as the rumors say. He couldn't understand what this girl wanted. What the hell is this girl doing? Me? He waved his hand dismissively, intending to leave. Is that so? If you don't mind, I'm busy with some things. Luciella cut him off. I was just joking. Did I offend you? She said, or maybe I've already disturbed you. He answered bluntly, yes. Luciella looked as if she had been doused with cold water. She recoiled, you just... He didn't deny it either, answering truthfully that yes, you are disturbing me. He no longer gave a polite dismissal, but a direct one. If there's nothing else, don't come looking for me again. I'm busy enough treating the king. The sound of the door closing slammed harshly against Luciella's pride. She was shocked. She was the princess of this kingdom. How dare he ignore her? Her shame turned to anger. She gritted her teeth in resentment. We'll see how long you can stay so arrogant. Luciella stormed off in a huff. She had no idea that the entire conversation had been heard by Hein. She signaled to Hong Yong, that woman will surely cause trouble for the great saint. Should we deal with her first? So Yang stopped her. Let's wait and see what she plans to do. He already told her not to come back. Hong Yong agreed, you're right, just ignore her. We just need to guard faithfully and wait. Hong Yong signaled again decisively, but Huing carefully read the sign. If anyone in the Lijian royal family truly has a plot or tries to harm the great saint. Hong Yong's eyes suddenly turned dark and gloomy. Even though it was sign language, it exuded a chilling murderous intent. We will eliminate them immediately. Day walked, lost in deep thought. The Lexan Empire had sent a grand invitation to the holy nation to invite the great saint, which was him, here. He tried to rack his brains for any treatment method. This matter must be very important, which is why they had to invite a great saint. Perhaps they had already tried method after method. They must have also used holy magic. Entering the king's room, he was still pensive. Without holy magic, they couldn't cure him. This meant the illness wasn't from external wounds or internal physical damage. He affirmed that muscle spasms or lumbar pain could be completely cured by holy magic. So the answer was an autoimmune disease. He concluded stiff person syndrome. He recalled the illness. This was an autoimmune disease that caused the immune system to malfunction, leading to abnormal muscle rigidity. He compared it to past cases. Even when healing a duke's princess, using only holy magic wasn't enough for a full recovery. So it was understandable that no one else could have cured the king. He fell into thought again. The question was why the king had lost consciousness and his muscles had become so rigid. Suddenly, he was startled. He opened the king's clothes. How had the bruises gotten this much worse in such a short time? Surmised that So Yong's body was stiff, with muscles tensed and contracted, prone to injury or bruising, so careful treatment and care were needed. The ropes were tight, but even so, this was excessive. Someone must have massaged those tense muscles before. According to his knowledge of medicine, this could damage muscles and bones, cause internal bleeding, and lead to shock that would make His Majesty lose consciousness. He quickly used magic to lock the room door, creating an isolated space, and an immediate surgery to open the abdominal cavity to stop the bleeding was necessary. He used purification magic on the entire room to prevent infection, while also removing the control the rope technique had over the body. The surgical line began straight across the king's body, and he reassured himself that upon waking, His Majesty would feel a little pain. Looking at the internal organs, he was relieved there was no peritonitis and, fortunately, no overly severe bleeding. He quickly stopped the bleeding and stitched the wound with skill, realizing only a few sutures were needed, but noting the condition resembled the previous intestinal blockage case, so extra attention was required. He breathed a sigh of relief. The emergency was under control, though the problem was likely stiff person syndrome. His brows remained furrowed, as this matter was truly not easy at all. The scene shifted to a secret basement, and a deep voice spoke up. Hong Yong, report. So Yong spoke first, stating there were indeed many conflicts surrounding the one who holds the rule over the Lijian royal family. Currently, the first in line for succession was the crown prince Jia Zhilijian, followed by the second prince. The third princess Luciella Zhilijian was supporting the crown prince, while the grand princess supported the second prince. Hong Yong asked about the others, and So Yong explained they were not outstanding. Though the second princess was a level 6 archmage, she showed little interest in the throne. He added that it seemed the fourth prince had died, which surprised So Yong. Hong Yong speculated he was probably a sacrifice in the power struggle, and So Yong confirmed it, adding that the fourth prince and the fifth prince, who was close to him, were also dragged into it. They suspected the culprit was a member of the royal family, and with the current situation, it was likely the work of the crown prince or the second prince. Hong Yong turned to ask if the third princess had made any moves, and So Yong reported she had not, and they had planned to monitor her and the crown prince. Hong Yong looked at Huck and assigned the mission, and Huck agreed, yes, Lord Hong Yong. Hong Yong allocated tasks, saying he would stay here with So Yong, while the rest returned to the Holy Nation, and So Yong was a bit worried about being only the two of them. Hong Yong explained that what the great saint needed now was information and the discovery of danger. She instructed them to handle the great saint's safety, with the authority to act independently in special cases, and Hook acknowledged. Those without missions immediately vanished back, leaving only Hong Yong's voice trailing off, telling them to dig deeper into the royal family. Huck clearly obeyed the order, and so Yong also took on the responsibility of monitoring the princess and promised to report every night. Hong Yong's voice was satisfied as she told them to split up and go, and by that time the entire castle had sunk deep into the night. The next morning, he was informed that visitors had arrived, and he was surprised to learn the royal family was waiting in the main hall. He thought it was about time they came, but it was still quite unexpected. He happily thought this was a chance to get acquainted with them, then told the maid to lead the way. The maid walked ahead to guide him. She stopped before the door and bowed her head, inviting him inside. In the room was a long table, and all the princesses and princes had gathered in full. He looked at the king with disdain. There were 7 of them in total. It seemed he had endured quite well. He glanced over the familiar faces he had met before, including the little princess. Actually, there was another princess who had also visited the holy nation. He suddenly realized something about those people. He was annoyed, wondering what scheme they had planned by inviting him here. According to noble etiquette, those of lower rank must greet those of higher rank first. He changed his gaze from gentle to sharp, because even a princess or prince held a rank one step lower than the Holy One. He felt slighted when they did not follow proper etiquette. Clearly they were testing him, or perhaps deliberately publicly humiliating him, so he spoke first. Good heavens. His voice lowered but was clear enough for the whole room to hear every word. Even a common dog knows to greet when meeting. The 4th prince and 3rd princess immediately jumped up, angrily demanding how he dared utter such rude words. He sneered, "Do you think I wanted to come here?" He turned and left decisively, ignoring the anger of those arrogant people, saying that if this was their attitude, there was no need to meet again. As he walked, he worried about the royal family's education, but then thought one thing at a time. He still had to find medicine for the illness. Did they have chamomile? Suddenly, footsteps approached, and he wondered who it was. The person bowed in salute. Selena Zalesian, 2nd princess of the Lesian Empire, greets the Holy One. He sincerely apologized for what had just happened in the main hall. Selena hesitantly asked for permission to speak with him in private for a moment. He was somewhat surprised by what had just happened in the main hall. He asked if that was a psychological battle for the throne, and Selena confirmed it was. She explained it was a serious matter concerning which faction would greet him first, and he rubbed his chin, recalling something he had heard from the intelligence source. Selena apologized on behalf of the royal family and promised to help with all her heart, and he softened his tone and accepted. Selena was still anxious, thanking him and hoping he would continue treating the king despite their rudeness. He reassured her not to worry, he would continue the treatment anyway, and Selena bowed in thanks. She lowered her head to show sincerity, promising that if he needed anything and she was not present, he could freely summon her. With that, Selena left, and he was satisfied that at least there was one sensible person like that. He was still annoyed with the others, deciding to deal with them later. For now, he had to prepare for the king's treatment. Favors could be forgotten, but grudges must be remembered. Next day, a small bouquet of chamomile appeared on the table. I had anticipated this from the start, but I did not expect the search for medicinal herbs to be this arduous. I was overjoyed when I found it. After 4 hours of searching, I finally had what I needed. On the way back, I happened upon chamomile flowers. It was truly a miracle. He used magic to dry the bouquet. Pulling up his sleeves, "Alright, time to start preparing the medicine. After grinding all the dried herbs, we will squeeze them thoroughly to extract the concentrated essence. Next, add water and roll them into complete pills. The antioxidants in the blueberries will be condensed into a pill when boiled. Some substances will be lost, but the remaining vitamin C is still enough to lower the cortisol levels in the king's body." He prepared the medicine while calculating. Now he needed to deal with the internal bleeding first. His Majesty's shock syndrome should also subside. This method helps him relax and gradually move. Then I can begin physical therapy. If he wakes up tomorrow, I will administer the medicine immediately. The king lying on the sickbed looked gaunt and frail. He slowly opened his eyes, his expression still dazed, unaccustomed to the light. Suddenly, pain surged through his entire body, feeling as if he had been crushed. His consciousness gradually returned. Have I been lying here all this time, unable even to speak? The door gently opened. Holding the medicine and water, he walked in, not particularly surprised as he had anticipated this situation. "You are awake." The king could not speak, only watching with his eyes. "Who is this? I have never met him." I understood that the king would surely be confused waking up in a strange place. So he introduced himself. "I am Dai, a great sage from the Holy Kingdom. I was invited here." George calmed down a bit. "So it is him, I have heard of him." Day dropped the pill into a glass of mixed water. He explained to George, "This is a medicine similar to what mercenary troops often use." While feeding the king the medicine, he announced that Leech would be in charge of the medication schedule. "From now on, you need to take this medicine 4 times a day. I will bring it in the morning, afternoon, evening, and before bed." The king was astonished. He does not use holy magic. For now, I can only trust him. After all, he is is a great sage. Day slowly fed the king spoonful by spoonful. He fell back into thought. Natural herbs may be a bit slow to take effect, but they will not cause any side effects. Day's expression was somewhat serious, but he continued feeding. After the medicine was finished, he used cleansing magic to clean the king. George's body felt more comfortable, but Day felt something was strange. He did not mind caring for the king, but he could not understand. The palace had countless servants. There was no reason no one was attending to the king. Someone must have forbidden them from entering. Day began to deduce if it were the first prince, there would be no benefit in doing so, as he was already at the top of the succession line. If it were the second prince, then this action would be too reckless, would it not? Day could not help but suspect if the second prince was involved in the king's internal bleeding and the servants being barred, then he would hardly escape the death penalty. Day lightly slapped his cheeks to stay alert. Enough, stop overthinking. He refocused. The only thing I need to care about right now is healing the king. The matter of succession is none of my concern. George watched him with a strange look. He was talking to himself just now. Day looked at him with confident, bright eyes. I will cure you. George was a bit worried, uncertain if trusting him was truly wise. Time flew by. A week later, Day strolled leisurely through the palace corridor. He had been pondering the king's condition. During this time, he had recovered considerably. Although he still could not speak, at least he could move his head and slowly chew food. Day felt reassured. As expected, his recovery rate was increasing. If the dosage was increased, his muscles would also relax more quickly. He calculated perhaps it was time to gradually increase the dosage. A wave of killing intent was closing in from behind. He immediately became alert. An assassination target. Day quickly assessed an assassination happening from behind. They might be aiming for the king. But when he clearly sensed the enemy's killing intent, he understood. No, it seems they are aiming for me. Day called out in a low voice. So Young. The girl immediately sprang from her hiding spot. Yes, great sage. He commanded, eliminate all of them, leave only one alive. As you command. So Young's clear voice rang out. Great sage. Despite her small stature, So Young possessed extraordinary combat prowess. The enemy's screams echoed through the corridor. So Young silently finished them off one by one. After finishing, she brought one alive survivor as Day had instructed. He praised, well done, So Young, then used magic to bind him tightly. The assassin lay still in his bonds. Day commanded him. From now on, if what I ask is true, blink once, if false, blink twice. Were you sent by the royal family? The assassin blinked once. Day continued the interrogation. So you are a professionally trained assassin, correct? So Young suddenly interrupted, her eyes lighting up, a golden light appearing before her. Great sage, let me handle this. Immediately after, a blinding golden light enveloped the entire castle. The next day, the castle's usual peaceful atmosphere was no longer serene. A massive explosion shook the entire palace. Stepping forward, shouting loudly, hand over the third princess now, or you will pay with your lives. His hand was already charged with mana for a second explosion, his furious gaze threatening, I will blow up this entire castle. Amidst the chaotic scene of thick smoke and dust, a soldier rushed out frantically asking about the situation. What is the matter, great sage? Day continued to apply pressure. Hand over the third princess. The soldier hurriedly conveyed, the princess is currently having her meal. Day was furious, having her meal. He raised his hand to cast a spell, a contemptuous look on his face. Right, the royal princess's meal must take priority. Explode. Flames immediately burst forth violently. The soldier panicked and begged, please stop. I will bring the princess out right away. What in the world is all this noise about? Great sage, what in the blazes are you doing? Day's face showed clear anger. Last night someone broke into my chambers to assassinate me. Is the hospitality of your empire an assassination plot against honored guests? Jian was stunned. An assassination? Jian feigned disbelief. Is that really true? Day replied irritably. Do the two of you think I would cause such a commotion for no reason? First prince remained silent. Suddenly, he bowed in salute. I sincerely apologize to you. Not only that, Jan also spoke in a firm tone. This apology is not just empty words. The royal family, including myself, will participate in the investigation to find the culprit. The royal steward panicked. Your Highness the First Prince, even if the sage says so, you do not need to humble yourself like this, as the matter is still unclear. Jian said sternly, enough. Whoever the culprit is, this assassination happened within the royal family. As a prince of the empire, I have a responsibility to answer for this incident. The second prince also bowed his head. I apologize for this matter. I will accept any punishment for my negligence that put the great sage in danger. Day observed cautiously. The first time they met he had looked down on him, and now he wanted to act like a responsible prince. He remained resolute, producing a long scroll of command. Whatever, just bring out the third princess. She is the culprit I am looking for. Everyone was shocked. That is, the evidence was plain and hard to deny. Luciella's handwriting, clearly an assassination order. The second prince immediately commanded, bring Luciella here at once. Tell the princess that I will not tolerate any delay. Day smiled, watching the flustered servants and masters. Yes, my lord. Luciella struggled as she was dragged away. Let me go. How dare you treat me like this? The Grand Duke interrogated her, asking if she had harmed the great saint, saying that she was repaying kindness with enmity. Had she truly lost her mind? Luciella continued to deny it. What are you talking about? I never harmed the great saint. She shrugged in denial, swearing she knew nothing. Evidence was presented. This paper is yours. Take it. Luciella recognized it, panicking at not knowing where he got it from. It turned out Huck and So Young had helped. Luciella quickly made up an excuse, claiming she did not write that order. Someone must have forged her handwriting. She was at a loss for words. The Grand Duke said in a harsh tone, "Are you deceiving me just because you think you can turn everything around?" He radiated a pressure that weighed down the entire space. The whole room was astonished by the terrifying amount of mana. Was the rumor that he had fought a summoner really true? His voice was no longer gentle but had become heavy, so Lexian did not want to back down but intended to wage war against the Holy Kingdom. The Grand Duke quickly tried to stop him. Please, great saint, do not jump to conclusions. Lexian has never wanted to oppose the Holy Kingdom. He directly accused the Princess of Lexian of plotting to assassinate an important figure of the Holy Kingdom. Yet you still say you do not want war. Grand Duke looked at the third princess and scolded her loudly, demanding she apologize immediately. Luciella was stubborn, reminding him that there were many soldiers around. She struggled. How could a princess bow her head to another? Before she could finish her sentence, she received a slap. The Grand Duke looked at her with a deadly gaze. Did you forget what I taught you about never feeling ashamed? He turned and pleaded, please, great saint, accept our sincere apology for what has happened. The Grand Duke proposed negotiations to resolve everything, hoping to sit down and discuss. Jay agreed to the negotiations. He demanded that all princes and princesses be summoned to the hall immediately. Before leaving, he did not forget to add one more threat. Jay implied that if they kept the same attitude as last time, things would not end this simply. The royal family gathered in the grand hall. After hearing the story, they offered Jay a superficial apology. Jay accepted the apology and began to talk about compensation for the dangers he had experienced. Jay demanded compensation for two things. First, that diplomatic relations between Lexian and the Holy Kingdom become closer, along with active trade activities between the two kingdoms. This agreement could help Lexian double its revenue from the current trade relationship, and they would not be at a loss either. The accompanying condition was that 65% of the non-profit revenue would be paid to the Holy Kingdom, but Lexian still agreed to consider as compensation. After the negotiation, Jay laughed heartily. The outcome exceeded expectations. Should he thank the third princess? Jay suddenly remembered that the king's body could now move, so he went to check on his condition. The palace space was still as quiet as ever. The king was trying to stretch his body in pain, his body still aching. The bruises had turned yellow and were about to heal. Thanks to the medicine, he could move a little. The door slowly opened. Jay walked in and praised, "You are recovering better than I thought. Can you speak now?" "Thank you." Jay cheerfully said not to worry about it. "Let me check your condition. Try to move." Jay glanced at the bruises. "They are taking longer to fade than I thought, but it is fine. Still okay." The king tried to move and then grew tired. He fell back asleep. Meanwhile, King George of Lexian had gradually woken up. In his daze, there was a figure sitting by the sickbed. "Father." George hesitated, not yet remembering whose voice this was. Suddenly, that person knelt down. "Father, I am sorry." Immediately after, he struck the king's body with great force. George had not yet recovered his senses. "What is going on?" That person painfully apologized and then continued to pummel him. Apologies were constantly interwoven with the sounds of beating. "Father, I am sorry. I am sorry, father. I am sorry, father." The king's body could not hold out. He grew dazed and slowly fell into a coma. Why? That person still did not stop, his hand emitting a magical light. "Father." That person struck one final powerful blow. Two streams of tears ran down his cheeks. "Please never forgive me." At the request of the Lexian Empire, Jay departed to treat the king, who was in a critical condition. He finally realized the king suffered from stiff person syndrome, but there was still a mystery unsolved. Unexplained bruises were found on his body. It was certain that the culprit was someone on the inside, but Jay still focused on treating the king. Meanwhile, the trusted messenger launched an internal investigation to protect Jay and discovered a fierce power struggle within the Legion royal family. In that covert war, the first and second princes held the upper hand, and they were confirmed to be ready to strike against their own brothers. After the turbulent days, when the king regained consciousness, someone came to the room to pay their respects. Amidst wailing cries mixed with the sounds of knocking one's head, that person choked out an apology to their father. This unfilial child apologizes to his father. A few days later, the princes and princesses dressed in black ceremonial robes gathered on the lawn. The master of ceremonies announced the ritual's beginning. In the center of the field lay a coffin, and the master of ceremonies conducted a memorial service for Prince Angelesian, the fifth son of the Legion Empire. Day received the news and couldn't believe it. He muttered that this was madness. He paced back and forth in the room with Hook and So Young, frowning constantly that this had to happen at this time. So Young called him Your Holiness. Day turned to look at So Young. She reported that the first to act was the second prince. Day was astonished. The second prince, truly unexpected. The girl detailed the bloody conflict, starting with how he secretly sabotaged the fifth prince's policies and actions to target tarnish his reputation. Cornered, the fifth prince sent assassins to poison the first and second princes. In response, those two princes increased their defenses and hired assassins to retaliate, targeting the lives of royal family members. The conflict lasted a full week, and this morning the fifth prince's guards fell before the gates of his residence. The fifth prince was found dead with a clean wound on his neck. Day curiously asked who had killed the fifth prince. So Young presented the investigation results. All royal family members had alibis. After careful verification, the first and second princes were not where they claimed to be. Day frowned, deducing they had fabricated false evidence. No assassin organization in Legion could silently take down so many royal guards to enter the private chambers like that. The only one who could move freely in the palace without raising suspicion was someone everyone knew. He stated firmly from the moment he saw him, his mana was truly astonishing, not yet reaching the advanced swordsman realm but close to it. The second prince, Luxilision, very likely acted alone. Day ordered So Yong and Huk Hong Yong to do another task. Both replied in unison, "Yes, Your Holiness." He instructed them to gather more information about the power struggle within the royal family, focusing on corruption or anything that could bring down the royal family's reputation. So Yong and Huk obeyed. Day also emphasized the dirtier the better. Right after the fifth prince passed away, the king was still persisting with his treatment. He tried to endure the pain to sit up. Day joyfully cheered, "Excellent." Then he gently pushed the king back down to rest. George tried to convey something to him, but the words that came out were only stuttering sounds. Day patiently replied, "I understand what you mean, but you need to try repeating it." He felt relieved because the sedative in the medicine had taken effect. His muscles improved noticeably. He had worried the ingredients might work differently in this world, but thankfully they were the same. In an instant, he was startled by sensing a movement. If someone was here, Day made the king fall into a deep sleep. The third prince pushed the door open and entered, appearing right in the doorway. He spoke up amiably, greeting the Holy One. "How have you been lately?" Day politely replied, "I am fine, thanks to you." He glanced at the sleeping king, then asked if he had heard the news about the fifth prince. "I heard he met with an accident." Jiu turned his face away to avoid his gaze, replying that the royal family felt ashamed. Day pressed on, asking what happened to him while riding horses. Jiu vaguely explained, thinking it was an attack by a pack of wyverns, and some nearby villages were also affected. Day considered the plausibility. It was true there was a wyvern nest behind the empire. The fifth prince left the palace for a change of scenery and was attacked at the perfect time? He was suspicious. Was that the story they had agreed upon? It sounded ridiculous. He quietly changed the subject. "By the way, how is the king?" Day calmly replied, "He will wake up soon." Gyu showed delight. "Is that so? That is great news." He promised, "If you need anything, just say so anytime. I will help with all my might." Day hung, "I would be very happy if you could bring peace." Gyu heard that, gave a wry smile and replied, "Peace, of course, that will naturally be achieved." With that, Jiu entrusted Day with caring for the king, and Day replied not to worry. Before Day could finish his final reply, as he left, Jiu deliberately emphasized, "This Holy One, do not try to probe too deeply into the royal family." Day inwardly sneered. That sounded like he was preparing to do something. He smiled slightly, the smile gradually twisting, his eyes full of contempt. "It won't go your way, you bastard." "What do you mean peace will come naturally? I will force you to have peace." A few days later, Day stood with his arms crossed. Everything was going according to his plan. At this moment, Huk and So Yong had also completed their mission. They reported that they had gathered information about the royal family's dirty deeds. Day was grateful. "Thank you for your hard work." He picked up a scroll and began to examine it. Looking at the pile of documents, he couldn't help but curse. These bastards have truly gone mad. The merchant guild had bribed the first prince for economic monopoly. As for the second prince, he had a shady relationship with his brother's wife, and he also turned a blind eye to countless dirty actions of his own brother. He turned his head to call Huk, So Yong and Hong Yong. All three replied in unison, "Yes, please give the order, Your Holiness." He asked them to return these documents to their rightful owners. So Young worriedly asked, "Aren't they trying to eliminate the threat?" They explained they wouldn't dare to act carelessly, because that would mean a mysterious person they knew nothing about had grasped their fatal weaknesses. He confidently asserted, "Before they can act, I will cure the king." A voice called him from behind, "Your Holiness, the king." The king stood before him in neat attire. Day excitedly praised, "You can dress yourself now, truly impressive." George gratefully replied, "It is all thanks to you, Your Holiness." He inquired about the situation. "I heard the family was in turmoil while I was bedridden." Day confirmed, "Yes, as you have heard, the situation is quite chaotic." The summer breeze blew by, carrying something quite joyous, didn't it? He turned around, adjusted his attire to be neat, then said in a low voice, "Then I must go see my children." The king hesitated briefly. "Will you stand by my side when I meet my children again?" asked unexpectedly. The young man looked a bit dazed. "What does this have to do with me?" George gently explained. "You healed me and even refused the reward I offered. Your patriotism and selflessness earn my deep respect. To honor my savior, anything you ask, I shall grant." He was completely unaware of the young man's true thoughts, which were that he simply didn't want to owe the king a debt, and then regret it later. The king seemed troubled. "Then perhaps I have failed to raise my children well." The young man smiled frankly. "You have indeed failed to raise them well, but now is the time to correct that." The king pondered. "It's because I let them grow up without a mother's love. That's why they turned out this way. But even if I scold them, will they obediently listen?" The young man gave a slight hum, the corner of his lip curling up with a hint of hidden meaning. He chuckled, his expression full of confidence. "I think I can help you with this." They quickly moved to the main hall, where joyful yet utterly insincere shouts rang out. "Finally, your majesty has fully recovered." Below, the royal family was kneeling in congratulations. "Hail, your majesty, congratulations on your recovery." The Grand Princess consort frowned, her expression hesitant and puzzled, but her gaze swept over the young man seated right beside the king. "Why is the Holy One sitting in that position?" George calmly explained. "I asked him to." His expression turned stern. "He had to work very hard to help me fully recover as I am today." But then he suddenly lowered his voice. "You have committed an unforgivable act. Do you know what I am referring to?" The Grand Prince's consort stiffened. "I do not know what you are talking about." George sighed wearily, placing a hand on his forehead. "I am speaking of the death of the fifth prince." The disappointment he felt at this moment was beyond words. His death was covered up as an accident. "But I know the true reason. It was because you were fighting among yourselves." Selena's face instantly turned pale. Jojo continued to voice his condemnation. "How could you be so heartless as to kill your own blood brother? Have I not always taught you to love one another?" The words escaped his lips in pain. "I cannot believe these are the princes and princesses of Legion." The young man let out a mocking laugh. "You throw away your humanity for the lust of power, no different from beasts." These words struck their pride. Gia furrowed his brow in annoyance. "You have overstepped your bounds." His wife also spoke up with an arrogant air. "How dare you show such disrespect to the royal family right in front of them?" The young man let out a sharp breath. He understood the nature of these people all too well. "You are used to being sheltered, so you have no idea how the outside world operates." Gia said in an arrogant tone. "So what are you going to do? Challenge me to a duel? Do you think you can beat me?" The young man replied calmly. "Of course not, you know that well." The other two were both stunned. Not stopping there, he continued to speak. "This is the evidence of your wrongdoings. This is..." George looked at the young man with wide eyes. The stolen parchment scrolls had returned. "So, you were the one who had been..." The young man calmly presented another item. "Your Majesty, you should look at this as well." He slowly recounted the details. "It records the entire process of how the fifth prince was framed, persecuted, and finally murdered." George closed his eyes in anguish, unable to believe the royal family had degenerated to such a degree. The young man added, "However, the second Princess Selena is an exception. She did nothing wrong and was not involved in any scandal." Selena closed her eyes, her expression taut as a drawn bowstring. George grew more and more dejected, unable to believe the guilty ones would dare to act so brazenly. Being a man of firm decisions, he declared, "Everyone except Selena will be placed under house arrest at their residences for a period of 3 years." The punishment was issued immediately. "No one has the right to object. If you do not accept it, then leave the royal family." He shouted, "Now all of you get out." Both princes found this reality difficult to accept. Watching their departing figures, the young man looked gleeful. If they stayed quietly for 3 years, they would have no chance to succeed the throne, losing all hope in the struggle for power. Serves them right. George suddenly spoke up, calling to the second prince. "Luke, do you have nothing to say to me?" His cloudy eyes shone with grief. "Why did you do such a thing?" He said with a sincere tone. "I just want to understand your reasons. Don't worry, just answer me." Luke seemed to let out a sharp breath, steadying himself. His answer surprised everyone. "It's because of the third prince." The king was startled. "The third prince?" He repeated with firm conviction. "Yes, I want the third prince to succeed the throne." He continued to explain. "Although his body is somewhat frail, he cares deeply for the people and can control the ministers. He will become a wise king." Saying this, he clenched his fist. "Whether it's the Grand Prince or the fifth prince, they are all immersed in the power that the throne brings. If this continues, the third prince will never have a chance to become the emperor." Hidden behind his facade was a cold-blooded nature. He thought this was the best way to eliminate the candidates who shamed the empire, rather than letting the throne fall into the hands of those who only knew how to tear each other apart. George grew even more sorrowful. "So that is why you attacked me?" Luke continued. "The war for the throne is imminent, and after that war the successor will be decided. Your Majesty, you intend to choose the Crown Prince as the Crown Prince, correct?" George suddenly felt utterly weary. So you attacked your own father just to prevent that? Luke said resolutely, Father, please punish me severely. I am ready to face all consequences. He held his forehead in fatigue. I understand. I bear some responsibility for this as well. He no longer wished to look upon his son's face. But that does not mean I will forgive you. I will discuss this matter later. Now you may go. Luke bowed his head and obeyed. As the door closed, a heavy sigh echoed through the grand hall. George felt annoyed and ridiculous. This is a headache. I thought they had matured, but they are still just children. The young man smiled reassuringly. Parents always hold such a view of their children. He reminded seriously, from now on, you must watch them, even though you have ordered their confinement. George nodded with a wry smile. You are right. I feel ashamed that you had to witness such things. In his heart, he had gradually come to respect this young man. He was more interesting than most. The young man asked seriously, Are you certain this will never happen again? George smiled with a hint of vanity. He is young but very mature in his thinking. I initially found him a bit rude, but he is also refreshing and interesting in his own unique way. With what he has shown over the past few days, along with his invincible strength, I truly don't want to send him back to the Holy Kingdom. He chuckled softly. If this were to happen one more time, his tone changed abruptly, his smile becoming more cheerful. Then I would want the Holy Kingdom to send you back here again. His response was only a look of indifference. He said happily, I'm just joking, don't worry too much. The young man forced a smile, good thing, but thought to himself, this old man is really… George gracefully changed the subject. By the way, Holy One. The young man replied politely, yes. He suddenly mentioned Selena. What do you think of the second princess? The second princess. The young man evaluated carefully. Among her siblings, she is the best. More importantly, she has great determination. If she takes on a task, she will see it through to the end. The king laughed again with a sly air. I misspoke. I meant, would you like her to be your bride? The young man refused flatly. I have no intention of marrying, and neither does she. But I appreciate your offer. George's face showed a hint of disappointment. I understand. What a pity. He muttered softly. He asked directly, so, Holy One, would you like to participate in the struggle for the throne? Just hearing this, he was surprised. The martial arts festival? The king of a certain kingdom had generously invited the empire to host a triennial martial and military tournament, with extremely generous rewards for the victor. He was also interested. This martial arts festival was a long-standing tradition of the Lysian Empire, a place that had witnessed countless competitions. Categories and rules of the competition were incredibly diverse, ranging from major events like sword arts and magic contests, down to smaller events such as academics, debates, and even archery. He curiously asked if he could participate in all of them, startling George. The man reiterated the rules, stating that each person could only register for a maximum of 3 events, and that magic use was strictly forbidden in the sword arts competition. Even so, he still had a certain level of trust in him. The event would take place in 2 weeks. Usually, contestants had to go through qualifiers in various regions, but he promised to arrange for him to enter the finals directly. He smiled and took a sip of his tea, thinking that sounded quite acceptable, and decided to participate in 2 events, swordsmanship and magic. The king was overjoyed to hear this. The king enthusiastically set about making arrangements, advising him to rest and prepare thoroughly. He merely twitched the corner of his mouth at the king's hurried demeanor and thanked him. He felt a slight flutter of nostalgia, reminiscent of his own days of taking exams, but thinking of the tempting rewards, he believed this would surely be an enjoyable and worthwhile experience. In any case, he was also planning to check on the situation in the Holy Kingdom, so this trip seemed like a suitable opportunity. He rested leisurely for a bit before deciding to contact the other side. Before him was a crystal ball, a magical device that allowed for image transmission through a pair of orbs by channeling mana. He had left one with Jake, so there was a high chance he would receive a response. That day, he had accepted it in tears of joy. He placed his hand on the orb, and it quickly shifted into a connecting state. A familiar face appeared. Hey, long time no see. He was surprised, thinking he had given that orb to Jake. Uriel naturally replied that she was the one who had asked to take it from Jake. He knew her ways all too well. Anyway, she delivered the good news that she had cured the Emperor, which made him heave a sigh of relief. He asked about the situation in the Holy Kingdom, and Uriel seemed hesitant, saying everything was normal, but the Academy had a bit of a, Hearing that, he immediately knew there was trouble. He asked eagerly, worried about the person he had in mind. Uriel quickly denied it and said there was no major problem, everything was fine. He was still suspicious because this didn't sound like it could be that simple. Uriel hesitantly recounted that he was starting to cause trouble with other academies, believing their standards were too low. He was reassured about him, but there was another issue troubling him more. He said he might have to return later than expected, which made Uriel wonder about the healing being complete. He also seemed understanding upon hearing that the struggle for the throne had become tense, but hadn't expected it to be that bad. He reassured her that since he was already involved in this matter and was handling it well, he would try to continue dealing with it. Uriel agreed with his thinking. Uriel suddenly mentioned that he had been in the Holy Kingdom for nearly a year, which made him remark on how fast time flew. She chuckled, saying that upon his return he would have to visit countless kingdoms. All matters of adapting to the role of the saint were nearly complete. Now was the time to begin official activities. He froze as he realized that everything he had done so far was just preparation to become the saint. She bluntly stated that was exactly the case, and advised him to enjoy his vacation in the Empire to the fullest. She cheerfully reassured him that no matter what happened, she was still in the Holy Kingdom. He didn't want to hear any more, so he reached out to cut off the communication and said goodbye. Just thinking about the prospect of having to start official activities made him feel nauseous. A week later, the festive atmosphere had spread throughout the kingdom. Escorted on a walk by Princess Selena, he caught the excitement as well. He marveled at the sight of the Empire using magical devices to light up the sky, which made Selena laugh and tease him for being a magician yet still being surprised. He naively corrected that magical devices felt different, which made her laugh even more. Hearing her giggle, he thought he had said something wrong. She quickly apologized and explained she was just remembering their first meeting. Calling her initial impression of him, she still felt a shiver down her spine, and admitted that he had looked quite frightening back then. He laughed it off, saying that was all over now, since she had even voluntarily offered to show him around. Selena enthusiastically took on the role of a guide, introducing the place for the sword arts competition and the larger arena for the magic contest. He noticed a shabby corner with a look of contempt, saying that even a dog kennel looked better. She replied that was the archery arena. She explained that archery used to be very popular, but now had few spectators and even fewer participants. It was a miracle this place hadn't been closed down. He looked around and agreed, since no one would want to participate when the arena was in such a state of disrepair. Lena reminded him that the qualifiers were about to begin. He nodded in a curt reply and entered with her. In the center of the arena, two opponents of completely different builds stood facing each other. They quickly showcased their strength and skill with each blow. Both spectators were left gaping in astonishment at this spectacular duel. In the end, the one who remained standing in the arena was the tall, slender figure. After watching for nearly the whole day, Selena curiously asked what he thought of today's competition. He honestly commented that their skills were all quite high level, and perhaps this tournament would be very interesting. Suddenly, a melodious tune reached his ears. Music? Seeing his apparent interest, Lena asked if he wanted to stop and listen to the bard for a bit before dinner. His gaze suddenly stopped on the instrument the person was playing. There was something familiar about it. He blurted out its name, a violin. Even Selena didn't know it, and curiously asked how he knew of such an instrument. He fell into a reminiscence, saying it reminded him of an instrument he had once seen, evoking many old memories. He closed his eyes gently to enjoy the melody, acknowledging it was a beautiful performance that made him nostalgic. The music brought a peaceful atmosphere to the post-festival afternoon. Suddenly, the bard stopped and spoke out in thanks. Thank you all for listening. Lena was also moved by the performance, and he nodded in agreement. The female bard suddenly approached the two of them with a hesitant look, prompting Selena to ask what was the matter. The girl hesitated, bringing up the earlier matter, that he had been staring at her instrument. The girl's gaze met his directly, filled with curiosity and expectation. She asked if he had called it a violin. He didn't mind admitting that was correct. She looked down at her instrument case and asked how he knew that name. A suspicion about this girl stirred within him. A name that only existed on Earth. Could she be? Despite this, he outwardly remained calm and covered it up by saying he had seen the name in a book. Bard suddenly opened her eyes wide, an arrow shining within her pupils, the eyes of justice not missing any lie. Day quickly deduced the girl's identity, wondering if she was of the elven race, but when he saw she wasn't, he thought of half-elves. With no other choice, Day sighed and offered a condition. I promise to answer truthfully, but you must tell me where you got this instrument. The girl recounted without hesitation. This instrument is a family heirloom from my grandmother. She crafted it herself and passed it down to her descendants. Day secretly calculated the creation of this instrument in a world without anything similar was unbelievable. The girl spoke up. It is your turn. She raised the instrument case. I also want to ask you the same question. How do you know this instrument and its name? They feigned thoughtfulness, his gaze shifting to the side. I once saw someone play this instrument. They said it was a violin. That is all I remember. The bard girl was silent for a moment to verify with her eyes of justice. They inwardly gloated because that was not entirely a lie. His music teacher had once taught about the violin. The girl breathed out, telling the truth. She also gently apologized for her impolite questions. Day quickly waved his hand. I am at fault too. I am sorry. Day pretended to be curious and asked about her grandmother. The girl nodded eagerly. All right, where should I begin? She narrated, my grandmother was someone everyone called eccentric, but at the same time, she was also talented and admirable. One day, she created something called a bicycle. I was utterly amazed to see her riding it so naturally, which made Day stare in wonder. Violin and the bicycle, she is just like me. The bard clapped her hands. The girl recalled a few things her grandmother had said. I do not come from this world. My curiosity about her world started from then. Now I am searching for someone who knows more than I do. Girl asked back, you said you once saw someone play an instrument like this. Could you be more specific? Day was flustered. Actually, what that was like, or where they lived, I do not remember clearly. The girl seemed regretful and smiled faintly. It seems you are just like me after all. It is time for me to leave. It was a pleasure meeting someone who knows this instrument. The gentle Princess Selena replied. Thank you for your performance. Girl smiled, her eyes bright like starlight. I believe we will meet again. The evening light descended. The market was winding down, leaving only a few sparse figures. The third princess, Selena, smiled. You seem very pleased. Did you enjoy that conversation? Day's gaze still followed the girl's departing figure. Knowing he was not the only one, the feeling was strange but also a relief. His eyes gently closed. The feeling of loneliness had eased a little. But that was not important. He held on to the truth. What mattered was the life he had now. Time to go back. The final day of the festival began with the familiar greeting, Your Holiness, how are you? Day answered vaguely, not bad. George was excited. Glad to hear that. Today is the last day, so there will probably be a large crowd watching. I hope so too. Have you remembered the rules and the rounds? Day recalled the rules. You mean the team competition part. In the first 3 matches, the teams will compete in one-on-one duels. After that comes the team match, 4 teams of 5 people each, arranged randomly according to the last sword fight rule. He mused, I remember everyone saying communication and coordination are key factors. Could not linger long. George cheered him on and wished him luck. He waved and left. He walked along the corridor and met the guide. If you are ready, please come this way. The guide suddenly noticed him. His voice was full of restraint. May I ask where your sword is? Day suddenly remembered. I forgot to bring my sword again. He looked around. A wooden stick caught his eye. He casually picked it up under the guide's pitying gaze. I will use this. Let's go. The referee announced loudly. Everyone get ready for the match. His opponent was an aura user named Horace. Amidst the cheering, Day leisurely stepped onto the arena floor. The moment he saw him, Horace's eyebrows jumped. This guy, him. That man considered his actions an insult. Are you looking down on me? Where is your sword? Day put on a pitiful expression. This is my sword. It is a family heirloom passed down to me. His voice grew quieter as he spoke. Horace immediately became deeply apologetic. I was so careless. I apologize for my rude words, and thus the deception was successful. Remember that anyone who lands a lethal blow or intends to kill their opponent will be disqualified immediately. Day felt a bit relieved. He felt he had really thought it through. He needed to prepare for the next match. Referee swung his hand down as a signal begin. Day vanished in a flash, disappearing right in front of his opponent. Horace was panicked, unaware that he was right behind him. Where did he disappear to? With just one swing of the stick, he sent the man flying straight into the blue sky. The entire audience was left with their mouths agape in astonishment. The winner, Day, placed the stick behind his neck and smiled softly. That was easy, truly accidental. Now so young and Hook, UK hiding somewhere watching, was overwhelmed. Isn't that our technique, truly the holy one? George's laughter echoed throughout the palace. Truly the holy Day is different. I cannot believe you won 3 points in the blink of an eye. He emphasized, winning the first battle with only a stick. I have never seen that before. Day humbly replied, it is nothing great. George kept laughing. Selena felt it was a bit much. You defeated your opponent without giving them a chance to use magic. You did not even use magic yourself. Day glanced at the long table where only 3 people sat. Speaking of which, where have the queen and the other consorts gone? The dining atmosphere sank. The queen and the consorts had a carriage accident. It was because of the wyverns. George recalled vaguely. You mentioning it reminds me, there has been a nest of wyverns lately. There have been many accidents recently. Day felt he had been rude. I should not have asked. I apologize. George laughed it off. It happened 10 years ago anyway. But at the same time, Day remained preoccupied with that matter. He wondered if there had been a lot of accidents lately, until the day of the team match arrived. Dan sat on a log in the dense forest. His team was the red team, and he reviewed the rules once more. The rules for the team match were as follows. The competition began with teams consisting of members who used both swordsmanship and magic. Each team was given a flag, and the goal was to capture the opponent's flag and place it in their own team's position to earn points. Team that brought back the most flags would win, and the person who contributed the most would become the final victor. He was so bored that he yawned until tears came to his eyes. Wasn't that way too easy to win? He never thought he just needed to bring the flag back. His teammates this round gathered some distance away from him. An older man grumbled. What was he doing over there alone? We're having a strategy meeting. And he, one of the team members, explained, haven't you seen his matches? He's a magic swordsman. The man clearly didn't believe it. What magic swordsman? Nonsense. The other person still tried to convince him anyway. He had seen it with his own eyes. He had taken down his opponent with just 5 punches in the magic tournament. The remaining opponents surrendered out of fear. The older man sneered, as if a swordsman couldn't defeat a mage with his bare hands. The remaining mage in the group also spoke up. You don't understand, it's him. Ozuji was also very shocked. He had nullified all of the opponent's magic and then punched them. A person like that existing, it really was unbelievable. Moreover, they looked at each other, since he participated in both tournaments. Our team only has 4 people, that damn troublesome guy. By the way, we have no choice but to follow the plan. The 3 of them discussed and then ran ahead. I'll handle the front, the rest of us will go behind, looking for an opportunity to snatch the flag. Good, let's go. Left dangling alone, they whispered to themselves and then all left. I have to protect you, the flag here. He thought again about what the king had mentioned. And by the way, Wyvern, That train of thought made him unable to help, but I've come all this way to cure his majesty, so I should all solve the Wyvern problem, so they owe me a lot. How should I do it? He calculated all the options. Should I let meteors fall on them? At that moment, a person approached. Here they are. 8 opponents had arrived. The man sneered. It seems your teammates left you here alone, But he replied calmly, it only takes me to protect the flags. Man didn't know him. He threatened, even if it's you, are you sure you can take down the 3 of us alone? Give us the flag. Dai's eyes at this moment shone brightly. He glanced over and guessed, so you brought the flag with you. Why would I? There's no way I would leave such an important flag behind when all 5 of us were walking together. He quickly guessed their intentions. You think I didn't notice the mage hiding behind you? This doesn't violate the rules, and the flag is small enough to hide in a coat. Clever. The leader realized he couldn't hide it anymore. He charged desperately. Damn it, everyone, attack him, damn it. A sharp aura swept through. Dai lightly summoned his sword. I was just sitting here idly and you came to me, lucky me. This startled the opponents. Is that an aura sword? Not done yet. He raised his hand and created 3 sparks of fireballs. They probably didn't expect to have messed with the wrong person. Alright, time to get the flag. But by now, regret was too late. A scream. Piercing screams echoed throughout the forest. Quiet mutter of curses. Damn it, what a waste of time. His temporary teammates returned in disappointment. Why was there no flag at their location? What's going on? One person comforted. Consider it a reconnaissance mission. Let's go back. The mage in the team was a bit worried. Even if it's him, he can't protect the flag alone against a whole group. Then suddenly they saw a pillar of smoke rise from one direction. Isn't that smoke from our location? So much smoke, damn it, let's go back. They hurriedly pushed through the bushes. Hey, are you okay? What about the flag? When they got there, they saw the blue flag in Dai's hand. He answered lightly, oh yeah, I got one, lucky me. The older man was even more incredulous. How could you do that all by yourself? Only the mage in the team muttered, this competition is easy. Winning. Better than me, After that, with Dai's skills, the red team easily won. And Zay was recognized for his contributions and became the final victor. He grinned happily in public, anticlimactic. He weighed the money pouch in his hand, overjoyed inside. For what I did, the reward isn't bad. At this moment, the king approached Saint Dai. He smiled brightly. Did you enjoy the martial arts festival? Dai quickly changed his expression and hid the money pouch. It's a mediocre tournament. The prize isn't much. I'd spend it all in one meal. George came to extend an invitation. Since you're here anyway, how about exploring the empire a bit more? There are many interesting places here. Dai clicked his tongue in agreement. I was planning to. I have a few things to do. George was excited and curious. That's great. By the way, what do you need to do? Dai winked mysteriously. You'll definitely like it. Next day, as the rooster crowed, Dai woke up. He climbed a mountain. I've climbed quite high. I can feel mana with high concentration. This is definitely the place. I can draw a clear conclusion. The wyvern's nest. Dai looked around. In front of him was a white barrier. By the way, is this the entrance? Seems like there's a barrier here. He called it the entrance, He knocked on the barrier a few times. I didn't expect them to set up an ancient language magic to create a barrier instead of placing guards here. Anyway, they are highly intelligent creatures. His sharp eyes focused on its structure. This thing is quite complex but not difficult. He was quite confident in destroying this. If I crush everything, they'll come out to greet me, right? Wyvern dragons, they are a species with high intelligence, rumored to be very proficient in magic and possessing immense power. They like hot and humid places, and they often make nests in such places. It was so hot that sweat soaked his shirt. This is a bit too much. He still had reached his limit of patience. I've been at it for 30 minutes straight. Why does this barrier have so many magic circles? Task, I've destroyed enough. After destroying this much, it should be about time for something to show up. Right on time. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Human, you... He looked up. The wyvern had indeed appeared. You are the one who destroyed the magic circles, aren't you? So the rumors are true, so wyverns can use telepathy. I can hear the sound echoing in my head. He spoke softly and friendly. Yes, I came here to talk to you. The wyvern was also very wary, sitting at a distance. Talk, what do you want to talk about? Getting straight to the point, it's about your nest. Can you move it somewhere else? The wyvern was silent for a bit. My nest, that's not my decision to make, and it politely refused. I cannot leave this place because our magic circles are too fragile, you understand? Hearing this, Dai also pondered, right? But it's not impossible. He raised his hand, a light flashed. Well, what about this? Up to now, the wyvern's voice was still full of astonishment. You can recreate crystals at an astonishing level. You are very skilled at drawing magic circles. You must have prepared thoroughly before coming here. Even though he had nothing in his hands, he still nodded. Yes, he had thought long and truly seriously. It was only later that she smiled with satisfaction. Fine then, let's go. The wyvern praised the new barrier. Impressive. You created such a large magic circle in such a short time. I can no longer call you an intruder. You can be pleased, he replied. So can we talk now? However, I must warn you first. I can take you back to the village, but I cannot guarantee your safety. We are not like humans, we only respect the strong. He was not at all shaken. I can take care of myself, just take me there. Hearing the assertion, the wyvern immediately spread its wings. Fine then, to my village. Then flew off, disappearing in an instant. Leaving the man standing in the middle of the mountain slope, he had to rely on himself, running while cursing. That bastard, he wouldn't even give me a ride. So he trudged along until late evening. Finally arriving, that wyvern even remarked, I thought you were a mage, but you can run quite well. He smiled wryly, inwardly wishing to roast it. A voice rang out, I smell a human. Another wyvern appeared, looking wary. Why did you bring another species here, guard? The wyvern that led the way obediently reported. He wants to talk. I found it reasonable, so I brought him. The guard snorted. Then you must be responsible for bringing him in here. With that, it shrank down and transformed into a human form. With a cold expression, it led the way. Enter. You are permitted to come inside. He was startled. So you all have human forms? Something interesting glinted in his eyes. I don't think this is magic. Let's see how they treat humans. While he was thinking, a voice called out, Hey, human. Turning around, it was the wyvern from before. It said, if you came all the way here without sensing any mana, then you must be very weak. It gave a promise. If anyone tries to capture you, run back to me, I'll help. Let's go, human. He was about to speak when he was urged, to my house, we'll talk there. Having entered its den, he innocently agreed, fine, thank you. Deeper they walked inside, the clearer the scenery became. He found it a bit novel. Compared to a human village, this place is truly different. It looks ancient and like old civilizations. He observed eagerly. They live in human forms, build houses, have a lifestyle almost identical, but suddenly a growling voice. Look, a hybrid. Many eyes turned to him. A human smell. What's going on? There's an intruder here? I caught one? Is it dangerous? He froze. I just wanted to talk. Seeing him stall, the guard urged, ignore them. They're just curious. It pointed to a simple thatched house. There, my home, come. He felt a bit doubtful about life. From the start, I found it strange. They seem not to care about appearance and are unusually wary. He had no choice but to follow him inside. On the table, there was only a cup of tea and a few cakes. He began, now let's talk. Stated his desire to negotiate. As I said, you are a rare species, so can you move elsewhere? The guard reiterated, I already told you, that matter is not within my authority to decide. If not, then think of another plan. He asked, then can you take me to the one who has the authority? The guard nodded, possible, but there will be some conditions. A fighting blaze flickered in his eyes. For wyverns, the survival of the fittest is paramount. He thought to himself, he looks like a true warrior. He guessed this was a trait of their species, so he calmly accepted. Fine. Before he could react, he raised his hand and cast a spell, a blinding flash of light. The wyvern couldn't help but be astonished. Stronger than I thought, mage. He deliberately asked, is this enough? He was silent for a moment, then nodded. It's a bit late, but release me. He lightly snapped his fingers, a bright smile on his face. Let's go. Stepping out the door, the guard's gaze was completely different. He asked, may I know your name? He did not hesitate. He nodded. I will try to remember. My name is Cagnata. He casually complimented. That's a nice name. Cagnata smiled faintly. I will remember it well. One day I will challenge you to a duel. He grinned like a puppy. Sure. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, we're going to see the leader, right? Cagnata nodded. Yes, we will speak with Chief T. The form of address made him ponder. All I need is to get that wyvern to agree, and it's done, right? Cagnata said firmly. No one in the tribe dares to defy him. His way of speaking was full of reverence. He nodded thoughtfully. So ranking is based on strength? Handy. Cagnata pointed forward. We're here. When they arrived, he had to witness something he found hard to believe. He exclaimed, how is this possible? This is the oldest house I've ever seen. Cagnata stopped him. I smell his presence. Wait a moment. He was silent for a moment, looking slightly confused. Is he sending a signal? At that moment, the door opened. A deep voice said, a human wants to see me. One who stepped out was a woman of the Fia Long tribe, but her way of speaking was completely different. He was shocked. Is this their sovereign? Looking at him, the sovereign Lilith murmured, you are a rather strange human. Her expression was cold. Why is your mana so abnormal? Her words left him speechless. She had noticed his mana flow, something even Era couldn't. Gaze turned serious. Maybe I should be careful. The woman smiled faintly, turned around. Let's continue the discussion inside. There was no turning back anyway. He had to nod. Fine, let's go inside. Inside it was just as simple. She spoke up. Sit wherever you're comfortable. He screamed inwardly. There's no comfortable spot here. It was at this point that he asked what he was curious about. Can you speak through your mouth? Her tail swished. I prefer speaking this way. Speaking through my head is tiring. The Wyvern Sovereign poured tea while chatting. I've heard from Canada already. You want us to leave? A hint of a smile glinted in her pale green eyes. Why? He presented his reasons. The number of injured people in this area is rising quickly. Thank you. You are not only frequently attacked, but also affected by human magic. She smiled lightly. I understand, but it must be so. The weak will be overwhelmed by the strong. That's the natural law. Isn't it the same for humans? He couldn't argue her words were entirely correct. The sovereign's voice rang out again. Actually, it's not like there's no way. He was skeptical. It's just that the strong should hold power, right? We should expel you by force, right? He achieved his goal, mana radiating densely. He replied, that's right. Day stood up restlessly. The strongest ones should take charge, so I can ask a question. How did you know my mana was abnormal? The Wyvern Lord also stood up with him. It was just a simple guess. I couldn't feel any mana in your body, so I could only assume your mana was quite special. A shadow began to fall over Day. In an instant, the woman transformed into a huge monster. She grew larger, and then he realized in shock that was the stone used in Cecily's eyes. No, it was also a dense mana crystal. Wyvern Lord clicked her tongue in admiration. I don't know how you did it, but you've collected quite a lot of mana, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Jay quickly regained his composure. He chuckled softly, really. Then what about this? The space around her immediately began to churn, like a vortex with Day at its center. She realized that he was draining her mana now. The people of the other tribes outside were astonished. Because the vortex of mana had risen to the heavens, Day was casting multiple types of magic simultaneously: petrification, telepathy, flowers. A meteor flickered into existence behind him. Its light illuminated the dragon eyes of the Wyvern Lord. Refusing to be outdone, magic circles appeared to reflect the light. But you still cannot defeat me, design. His meteor was immediately shattered, much to his surprise. He paled seeing the point, then it turned sour. The meteor fragments flew off and fell onto the village. People scattered in panic. Urgently, stop. Are you trying to burn everything down? The Wyvern Lord raised her chin. That was a bit stronger than I thought. Her indifferent attitude made him annoyed. Hey, listen. This is the right time. At that moment, a small cry caught his dog-like sharp ears. It was a wyvern child who hadn't managed to escape. Day lowered his hand, the spell dispersing. This scene drew the Wyvern Lord's attention. She ran over and asked Han, thank goodness you're not hurt anywhere, right? She said. He had transformed back in his human form, and without a word, he slapped the boy across the face. Flustered, she yelled, what are you doing? The reply was her furious tone, shameful. The boy was trembling with fear. The Lord's voice rang out, we are wyverns, we do not need anyone's protection. Unable to accept this, why would you say that to a child who almost died? Her reaction was even more violent. It should have died, rather than accept help from an outsider. The following words made Day's worldview crumble. I don't know what your weak human society is like, but it's different here. The weak are destroyed and cold. Her voice was venomous and cold. The strong rule, and only the strong survive. That is our pride, don't you dare sully it. Looking down at the trembling boy, what is your name? The boy stammered, Kurath. She then casually switched to another name. So Kurath, she said. She said grandly, as the Lord of the Wyverns, I banish you from the village. She sighed in frustration. Her gaze turned back to Dai. And I understand, human, I acknowledge your strength. I will consider your request. But for now you must return. At this point he strongly objected. Wait, I think I am at fault in this matter, and I believe the boy does not deserve to be banished because of me. Please rescind the order. Wyvern Lord frowned. Ha, you are overstepping your bounds. This is our matter. Mana surged through his body once more. Didn't you say the strong rule? She sneered. Are you making a meteor again? You're just wasting mana. I'll just destroy them again. Flames erupted. She restrained him. She said, I can't believe with 3 meteors behind him. I can't believe you still have that much mana. Day spoke up calmly. I'm not saying your way is wrong. At that moment, his silhouette seemed to merge with someone else. I also have no intention of changing your mind, but since you are the leader of this species, I just want you to reconsider your decision. That silhouette made the Wyvern Lord freeze. A name was uttered from her mouth. Day was surprised. You know, Era, the Wyvern Lord seemed to reminisce. Yes, a long time ago. Are you curious? Her tone was light. We stayed here for a short while, about 400 years. They thought he had misheard. Well, she recounted, back then, we weren't too concerned with socializing with each other. Back then, we weren't too concerned with socializing with each other. He could guess in the mountains of the Celia Kingdom. She nodded, yes. Gera and I often met as leaders, the tribes, and gradually became close. Her tone suddenly changed, but I let my guard down too much. Then one day, a human slave trader appeared. Taking advantage of our lapse in vigilance, he secretly hunted both of our tribes. Didn't take us long to discover the plot, so the wyverns and Yutings joined forces to reclaim our tribes. Back then, humans were stronger. It was the era you call the Age of Witches. In the end, we won and got our people back, but we also suffered many casualties. That was when I realized I had been too lazy and let my guard down. With our identity lost, our future was bleak. And then we, as the leaders, decided to part ways. Since then, the wyverns have never been friendly with any other race. We stand alone at the pinnacle of power. Finishing the story, the Wyvern Lord's expression was melancholic, and I do not regret this choice. But of course, if I said I didn't like it back then, that would be a lie. We were very close. Gaze turned apologetic as she looked at him. I almost made that same mistake again. You have made me think twice. Thank you, Day just smiled. Well, when you see Era, I will send her my regards. The Wyvern Lord then scrutinized him from head to toe. By the way, what is your relationship with Era? At first, I thought you were her son, because you look quite similar, but there's no way Era would have a son like you. Her personality is quite liberal. Well, whatever, let's talk about moving out. You have our respect now. She teased further. Besides, I can't very well ignore a request from Era's lover. Day quickly explained, we're just friends. Night fell quickly over the Xia kingdom. A grand banquet was held in the palace because tomorrow the saint would leave the empire. The king raised his glass with a radiant smile on his lips. I hope all those gathered here today will never forget what the saint has done for the empire. Day stepped forward to chide him. Why did you spend so much money on hosting a banquet, however? The king didn't seem to mind the expense. The saint is about to leave. At least the empire should do this much for you. He clicked his tongue and pulled something from his coat pocket. Anyway, thank you for the feast. It's been a long time since I've eaten like this. A parchment was taken out, written with a special kind of signature. This was a contract created by the Wyvern leader using mana, something that kept the empire safe from attack, unless they struck first. George trembled as he held the paper, so excited he stuttered, unable to believe his eyes. He calmly noted that this was something that needed to be done, and now everything had been handled smoothly. George's face was flushed with emotion. He called him divine, wondering why he was so good to him. It seemed the old man was overjoyed today, rushing off to deal with the remaining matters. He merely smiled with self-satisfaction, as that was exactly his purpose. Familiar voice sounded from behind. Turning around, it was Princess Selena politely greeting him, saying she heard he would be leaving tomorrow. He nodded in confirmation. It was time for him to set off. Selena trembled slightly, expressing her sincere gratitude to him. He asked with a faint smile what she was thanking him for. She stammered, insisting that he was the benefactor of the entire empire. After speaking, she bowed her head slightly, hesitating a little. Selena had an innate magical talent, being the youngest Circle 6 mage here. From a young age, she had ignored politics, focusing entirely on learning spells. Her eyes held a hint of sadness, because she knew nothing of state affairs, and even her own siblings had grown distant. She admitted she had thought a lot about him helping the empire, an outsider being so generous, while she of the royal family could nothing. Her voice choked up. She was afraid of being drawn into the power struggle, so she had used magic as an excuse to run away. At this point, Selena's expression became unusually resolute. She said she had decided not to avoid it anymore, and would enter the battle for the throne. She was a bit flustered for having said too much, but she still wanted to share this decision with him. She thanked him for the courage he had instilled in her. He smiled reassuringly, saying he was confident she would do well. He was generous with his encouragement, telling her to keep trying. Selena nodded slightly. After that, the feast came to an end. Elsewhere in the royal palace, the corridor was eerily silent. A vase shattered into pieces, accompanied by a furious curse. That man gritted his teeth. He had ruined all his plans. 3 years of waiting had been for nothing. He was boiling with rage. Elisa's bribe had caused the nobles to side with the prince. This situation had gone on for too long. In the room, the first prince was going berserk at his subordinates in white robes. He couldn't let the throne fall into someone else's hands. One of them spoke up with a suggestion: why not use those wyverns? He explained, we just need to provoke them, and they will immediately attack the empire. When the empire is attacked, all forces will focus on defense. The treacherous minister sneered wickedly. That would be the perfect time to gather forces and rise up to seize power. Losses will be low because besides our troops, the wyverns will also join the fight. This is an opportunity not to be missed. We must prepare thoroughly to overwhelm them. The first prince nodded approvingly, agreeing to entrust the task of gathering the army to his subordinate. That man swore he would handle everything smoothly. He was satisfied, trusting the task, instructing them to gather and equip the soldiers in secret. He thought this was truly the most perfect opportunity. A cruel smile appeared. The Holy One has left. Now we can act with a free hand. The next morning, someone reported that his luggage was ready. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to return to the holy city. He planned to go on a pilgrimage after returning. Suddenly, a loud explosion cut through his thoughts. What now? He muttered in annoyance. Something happens just as I'm about to leave. Gregory pointed his sword at the wyverns, roaring in anger, demanding they explain why they dared to attack. The wyverns had gathered tightly around the palace. An arrogant one said, "You people attacked us first. Figure stepped forward, and the whole crowd fell silent instantly. Lilith appeared with an overwhelming aura, ordering them to take her to the Emperor. She wanted to speak with him. If they delayed, the Empire would be reduced to ashes. The guards refused to give way. They would rather die than let a stranger see the king. Lilith's eyes sharpened, her voice icy. Is that so? She was truly provoked, wanting to wash away her clan's pain with blood. A loud shout cut through. Stop! He quickly arrived, his voice stern. He reminded them they were violating the signed treaty. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as if seeing a savior. Someone explained that the wyverns attacked first. He was startled, unable to believe it. Lilith recounted in a low voice. Last night her clan was ambushed by a group of high-ranking mages, at least Circle 4 mages. She suspected the Empire as they were the only ones nearby capable of such a feat. Gregory retorted, the army had no orders to attack. He understood exactly how serious the problem was. What Lilith said made sense. This was the only place where the Empire alone possessed that capability. Given the nature of the contract, a lie would be revealed immediately. Lilith had no reason to make this up. He dismissed the suspicion. The one capable of this must have planned it beforehand. He tried to calm Lilith down to temporarily ease the situation. Lilith struggled to answer. She couldn't just stop so easily because this concerned the lives of her entire clan. He didn't object, only asked her not to harm the innocent. His gaze was firm, promising to find the one behind this incident and bring them to justice. Lilith pondered for a long time. She said she couldn't easily trust the word of a human. He offered a final choice. If she didn't believe him, he was willing to swear an oath with his magic power. That oath shocked the entire crowd. They reminded him that an oath sworn with magic power cannot be broken. He nodded. Everything would be clear by tomorrow. Lilith was forced to concede, agreeing to withdraw her troops temporarily. He thanked her, then turned to give orders to Gregory. He emphasized, tell the king to gather all the nobles of the empire immediately. Gregory hastily obeyed. The entire hall buzzed with murmurs. Everyone felt that something bad was about to happen. He swept his gaze across each person before speaking. He reminded everyone of the attack by the Fia Long clan. Nearly half the capital had been severely ravaged. He went straight to the point, demanding that all clans report the full status of their military forces, without any concealment. This demand caused an uproar among the nobles, who protested that even the Holy One had no such right. They were not citizens of the Empire. He had no business interfering. He loudly tried to shoo him away, saying the Empire's affairs should be left to the Empire. His gaze turned icy. He smiled contemptuously. Is that so? Day shrugged, his expression indifferent. Fine. I do not care what happens to the Empire. If you want to die, go ahead, and if you want me to leave, I will not linger. The group of nobles jumped up again. Hey! They were annoyed because he did not follow conventional formalities. How dare a saint speak like that? Fine, get lost. Do not come any closer. King George stormed in, furious. Shut up. How dare you speak to His Holiness like that? Nobles under the protection of the capital must obey him immediately. Whoever defies him, I swear I will make them disappear from this world. After speaking, he turned to him with a pitiful, pleading gaze. Your Holiness, please reconsider. He replied bluntly, no. He pretended to be about to leave. I will let the Fia Long clan with the ungrateful ones first. The king panicked immediately. Please wait. Let me teach them a lesson. What are you all still standing there for? Apologize now. The nobles who dared to resist hurriedly bowed their heads. Sorry. Everyone was terrified. We misspoke. Please forgive us. No one dared to tell His Holiness to leave anymore. Day shook his head in disgust. Fools. His voice was cold, so ungrateful. He pretended to regret. I originally intended to help the royal family, but now I have lost all interest. Along with the king's murderous glare, the nobles became as obedient as quails. What must we do to make you change your mind? Just one word, money. Nobles fell silent. What did you just say? He repeated it more clearly, indifferently. Give me money, half of your assets each year. Fine, I will be more merciful. 3/10. The nobles shouted, 3/10 of our assets a year. They immediately changed their attitude, demanding money. That is a bit too much. How are we supposed to live if we have to give up 3/10 of our assets? Day smiled faintly, pretending to leave. Fine. If you do not want to, then I will be on my way. George immediately looked at him as if he was about to cry. They had no choice but to grit their teeth. All right, to show our sincerity, we agree. They hurried to flatter him. I knew you would do that. Truly His Holiness, who understands the hearts of men. Even Day was speechless at their audacity. He urged them, then hurry up, write it down and bring the money here. A moment later, someone reported on the personal soldiers of each clan. Yes, here it is. Day checked a pile of documents. Let me see, except for some clans, this number is a bit different from the reports. This amount is enough to establish a nation. He put the papers down in disgust. I originally thought I could help find the culprit. But this is too much. I cannot find out who the culprit is. The nobles panicked. What do you mean? You still cannot find the culprit. You promised to catch him. He smiled. I did not expect the empire to be this corrupt. Day took out a piece of paper and explained, but fortunately we have this. The treaty will give the Fia Long leader one request in exchange for forgiveness. Those foolish people immediately cheered, truly His Holiness. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, his cold gaze swept over those who were rejoicing as if it were a normal mana treaty. This was all part of his plan, but of course it was fake. Just a piece of paper he scribbled on with a bit of mana on it. He was luring the mastermind out. So what now? After causing trouble by dragging the Fia Long clan in, you must be having a headache, right? Actually, Day already had the answer. Who benefits from the Fia Long attack? The answer was too clear. Someone from the royal family with their noble lackeys. That is the Grand Prince, who is desperate after being stripped of his inheritance. But how to turn suspicion into certainty? He cleared his throat, signaling everyone to be quiet. And he turned his gaze to George. Your Majesty, listen and do as I say. He looked at him, slightly surprised, but then George clapped his hands. Well, that settles it. We are lucky to have His Holiness here to help. And since everyone is present, I have an announcement. He declared loudly, tomorrow morning, we will hold the coronation ceremony for the successor prince. Nighttime was a perfect time for shady deeds, especially for the Grand Prince. That damned saint. Does he have to get in my way? He sneaked out of his room, shouting. Who would have known he would sign a mana contract with the Wyvern Lord? His subordinate Shen An said, we don't have much time. His Majesty suddenly designated the Crown Prince. The Grand Prince grew more and more irritated. You think I do not know that? He gritted his teeth and ordered, we do not have time. Call the attack squad like last time. The subordinate knew it was wrong, Your Highness. Do not tell me. But there was no more time. At this moment, hatred and greed had clouded his mind. Yes, we will attack the Wyvern Mountain Range again. He did not know that someone had overheard his plan. It seemed he was so desperate that he could no longer make sound decisions. So Yong shrugged. He will just walk right into the tiger's den again. The girl accepted the mission. Tell His Holiness, I will continue to observe. Okay. On the other side, Day quickly received the news. I guessed he would make a move, but he was disappointed by the Grand Prince's intelligence. I cannot believe he chose to mess with the wyvern flock again. What an idiot. The person opposite him spoke up. You should not have come here without a reason. She asked, have you found the mastermind yet? Day was honest, not yet. Then why are you here? To tell you that they are about to come here on their own. You will see soon enough. Even Lilith was startled. What? They are coming back. Day tried to soothe her. We do not have much time. Hide in the bushes and attack as soon as you sense the mana. We can catch the mastermind when they return and interrogate them. Can you think about attacking the Empire again? Lilith raised an eyebrow. Did you do that? I do not believe it. At this point, Day was also in a difficult spot. I am not lying. Did you forget your mana oath? She still denied it. No, that is not the reason. Her eyes scrutinized him. But what is in it for you? Or is it because you are a saint? The corner of his mouth twitched. I will take that as a compliment. Done. He held his breath and waited. Alright, then let us drag the mastermind into the light. Sang Sen was already annoyed. Seriously. Does he think he can do anything just because he is His Holiness? Luciella was furious. He needs to tone down his arrogance. How dare he summon the royal family of the Lexan Empire just because he wants to? Selena reminded her, Luciella, watch your words. She pointed out bluntly, he is the one who saved His Majesty. You should be grateful and act like a proper member of the royal family. That only made her more irritated. So high and mighty. Her face was flushed with shame and humiliation. Since when did she care so much about royal matters? The other man was stunned. Why now? He felt uneasy. Why is he summoning everyone? What is that bastard planning? At that moment, Day strolled in. Is everyone here? He took attendance. 1, 2, good. All 6 of you are present. Gil spoke up, confused. Why have you summoned us this time? We came because you said it was important, but Day pretended to be mysterious. This is very important. One of the people here ordered the attack on the wyvern flock, and today that person attacked again. The word startled most people. Someone from the royal family? Impossible. The other man was already sweating profusely. Damn it, I did not expect him to know. If I get caught, I will surely be executed. No, there is no evidence yet. I just need to deny it. Just as he was thinking that, Day's voice rang out. You must be thinking that since there is no evidence, you can just deny it, right? He smiled coldly, but unfortunately, I do have evidence. The soldiers who attacked the wyvern lair have all been captured. With mind magic, they will soon confess. He let out a stream of threats. If you are going to get caught anyway, what do you think will happen? The people's hatred will run high. To appease them, perhaps they will parade the mastermind's head around. Hearing this, the uneasy man fell into despair. He raised his voice, so I have a proposal. Why not confess to me yourself and settle this quietly? He pretended to be profound. It is understandable, right? By confessing in the name of the gods. You know you can reduce your sins, right? Besides, I would like the entire empire to owe me a big favor. He continued his psychological tactics. Simply put, I take the credit, and someone avoids being beheaded and paraded around. Zed could not hold it in any longer. He shouted, it was me. I am the one who did it. Me. Grand Prince Jiazhalexian ordered the attack on the Wyvern Lair. Please be merciful. Hearing this, Day smiled slightly. A good choice. He gave him a thumbs up tight. Well then, goodbye. There is no such thing as divine mercy, but as the Holy One, I hope you can rest in peace on the other side of the world. Jiang was startled. Rest in peace on the other side of the world. What do you mean you just said? He smiled. Of course now I will say differently. With a cheeky expression, because I was lying. You think you will escape punishment? I have no evidence. Thank you for confessing. Then the grape-sized brain of the Kunning source. That thing. Wire spoke up. Alright, come out. Anyway, from now on this is an imperial matter. Only when he was seized did he wake up. Impossible. A lying fraud is the Holy One. How dare you lie? He smiled and denied. No, not at all. A soldier approached to report. Holy One, we have captured all the nobles involved in the rebellion. What should we do now? His confused eyes looked at the other person. Holy One. Wire had finished his business here. Ask His Majesty. Don't ask me. As I said earlier, from now on, the decision lies with the Empire. Of course he always knew his limits. I am just an outsider. And with that, Wire left the Lexian Empire after a long stay. His Majesty executed everyone involved in the rebellion. As for Wire, who had helped the country greatly, that day not only brought diplomatic benefits to the Empire, His Majesty granted Wire a title and land. But only later did Wire find out. At this moment he was communicating through the orb. Uriel shouted, what then? It's too late. Suddenly an official imperial request appears. What? Wire tried to calm her. But we can't do anything about it. Are you busy? Why the rush? Here Uriel had to emphasize, we are very busy. The pilgrimage schedule is already set. His expression remained indifferent. So what? I can go slowly afterward. Uriel sighed. It's not that simple. The pilgrimage time is fixed. The more she spoke, the more Wire lost control. The later we depart, the denser and more difficult the pilgrimage route becomes. Fixed time. He hurried. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm going now. Uriel was staring at the orb with a flushed face. She gritted her teeth. Why did she put the crystal ball in there? Wire quickly stuffed the orb into his chest and then left on Sia the horse. I have urgent business. I'll go ahead. You take your time. Sia was confused. Holy One. Then he ran like the wind. It was dusk when he returned to the Holy Kingdom. The servant came to greet him. You arrived earlier than expected, Holy One. Wire replied. I heard the pilgrimage preparations are complete. Euclid bowed. We plan to depart tomorrow morning. He praised, then turned to another person. Good Hongyang Yong. What about the task I gave you? The girl replied. About the current situation of the Holy Kingdom. Except for Salonia, the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom are facing financial difficulties. The main reason is the aftermath of the Phroxa incident and the increase in monster numbers. The lords are raising taxes to build monster hunting forces. Wire frowned slightly. Raising taxes? Didn't the capital also send aid? Hong Yang replied. It seems there is embezzlement involved. Then he gritted his teeth. Those bastards. Make a list of all the lords involved. I will deal with them after the pilgrimage. Yes, my lord. Wire slowly handled the pending matters. How is the academy? Euclid brought out the crystal ball, looking exasperated. Coincidentally, we just saw a connection signal from Jake through the crystal ball. Really? Connect it. As soon as it opened, Jake's big face filled the screen. Holy One. Wire was speechless. You're too close. Been a while since I saw you. Any problems over there? He was mid-sentence. Following your orders, I was monitoring when someone pushed him aside to cut in, my lord. He looked surprised. You two are together. Leech was teary-eyed with emotion. I've read all the books and notes you left. They are extremely detailed, systematic, with vast information, both beautiful and accurate. Where did you learn such knowledge? Jake, pushed aside, was furious. How dare you cut me off? Get lost. Leech immediately raised his middle finger. You're the one who should get lost. Then turned with a puppy dog expression. My lord, I will dedicate my whole life to you. Please teach me more. No, teach me everything you know. He immediately shoved his head away. How dare you? Are you crazy, Holy One? I want to learn more than this idiot. Hearing the two argue noisily, if you plan to teach anyone, teach me. Wire felt a headache. Turn it off. Yes. He instructed. Take care while I'm gone. Hong Yang and Hong Yang bowed. Yes, may you have a safe journey. Cheer up, Holy One. So Wire had to get up early and mount Sia the horse. He was excited. The weather was great. At the same time, he cast a wary glance forward. But why are you here? That person was Freya, happily clinging to Uriel. It feels like a picnic. She explained that each time a different family participates in the pilgrimage. Freya smiled brightly. This time it's our family's turn. He didn't mean that, but why are you riding Sia with us? Freya put on pitiful eyes, but riding Sia alone is so boring. Wire said coldly. Go back to your Sia later, it's crowded here. She whined, come on, don't be like that. I even prepared this. Uriel recoiled. Freya's. She replied with a proud voice. It's tea and snacks for the whole trip. It's tea I brewed myself, truly a lavish spread. Uriel refused bluntly. No, I feel a bit nauseous. Freya turned to him. Then please, Holy One, I won't drink either. She pleaded, come on, just one sip, consider it a token of my sincerity. This is my specialty. If it's not good, I'll get off Sia immediately. Okay, hearing that, he felt some pity. Fine. Wire brought the teacup to his lips and took a sip. Freya's expression was eager. Well, delicious, right? A second later, she was retreating into another sea. Of course, alone never Wire tasted anything like that. What has a flavor like garbage? Uriel chuckled. Surely Freya also understood the answer. He felt she knew all along. Is this the reason you don't drink? The answer was her cheerful voice. Someone has to tell her the truth. Having this is better, otherwise I'd fall asleep the whole way. Wire had to cleanse his palate, finding it strange. What about the pilgrimage? Uriel, with her vast experience, explained, the pilgrimage is nothing, just riding sea around the villages. Most of the work is handled by the priests and clergy. Wire immediately retorted, then why does the Holy One have to come? It's all just for show. She didn't allow him to protest, exactly to build an image. Suddenly a cry for help rang out, commotion outside. An old man couldn't block the sea like that. The two looked outside. It seemed something was happening. A sickly man holding a child pleaded, I know this is wrong, but please, it's an emergency. Please heal my child. The soldier harmoniously didn't drive him away. Don't worry, Lord Gale will watch over you. Go heal the child. The priest approached and bowed, yes. A holy spell was then cast upon the little girl. His face was troubled. Strange, the holy spell has no effect. The soldier hearing this said, is the child's condition too severe? Sorry, sir, but we did our best. Poor man seemed to fall into a pit of despair. No, we've been waiting for this pilgrimage. We endured everything for this moment. Sob. Just then someone approached. Everyone, step aside for a moment. Stepping outside, let me take a look. The poor man, hearing everyone call him the Holy One, followed along. Thank you, my lord. You will personally cure my child, will you? Thank you, my lord, thank you. He paid no mind, only glancing over. Continue. The body's condition was evident. Dry, brittle hair, severe swelling, a gaunt frame with no fat beneath the skin. He asked in detail, did the girl suddenly fall ill? The father shook his head, no sir. Hearing this he judged. Indeed it was only a protein deficiency. No wonder the priest's holy spells were useless. He ordered, prepare a meal for them, with plenty of meat. The poor man was confused, thanking the Holy One. But why eat? He explained, if the child eats more meat, she will recover on her own. From now on, make sure the girl eats well. The man was flustered, but we cannot afford to buy meat regularly. He said softly, then beans will do. Soybeans, black beans, kidney beans, chickpeas, anything. Replace meals with beans, the child will grow stronger, but you must still give her meat occasionally. Brother Thantam reminded him, it is all for the good of the child. Even if you have to work excessively, you must endure. It was Uriel's turn. I think I can cure the swelling now. A single spell made the girl's skin plump again. Wonderful, it disappeared. The man kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lords, we will never forget this kindness. Uriel said gently, it is nothing, we are only doing our duty. They could not delay here any longer. Alright, onto the Ciliati Royal Palace. A caravan of carriages followed one another along the winding road. Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest updates. Uriel tilted her head curiously and asked, what are you thinking about so pensively? He suddenly asked, Uriel, how much is left in our treasury? Let me check. She calculated mentally, about 20 silver coins, I think. Hearing that, he was startled. That's it, it's all gone. She added, I also have my own money, about 27 coins in total. Hearing that, his face lit up. You're quite well off. Then that's enough. Uriel's gaze was probing. Enough for what? Why are you asking about that? Could it be? Just as she suspected, his expression turned serious. Lend me the money. Uriel immediately panicked. What are you going to do with that money? He did not hesitate to point out, the kingdom of Celia is facing a severe financial crisis. Because of that, many people like the ones we just met are suffering from malnutrition and starving to death. Do you think people should die for that reason? I too want to help those in need. I will help. He immediately perked up. Great. I will pay you back as soon as we return to the city-state. Suddenly hearing her refusal, no need. His expression went blank. You're giving away such a large sum for nothing. Of course. She proudly puffed out her chest. I am a saintess after all. And so the pilgrimage group from the Holy Kingdom arrived at the Kingdom of Syria. Under the orders of the Holy Ones, they purchased many ingredients from various regions and prepared simple meals for the people in need. For those with only a little strength left, it was like a refreshing rain upon their withered bodies. Uriel could not contain her surprise. What do you think the King of Celia wants? When they first set foot here, the King of Celia had extended an invitation. I heard you have been helping the people on your way here. I am very grateful for the Holy Kingdom's kindness. We have prepared a banquet to celebrate your pilgrimage tonight. His eyes clearly held some calculation, so please make yourselves at home. Uriel was suspicious. He's even hosting a banquet. He knew it too, right? He doesn't seem the type. He must want something from the Holy Kingdom. Uriel changed the subject. By the way, the pilgrimage is over, so I have some free time now. He also pondered, I'm planning to go out for a trip. He happily guessed his purpose, to visit home. He did not say explicitly, something like that. What about you? Any plans? She shook her head. Not yet, I was just planning to go play with Fa. He teased, then you must be quite resigned, right? Why not come to the capital? He said, seriously, you're buried in work every day. But Uriel found it satisfying. This is fine. I should focus on resting properly while I can. Her voice became wistful. Ever since you became the Holy One, have you ever thought about leaving it all behind and running away? Her light brown hair swayed gently. That figure seemed so lonely. Just leaving it all behind. He silently looked at her. He answered softly, of course. Suddenly, he vented his frustration with a shout. So tiring, what kind of deity has so many demands? Always doing this and that. He gives a bit of holy power and then exploits us like this. Seeing Uriel's exasperated expression, he felt a sense of kinship. That's probably what she wanted to say, right? After all, she's been a saint longer than he has. She must have worked so hard. About these taboos, he joked, like a saint, healing the sick, using hard work to help people. When I get to do that, I feel truly fortunate to be the Holy One. Is it just me who feels that way? Well, I'll head off first. His words seemed to soothe her. Me too. Thank you so much. He moved very quickly. It had been a long time since he had been home. He used his concealment skill, planning to surprise his parents. It should be about mealtime by now. Should I sneak in and surprise them? The moment the door opened, something came flying at him. He reflexively knocked it away. Then came a series of plates crashing down. He had to yell, "Stop throwing plates at me." The two of them finally stopped. His father laughed. "Oh, it's you. You should have made some noise when you came in." His mother hugged him tightly. "How long has it been? Are you being a good holy one, my dear son?" He reassured them. "I'm just passing through during the pilgrimage." He beamed with joy. "Great. Just in time. Your parents have finished preparing lunch. Eat with us." He did not refuse. "Yes, sir." But before that, his father spoke up. His father had a triumphant look. "Go upstairs. I bet you'll be surprised." Curiosity piqued in him. Upstairs he went. Upstairs he was truly so shocked his mouth would not close. Since when did he have a younger brother? A handsome, fair-skinned little boy. He chuckled gleefully. "Pretty surprising, Dad." His father was brimming with excitement. "You have a little brother now." He looked at him with a strange expression. "What do you think? Why do you keep asking? Like you two can't bear to be apart." He inwardly sighed, but 16 years apart. Perhaps that's why he used purification on his hands. Poked the soft cheek with his finger. Makes sense, the little one is adorable. The tiny hand grabbed his index finger and he couldn't stop smiling. "Right, Dad? I was that tiny once too. Look, she's holding my hand." Looking at the child's sulking face, he understood at once that it was angry. That made sense. Anyone would be annoyed after being teased like that. He suddenly remembered his own childhood. This small but stubborn and headstrong personality was no different from his younger self. They were truly siblings. His mother called up from downstairs saying that if the father and son were playing with Xia, they should come down and eat. So the girl's name was Xia. He smiled and said goodbye to the child. "See you later, Xia." His father asked about the Holy Kingdom while eating, asking if he had any fun. He just smiled vaguely and replied that there were a few noteworthy things. It had been a long time since he was home, so he had many stories to tell. Actually, not too many, just a few. The whole family chatted happily, their laughter and voice buzzing. His mother asked in surprise if that really happened, and he nodded in confirmation. Yes, there was quite a lot going on. His mother smiled brightly, glad that her son was still healthy. His father was equally proud. Just then, he spoke up and asked something that shifted the atmosphere a bit. "Our family is not ordinary, is it?" His question startled both of them. They hesitantly asked back, "What do you mean?" He explained further. From a young age, he had felt something was off. Mother is a high-rank mage. Father is a swordsman who reached the realm of a sword master. He had been wondering for a long time why the two of them chose to live in such a remote and secluded place. The couple looked at each other, then sighed. They knew this day would eventually come. After all, he would soon find out anyway. The father said seriously that their family carried the bloodline of heroes. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. His parents had to say, "Fine, let him see it with his own eyes. Then he would understand faster. Let's go to the yard." He looked at the two people who had been with him all his life with confusion. What were they planning to show him? Suddenly he sensed an incredibly powerful flow of mana gathering. Fire, water, stone. 3 orbs of energy from 3 elements appeared. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, triple incantation. He was deeply shocked to realize his father knew magic. His father's mana surpassed anyone he had ever met. Had his father been hiding this power all these years? Before he could recover from the shock, it was his mother's turn to stand up. Powerful, decisive sword strokes drew across the air, creating a sword wind with terrifying force. This level, it was too frightening. He couldn't help but stammer, "Mother, you are also a high-rank swordsman?" He exclaimed, "Both of you are magic swordsmen." His mother smiled, not answering immediately but telling him to sit down. Let her tell him an old story. The story goes that in ancient times, the holy saints possessed powerful holy power that could communicate with the gods. They conveyed the will of the gods and protected humanity from the dangers of the transcendent race. For some reason, the transcendent race suddenly disappeared. The world seemed like it would be peaceful, but bigger problems began to arise. In the Great Magic War, a group of powerful necromancers attacked humanity. The holy saints of that time did not have enough power to resist, and the brilliant era of magic ended 300 years ago. In times of peril, the gods chose 12 exceptionally talented individuals and bestowed blessings upon them. They used that power to defeat the necromancers, and were honored as the 12 heroes before vanishing. Now his mother revealed a shocking truth. They were the descendants of those heroes. The blessings were passed down through generations, granting their descendants superior talents, and a lifespan of up to 500 years. He was speechless with astonishment. 500 years. So besides us, are there other descendants? His mother nodded in confirmation. She warned him seriously, Jay, I hope you don't get too close to them. Your parents had to leave that place to come here. That place is terrible. They are no different from the dead. His parents were worried about his safety. They wanted to protect him from that dangerous world, which was why they had kept this secret for so long. He felt a little disappointed, but obediently complied. Even so, the story was deeply etched into his mind. Extended lifespan, exceptional talent in every field. All of it was too appealing. The next morning, his parents saw him off. They told him to eat well, and if he was bullied, to write a letter home and his father would come to handle it. He smiled and promised to visit home again soon. On the way, he couldn't stop thinking about his parents' story. They told him not to show too much interest in the hero bloodline, but he couldn't shake the thought from his mind. If they were all talented in every field, then that must include medicine. And with his medical knowledge, combined with that extended lifespan, he wanted to find out even more. A plan began to form in his mind. He had to investigate these heroes thoroughly. He realized he had been walking very fast and was almost at the edge of the forest. Since he was nearby, he could pay her a quick visit. A voice laced with a hint of reproach rang out, "You're late, you know." The girl with striking white hair appeared. "You only think of me now?" Era pouted, saying, "Don't tell me I have to wait for you." Jay smiled apologetically, saying he had planned to come see her anyway. Jay asked curiously, "How did you know I was coming?" Era proudly raised her hand. The mark on his hand suddenly glowed. She reminded him of her promise to always be by his side. Jay was surprised, not expecting the thing to have such a locating function. Noticing his worry, Era reassured him, "Don't worry, I don't know everything you do. The mark only reacts when you are in danger or when you think of me." Era stepped closer, gently touching his cheek with her hand. Her lips curled up slightly, her eyes full of hidden meaning. She said that he told Lilith they were just friends, so she had to try harder. Jay laughed awkwardly, stepped back to create distance, and said their current relationship was fine. He quickly changed the subject, asking Era if she knew anything about the heroes. Era crossed her arms. Her knowledge was quite clear. They were people blessed twice by the goddess Prius. Jay found yet another unfamiliar name, Prius. Jay suddenly realized and asked again, 2 blessings. Era nodded. The first was the blessing of potential, allowing them to increase their power more easily than ordinary people. She continued to explain the second blessing, the blessing of exchanging innate power. Those who possessed it could gain strength and experience from fighting each other. Jay was astonished by this information. He wondered how could something like that be called a blessing. Era explained that for humanity, it was luck, because through it they were able to defeat the monsters. He casually revealed that his parents said he was their descendant. Era's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise in them. He asked curiously, "What's wrong?" She bowed her head slightly, replying that it was nothing. So that's how his power came from his bloodline. Era provided him with information, saying she knew of a village on the western continent where other descendants were living. She suggested that if he was interested, he should go and check it out. Jay immediately became excited, saying he had always wanted to go and find out. He thanked Era for the valuable information. Era knew it was time for him to go, so she told him to head back. They would talk more when he returned to the Holy Kingdom. Jay felt a little guilty for having to leave in a hurry. She waved her hand, saying it was fine, they had plenty of time. Hearing that, he felt much more at ease and promised to come back. Even so, Era couldn't help but wonder, Jay becoming a holy saint, could it be a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. Watching his figure gradually disappear behind the trees, Era silently hoped that the thoughts in her head were just her overthinking. His trip this time lasted until the afternoon. The pilgrimage carriage was still there. As soon as he returned, Uriel scolded him, "Why are you so late? Were you on vacation?" He smiled sheepishly and apologized. It had been a while since he was home, so he took it easy. She was a bit annoyed. Everything was already prepared. Hurry up and get on the carriage. He quickly praised her, knowing she was always thoughtful. She informed him, "The journey will take us to Prius on the western continent." Curious, he asked, "Is Prius also a kingdom?" Uriel replied, "Yes, it is a holy kingdom like Gyre. The holy kingdom of Prius worships the goddess of hardship and trials. The followers here forge their faith through countless difficulties." Uriel explained, "The goddess Prius has never chosen a saint, so they are quite reserved with the outside world." He was confused. Our goddess entrusts everything to humans, but why do we have to make a pilgrimage there? She answered calmly, "Because Prius is a sister to Geyer, so saying the two goddesses are like sisters is also correct. When family visits each other, what reason is needed, right? He found that reasonable and suddenly thought, what a coincidence that they were about to reach the western continent. The carriage slowly rolled westward again. Second day of the journey. He asked dejectedly, will it end when we reach Prius? Uriel nodded, yes, it can end comfortably. He brought up a topic. When we reach the western continent, there is a place I want to visit. She was curious, where is it? His expression became serious. Do you know about the hero's bloodline? Uriel blurted out in disbelief as soon as she heard it. She panicked. You mean you are both a hero of Prius and a saint of Gaia? How is that possible? He found it hard to explain. I myself find it truly extraordinary. She still had questions. But why do you want to find another hero? Don't tell me you plan to recruit them all. He snapped, of course not. What are you thinking? She asked again, then what is it? He turned his head to look out the window. The medical academy, what? He said with a nonchalant attitude. I will bring them all into the academy and turn them into doctors. Uriel found it reasonable. That sounds like you. At that moment the carriage stopped. We have arrived. Let's talk about this later. As he stepped down from the carriage, he looked up. The scene before him made him admire. The port is truly beautiful. Even having been to many places, this one is still the best. She urged, let's board the ship. He quietly watched the waves. It had been a long time since he saw the sea. It was beautiful. But that feeling only lasted a moment. They had sailed for 15 days straight and continued traveling by carriage for another 3 days. Finally, they arrived at the Holy Kingdom of Prius. He felt exhausted. How long did it take to get here? I am so tired. Uriel laughed knowingly. If you are tired, that is not a good sign. She gently explained the goddess Prius oversees adversity and trials. Her followers view that struggle as a virtue. Her expression seemed to fade with the harsh days. You should prepare yourself mentally. Before he could ask what to prepare, the temple doors opened. Welcome. 3 people stepped out together. We welcome the saints. We will guide you from here. He breathed a soft sigh of relief, finally a chance to rest. They spoke up. First of all, they clasped their hands and requested, even though you are tired from the long journey, you must pray to the goddess Prius. Please kneel where you are. He widened his eyes. What? Why so suddenly? He was bewildered. They were making guests from across the sea kneel and pray. He turned to look at Uriel. Is this okay? But she had knelt before him. What was that resigned attitude? With no other choice, he knelt along with them. The guide sobbed, O goddess Prius, the saints from Geyer have finally arrived. The lofty words, always keeping us vigilant and growing through hardship. We sincerely pray to take strong steps on our journey. Also praying for great enlightenment, no matter how difficult, to endure together with the saints. He listened with a throbbing headache. Finally allowed to stand, they bowed. I will lead you to the guest room next to the annex. He whispered softly, Uriel, what does enduring together with the saints mean? Uriel replied coldly, we did not originally need to make a pilgrimage here. Since they are also a holy kingdom, they do not have to help anyone on the trip. We only participate in the exchange because the two goddesses are sisters. This is to understand and empathize with each other's doctrines. He turned pale and was about to run away. I want to leave this place. But Uriel grabbed him. No, you cannot go anywhere. She scolded quietly in frustration. I have helped you so much. Now you are going to abandon me? He could not deny it, so he admitted it. He gave in, fine. But what do we have to do to get through this trial? She answered dejectedly, like fasting, being stuck in a dark cave, or soaking in a boiling hot spring. You know those tricks, right? He was dumbfounded. This time he really wanted to run far, far away. The next day they were led to a desolate area. They had arrived. For the entire following week, the saints would have to survive on their own with what they could find in this forest. And of course, they were absolutely forbidden from using holy arts. After that, we will leave and continue the trial elsewhere. I wish you all many difficulties. Day felt discontented. The farewell sounded unpleasant. Uriel explained that this was only the beginning, so they had given an easy challenge. He understood the baptism ceremony had a similar part. Now let's see what's here. He assigned her a task. Uriel, go find a source of drinking water around here. She nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, she returned looking tired. There isn't a single drop of water here. We'll just have to endure it. Suddenly, she noticed something truly strange. For her eyes were unimaginable things. What is this? How can you make such delicious food? Day remained nonchalant. Why was she so surprised? He even thoughtfully showed her a place to sleep. She could sleep here. He had arranged some soft leaves. If warmed before sleeping, it would feel warmer. Uriel's eyes sparkled with admiration. He seemed capable of everything. Day hesitantly brought up the drinking water. Just for a week, we can manage food. Come on, let's eat. And so, the two of them got through the harsh days fairly comfortably. A week later, the saints had returned. They had passed the trial very well. The guide seemed very surprised, because the two of them looked no different from the start, even fresher. She thought to herself this wasn't hard, but still suspected they had hidden food. However, she didn't ask further, only said she would escort them to the VIP room. Day walked around the spacious room. It was time to begin his investigation. He called out, "Are the guards there?" A dark shadow immediately immediately jumped down, responding as commanded. He ordered an investigation into the heroic bloodline on the western continent, requesting a report on every detail found. Just let them exist, no matter what purpose the gods had for creating them. That didn't matter as long as he could use them to develop medicine across the continent, aiming for a brighter future. Time flew by. It had been a month since they arrived at the holy nation of Prius. What should we do now, Uriel? Day said absent-mindedly. At this rate, he would erase the holy nation of Prius from the map. He felt remorseful but helpless. Truly an ironic situation. Day was speechless. This is the first time I'm grateful to be a saint of Gyre. Uriel wore a helpless expression but said, we still have to endure because of our duty as saints. We must set an example for others to follow. Suddenly he walked faster. I can't stand it anymore, I'm going outside. She was startled and asked where he was going. The response was a smug expression. Just wait and see. A moment later he brought back a pile of cooking ingredients and placed them in front of the room. Uriel was stunned looking at the pile of ingredients. You bought that much. He said he was just organizing things and would share the food with everyone, not just the two of them. She panicked when she saw him emit fire. What if they get caught? He remained calm, telling her not to worry, to trust him. He focused intensely to control the flame so it wouldn't spread. Uriel, I need you to help keep the fire from dispersing. While he lit the fire and cut fruits into small pieces to fry, she nervously said she had never cooked before. He reassured her, just do as I say. What are those two people busily doing over there? Done. The special porridge pot was complete. Uriel was so happy she could cry. It's delicious. He smiled and told her to eat, while he would go share it with everyone. A few days later, rumors began to spread everywhere. This is strange. How could that be? The head priest of Prius, Fengi, found it odd. Everyone is in the same situation. Why do they look so happy? However, many objected that the saints were young but handled things well. Fengi suspected they were up to something shady, but everyone saw them as simple, understandable saints. He still insisted that the two were doing something shady. It was a pity their divine officials had been bribed by food. He mentioned too many suspicious points to be ignored. Fengi sank into his own world. For the final trial, we need to observe when they move together. Someone mentioned the terrain at Mount Hefria. Everyone was worried. Will it be all right? I heard a monster leader recently appeared south of the mountain. He pointed at the map, suggesting escorting the saints on the east and west routes, while the Prius army did reconnaissance missions in the south to avoid danger for the saints. Fengi agreed and said he would organize and inform everyone. Suddenly he stopped and collapsed to his knees. The priests anxiously asked the head priest what was wrong. A healing spell was immediately cast on him. He whispered his thanks. The illness showed no signs of improvement. In fact, it had become worse. This condition is very concerning. How is your family, my lord? Fengi weakly said his daughter had the same illness as him. Despite regular treatment, it wouldn't go away. The priest sympathized. You must be very worried. Fengi said he didn't know what else to do. His wife was also suffering. He suggested perhaps asking the Saint of Gaia for help. Fengi firmly refused, believing a servant of Prius couldn't accept favors from another god. The priest saw no problem since they were sisters, but Fengi remained resolute. Taboo is taboo. The priest could only sigh with worry, for he was too stubborn. Day was assigned elsewhere. He complained about having to return to the mountain. Uriel reassured him this was the last time, then said she would go ahead. The final trial took place at Mount Hefria, because many from Gaia had passed similar trials together. The holy grounds had become too small, so the group was split into 3 teams. Uriel to the east, Day to the west, and the rest to the south. A priest reported that he could depart. He asked, Mount Hefria is where monsters live, right? The priest didn't deny it, but reassured him that the holy knights would protect him. He could see they had sent many people. He wondered, weren't those people sent to the south? That side looks more crowded than here. The priest explained that the southern expedition team was dealing with the newly appeared monster leader, which posed a great threat. Day still had an uneasy feeling but realized the number of people was sufficient. He instructed, if anything happens in the south, let me know. The soldier agreed, although he didn't think anything serious would occur. He replied with a thank you and thought to himself that he had a bad feeling. Just as his feeling predicted, immediately after, the scream of a scout rang out. Monster attack! It's a raid! A green orc holding a mace charged forward in a frenzy. The priests hurriedly chanted their incantations, offering blessings to the holy guards. The holy knight, Sir Difu, sensed something amiss. The monster horde was far larger than anticipated, and at this rate they would be wiped out. He needed to request reinforcements from the holy nation, but by the time they rushed to make contact, it was too late. The communication jade was unresponsive, and even if a reinforcement letter were somehow sent in time, they couldn't defeat this colossal army. Panic began to spread. Even Fengi trembled in fear. Despite being the monster leader, he had never seen an army this large. What in the world world was happening? A panicked scream pierced the sea of chaos. Run now. A priest ran over frantically, and behind him loomed a massive figure. The monster leader had appeared. A single lightning fast slash claimed his life. When it stepped out of the shadows, all survivors were shocked. That monster was the leader, but what was that thing growing out of its chest? A wave of dark energy washed over him, causing him to immediately vomit blood. Dizziness began to set in, and the pain in his chest grew more intense. A subordinate urged him urgently, "Head priest, you must leave this place." He struggled to wave them off. "It's already too late. Don't worry about me anymore. Run now." The young priest was resolute. "I cannot do that. How could I abandon you?" In just a fleeting moment, the monster stood towering before them. Impossible. Facing imminent death, Fendi silently prayed to the god Priyash. A cold voice rang out, "Stop making noise, I'm sleeping." Slashes swept through like the wind, cutting everything apart. A female elf materialized from thin air. "I told you to be quiet, you naughty child." 30 minutes before the monster invasion, Day stood amidst the trees, lost in thought. He knew it, his bad premonitions were always accurate. He mused to himself, he had sensed this coming. Good thing he had dispersed his mana towards the south. They were numerous and seemed stronger than he had thought. Day quickly moved in that direction. The situation was dire. He had to hurry. A man exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, an elf." She coldly introduced herself, "I am an elf, but a dark elf, understand." How troublesome. He nearly fell to the ground. Trembling with gratitude, "Thank you so much for saving my life. I don't know how to repay you." She replied indifferently, "No need, I didn't do it for a favor." Dark elf spoke up, "More importantly, aren't you going to check on that person?" At this moment, everyone's attention turned to a man lying motionless on the ground. Sir Hector, the Bishop Fancy. He quickly ran over, clasping his hands together, generating a golden light to heal the wounds. Looking at the ashen face and drenched sweat of head priest Fenji, he panicked, "Why isn't the healing working? Or is my holy power too weak?" He turned around, flustered, asking, "Are there any other bishops with holy power left?" Suddenly, a figure emerged from the bushes, speaking, "Step aside." It was Day. He exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness." Day nodded and said directly, "Let me take a look." A moment later, Day had removed head priest Fenji's robes. He was so weak he had lost consciousness and fainted. Day placed his hand on his chest, diagnosing chest pain and difficulty breathing, swelling in the lungs and pleural cavity. It's pneumothorax. Worse, both lungs are affected. This injury will be difficult to treat. He lifted Fenji up, observing carefully. "There's no other choice. I'll have to perform a bilateral thoracotomy. I will administer anesthesia to seal the perforation." Day explained the steps. "First, I'll cut through the muscle and pleura to get a clearer view." He turned to the two bewildered priests. "And you too?" He looked at the dark elf. "Can you help me a little?" She slightly raised an eyebrow. "Sure, with what?" He silently appraised him. "Interesting, a human possessing the knowledge of a high-ranking elf." The elf nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll help." Day breathed a sigh of relief. She was more cooperative than he had expected. He said, "Thank you, let's find a suitable place first." Day spotted a large rock. "This place is quite suitable." He raised his hand. A stream of blue light emanated from his palm. "I'll use a bit of holy power." He used his holy power to slice through the rock. The elf couldn't help but marvel. Impressive. Day spoke up. "Thank you. Could you find me some cloth? It needs to be clean." She nodded, all right. At this moment, the young priest hesitantly asked, "What should we do?" Day turned and asked, "You've never dissected a person before, right?" He nodded vigorously. "Then have you ever seen a dead person?" He stammered, "Yes, I've seen one, but..." They cut him off. "That's enough then. When I need you, just follow my instructions." He responded quickly, "Understood." Day thought to himself, a bilateral surgical opening requires at least one knowledgeable doctor, an anesthesiologist, and at least 2 assistants. He was worried he would have to perform the surgery alone while guiding each step. He sighed. The elf cut through his thoughts. "I have this cloth." She offered a piece of white cloth, "My best one." Day looked at it for a moment and said, "A bit small, but it will do for now, thank you." Shortly after, Fendi was laid on the rock, with the white cloth spread beneath him. He instructed everyone, "Let me warn you, no matter what I do, don't be surprised. Just carefully follow my directions, and we can definitely save him." The elf coldly nodded. The priests trembled and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He thought to himself he needed to check on the anesthesia first. Then a stream of purple gas enveloped Fendi. "Sleep now." Day held the medical knife and made an incision across Fengi's chest. He performed the procedure step by step. "I'm going to cut through the subcutaneous tissue and muscle." This sight left the priests standing nearby with their mouths agape in shock. It was highly focused, thinking he'd use magic to control the bleeding. This should be enough. The muscle tissue was now fully exposed. Without x-rays to see inside, there was no choice but to cut through the ribs. They turned to look at them. "One of you two, whoever, hold the area I just cut and open it." The priests were bewildered and said in unison, "What?" A young priest was frightened. "What are you saying? If we do that, the high priest will die." The one next to him was so scared he was crying, I can't do it." Day was worried upon hearing this. There was no time to hesitate. Suddenly, the elf stepped forward and said decisively, "I'll do it." She proudly put her hands on her hips and asked, "Hold it and pull it open, right?" Dai looked at her and said, please gently hold this area near the bone, lift it up and pull it apart, don't touch the internal organs. She replied calmly, simple. The elf began to assist. Dai praised, good, keep holding it like that, it might be a while, you should control your strength. The elf replied coldly, understood. Dai focused on operating on Fengi, holding the knife to do what was necessary. The lung is severely compressed. I need to locate the perforation first. Wait, this is... He looked inside the lung, astonished. Why is the lung so corroded by dark energy? His face tensed up. The dark energy must be removed from the body first. Luckily, it's only a small amount. The simplest way is to activate the mana. Dai explained, pneumothorax occurs when there's a hole in the lung, causing air to escape and accumulate in the chest cavity. He carefully placed a tube into the head priest's lung. Before closing the chest cavity, I need to reinflate the lung and drain the fluid, so a chest tube must be placed. Dai thought about the uses of mana, but instead, if he let mana flow through his body from the inside out, it would escape through his lungs along with the foul energy. At that moment, Dai's face could not hide his joy. Alright, the lungs were inflated. Next, he needed to perform the paradesis procedure. Suddenly, he called out, hey, bishops. The lad who was intently observing him was startled and replied, yes. Dai accepted the reality and ordered them. Has your holy power recovered at all? Treat him as best you can. After a while, the two bishops, panting heavily and completely drained of energy, returned to report that the treatment was complete. Dai happily praised them. Retouching bone is very difficult, but you managed to do it. He also did not forget to praise the elf. You did very well too. Yeah. But when Dai turned to look at the elf, she was nowhere to be seen. He wondered, did she leave already? He felt uneasy in his heart because he had not had a chance to thank her properly. On the other side, the elf was running away from this place. In her mind, she thought, a human who knows a high-ranking elf, saving a life with strange techniques. She remarked, very interesting. She ran very fast, muttering to herself, I have a story to tell my husband now. Back to Chief Pastor Fengi. At this moment he let out a few low groans, and then slowly opened his eyes. The silence was broken by the sound of Fengi waking up. I approached and said, you're awake? Chief Pastor Fengi was startled and jumped up. Your Holiness. He spoke reverently. I have been rude, please forgive me. Dai replied curtly, why are you apologizing? Let's go, maybe the monsters won't attack again, but who knows? Fengi quickly said, understood, I will inform everyone. Dai left but did not forget to instruct. I'll go ahead, the west is still on high alert. Fengi understood, yes, I will meet you at the city. He picked up the piece of white cloth, puzzled. What happened while I was unconscious? The young bishop stammered, yes. He recounted the whole incident. Fengi asked for details. His Holiness cut open my chest to save my life. The young bishop replied, yes, I truly don't understand. An ordinary person would definitely have died. Fengi gently touched his chest. The young bishop asked with concern, Chief Pastor, are you alright? He pondered. He used to feel his chest tightly constricted, but now he could breathe much more easily. He looked to one side and silently realized he had received a great many favors from His Holiness. Dai returned to the western side of Mount Hafrian and reported the situation in the south. The monsters, having lost their leader, were easily wiped out by the Holy Knights. The final trial had ended. In a room, a female voice rang out, Your Holiness, I will now report on the hero's descendants. He quickly replied, good, continue. Before him were the elite guard unit of the Zheng family, Jiao Qiong and So Yongjiang. So Yong said, yes, first, the anonymous family never interferes in any matters, so there is very little information. The young girl continued, the information was secretly recorded in the royal library of the Holy Kingdom of Prius. The documents found have three main points, the cursed ones, their origins, and their locations. Dai listened attentively to So Yong. Moreover, they were formed from ancient wars lasting centuries, created by the maiden Prayash. The maiden is directly related to their origins. He quietly felt this was a bit different from what he had heard before. He opened his mouth to ask, so where exactly is it? The young girl presented a scroll. Please look at this map. The two of them opened it together to look. So Yang pointed on the map. Based on the information gathered, we have identified the location as here. He was bewildered. This is... Dai was confused. Right in the middle of the ocean? Dai let out and following the map. That's right, but... He continued, initially, the waves were too strong, making it very difficult to approach and map the area. Also, looking at the nearby islands, there is a high chance there is also an island there. Dai raised an eyebrow and sighed, thinking to himself he thought it would be easy, but it turned out to be quite troublesome. He calculated in his head, as a hero's descendant and chosen as the Holy One, he could not avoid this matter. Since he did not know how strong they were, he needed to prepare in advance. At this moment, the maiden Uriel appeared. She asked lazily, so you want me to come along to this island of heroes that doesn't even exist? She said coldly, no way. Dai immediately begged, please, most beautiful woman in the Holy Kingdom, we need you. Uriel wondered, do you really need others to help? Dai quickly replied, because they are the hero's descendants. There might be things beyond my control. Uriel heard his words and froze. So, if I die, you will resurrect me? Uriel asked seriously. You're really entrusting your life to me? You trust me that much? Dai smiled brightly, decisively. Of course. If not, I wouldn't have asked. I can't ask anyone else for this. Uriel thought to herself, hearing him say that, how could she refuse now? She reluctantly replied, all right, I'll go with you. Dai's eyes lit up, asking again, really? No backing out now. Uriel wondered, more importantly, how do you plan to explain this to the Holy Kingdom? Have you thought of a reason for both Holy Ones to be away at the same time? Dai calmly replied, that. Actually, the goddess has given us a prophecy, telling us to find the hero's descendants and bring the will of the Holy Kingdom with us. Uriel was startled. What? Dai chuckled. Well, I'll just use the goddess's name as an excuse. She immediately scolded. You fraud, Uriel hurriedly said. A Holy One dares to use the goddess's name like that? He answered curtly. Anyway, it's to save the Holy Kingdom. The goddess will understand. She was exasperated. Fine, if it's for the good of the Holy Kingdom, maybe they will overlook the matter of the troops returning late. He was confused. What are you talking about? We're not bringing any troops. Uriel shouted, not bringing any troops. Then the two continued their dialogue. What about a ship? We need one to travel, right? Do you know what reconnaissance is? Let's go and see. Uriel clutched her head and yelled, why haven't you prepared anything in advance? Are you crazy? Dai calmly replied, don't worry. Just be ready for tomorrow morning. We have to leave early to make it on time. Dai muttered, we have to arrive when the sea there is calmest. Around 3 weeks there was a sea route, but it's been closed. There are enormous waves. They will smash ships to pieces. Uriel was confused. What do you mean closed? Then she burst into tears, screaming no. Dai could only sigh. All right, I'll have the Holy Knights retreat first. Get some rest. The next day at the dock, Dai asked excitedly in a low voice, you came? Ready? Uriel was confused. Ready for what? She wondered. More importantly, how are we going to get a ship? Dai forced a laugh. Haha, I've taken care of that. Uriel was surprised. It's done. The people on the boat were bustling. Isn't it too small? This size is the best. Larger ships are more vulnerable to being hit by waves. While Uriel and Jay were talking, voices from the people on the boat rang out. I'll try to reinforce it with magic. It's fine. Do you know how to handle a boat? At this time, Jorg and So Young approached the two of them. He spoke up, excuse me. I know how to sail. I will get everyone there safely. So Young also spoke up. Hello. Jay quietly asked Uriel. They're members of the Zing family, you know them, right? Specifically, the two of them. She smiled lightly. Yeah, 4 people are still better than 2, even if we sink. Jay cried out, don't jinx it. He spoke up. Set sail. The entire ship was ready. Dai said loudly, all right, let's set off. This is the sacred will of the goddess Prius. Somewhere else, a voice spoke up, as you command. Right now, right here. The man crossed his arms, his voice stern. The match begins. Gil rushed into a sword fight with a girl. Hazel spoke up, you truly want to kill me? Jiao laughed lightly and replied, if you want to survive, there is no other way. Yu continued to fight and completely overwhelmed his opponent. She tried to resist, but her heart was anxious, thinking she was about to lose. A sound rang out. The mist dissipated, revealing hats had pierced his sword through Gale's heart. She shed tears, calling his name. Gyu quickly replied that he was very happy. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was content to die by her hand. Soon after, the demon woman collapsed to the ground, and Gil slowly disappeared as well. Meanwhile, Dai and his team were on their way to find the hero's descendant. Contrary to their initial worries, the sea was rather calm, and according to the map, they were nearing their destination. This was the second day of their journey. Uriel was curious because he once said the sea was extremely rough. Dai stared intently at the sea surface, pondering and replying that this peace was not necessarily a good sign. Both Dai and Jiaoqiang felt something was unusual. Jiaoqiang agreed, saying it felt like something was off. Dai used magic to enhance his vision to see farther, speaking and asking if they should observe further ahead. The sea ahead, though with some ripples, was still not too violent. Dai looked into the distance, sweating, and said he couldn't see farther, even with enhanced magic. The person beside him exclaimed in surprise. What? Steady conversation ensued, one asking what to do now, the other replying there was still one way left. At this point, the two of them planned to risk rushing across the dangerous waters. Uriel immediately raised her hand to stop them, shouting that they couldn't. She irritably questioned why they didn't use magic to fly over for speed. Dai helplessly said they couldn't do that, but then suddenly remembered they could try freezing the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai immediately shouted the order to freeze. The water around the ship quickly froze. Uriel remarked that the ice was solid enough to walk on, surprised the sea froze so fast. Uriel quickly saw the problem, pointing at the large waves ahead, saying that if the waves were too strong, the thin ice would be swept away and shattered. She put her hand to her chin and thought, saying they couldn't abandon the ship full of supplies. The masked girl beside her suggested perhaps returning to the mainland, planning more carefully, then coming back. Suddenly, the sea began to stir violently, the ship shaking incessantly, causing everyone on board to panic. A man rushed over frantically frantically to report that they couldn't control the ship in this state. Day angrily shouted, unable to understand what was happening to the sea. He immediately raised his hand to cast magic, ordering everyone to hold on tight to ride out the violent waves together. A loud explosion sounded. The entire ship was thrown high by the wave, water splashing everywhere. Uriel clung tightly to the mast, tears streaming down her face, screaming in worry for everyone's safety. She thought to herself that nothing being marked on the map was indeed bad luck. Day gritted his teeth, calculating. These waves were like relentless barrages. Even with a magic shield, it would be hard to hold out for long. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged high. A person on the ship shouted a warning that it was heading straight for them. In that moment of danger, two mysterious figures shot up high, their voices firm as they declared they would handle this wave. They were the masked girl and her companion. They continuously swung their swords at the violent wave, each slash strong and decisive. Person on the ship couldn't help but admire their skill, praising them as worthy of the legendary title of the Holy Kingdom. The other humbly replied that it was nothing special. Day on the ship waved his hand, instructing everyone to carefully observe their surroundings, asking if anyone saw the island as shown on the map. Uriel, sweating, stammered that she was still looking. At this moment, seawater began to flood the ship. Uriel panicked, shouting to Day that the ship was leaking while the waves continued to surge. Day's voice rang out in frustration, cursing, then ordered everyone to temporarily patch the ship and quickly bail out the water. The girl hurriedly replied that she understood. Uriel panicked and asked again, if the ship couldn't take any more, would they have to execute the contingency plan they discussed, which was running across the ice? Day turned his head, frowning in confirmation, saying there was no other choice. They had to use all their strength to run through quickly. In his mind, he calculated the direction to turn the ship's bow to face ahead. Suddenly, Day's eyes accidentally caught something in the distance. An island appeared within the waves. Day was full of doubt, wondering what island it was. Immediately after, Day gave the order, casting a spell while telling everyone to quickly pack their belongings. The ice blocks beneath their feet began to show large cracks. The group panicked and scattered. Day shouted the order for everyone to run after him. A sigh of relief sounded in the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, two men who looked identical were standing guard casually. One wondered why they had to stand guard when no one dared to come. The other replied that indeed, unless someone wanted to die, no one could enter here and survive. Suddenly, a panicked scream rang out, causing the two men to turn their heads in confusion towards the source of the sound. Day ran over from afar with a terrified expression. The two guards immediately cried out that there was an intruder. The sky by now had become peaceful, with no trace of the recent storm. One person in the group set foot on the sandy shore of the island. Still pale with fear, Day exclaimed that they had finally arrived. Uriel, standing behind, equally scared, whispered that she felt much more relieved. Suddenly, a loud shout called out to them. Two men approached, one frowning and asking where they came from, the other looking calmer but seeming to have a more important question. Immediately after, his eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it as he asked how they could have arrived here. Uriel sweated, inwardly assessing the immense mana and power of these two men. Day calmly spoke up, replying that they came from the mainland. Day pointed directly at himself and explained that they came by boat, but had to abandon it to run ashore. Hearing this, the other man gritted his teeth and exclaimed that they couldn't joke like that. He gritted his teeth, his expression turning vicious as he questioned the group's purpose. The other man suddenly had a dazed look, saying he smelled a familiar scent from them. The two men immediately rushed over, continuously touching and checking Day's body, their faces full of disbelief as they asked repeatedly. Day stood there confused, not knowing what was wrong with these two. Suddenly, the two men changed their attitude, smiling and remarking that Day was also one of their own, though they had never met before. The other man smiled brightly, reminding him that he should have said so earlier, then promised they would talk more details back at the base. He raised his sword, looking at the group accompanying Day with a threatening gaze, asking who those weakest ones were and declaring he would eliminate them immediately. His expression turned vicious in an instant, warning that they would not die on this land of heroes, but would have their bodies thrown out to sea. Uriel panicked, shouting that she didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, one of Day's arms extended to shield her. Day spoke up to explain that they were his companions, seeking refuge in this special situation. The two men crossed their arms and pondered for a moment. One spoke up, accepting, saying that if Day vouched for them, then it was fine. The other added a warning that if anything seemed off, he wouldn't let it slide. Day politely replied with his thanks. The two men became more cordial, offering to lead the group. The two masked people walking along remained silent, not replying a word. Day turned his head back, offering a smile full of sincerity and gratitude. Uriel was stunned, she sighed and said, but it seemed she didn't finish her sentence. She judged and looked at the forest ahead. No matter what happened, something serious was about to begin. An astonished voice rang out, "You really crossed that ocean?" Day replied, "Yeah, almost died." The friend beside him skeptically rested his chin on his hand. "You crossed an ocean and you're that energetic." The other person excitedly put an arm around his shoulder. "Quick, tell us about the outside world." Day avoided the topic and asked, "Where are we going?" Friend behind him sprinted forward, pointing towards the distant land, and cheerfully introduced, "To our territory, of course, that's Santa, we're almost there." Day was amazed when he saw the village before his eyes. He shouted in admiration, "Wow, that's impressive." He walked on, thinking to himself, "This place is well organized in many ways." Behind him, a girl's voice rang out, "What are you guys doing instead of standing guard?" All looked at them, teasingly laughing. Quite the lively chat. "So who's this kid?" the two friends exclaimed in surprise. "Elder." One of the friends stepped forward, smiling as he introduced. "We were looking for you. This friend shares our bloodline. He says he came from across the ocean." The woman looked at Day doubtfully, assessing him. "Sounds absurd, huh?" El suddenly smelled something on Day. He really does have a scent like a demon's, but slightly different. He darkened his face in annoyance, thinking, "Do I really smell?" The friend beside him enthusiastically introduced, "See, he has that clean, fresh scent." El thought for a moment, then commanded, "You follow me, we'll talk inside. And you two get back to your posts." They protested in disappointment, "But we wanted to talk too." El didn't budge. She challenged, "If you two don't go back, you'll be punished. Don't you have to stand guard?" They slumped, but stood up straight. "Yes, we're heading back." After they left, the woman asked what his name was. Day So Young hesitated, then answered, "Day." Smiled happily and guided him. "All right, Day, follow me. Nice to meet you. I'm HL." They walked to the wooden house. The woman remarked as she looked at him, "You look exactly like those two." Inside the house, Hale became agitated, startling Day. "You're Sen and El's child, right?" He honestly replied, "Yes, that's right." Hale crossed her arms and said softly, "Just as I thought, the child who returns to the place where his parents fled. Interesting." She asked in rapid succession, "So, what are you here for? Don't tell me your parents never told you about this place. Or are you the type who loves causing trouble, wanting to see everything with your own eyes?" Day hesitated. Well, saying I wasn't curious would be a lie. Day looked up and added, making Hael's eyes widen in surprise, "But I have a different reason." She asked, puzzled, "What is it?" He gently stated his thoughts. "I think it's a waste for so many heroes to have their talents squandered here." Day stood up with a resolute look in his eyes. "I will lead all the descendants of heroes out of here and turn everyone into true heroes." Hael suddenly burst out laughing. PF'd. She slapped the table, laughing hard. "Ha ha ha, you really are their child, that's hilarious." She immediately turned serious, her voice dripping with contempt. "But that mission is impossible. Sana has its own law of the jungle. Creating the unified god according to the god's will is the destiny of our bloodline." Hull waved her hand dismissively, mocking him. "You think anyone will listen to the son of a deserter? Don't dream. Leave the island as soon as you can. I'm telling you this for your own good." Day softly repeated, "Creating the unified god, right?" El sternly explained the customs of the place. "That's right, battles take place at specific times, and after each one, they perform rituals to get closer to the unified god. You arrived at the right time. You're the perfect prey now." She stood up, her voice heavy with emotion. "You are the son of my close friends, those who fled from this destiny. If I let you die here, I couldn't live in peace." Hael returned to her elder demeanor, advising him, "For now, stay here with me, I'll try to help you." Day remarked, "Hael, you are truly a good person." Woman looked sad. "Anyone close to your parents would do the same." "All right, I have to go to make sure those two know to keep their mouths shut. In the meantime, don't draw any attention." After HL left, he thought tensely, the law of the jungle, if all the inhabitants are like AL, this won't be easy. Day pondered in frustration. How can I change their minds? A knock at the window startled him. "Huh?" A person outside the window spoke. "Can we talk for a moment?" Day was suspicious. Someone was looking for him. He stood up and called out, "What's the matter?" A hesitant voice asked softly, "You came from across the ocean, right?" The person's voice was urgent, pleading, "Please help me leave this island." When he didn't respond, the person So Young added, "If that's not possible, just telling me how to cross the sea is fine too." Day was flustered. "Wait, please, let me come outside first." The girl outside introduced herself as Haz and shared her story. She had lost her closest person in a ritual. Because of that, she began to hate her own bloodline. Not only that, she said she wasn't the only one who despised the island's system. A large number of the younger generation were starting to question the ritual customs. Day thought to himself, so that's how it is. Suddenly, an idea crossed Day's mind. If that's the case, I think I can do this. A few hours later, the young residents returned home exhausted, complaining, "Today's training was tiring as hell. Haha, if I don't get a drink soon, I'll wither away." At that moment, a person wearing a cloth mask suddenly appeared before them, startling them. The person cried out wearily, "Why was I even born on this stupid island? If I'd been born outside, things would have been so much better." The two young people looked at each other in confusion, while the masked figure kept ranting, "Are we all just sacrificial pawns? Why do they force us to live on this island for hundreds of years? I want to get out of here." They were astonished to realize, so we're not the only ones who feel this way. Yeah, the outside world, you're curious about it too, huh? Day, from inside the mask, looked pleased to see them being swayed, smirking to himself. Nice, now we're thinking alike. Day calculated that if he quietly provoked the younger generation, planting the desire for the outside world, sooner or later they would doubt the rules and then come to hate them. His prediction had been correct. Not only did he disguise himself, but Day also gave masks to Sojang and Jokjang to do the same thing. The campaign continued to spread. A masked person shouted in frustration, "Living a miserable life here is a total waste of youth." He spoke with a longing voice. "I want to go outside. I heard there's lots of good food out there." Rumors about the masked people spread throughout the small village on the island. The masked group internally squabbled. "Why did you give such a bad example? Can't you do it right?" Not just one, but 3 people were blatantly spreading words that violated the rules everywhere. For the youth who had to train harshly every day, this was a form of entertainment. Not long after, another group of people wearing sacks appeared and started running around. The sack community began to emerge. "Actually, I want to leave this godforsaken place too." Another agreed. "You feel that way too?" "Me too." One person excitedly spoke up. "Haha, let's all run away together." Another chimed in. "Forget about becoming heroes. I'd rather be a merchant." Very quickly, the island became an anonymous forum. Elsewhere, an angry person slammed the table. "Why is this suddenly happening? Those masked outsiders are spreading strange ideas all over the island." The old man demanded, "Why haven't we arrested them immediately?" He explained helplessly, "Sir, their actions are very erratic. They're hard to catch." He hesitated to report further. "The number has suddenly increased. We can't catch them all." On this side, Yahello was silently speculating. Could it be that kid's plan? The old man above angrily shouted, "There must be a mastermind behind this." A man standing in the shadows stood up, determined. "If even the instructor levels can't catch them, I will handle it myself." The one who spoke earlier panicked. "Huh? The elder will handle it personally?" The angry man furrowed his brow tightly. "Creating chaos in a sacred place like this. They deserve to be punished. Lead the way." In the middle of the desolate forest, a series of excited voices rang out. "Let's get out of here together. Who knows what kind of heroes those others think they are?" Standing to one side, Day saw this and thought with a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction, "This should be enough. They'll act soon." The girl quietly thought that the sword bee had probably prioritized escorting the saint, so she would clean up everything and then quickly join them. Suddenly, from afar, a strange flash of light flickered. Light shot swiftly toward the girl, but So Young managed to dodge it narrowly and luckily. The man burst into amused laughter, praising, "Oh, not bad skills, kid. Quick-witted too." Sensing danger, So Young immediately went on the defensive. This man had arrived faster than she had anticipated and had even discovered her hiding spot. This man was truly strong. Met's face was now covered in killing intent as he spoke. "Well, I thought there'd be something worthwhile to see, but it seems I'm disappointed." The moment he finished speaking, So Young hesitated but shifted to counterattack, only to realize she couldn't read the trajectory of his sword at all. Before she could think further, a sudden attack shot straight toward her arm. Met stood at a distance, coldly warning that those who trespassed on the land of heroes would face the consequences. He firmly asserted that So Young would remain here forever. Just as the fatal blows were about to land, a group of people unexpectedly rushed out and blocked the attacks for her in time. They asked with concern if she was all right. So Young was utterly astonished, unable to understand why they had come to her aid. Without a moment's hesitation, they insisted that masked brothers had to help each other out. Even the elder would hardly recognize them. This was their only chance to resist. Seeing this, Matt let out a scornful laugh. "These ones know how to joke. I'll catch you and tear those masks right off your faces." But they merely replied curtly, "That won't be easy." Matt asked in a harsh tone if they knew how many rituals he had conducted so far, even though they were also descendants of the bloodline. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately swung his sword and slashed straight at them. The group showed a flicker of hesitation, forcing a strained laugh as they admitted that fighting an elder was beyond them, and urged the girl to run away quickly. But Matt crushed that last shred of hope, saying, "No can do, kids. Anyone who defied the leadership would be executed on the spot." As he spoke, a savage smile spread across his face. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Do you truly wish to slaughter your own kin by blood?" It was Day. He angrily scolded the man as wicked and warned him not to touch his comrades. Met laughed in astonishment. He asked Day how many people he had to kill to gain such power. Day replied simply, "Not a single one." He asserted that he didn't need to kill to become stronger. That answer infuriated Met, who shouted that it was absurd, and said that even with blessings, a human could not surpass their limits without sacrifice. Day sneered his reply that power derived from sacrificing others was limited to that extent. Met found it hard to believe that a child of a Forsaken One could possess such strength. Day sighed in exasperation, urging the man to take him somewhere he could ask what he needed. Met furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, agreeing to lead the way. At that moment, Day suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment." He turned back to instruct So Young to treat her wounds carefully. She obediently admitted her fault, acknowledging her carelessness. They said in a serious tone that she had done her best and understood what needed to be done next. So Young replied briefly. He then urged her to go quickly. He irritably urged Met to stop grumbling and just lead the way. A moment later, the scene shifted to a house nestled in a remote, desolate forest. Watching Day calmly walk in, Met found it confusing knowing the man intended to provoke a fight with him. He demanded to know the meaning of this whole mess. Day answered wearily that it was a way to get everyone out of here. Met continued to question his plan. Day lowered his voice, asking in return if it would be acceptable if he said it was to save people. The words struck a nerve in Matt's pride. He yelled at the man, saying he lacked vision and only cared about trivial matters at hand. They contemptuously replied that their grand plan was merely to live docilely like tamed pets. Hearing this, Met angrily called him an insolent brat. Met warned with a stern face that he needed to distinguish between bravery and foolishness, or he would lose his life. Day smirked, challenging him to test it. At this moment, HL appeared, speaking up to stop the two from fighting and killing. She asked Day if he truly believed he could lead them off this island. Day confidently replied that even if it was difficult, it had to be tried to know. HL reluctantly asked for his real reason. Day answered frankly that he needed the learning ability of the hero bloodline, not the power. He said his greatest wish was to rescue everyone from this cruel island. Met angrily called him a bastard. He argued that their destiny was sacred, ordained by the goddess. Day reasoned that if one person served tens of thousands, then those tens of thousands must serve that one person. He said that killing and death, even if hundreds joined forces, held no meaning. The person at the top or the one at the bottom, in the end, existed and decayed the same way. Waging war to determine who was superior was just a pointless act of the foolish and the warlike. One could merge into two, and two were also born from one. The two elves asked in surprise if that was from the holy scripture of the goddess Prius. Day asserted that this very quote was tearing apart their way of life. The crowd grew angry because he dared to quote the holy scripture to deny the hierarchy. Day asked back in a serious tone whether fighting and stealing the strength and lives of others was truly the will of the gods. As he spoke, he suddenly erupted with an astonishing surge of power. Everyone marveled at that divine strength. Day asserted that this was wrong and the time had come for change. Without further ado, he decisively declared himself the saint representing the goddess Gaia, conveying her will to the blessed ones. The clan must immediately cease all rituals, and everyone had to leave the island. He looked around and stressed that the saintess was about to arrive. This was the moment the saint had foreseen. A flash of radiance bloomed, enveloping the entire house. A girl asked in astonishment what they planned to do next. A person ran over frantically from a distance, reporting that the saintess was present. Yahello agreed helplessly that it was perhaps time to set off. They stood to the side, his face serious as he thought to himself that it had finally begun. The woman was shocked, unable to believe it, repeatedly asking Day if he was the saintess. Even though his holy magic was real, she still harbored doubts about the goddess's will. Day answered seriously that he would carry out her will, even if it meant using force. But within his heart, he knew it was all a lie. The crowd began to yield, suggesting they discuss things more carefully and seek the elder's opinion. Day was curious about that person. HL explained that the elder was the head of the bloodline, and major decisions couldn't be made without consulting him. He asked where the elder was. HL pointed to a large stone in the corner of the room with a few glowing blue characters. She said the elder had been in seclusion for the past 3 years. Day couldn't believe it, blurting out, 3 years? Met confirmed it and reminded him not to disturb the elder who was cultivating. Day ignored him and walked straight toward the stone. A sense of unease swept over them. No one had seen him for 3 years. This was not good. Channeled his mana, condensed it into a sword, and slashed across the boulder, stunning everyone into silence. The crowd panicked, everyone trying to stop him and shouting that he was not allowed to do that. String responded tensely. Were they all joking? This kind of secluded cultivation was truly absurd. He thought to himself, even with enough food and water, no one could be trapped for 3 years and still be fine. Inside the boulder was a body slumped on the ground, with long silver hair, and someone screamed out calling for the elder. People began to panic, shouting and calling for the elder. String looked worried, just as he had predicted. Everything was happening exactly as he thought. Someone questioned him, saying wasn't he a saint, he should quickly heal the elder. They almost unanimously demanded he save the elder, but he only calmly said, "Are you all out of your minds?" His words inadvertently stung their pride. He explained that a saint was not omnipotent, and being trapped on this island had made them ignorant. Even a bishop had to consider many things before treating someone. String grew annoyed. He threatened that if they continued, he would stop and do nothing further, leaving the crowd without a response. Acha raised a hand to calm things down, gently apologizing to String for their recklessness, explaining that they were so worried for the elder that they had spoken without thinking. A man standing behind still felt aggrieved. She spoke in a low voice, saying they did not know the treatment methods of outside priests, and begged him to forgive their ignorance. String was still slightly angry, as a few people liked to talk nonsense, but had never apologized. Looking at HL's friendly face, he decided not to escalate things further because she reminded him of his mother, and she was always very kind. After a moment of consideration, String agreed to take a closer look and report back on his findings, and HL immediately happily thanked him. He cast a holy spell on the elder, found nothing unusual. He was not sleeping either, but just as he predicted. String had found the root of the problem. It was that the mana circuits were disrupted. He calmly stated that he could treat it now that the cause was found. The other two happily exclaimed that it was true. String confirmed, then asked everyone to isolate the treatment area, preventing anyone from coming near. He also suggested keeping everyone outside because the process would take several days. Despite the agreement, one man spoke up in objection, calling it absurd and wanting to stay and supervise. Her face darkened and she sternly ordered him to get out. Helplessly, they left the cave while repeatedly shouting for him to cure the elder. String quietly told HL that he needed to ask her for a favor. With a serious face, String instructed that no matter what happened, she must not interrupt or else all three of them could die. Outside the cave, people were still buzzing with discussion, worried about whether it was okay to hand the elder over to an outsider like this. They each expressed doubts about String's abilities, even if he was a saint. A person beside them reassured them it would be fine, because Elder Hale was with him. Met insisted he could not sit idly by and watch this happen, and was determined to go in and see for himself. Inside the cave, the two suddenly discovered the elder's mana circuits were twisted up to 15 times. String nodded, confirming they were all twisted in a complex way, but said they just needed to untangle them one by one. However, they thought this was nearly impossible, as there was no way to break and recreate the mana circuits. He smiled softly with a confident look, saying not to worry, he had fixed things that were much worse. After saying that, he began channeling mana into the elder's body. HL stood outside watching with a mix of skepticism and admiration, thinking to herself to hope for luck. But she could sense the elder's soul gradually recovering. Those twisted mana circuits might actually be untangled. It was truly an astonishing technique. From afar, Met's voice sounded, startling her. He asked how the situation was progressing. He had sneaked into the cave at some point, saying he was worried and came to check on the elder's condition. Hale angrily questioned why he was there, and when he learned the mana circuits were twisted, he appeared utterly shocked. Met spoke loudly, saying if this was an important issue, then a private meeting among the elders was needed before taking action, also criticizing HL for being thoughtless. She felt annoyed, reminding him to keep his voice down, because the saint was concentrating on the treatment. She tried to reassure him, saying this kid seemed very knowledgeable about mana, even more so than them, but Met would not listen to a single word. He instantly rushed past HL before she could react, shouting at her to get out of the way, saying the Council of Elders would take over this matter, and his hand touched String. A violent pain surged through him, causing him to spit blood. His name was called out in vain. HL quickly caught him, frantically calling his name and shaking him awake. String thought to himself that bastard had finally caused a major catastrophe. Blood began to seep from his eyes, nose, and mouth, because channeling mana into the twisted circuits required intense focus, and the sudden interference of an outsider had sent a tremendous shock through him. Similar condition also spread to the elder's body as the impact was transmitted directly to him. Met continued to scream, blaming String for touching the elder's mana circuits and saying he would not be forgiven. String only let out a sigh of relief, saying he could say or do whatever he wanted. He reached out and touched the elder's body to channel the final bit of mana, completing the treatment. The man seemed to lose his sanity, muttering that if not now, he would never have a chance to kill this traitor. Met drew his sword, viewing him as nothing but a burden to the family, and wanted to take advantage of his weakened state to strike. He lunged forward, a sword thrust piercing through his chest, blood splattering everywhere, and he collapsed. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, HL's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Met smiled smugly, thinking he had just achieved a great feat. String staggered. The previous injuries combined with the sword through his chest were too much to bear. HL frantically called his name in vain. Earlier, Uriel had asked String if she needed to do anything else. He just told her to rest comfortably, and wondered what would happen after. String smiled and replied that in about 2 days, when he released his divine power, she should come to him. At the present in the forest, Uriel was with 2 companions, hurrying forward. She said impatiently that she just sensed String's divine power. Jirok quickly added, they needed to go faster. Uriel worriedly thought to herself, since it was String, surely nothing serious was wrong, right? A moment later, one of the people spoke up, saying they were over there. Suddenly a cold voice demanded they stop. A man with a sword appeared, questioning what intruder dared to come to the very center. Did they seek death? Uriel quietly reminded that the opponents were high-level swordsmen. Jirok offered to hold them off so she could go ahead. Before finishing his words, Has rushed up from somewhere at a dizzying speed. She swung her sword at the opponents, determined to hold them back, and urged Uriel to leave quickly. The opponent recognized her, warning that she dared to defy the center. Has loudly replied that she did not care about the consequences. She only needed to break the curse. She tightened her grip on her sword, firmly saying it was the sword of Glenn, inherited along with the will of those who sacrificed themselves in the ritual. As urged Uriel to leave quickly, she turned and signaled to the other two, who nodded in agreement and moved forward. At this time, inside the cave, HL was shaking him, calling his name with a worried voice. He turned to question Met, asking what he was doing. How could he repay kindness with enmity like this? He coldly replied that she was the crazy one. Why would she entrust the leader's safety to the son of a traitor? I will take you to trial right at the Central Council. You will hardly avoid the consequences. Hearing this, the rage within HL erupted. She shouted, "How dare you say such unreasonable words?" HL lunged forward, slashing at Matt, and growled, "I no longer acknowledge you as a member of the clan. I will crush you." That man struggled to block the blow, thinking to himself, I knew she was strong, but I did not expect her to be this strong. This is not good. If this continues, my power will be absorbed. I must flee. At that moment, someone called his name from a far day. A loud noise rang out. The stone wall of the cave was smashed down from the outside. Uriel and Yahello quickly appeared. She called out worriedly, "Are you all right? We are here." The two El pondered. They are Day. What met their eyes was Day lying on the ground with a large, dark pool of blood spreading from his back. Uriel asked in a panic, "How long has he been in this state?" Yahello replied, "I think it has been about 3 minutes." She stepped forward, grasped his wrist, and said softly, "That is enough." Uriel hurriedly used her holy power to heal Day, astonishing that elder with a massive surge of divine power. Yahello stared at Uriel, thinking that this child might be an ordinary saint. The golden light of the holy power enveloped the entire cave. She chanted the spell Rebirth. The sword wound piercing Day's chest was slowly healing. After the healing was complete, Uriel called softly, "Day, wake up." He slowly opened his eyes and sat up. She asked happily, "I am not too late, am I?" He chuckled and replied, "You arrived just in time." They looked at the two L and asked, "Wait, where is the one who tried to kill me?" Her expression was not good. "He probably ran away when your friends rushed in." HL's voice was tinged with sorrow. "I am sorry, Day. I should have blocked him more firmly." He shook his head. "There is no need to apologize. If the opponent attacked suddenly and was strong, I would have found it hard to stop him too." Day added, "We can deal with them slowly." Right. Someone spoke up and asked, "Day, do you remember when the water path was closed?" He replied, "Let us resolve it quickly." The next second, he looked at the elder, then reached out and slapped his face hard. "Hey, you old man sleeping, wake up." They urged continuously, "Get up quickly, stop sleeping." The two L shouted in a panic, "Jay, he seems to be awake now, stop hitting him." Elder Heofab sat up with both cheeks swollen and moved forward to ask Han, "Clan leader, are you alright?" He asked back, "Is that you, Yahello?" He informed, "I thought I could not wake up again. Did someone change my mana path to a new one?" Yahello pointed at Day and introduced clan leader. "Let me introduce you. This is Day." Heofab wondered, "You are the one who saved me." He then replied, I just touched your mana path a little. It was on a whim." He voiced his thoughts. "It is impossible for someone like you to lack mana control. So how did you get into this state?" The elder spoke up, "I understand, but this is not the time to talk about it. Yahello, can you preside over the Council of Elders meeting?" HL was a bit confused. "The Council of Elders meeting." Heofab explained, "The reason I came here alone was not to train." She asked, "If not to train, then what?" He replied, "I sensed that the magic array was about to collapse." Hale was surprised, really. How could a sturdy magic array, drawn with the ancient magic of the ancestors, collapse? Heofab said, "I was also suspicious about that." He recalled the time when he came here. "So I came to check the core and discovered the magic array had been damaged due to some kind of intervention. I had to repair it quickly without anyone knowing, so I came under the pretext of training in a closed room. But this turned out to be a trap. As soon as I connected my mana path to the magic array to restore it, an abnormal source of power began to invade my life force. It felt very dark and full of evil." Hearing this, Day pondered, "A dark and evil feeling. Could it be?" Heofab continued, "I circulated mana throughout my body to push back that energy, but my mana path was twisted." He speculated, "The sea out there was not always this violent. Several hundred years ago, it was a calm ocean. Then it gradually became furious. A few years ago, when I felt something strange, it became so chaotic that ships could not leave the shore." A grim, bloody scene flashed through his mind. "I think that was when the real collapse of the magic array began. The one who tampered with the magic array must have planned to make me, the leader Heofab, sink into the turbulent sea and turn everyone into ruthless killers." After hearing this, the two L quickly spoke up. "That is ridiculous. Who would dare do such a thing?" Heofab was also helpless. "Yes, there are many suspicious things, but the first thing is..." His voice turned serious. "Everyone needs to leave this island immediately." On the other side, Matt was hiding deep in the forest. "Damn it, since when did that HL get so strong?" He walked and thought to himself, "That brat also has terrifying power. He could become a threat to the island. So it is lucky that I killed him." A flow of mana appeared and surrounded Matt, making it inevitable for him to be HL's enemy. Even so, persuading the other elders was the most urgent task at hand, but just as he returned, feeling the powerful mana flow, he rejoiced. "This enormous power. That is right. Is this the power of the one I killed, finally absorbed?" A massive amount of mana began to merge into his body. The power was so terrifying that the small rocks around him shattered. Matt exclaimed, "What terrifying power! This is truly the goddess's blessing." He mused, "With this power, no one on the island can oppose me if I absorb it all like this." A terrifying thought began to sprout in his heart. I will become the only god here. A few days later, as dusk fell on the coast, everyone was building a large ship together. A voice called out, "Your Holiness, where should I put this?" "Hey, Your Holiness." People kept calling out to him every now and then, "Your Holiness Day." Seeing this, shouted, "Wait a moment, I have to instruct each person one by one. Hold on." 4 days had passed since the clan leader was saved. After receiving information from the ancestor, the migration plan was carried out under his management. Everyone started on the most important task, building a large ship. But he realized that even with protective spells on the ship, it could never hold this mountain of people and belongings. The others all cried when they heard this, so they only built ships big enough to carry people and essential supplies. However, some still disagreed with the plan. A few stubbornly said they would stay on the island even if it sank. The reason was the two goddess sisters they worshipped. They considered the words of the two to be absolute commands. As long as the goddess ordered, they were ready to die without regret, even kill all the others. Day thought in frustration, "They are not human, but rabid beasts." Uriel walked over from a distance and asked, "Oh, you have finished building a ship so quickly." She looked at the ship before her and praised, "That was fast. They worked very hard. Now we just need to reinforce it with magic, and it is done." "Great. By the way, about the one who ran away." Uriel had a headache because of Matt. He hid so well that even the elite troops could not find him. Day exclaimed, "Is that so?" "That is strange." He pondered, even knowing he was not weak. "At least our troops should have found some trace he left behind." Uriel added, "Another thing, the water path is about to collapse too." Day nodded. "I know, we will leave here no later than 2 days from now." She informed, "All right, I will notify the troops." Then she asked further, "But are we just going to leave those who do not want to go?" He replied helplessly about that. The clan leader said he would try to persuade them, but I don't think they will listen. Uriel was also dejected. They said they would rather die than leave this place. "We cannot force them, just leave them be." He playfully teased, "Is that how a saint talks?" At that moment, a loud sound rang out. Uriel and Day both turned their heads toward the source of the sound. He wondered, "What is going on? What is that sound?" He was equally surprised. The mana flow around the island is shaking violently. Has the formation collapsed? How could it collapse so suddenly? He immediately ran toward the source of the sound. He couldn't just stand there watching. He had to go check the formation himself. Elsewhere, the round crystal ball suddenly fell and shattered. Everyone panicked and surrounded the chieftain, questioning him, saying it was a sacred relic left by their ancestors. Theophab calmly replied, "Wasn't his choice already clear enough?" A woman stood up and questioned him, saying he was going to destroy the magic core, the very thing left by the followers blessed by Lord Riaz. Did he know how important it was? Was he insane? Responded sternly. He had told them many times, 3 years ago, this magic core could no longer hold on. This island would soon sink into the deep sea. The crowd became restless again in protest. That was ridiculous. He was lying. Why would the magic core suddenly break? He replied. He didn't know the cause. Heophab continued, but he knew the goddess did not want this island to sink along with it. Come with him. He would lead them to a new land to settle down and live in peace. At that moment, Met appeared and shouted loudly, "Don't let him deceive you. The chieftain has betrayed us to join the Holy Empire." Many people asked in shock, "Met, what?" Whispers arose, "Joining the Holy Empire? Chieftain, is what the elder said true? Have you really betrayed us?" He continued to add fuel to the fire. "That's right. It was also so Young who destroyed the formation, causing the island to sink. Everyone would die. Then he would absorb the power from the blood and bones of those contained in the magic core. That was his true purpose, wasn't it?" Theophab calmly spoke up. "Met, since we parted ways, you have changed so much." Met said that. "So Yang had killed and absorbed the power of your comrades." His voice was full of confidence. He didn't understand why he was still alive, but it didn't matter. He would kill him again, because he had absorbed his power. He was sure he would be stronger. Met declared decisively. "Before that, let him deal with the traitor you." Theophab quickly replied. He didn't understand why he misunderstood him. He didn't want to fight him. They still had time to sit down and talk, but before he could finish, the group had already drawn their swords and surrounded him. He sighed in frustration. "Very well, is this your choice?" A and Uriel were rapidly advancing toward where the people had gathered. He said he would go and persuade them. But what was he actually doing over there? Suddenly, the blue light of the mana flow illuminated his face. Then a loud explosion sounded from right, where those people were gathered. Day immediately ran over, pushed the door open and rushed in shouting, "Old chieftain." Inside the room, bodies lay scattered on the floor. In the distance, a figure was vaguely visible behind the haze of smoke. The figure spoke. "Look who's here." Matt turned to look and spoke up. "He was just about to go find you. Who would have thought you'd come to him yourself, saving him the trouble?" Day exclaimed in shock, "You are?" He laughed and replied, "You don't recognize me, you damned brat. You have a rather impressive amount of power." He burst out laughing, possessing an abundant amount of mana. But Day's gaze was fixed on the mana sword he was holding. "Is that my aura sword?" In that brief moment, Day thought of the skill-swapping blessing. Then Heofap stepped forward, standing in front of him and said, "Your Holiness, this place is very dangerous." He asked curiously, "Chieftain, what just happened?" He replied. When he was destroying the magic core to persuade everyone, Met appeared and falsely accused him of betraying the island. While they were bewitched by his words and surrounded him, he struck and took them all down. Hearing Heofap finish, Met no longer bothered to hide it. "That's right, but it doesn't matter, because both of you will lie down like those others." Heofap gently advised he thought they should avoid fighting him for now. Day shook his head firmly. No, he must face him. Seeing him step closer, Heofap quickly called out, "Your Holiness," but Day ignored him and spoke up to ask, "Hey Met, is your mana becoming chaotic?" Met nodded. Yeah, he needed time to get used to it. He felt his body almost exploded from that enormous amount of mana. Day asked further, "Aren't you planning to use that kind of power for something good?" He arrogantly replied, "Of course we were born to do good deeds." Squinted his eyes at Dai. Of course he would kill and absorb the power of everyone here, including your parents in Bilo village. Then he would become the most powerful entity. Dai was surprised, secretly guessing he knows about Bilo village. He should only be able to absorb abilities. But it seems he has also taken his memories. He wondered, so does he know about that? Then he spoke up to call out, "Hey." Dai coldly asked him, "Do you know what SA is?" Met stammered and scratched his head, asking back, "What? Wait, SS what?" He snapped, "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" He immediately moved closer and said, "You only remember memories when I mention them, so maybe you need more time to retrieve all my memories." Met suddenly questioned rapidly, "What, isn't this power all you had?" Day casually replied, "Probably. What do you think? Maybe that was all my mana." He suddenly grabbed his neck tightly and began to channel mana. "Do you think I sat here chatting with you? While talking, I was checking how much mana you can hold." The massive mana flow surrounded the two. No matter how special your body is, it must have its limits. If you keep stuffing more mana into it, it will wear down and leak out. Met shouted in panic, "You damned brat, what are you trying to do? No way." Day admitted exactly what he was thinking. Exactly, it's mana overload. The blue light of the mana flow flared up violently, forming a round sphere enveloping the two of them. Then it exploded instantly. The terrifying energy source shook the ground. A long pillar of mana shot straight up into the sky from beneath the earth. After a while, Met was finally expelled. Day let out a soft sigh of relief. He felt the mana flowing through his body. This is Matt's. He wondered if he could absorb it. At that moment, his memories flooded back into Day's mind. Wait, these memories. Day glanced briefly at Heofap standing behind him. So these are the memories of the chieftain. The sail was stretched taut by the wind. A shout rang out. "Quickly, lower the sail." An immediate reply came, "The wind is too strong." Geo quickly reported, "The wind is too strong. I'm afraid the sail will tear sooner or later." Hearing that, Day turned and ordered, "It's fine, use magic. Lower the rear sail too, hurry up." The sea surface was violently rough, but the large ship remained steady. The core of the magic circle had been destroyed by that chieftain, causing the waves around the island to become even more ferocious. But the new ship was sturdier than ever thanks to everyone's contributions. Day raised his hand, an orange light appeared. He focused and chanted, "Rako Rako." The ship slowly lifted off the water surface, hovering in the air, surrounded by an enveloping mystical purple light of power. They formed a hand seal with one hand while instructing everyone, "All right, hold on tight so you don't fall." A brown-haired young man shouted in panic, "Your Holiness, this wasn't part of the plan." A loud explosion sounded. The ship shot forward at an incredible speed, charging straight ahead. The ship sped through the air. Everyone on board vomited incessantly from seasickness. Day had tried every method imaginable for a small ship to overcome the whirlpool of the inner sea before them. Few days later on the ship, some were surprised, some were moved, some were cheering with joy. "Finally, we've arrived." Amid the night, a city appeared before their eyes. "So this is the world outside. We've finally reached the port." Looking at the dazzling city before her, Uriel couldn't hide her happiness. After all the storms, she had finally led everyone out. Day looked at her and smiled. "Yeah, thanks to you the journey was much smoother. Thank you, Uriel." Uriel slyly replied, Just words. When you come back, you have to treat me to a proper feast of wine and meat. Remember?" Thinking of the purple-haired young man, Day burst out laughing. "Haha, of course I'll treat you to a proper meal." Suddenly a person called out to him, Day. Day recognized the person. Has placed his hand on his chest and smiled. "Thank you for bringing us out. And I also thank you, holy maiden." Looking at the shimmering city before him, Has voice calmly rose, "Leaving the island to come here. I see that your abilities seem limitless, even though I don't know what purpose you brought us here for." She crossed her arms and winked with a mischievous smile. "But it certainly isn't something bad, right?" Day closed his eyes and slightly curled his lips. "Haha, of course, just wait and see." Suddenly a fierce shout rang out. "Stop." Everyone on the ship was startled. Day's eyes widened in shock. A fierce-looking soldier, weapon in hand, shouted, "Ships without a permit are not allowed to dock at the port. Turn back now." Below, the soldier's cursing rang out. "What are all those Jake-clad glad people gathered for. How many of them are there? A young man on the ship said worriedly. Huh? What do we do now? They're driving us away. A man full of anger rushed out. Do we have to resort to force as soon as we arrive? The other quickly stopped him. Wait, let me handle this. That man jumped from the ship, asking the soldier, where do I go to get a permit? The soldier was surprised by the high jump, then replied contemptuously, a permit can only be issued by the Holy Land of Prius. If you think there's a special reception area, you're sorely mistaken. The man presented a silver card engraved with an ice spear, saying, then can you report that we will be disembarking? The soldier was startled. What's that? Huh? The soldier saw the card and his face paled. This is the silver seal of Bishop Fengzi. Hey, contact the temple immediately. Moments later, the soldiers hastily saluted. Oh my, your holiness, please forgive our rudeness. The man said evenly, it's fine. May I go now? The soldier clasped his hands earnestly. Please wait a moment, we will escort you to your lodging. The man was taken aback. What do you mean? The soldier replied, Bishop Fengzi ordered us to serve you as best we can. Let us lead the way. The man was curious. Bishop Fengzi. A person beside him chuckled. He probably wants to repay you. The man beamed. Since they've shown such gratitude, it would be impolite to refuse. Let's go. Before them were tables full of food, with a large crowd waiting. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. The man and his friends, holding mugs of beer, were grinning brightly. In the grand hall, lively chatter arose. Thank you, your holiness, for allowing us to come along. I'm glad everyone got in without trouble. Man asked Heofap, how does it feel to leave that small island behind? Heofap simply smiled, ha ha ha. Seems like everyone's still having trouble adapting. The man nodded understandingly. It's only natural for those unaccustomed this way of life to feel that way. But don't worry, I'll do my best to help you all. Heofap asked, really? Then could you tell me about this place? The man smiled, stroking his chin. You can do anything, but what I'm interested in is medicine. Everyone in the world needs it. I'll teach you all about medicine and remedies. Heofap was surprised. Medicine. Why not use magic? The man explained. That's the usual thought. However, magic isn't completely beneficial for everyone. Out of 10 people, only one can use magic. The rest, if lucky, rely on the priests of the Holy Land to treat their wounds, or they have to pay to be healed with magic. A man holding his child, tears still in his eyes, said, but healing magic costs about 30 silver pieces. That's a commoner's entire month of expenses, unaffordable for ordinary people. Heofap listened silently, arms crossed. The man continued, with your abilities, you could learn about medicine and soon become a healer, then pass the craft on to others. That way, we'll build a world where everyone gets medical care. That's my goal. Heofap praised, you're very clever. No wonder Geyer chose you as his holiness. They were headed to a large academy on the eastern side of the continent, a journey of about 2 weeks by ship. In the future, everyone would study the art of medicine there. During the 2 weeks on board, everyone happily ate, drank, and played. The man planned, I'll teach everyone how to appreciate life and the basics of medicine. They're all from good stock, so that time should be enough. Heofap laughed. I understand what you're trying to do. I'll inform the tribe. We'll be relying on your help in the future. The man replied, I'm the one who needs your help. Thank you for understanding. There's one more thing. The man's eyes widened, hesitant. On the way to the academy, we'll pass by Celia. That's my hometown where my family lives. Heofap tilted his head at that, then asked, so you're not going to see your mother. Is that all right? Looking at the man's face, Heofap spoke, I see. You're inheriting Matt's memories. He closed his eyes tightly. Then you probably know I wasn't a good father. He added a line that left the man speechless. And I don't think I can stand your father's stupid face. He clenched his fist. It's a bit strange to meet again like this. But for now, I think I need more time. The man listened with wide eyes. He continued, besides, even without meeting, she's probably still doing well. She raised a fine son like you, didn't she? The man winked playfully. Well, there's still plenty of time. One thing's for sure. His voice was sincere. From what I know of mother, she'd want to see you. Heofap stammered, I'm not sure. The man flashed a bright smile. I'm certain of it. So when you're ready, let me know, grandfather. Heofap silently stared at the man before him. They both looked up at the night sky. After a while, Heofap spoke. Day and his comrades advanced toward the Holy Land, standing before a massive fortress. In total, there were about 200 people with the blood of heroes. Night fell. In the large building, a voice spoke, Greetings, your holiness. Euclid spoke with utmost respect. I apologize for reporting to you the moment you've returned. The man was surprised, huh? What is it? Euclid recalled recent events. When I cooperated with Hong Yang, there were many things to report. First, the task you ordered me to do. Following your orders, I worked with Hong Yang to eliminate the corrupt noble families. But in doing so, we suffered considerable losses. The man spoke, that's big. Euclid continued, I used the Belcroix family's ass to fund this private endeavor. I'm ashamed to have done things you didn't command. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened. The man gave Euclid a thumbs up, smiling brightly ashamed. You did great. I'm proud of you. As expected, you're the ideal Duchess of Belcroix. Euclid said shyly. I'm truly embarrassed to receive such praise. Yellow light from outside streamed through the window. Euclid suddenly remembered, and also, Your Holiness, about the people you brought with you. The man replied, those people, Euclid rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I see. The blood of heroes, how unexpected. But I think we need to be careful. The man mused, probably. Euclid's words gave the man the feeling of 1,000 swords at his back. She continued, indeed, it's no exaggeration to say that the current influence of Your Holiness is the strongest in the Holy Nation. At least as a sword master, this is like having an army under your command. She analyzed further, even without this issue, the power of the noble families in politics has already weakened significantly because of you. So, you will be seen as a major threat to them. I suspect they'll try to control the situation. The man held his head wearily. We only brought doctors with us. Euclid remembered something. I also have a report related to this matter. The man asked, what is it? Recalling the image of Leech holding the list of new students, Euclid reported, the number of remaining slots at the medical academy is only 10. The academy is very popular right now, so enrolling 200 people is an impossibility. Euclid proposed a countermeasure. We could purchase some private land nearby from merchants and expand the medical academy. The man got excited. Excellent. Let's start right away. So, the man began buying up abandoned plots and buildings around the academy. He stood there watching Euclid hand over the scrolls to the merchants. The merchants who initially refused to sell agreed after hearing the high prices the man offered. They looked at the figures on the paper, utterly astonished. On the day of the transaction, a bearded merchant with a troubled face, wringing his hands, said in a weak voice, I'm sorry, but we will not be selling these lands. Euclid tried her best to persuade. The offered price is 1.7 times the current market value. If you wish, we can increase it further. The bearded merchant quickly cut in. The price is not the issue. The man listened with wide eyes. The merchant said, phew, even if I hit it, you would find out anyway. So I'll be upfront. The news about the group you brought has already spread among the noble families. The merchant frowned, continuing, I am someone you saved, and a worker of Gaia. I also want to sell the land as you asked. But the border nobles have blocked all the uphill roads to stop us. His eyes clearly showed worry. If we displease them, we will. The border nobles are families who received land from the Pope during the founding of Gaia. After settling in the outskirts of the Holy Nation, they played a crucial role in national defense and have held absolute influence in the region for a long time. They also hold considerable power across the entire political landscape. Merchant clasped his hands in plea. Because I have many family members to look after, I had to make this decision. Please forgive me. The man understood the merchant's plight. I see. He asked again. The uphill road, I just need to take care of that, right? The merchant raised his hands, his voice uneasy. Take care of it. That road is monopolized and controlled by the border nobles. It might be quite difficult. A bright smile spread across his face. Once the paperwork and seals were ready, he would pay a very good price for this land. Inside the grand building, a conversation was underway. What is your plan regarding this matter? Should we first discuss it with the border nobles? He was curious but had never seen them in Salonia. Euclid explained that they were conservative tribes who valued tradition highly, so proud that they never left their territory unless something extremely important came up. He still wondered why they did not come when the Holy Father summoned them. Euclid replied that despite being part of the Holy Nation, they were almost a self-governing territory and did not truly follow the common hierarchy. His face showed clear displeasure. What a nuisance. There are so many of these things. So he had to go find each one individually. Euclid suggested that he did not think he needed to overexert himself. Even though they were far from the central families, their relations were quite close. Euclid proposed that if he went to see their representative, the Kren family, the rest would automatically follow suit. She eagerly accepted the task. Holy Father, if you entrust this to me, I will handle it quickly. He waved his hand. No need, he would do it himself. It would be faster. Euclid reminded him that talking to border nobles was not easy, because they were stubborn and arrogant. He reassured her that he did not expect the conversation to resolve things immediately. He had other requests for her, Euclid. The red glow of sunset enveloped the vast white building. In the twilight, he chatted with a maid. This was the Crenso family villa, truly huge. The maid bowed respectfully. Welcome, Holy Father. She opened the door and invited him in. saying she had been waiting since receiving the invitation. Her name was CB and she was his escort. She invited him inside. He replied politely, thanking her. It was said their power in this region was immense, and the interior was indeed impressive. Suddenly, CB spoke up. Holy Father, I am sorry to say this. CB bowed her head to report that the master of the house was busy with important matters that had been arranged beforehand and could not receive him immediately, asking for his understanding. He widened his eyes in surprise. Is that so? The master seems quite busy indeed. He understood. CB replied, thanking him and saying to call her if he needed anything. He told himself that he had arrived on time as agreed, hoping his guess was wrong. An hour later, he waited, leaning on his hand in boredom. 2 hours later, he sat with his hands clasped, continuing to wait. 3 hours later, he thought dazedly that his prediction was right. They definitely wanted to mock him. CB's voice came from outside the door. She apologized for the long wait. The master was ready, and she invited him to follow her. A foot in a high heel stepped in, accompanied by a voice. She was a bit surprised that he had come here. A blonde woman in white attire smiled and introduced herself. She was pleased to meet him. She was the head of the Glen family, Marcus Svea. He forced a bright smile. Marcus Svea, pleased to meet you. He would be very grateful if she would reopen the road up the hill. Svea let out a laugh. Haha, your words are concise. He stated bluntly that he did not like beating around the bush. Svea's gaze turned sharp, then she would answer right away. The answer was no? He asked again no? He wondered if it was because they were buying up land around the academy. Svea replied that was one reason. It was unusual for a saint with great influence to meddle in politics. He listened in silence as Svea said it was unprecedented for a saint of great influence to interfere in politics. Svea leaned forward to clarify. Their blocking the road up the hill was also unusual, but for long-time border dwellers, this kind of thing happened occasionally. Svea said he was trying to solve this problem himself, which was a bit uncomfortable. His gaze turned sharp. Uncomfortable? Svea's gaze also turned cold. They, the border nobles, valued autonomy and independence. His political intervention could be seen as a threat. He concluded that, in short, this matter was not beneficial to her, right? Svea held her chin and laughed heartily. He was straightforward, so she would be straightforward as well. Svea gave a cunning smile. To reopen the road up the hill, they needed to receive adequate compensation in return. He was skeptical. A reward? Svea replied yes. It could be considered that. Svea smiled and said 1,000 platinum coins. That should be enough, right? He was surprised. 1,000 platinum coins. Was she serious? Svea replied matter-of-factly, was she joking? Certainly not. Svea continued, not thinking the request was unreasonable. This was an important resource, and he should be aware of its value. He replied that 1,000 platinum coins could fill the treasury of most kingdoms. Svea asked if, as a saint, he could afford at least that much. That amount was no different from pocket change. He replied that even if he paid, he suspected she still would not lift the trade blockade. Svea calmly admitted he was perceptive. Even if she received the money, she had no intention of negotiating. He asked why she made such a ridiculous demand. Svea's expression turned serious. It was to ensure he understood this was not a matter to be taken lightly. Lifting the blockade involved the interests and dignity of the border families. He interjected that if the blockade continued, it would harm the merchants and residents, right? Svea replied that they had more important interests to worry about. The suffering of individuals did not affect their decisions. He asked seriously if the residents were the foundation of the nation. As a pope, did she not see her words as irresponsible? Svea sneered. Foundation? How exaggerated. They were just a temporary, nameless crowd. He asked if the blockade would continue then. Svea calmly said yes, until the Holy Father made a wiser decision. He thought with shock that he did not expect things to reach this point. But verbally he still said, alright, he would consider it. Filled with anger, he silently thought of methods to completely eliminate you border nobles. Few days later, the holy nation's economy, with its trade routes blocked, began to collapse rapidly. Agricultural and food prices skyrocketed, and the supply of goods was cut off. Merchants were forced to cease operations, worsening the situation. Hungry people flooded the streets to loot. Even law and order collapsed, especially in the outskirts. The poor were pushed into a state of daily anxiety. The inner city nobles had resources, but their losses were also becoming more severe. A surprised voice rang out, saying they did not expect the border nobles to go that far. He told the other person that he should have been more cautious, but he would handle it personally. Do not worry. The person sitting on the chair replied, setting this matter aside for now, and asked if he was all right. He was a bit startled. He was fine. The other person said seriously that this was not his fault. This was a problem inherent in the current situation and system. The other person continued, saying that first they needed to convene the parliament to solve the urgent problem, and they would support him fully. He was momentarily at a loss for words, then replied, thank you. He would take his leave. Euclid appeared. Holy Father, the things you requested have been prepared. He asked in surprise. Really? Did everything go smoothly? Euclid said he was ready to support all his plans. Then they should set off. He looked up and said confidently that if you want to catch a tiger, you have to enter the tiger's den. In the evening at a commoner's house, a man named Hapman heard the call and woke with a start. He looked around and lightly remarked that this place was truly shabby. The man was annoyed. He was already nervous, and now there was a brat. Get lost while he still had his temper in check. A large bag of gold was placed in front of him. The man exclaimed that it was blinding. He wondered to himself, what the hell was this guy? He cheerfully said to him, let's work together. The man looked on with suspicion. A merchant who lives by trust. I cannot risk getting involved in shady dealings for money. With that, he raised his voice. Besides, a stranger suddenly walking into the trade association and throwing money at my face. Do you think I am foolish enough to agree? Gray suddenly spoke up. Hapman Carson, 32 years old. Hailing from the kingdom of Devon, he left his family to stand on his own, and in just 7 years, from nothing, he established the first guild in the city-state of So-Yong, surpassing all competition from the long-standing nobility. Hearing a stranger recite his life story with such ease, Hapman was frozen as if turned to stone. He thought to himself, how could that man know so much about his trade routes and the growth of his guild? The stranger spoke with confidence, saying that he did not know him, but that the stranger understood him very well. He knew Hapman had decisiveness, negotiation skills, and an excellent vision for risk management. After considering all the conditions, the stranger decided to offer him a chance, even in this difficult situation. The stranger continued, surely he still remembered the bustling guild of old. Did he not want to revive it? Hearing this, Hapman finally spoke, thanking him for the kind offer, but he snapped. What exactly did he want him to do? At the moment, everything was like a storm had swept through. He said with agitation, the nobles did not want to reopen the routes, and there was nothing left to sell. The stranger smiled, asking what if they distributed special goods through an alternate route. Hapman was surprised, asking if he intended to do that without fearing the monsters spilling out onto the roads. The stranger remained calm, saying that was not a problem. The stranger told the bewildered Hapman to step outside with him for a moment. Hapman followed, thinking what on earth did he want to show him. The door opened, and a brown creature with floppy ears appeared. He was taken aback by the adorable creatures before his eyes. The stranger pointed to the creature, waving at them, saying the people had given their consent and even offered to help. Hapman stammered, asking why there was an orc here. The stranger pointed to 2 wooden chests, saying they were the guild's goods for sale, all sparkling diamonds and gemstones. Hapman was shocked and stunned, saying this was. The stranger laughed with delight at Hapman's stammering, asking if he knew what this was. They were magical tools of the Belcroix family, and magical stones only found in the Che mine. Hapman looked at the stranger with suspicion, saying these were not things an ordinary person could obtain. The stranger replied, so what? He flashed a bright, confident smile, asking if he was starting to want to work with him. Hapman was overjoyed and bewildered, saying what in the world was this? He could hardly take it in. But this was an opportunity no merchant could afford to miss. Hapman looked at the stranger as if he were looking at a treasure. He said this time he would devote himself fully to not disappoint the guildmaster's expectations. He changed his attitude immediately. The stranger nodded, saying that was a good thought, and to go register tomorrow morning and then come back. Hapman quickly replied that he understood, and asked what they should name the guild. The stranger pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers, saying all right, that would do. The Salvation Guild, the Guild of Salvation. 1 month after the founding of the Relief Trading Company, a shout of excitement rang out inside the large house. Hapman looked happily at the pile of money, saying that thanks to the exclusive resources of the Shi family, the company had opened many new trade routes with neighboring countries. Applying the business strategies of a man who had once traded everywhere like Hapman, the company built a solid foundation in a short period of time. Hapman was full of praise, saying the guildmaster was truly exceptional. The stranger humbly said it was thanks to his hard work, and he had never thought he could generate such large profits. Hapman sat before the pile of gold with a bright smile, saying he had not done much. It was all thanks to the good products. The stranger added, telling him not to be so modest, and asking how the feedback was. Hapman replied, asking if he meant the private merchants. They were very enthusiastic. Everyone was interested in the new trade route, and every customer was satisfied. He asked how much they would earn if they charged a fee for using the route. Hapman was excited, but the stranger shook his head, saying no, they would not charge any fees. Hapman was stunned, his eyes wide, asking why not. The stranger let out a soft sigh and explained that the initial purpose was to fight the blockade, and if they charged fees, they would be no different from those border nobles. Hapman nodded, admitting he had not thought that far ahead. The stranger cheerfully said to tell them that the relief route would be open for free, with only a few conditions to meet. Hapman asked curiously what the conditions were. The companies had to include a certain amount of food products in their shipments, at a price not exceeding the standard set by the Relief Guild, which was very low. The guild would also buy food items, but not resell them, instead moving them to warehouses in each region. Hapman asked if he meant he was donating. He said he was quick-witted, and that was correct. These warehouses would be emergency relief centers, and they planned to provide direct aid to those who could not afford to buy food. Hapman asked if he was talking about the tenant farmers in his territory, but he was worried the border nobles would react. The stranger said exactly that was the reason they were using this system to help the people become economically self-sufficient. Stranger said with confidence that this was not just charity, but about saving society and helping them escape dependence. Hapman mused that if the farmers could become self-sufficient, it would break the foundation of the border nobles' power. The stranger continued, saying they would start with free aid, then support with land, and help them manage farming and distribution themselves. Hapman suddenly understood, saying that if they could trade their own grown produce with the company, they could support themselves. The stranger nodded, saying this was only the first step. The stranger seemed to remember something and smiled, saying not to worry. Doing this did not mean his profits would disappear. Hapman was startled, asking what he took him for. He said enthusiastically that of course he initially thought of the money, but he understood merchant ethics. Now that he was involved, he would devote himself fully. The stranger was pleased, saying good, perhaps he had found the right person. Hapman said with confidence that surely so, he would make a plan and turn it into reality. So Hapman turned the relief warehouses into multifunctional centers, storing food, supporting agriculture, and providing tools and seeds to the people. They established an advisory council, utilizing the farmers' experience, sharing farming and distribution techniques, and building a community that grew together with the company. Sometime later, Hapman spoke up on a small street, asking if anyone had not yet received their supplies. He told them to join the training session on farming methods tomorrow. Everyone around laughed along happily. Hapman thought to himself, good, everything was going smoothly as planned. In a remote region where class divisions ran deep, the common folk becoming self-sufficient so quickly would help commerce strengthen the entire nation. By the way, that young guild master with his talent and outstanding appearance, he must surely be a saint. Not acting openly was he trying to hide his identity. Suddenly Hapman saw a man in iron armor approaching, and he wondered if they were knights of the border nobles. Wait, was that a decree they were holding? Paper was hung in a visible place, and people gathered to read it and then buzzed with discussion, asking if it was true. Impossible. No way. Hapman was also drawn to the words on the paper, and he gaped in shock, saying this was Guildmaster. Hapman's call rang out loudly. The stranger calmly held a kettle in his hand, asking what was the rush. Hapman said the border nobles, they had reopened the old trade routes. The stranger calmly asked back, really? And then what? Hapman stammered, well, Knight in iron armor read the decree aloud, declaring that the trade route had become unsafe due to the increase in monsters, so the Lord had closed it to ensure safety. People murmured, asking if that was true, saying they did not know. The knight continued reading, saying the Lord was the protector of the border and could not ignore the threat, so he had deployed troops, eliminated the monsters, and declared the route safe once again. Not only the trade routes of the So-Young Guild, but also the relief trading company under management, which failed to ensure safety against monsters and lacked transparency in its operations. Hapman froze upon hearing this, having no idea what was going on. The food distributed by the relief trading company also had issues, as the goods imported from abroad were all defective products that had not passed quality inspections, and Hapman grew even angrier at these baseless accusations. Citizens began to murmur, if it was that cheap, was the food they were eating even safe? The knight continued to speak, claiming the relief trading company used unauthorized routes, risking the safety of the people just to maximize profits. Finally, the knight shouted, we must drive out those wicked people who are disrupting the local community. Hapman relayed to Day that what they said. Day suddenly burst into loud laughter. Hapman asked in confusion, is this the time to laugh? Hapman spoke passionately. The border lords have directly intervened and stirred up this matter. All our efforts have gone down the drain. Can the captain personally confirm that the trade route is safe? The situation will surely be resolved soon. Day calmly reassured Hapman, rest assured, do not worry, trust me. There is no need to do anything. Hapman was doubtful. What? Day said, do you think things are that easy? Those who have tasted the freedom of So-Young, how could they ever return to the old oppressive system? The residents of the territory will make their own choices. They chose to trade directly through private trade routes, found a path to economic independence, and understood the power of choice. The instability sown by the border lords will surely cause fear, but we have given them the means to overcome that fear. We have created an opportunity, have we not? Day handed a teacup to Hapman. If anyone wants to go back, that is just an opportunity for learning. No further action is needed. Just maintain the present state. You see, Hapman, those residents looked at the knight with contempt as if he were a fool. The knight fell silent. Someone shouted, do you think we are fools? You say this food is spoiled, it is all delicious. We have never had any problems. I almost starved to death, but survived thanks to it. They called the relief merchants monsters instead of taking responsibility. The man shouted in frustration. When we were in trouble, they did not care at all. They deliberately lied to take advantage of us. On this side, Svea was so angry his face darkened. Day said with a smile. The freedom of so young, not the ability to take care of oneself, that ability to see clearly with one's own judgment. The two of them also separated without feeling fear anymore. War was on the brink of breaking out. The people were also discontent, despite the provocations from the border nobles. People remained resolute in their resistance. By promoting agriculture and accelerating the commercialization of rural communities, they had begun to develop strong self-reliance. The border nobles began to sense a crisis from the rapid changes. They quickly shifted their stance and bowed their heads in submission. At this moment, Svea was seriously bowing his head. I deeply apologize for the recent incidents. Svea assured, we will actively promote support for regional development. Svea's words caused Dai to fall into deep thought. Svea then made a persuasive argument. The Sunvation Trading Guild was founded with the noble purpose of helping the people become self-sufficient. It would be wonderful if the nobles decided to join in achieving this lofty goal. Dai blurted out on hearing this. Truly. He flashed a fake smile, his tone sarcastic. Wonderful. I look forward to seeing how much everyone will contribute. Svea noticed his contempt, but could only be at a loss for words, and so the border nobles compromised with a treaty that did not infringe upon the right to economic independence of the local people. Furthermore, an agreement was made to regularly donate a substantial sum to the charitable fund managed by the Sunvation Trading Guild. At the fortress, Hapman's irritated voice rang out. Should we not be taking from them instead? Day laughed and replied, haha, perhaps we should. Hapman was still somewhat satisfied. After all, they gave up more easily than expected. Day explained, well, no matter how arrogant the nobles are, they cannot resist money, right? He elaborated at length, in the long run, if the local economy thrives, it does not adversely affect them either. Deceiving them for now was a wise decision. Hapman listened with growing admiration. Wow, just as expected. Your vision is truly remarkable. Guildmaster, I am certain you will expand the Sunvation Trading Guild into the largest guild across the entire continent. Day humbly replied, I think I will leave that task to you. Hapman sighed with appreciation. Oh my, even if that is just a polite gesture, I am truly grateful. Day affirmed, your skills are not just sufficient, they are exceptional. I will entrust everything to you from now on. Hapman felt a twinge of unease upon hearing this. What do you mean? Why do you say it as if you are going somewhere? Day confirmed, because I need to leave. He smiled, I am thinking of leaving the Holy Kingdom. Hapman. He was stunned upon hearing this. You are going to leave the Holy Kingdom. Hapman hesitated, even so you, but Day quickly cut him off. I have no other choice but to do this. Hapman lowered his head with a sorrowful expression. An ordinary merchant, like me, cannot understand your thoughts, but I am sure you have your own reasons. Said softly, everyone in the Holy Kingdom will clearly feel the absence of the saint. Day speculated, perhaps so, but looking back at the recent events, you can see it right. Each event replayed in his mind like a slow-motion film. Day felt the way people overcame hardships with their own strength and the path they chose. I believe in the strength that people possess. And of course, Hapman, I trust you the most. His voice was full of conviction. Thanks to you, I can leave with a lighter heart. So this was your plan since you found me from the very beginning? Hapman frowned and began to grumble. If my knowledge, the prestige and reputation of the Sunvation Trading Guild were combined. Day asked bluntly, achieving the position of the top guild is not a difficult task. Would you want it? But this challenge made Hapman uncomfortable. He clenched his hands, not answering right away. Treated like an outcast, Hapman had left the kingdom of Devon and moved to the Holy Kingdom with no one to trust. Hapman had struggled to survive in a place full of merchant deceit, where trust did not exist. The trade routes suddenly got blocked and everything fell into chaos. At the moment, Hapman thought failure was inevitable. Someone came looking for him. At first he thought, who is this kid? Day had talent, good character, and it turned out that Day himself was the saint. He had acknowledged Hapman and given him the chance for a fresh start. If there was someone like Day who placed trust in him once again, and entrusted him with such a responsibility, then there was no other choice but to get down to work. After a long while, Hapman finally spoke. All right, let us do it. I will turn the Sunvation Trading Guild into the greatest guild in the world. He firmly pounded his chest. That will be the best way to repay the opportunity you have given me, Guild Master. I am certain you will never regret entrusting the Sunvation Trading Guild to me. Day smiled with satisfaction. His voice was deeply sincere. Thank you, Hapman. The next day at the palace, words of praise rang out. You have accomplished a truly wonderful feat, Day. Ekle did not spare any compliments, freeing the people from the border nobles. You have done what no one else could. Uriel beside him also added, when I first heard about the Sunvation Trading Guild, I wondered what it was, as expected of you. Uriel then asked, by the way, you said you had something to discuss, right? Day replied, yes. He honestly stated, I am planning to leave the Holy Kingdom. Both were deeply shocked upon hearing this. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Day explained. Because of me, the balance of the Holy Kingdom has tilted entirely to one side. He continued, because of the power and authority I possess, the central nobles have gradually lost their influence. Even the bloodline of heroes is facing misunderstanding and suppression for their own interests. I think leaving is the right decision. Uriel was flustered, bringing this up so suddenly, but Day did not let her continue. It is not just for those reasons. I have been considering this for a long time. Throughout my journey, my thoughts on this have grown increasingly certain. He asked back, you have witnessed it too. For some people in this world, a doctor is still more necessary than a saint of Gyre. That is why we train doctors at the academy. They concluded it will take time for a medical student to fully take on the role of a doctor. Uriel still wanted to object, but Ekle spoke up to intervene. Uriel, that is enough. She turned to question Day, saying the position of a saint was a role chosen by God. Did he think he could just arbitrarily abandon it? He affirmed that he would make it a reality. Ekle analyzed that even though he was a saint who rejected all rules, he still could not foresee the consequences of giving up the role of a holy warrior. But Day remained resolute. If he were afraid, he would not have thought about leaving in the first place. He said calmly, no matter what happened, he had to accept it. Uriel was helpless. He was truly something. She remarked that he had not changed since the first time they met, always strong and determined, hard for anyone to sway him, but he always went in the right direction with his own thoughts. Uriel clenched her hands. She always appreciated that trait of his, and the words just spoken helped her understand more. But she spoke with tearful eyes, her voice full of annoyance. Why did she feel extremely frustrated with him at this moment? Uriel continued, ever since he arrived at the Holy Kingdom, she had always been by his side. If it were not for this matter, she would still be comfortable and happy with him. Day hesitated, wanting to reach out and touch her Uriel. But she suddenly stood up and said, understood, I am leaving. She left without looking back. Goodbye, Saint. Day could only silently watch Uriel's figure gradually recede into the distance. The sky gradually darkened, and someone asked Day, are you going to leave? Day replied, yes, it might be a bit difficult at first, but he would definitely come back to visit everyone. Euclid stated seriously, dear Saint, till the day you return, we will always uphold your will and faith. Jake also felt a bit reluctant. Please come back, my lord. Hong Yong spoke up. The Black family as your shadow will carry your will to the very end. Day was moved hearing this. Every one of the three families. Leech also added, we will always follow your orders until our last breath. That man laughed, saying, for now I will stay here, but if you need me, I will always return to your side whenever you summon. Day was speechless. Even you. He silently thought to himself. He was grateful. Many things had happened over the years. He had become a saint he did not truly wish for. Looking back now, every moment had become vivid. Even the most difficult times were meaningful to him. And so, Saint had disappeared from the Holy Kingdom, setting off on a new journey. Time passed quickly. One day at the Adventurers Guild, a voice rang out, the quests here are pretty decent. Just as he praised the difficulty of the quests, he spoke of a small wish, hoping to always get quests with good pay like the one just now. Suddenly the guild door opened, attracting the attention of those inside. A mysterious dark figure was preparing to step in. The sound of footsteps hitting the ground moved straight forward, creating clear sounds that made a few more people take notice. Day pulled his hood over his head, wearing a mask that covered half his face. He seemed to be pondering something. After a while, Day reached out and took a piece of paper pinned on the bulletin board. He brought it to the manager and said firmly, I want to accept this quest. The manager looked over the paper and replied, but this quest is for Hellers only. Then he asked the person opposite to verify his card. Could he present his card? Day rummaged through his pocket and pulled out his identification card. Upon seeing this, the manager quickly stood up and said, forgive the disturbance. I have confirmed everything. There are many people injured due to recent monster subjugations. Please join the priests at the commissioned village as soon as possible. Day quickly accepted. All right. The young man standing nearby had overheard everything that just happened. He followed Day's figure as he passed by him towards the door. Curiosity piqued, the young man grabbed a person from the guild standing in front of him and asked, who is that guy? I have never seen him here before. The other person had no idea. He replied, I do not know either. Maybe an adventurer from another guild. The young man heard the word Heller. He then followed up with another question. He is transferring here. That arrogant Heller is transferring to another guild. Heller, a concept based on healing arts. This term refers to those who specialize in recovery for others. Hellers are usually divided into 3 ranks. Rank 3 is the lowest, representing those who have mastered the basic knowledge and skills to recover others. Rank 2 are those who have been directly verified by priests for their credibility, receiving important instructions in the recovery of others. By blending incredible mana control and peak medical arts, they are extremely rare Hellers capable of consecutively treating many severely ill patients. Rank 1 Hellers at this rank are recognized as experts with extremely high skill. A Rank 1 Heller has full authority to warn of problems, secure information, and order the evacuation of an entire village in critical disasters such as epidemics. With the consent of the lords, they play an extremely important role for an entire infected village. That guy earlier is probably just a rank 3 heller anyway, right? The other person hesitated. You know, the guild usually does not disclose personal information about others unless necessary. Do not pry too much. Not getting a satisfactory answer, the young man walked away dejectedly, muttering how boring. Right after, the other person thought about Day and concluded a few things. He is a genius from the academy who came all the way here just to accept a commissioned quest. How strange. The scene shifts to a small stream. Day, along with his backpack, slowly walked forward. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. You are leaving. Jay recognized the familiar voice and called out Fia. Fia was the guardian of the Grand Hull Forest. She smiled and calculated the time. It has been exactly 5 years since that day. Facing Day, she recalled his words from before. As you said, the Holy Kingdom has developed further. The awareness of the people has significantly improved. So it seems everything is as you expected. Day let out a sigh, looking resigned. However, there are still not enough hellers, both in quality and quantity, and it will take at least 10 more years to fix that. She replied, from the perspective of an elf, we see things progressing astonishingly, to the point where I'm a little angry thinking how far humans can go. He laughed out loud, then reminded her, anyway, you remember tomorrow, right? Everyone will be waiting for you. Fia could not forget the general medical checkup for the village. Right, of course I remember. Day said goodbye with peace of mind. Then it is settled, see you tomorrow. As he walked, the corners of his mouth kept curling up, his mood quite relaxed. It had been 5 years since he left the Holy Kingdom, and during that time many great changes had occurred across the continent. The field of medicinal herbs, previously underdeveloped, began to flourish with the participation of hero descendants entering the academy. Medical arts were optimized under these conditions and spread more and more widely. Unlike holy magic, which could only temporarily heal, high-skilled hellers would find and eliminate the root cause of diseases in villages. There were some cases that could not be cured with holy magic, so within the Holy Kingdom, one had to master basic medical knowledge to be appointed as a priest. Despite that, there were still some challenges he needed to find solutions for. Adventurer guilds also prioritized hiring hellers due to their immense influence. Anyway, the problem here was the imbalance between supply and demand. The symbol representing hellers was planted straight into the wilderness. Day knew well that no matter where he went, people always fought to hire hellers. Their value was increasing, which meant ordinary people would not have the chance to receive treatment. Thinking about this, he felt a little angry. Do they think the academy was established just for this purpose? Suddenly a sweet calling voice reached Day. Brother Day. Shia stepped out from somewhere, smiling as bright as the sun. You came earlier than usual today. Day saw the little girl and quickly spoke. Shia, I squatted down, patting her head while asking, you came to greet me. What did you do today? She obediently and politely listed her tasks. Yes, today I read books and practiced magic. Can you help me with swordsmanship? Day could not refuse the little girl's plea for help. He was very willing, of course. You are a good girl. Let us go now. Xia, holding Day's hand, was endlessly excited. Yes. Suddenly the little girl's face changed color. Xia spoke up to ask, it seems like you have not met that elf lady Era yet today, right? They stuttered, frozen, but how do you know? Xia innocently said without any hesitation, because of the smell. And you are going to see her tomorrow, right? Right. Day thought to himself with a bit of fear, this kid, with her insectoid traits, is extremely sensitive to smells. Yes, that is right. Xia smiled with her eyes squinting. All right, let me go get my sword. Wait a moment, okay. Day was confused, not understanding what was happening. A huge question mark appeared over his head. This girl had a strange obsession with the relationship between herself and Era. A moment later, in front of Xia's house, the girl gently asked about training. Day slowly took off his mask. He asked Xia to use mana as usual, but she looked worried because she hadn't improved at all. Day's handsome face was revealed, a beauty that was hard to match. He gently reassured the girl, it's all right. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden source of mana rose from the ground and swirled around Xia. She slowly controlled the energy and replied, yes, sir. The mana increasingly flowed into the sword. Xia was ready. She spoke up, here I come. Day witnessed the scene. He silently wondered if he had helped the girl form her mana path. Her magic was getting stronger and stronger. He smiled in response to Xia's words. Immediately after, Day rushed forward with all his might at a dizzying speed. Xia showed formidable strength when attacking straight at Day, but he quickly blocked the move. Each sword strike clashed fiercely. The emitted force shook the entire area. Xia opened her eyes wide in surprise. Her hand slipped off the sword, and Day shouted an opening move. The wooden sword flew straight into the air, spinning a few times before falling down. Observing the sword stuck firmly in the ground, Xia wondered how he did it without using mana. Day repeated his previous words. Balance is the key to swordsmanship. Xia sighed wearily wearily, disappointed because she was far from catching up with him. Day smiled encouragingly. You're only 9 years old. You can become much stronger in the future. Hearing that, she regained her motivation. She happily asked if she could become as strong as him. Day confidently affirmed, stronger than that, even. The atmosphere suddenly turned colder. Shia hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Brother, she wanted to confirm what she didn't want to believe. Is it true that you can't use mana anymore? Day was stunned by the question. He fell into deep thought, remembering the changes since leaving the Holy Kingdom. But Enki spoke up in his place. Day still held on to his joy. He had taken it for granted until now. He thought this was the biggest change. But in front of Shia, Day clearly felt the mana in her body. He silently concluded as for himself he didn't have a drop of mana left. A moment later, at the Grantal Forest Elf Village outside, a worried patient's voice asked Han about his condition. Day gently reassured him, just take the medicine and you'll be cured. The elf boy stood up and walked out, not forgetting to look back and thank him. Day watched the boy look completely revived, silently sighed in relief because it was finally done. Right after, a familiar figure walked in. Day recognized her and called out to Era. The beautiful girl approached, endlessly thanking him for taking care of the children. Day politely replied he did it because he enjoyed it, then asked about the elder. Era hesitated, gripping her left arm tightly, as if trying to stay calm. She looked away to suppress her emotions. Being apart from someone even after being together for so long was truly difficult. Day didn't expect the elder's condition to be that bad. He considered the last resort, even though it wouldn't last long. Healing magic could help somewhat, but perhaps she didn't want to do that either. Era gently explained, living a full life then returning to mana was the natural law of this land. For an elf, that was the final honor, so she didn't wish for anything else. She advised Day not to overthink it because this was destined, although she had also prepared herself mentally. But she asked with concern if Day's body could still receive mana. He helplessly replied he didn't seem to care about it anymore. He had tried many times but it had no effect. Era raised her hand to her chin, frowning as she tried to figure out the cause. It was the will of the heavens. Day suddenly remembered the past. On the night he left the Holy Kingdom, he had a dream. He wandered into a white space as if trapped in a room. Strange words suddenly etched deep into his mind. Do not resist my will. Image. The image of a person being chained, both hands and feet bound. Day couldn't hear anything but each word appeared clearly. He tried to think, this is telepathy. No. This feeling is very similar to when he was at sea. Day looked at the bound person in front of him. The voice carried a hint of contempt. When you used me, you abandoned me. You say that because I want to give up. Without any fear, he called the person's name directly. Gyre threatened. You exist by my blessing. If you resist my will again, you will face the consequences. Day found it ridiculous. He put his hands on his hips and retorted disdainfully, blessing. You mean the holy force that forced me to accept it? To me, that's not a holy force at all. Just an air purifier. Gyre asked back in annoyance. So you still won't change your mind? Day said bluntly without expression, that's right. When I became a saint, I said, stopping or continuing is my choice. Gyre didn't hold on anymore. You've said it. Giant hand from behind rushed towards Day. He held his ground when he heard Gyre say, I will take it back. Day began to feel aches and pains throughout his body. Something was being pulled out. His face turned pale. Wait, you. His consciousness grew dimmer. The mysterious shadow opened its mouth to say something, but he couldn't hear it. Day's eyes widened, gradually losing focus. When I woke up from that dream, I discovered I no longer received holy force. I couldn't absorb the mana in the air either. Seeing Day staring at his hand with an indescribable stillness, Era called him. Her face turned serious. I think you need power. Even though he knew Era meant well for him, Day only helplessly replied, so far I can still take care of myself. Era looked straight at Day seriously. The current state is not enough. Do you know what karma force is? Day didn't understand her meaning. Karma force. Seeing his expression, Era explained in detail. In this life you've never felt the forces around you. The will of the gods, the flow of mana, and the balance point of all those things. Movement always causes a reaction. That is karma force. Era's voice continued. It wasn't by chance that you stood in the middle of such a great flow. If someone is affected by karma force, the momentum of this power will surely push those within the flow forward. Until now, you've been lucky not to have any major problems, but you need to prepare. Day was bewildered. Prepare. Era recounted the previous situation. When Day's life was in danger on Hero Island, her marking spell was still active, but thinking back, perhaps he had been prevented from connecting to a greater power. She frowned, her face showing clear signs of deep thought. Every time she thought about it, she just wanted to keep him by her side to protect him, but as a high-level elf, she couldn't. Day was troubled. His mana circuits had completely disappeared, impossible to regenerate. Unexpectedly, Era revealed shocking information. There is a way to control mana without mana circuits. Day was startled after hearing this, thinking there's such a way. Right at that moment, a person from behind rushed over. Lady Era. That person exclaimed in panic, the elder. Both of them hurriedly went to the house where the elder was staying. Era asked Han worriedly, elder. The elder called out weakly, Lady Era. She smiled without any fear. Perhaps it's time to return to mana. Seeing the elder's visibly aged appearance, Day couldn't help but be surprised. Not long ago they were still very young and beautiful. Is this what elves are like? Era, on the other hand, remained calm. The elder slowly reached out her hand. What regrets would someone like me have? But her voice was sad to have to leave the lady again. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Era smiled and held the elder's hand. Don't worry, she continued. That's right. Now that child is by the lady's side. The elder sighed. I should go now. I must have troubled the people waiting outside for me. Era gently replied. Yes. The elder said gratefully. The lady is our wings, our light. She replied, of course. She then pressed her lips together, holding back the tears that were about to fall. Era held the elder's hand. A gentle stream of power radiated around where the two touched. After that, the mana suddenly became powerful, enveloping the house. Era closed her eyes and recited each incantation. The body originating from mana naturally finally returned to mana. His body is now one with the earth and sky, resting in eternal peace and will forever live on in our hearts. Light flickered in her palm. Era spoke respectfully. Please accept the child of the Creator. The elder smiled with contentment and gradually faded away with the mana. At this point, Era no longer had the strength to hold on. She knelt down and let herself fall to the ground. Anne approached and sat beside her, gently holding her shoulder and quietly encouraging and comforting her.